Chapter 001 Divorced. Holding the freshly issued divorce certificate, I walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Young, Ms. Jiang, Butler Wu's face flashed with embarrassment. This is what the master asked me to give you. With that, he handed over a bank card. The implication couldn't be clearer. I froze for a moment before saying, no need. Please convey my thanks to the old master. I appreciate his care these past 2 years. With that, I strode straight to the curb and climbed into the black MAYBACH that had been waiting there. Inside the car sat my eldest and second brothers. I couldn't help but say helplessly, big brother, second brother, I'm just getting a divorce. Is there really any need for you both to be so nervous? Second brother Yan Jincheng, who was driving, glanced back at me with lingering suspicion. Shawan, is it really done? I nodded with a laugh, saying, freshly issued divorce certificate, still warm to the touch. As I spoke, I pulled out that bright red divorce certificate from my bag and waved it before their eyes. Good riddance. Second brother laughed heartily. You should have gotten divorced ages ago. No, you never should have married her in the first place, he added. I shot him a glance and hurriedly said, focus on driving, second brother. I just crawled out of the marital grave. I don't want to wind up in a real one so soon. Besides, divorce isn't exactly something to celebrate. Why are you so thrilled about it? I wondered inwardly, wasn't there a saying about how it's better to demolish a temple than ruin a marriage? So why did it seem like they'd been itching for me to get divorced all along? Happy, of course I'm happy. Second brother nodded, then glanced at eldest brother Yu Xiao who hadn't spoken from the back seat. And it's not just me, eldest brother is happy too. Feeling my gaze, eldest brother nodded and said, second is right. This marriage should never have happened in the first place. I sighed, somewhat helpless. It was grandfather's dying wish. You know I couldn't go against his will. At the mention of grandfather, they fell silent for a moment. Second brother complained, who knows what grandfather was thinking, making you marry that bastard Zhou Beishan. 2 years of marriage, and he's treated you like you're invisible. It's unforgivable. If not for my intervention, he'd have taught that guy a lesson long ago. Facing my second brother's anger, I remained quite calm. It's not so bad, really. For these 2 years we've kept well clear of each other, like well water not encroaching on river water. After getting married, he's never once come to the Zhou residence. He probably doesn't even know what his own wife looks like. It's quite laughable when you think about it. Married for 2 years, we're supposed to be the closest of partners, yet we've never even met. But I'm pragmatic about it. This marriage was forced on us from the start. I did it to fulfill grandfather's dying wish, and he was pressured by old Master Zhou. Neither of us is happy about it. If I'd known that bastard would turn out like this, I'd never have agreed to let you marry him in the first place. Second brother complained again, clearly holding a grudge against Zhou Beishan. And grandfather too. If you absolutely had to get married, you could have just married me. He laughed, then added, or even eldest brother. Either of us would be more reliable than that scoundrel Zhou Beishan. Speechless, I rolled my eyes inwardly. Second brother, please stop joking around. You can't marry your own sister. I really had no idea what went through that brother's head sometimes. Second brother said nonchalantly, we're not blood relatives. Why can't we get married? I rolled my eyes at him. Although eldest and second brothers were adopted by grandpa, we grew up together. In my heart, they are my real brothers, blood relation or not. Stop joking around, second brother. To me, you'll always be my brothers. Second brother was teasing and I didn't take it seriously. Neither of us noticed eldest brother in the back seat who had stayed quiet the whole time. When second brother suggested I marry him, eldest brother's gaze flickered slightly as he instinctively looked at me. But after I said those words, the light in his eyes dimmed considerably before quickly returning to normal. He hid his little secret feelings very well. All these years, neither second brother nor I ever noticed anything unusual. Let's not talk about this anymore. It's good that it's over. What are your plans for the future? My elder brother spoke, his voice slightly magnetic, like the warm winter sun, exceptionally comforting. Back then, you chose to retreat from the spotlight for marriage, and you've been gone for 2 years. Those outside wanting to find you were almost driven mad. I sighed at his words and couldn't help but recall the old days. It's been too long. I wonder if anyone still remembers me, Dr. Jiang. Of course they do, my brother said, looking at me with an unfathomable emotion in his eyes. You're one of the most renowned neurosurgeons in the world. No matter how long you disappear, you won't be completely forgotten. Is that so? I curled my lips into a smile, my eyes glimmering with eager anticipation. Then congratulate me on my return to the operating table. Chapter 002, the person he was looking for appeared. The next day, at the CEO's office of Zhou Corporation, Assistant Wu Xiao hung up the phone and turned to look at Zhou Beishan, who was busy behind the desk. President Zhou, the main residence just called. They said the divorce certificate has been processed. Zhou Beishan's busy hands didn't pause as he asked, how much did she ask for? Uncle Wu said she didn't take a single penny, Wu Xiao replied. Sure enough, hearing this answer, Zhou Beishan frowned, not a single penny? That's right. Uncle Wu said the old master did intend to give her some money, but she refused. Wu Xiao also found it very surprising. After all, he'd heard the woman came from the countryside and should be in poor circumstances. How could she possibly refuse any money? Zhou Beishan paused in flipping through the documents, pondering for a moment before saying, find her and give her the house in the West District. She had stayed quiet these past 2 years without causing trouble, and the divorce had gone smoothly. Naturally, he wouldn't treat her poorly. Wu Xiao nodded to acknowledge the instruction but didn't rush to leave. Is there something else? Zhou Beishan asked with a furrowed brow. Yes. Feeling the intense gaze of Zhou Beishan's dark eyes, Wu Xiao broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly added, I just received news that Dr. Jiang, who disappeared 2 years ago, seems to have resurfaced. Zhou Beishan's expression changed abruptly. When did this happen? Just this morning. We received the news moments ago. Dispatch a team immediately to investigate. This time, no matter if he climbs to heaven or burrows into the earth, you must track him down. Wu Xiao nodded hastily. Understood, President. At Jinan Hospital, discussions were buzzing early in the morning. Who do you think the new deputy director will be? Male or female? Easy to get along with? Who knows? In any case, to be parachuted in as a deputy director, they must either be a tech guru or... She chuckled meaningfully, leaving the implication hanging. I heard they're quite young. I think nepotism is more likely involved. I think so too. Others nodded in agreement. Experience is crucial in the medical field, after all. Many people spend decades without rising to the position of deputy director, so it was inevitable for someone to spark discussions when appointed directly to such a post. Just as they were talking, a young nurse hurried over. She's here, she announced. She's an absolute stunner, she said. Everyone was surprised and made their way to the neurosurgery department, eager to see who this newly appointed deputy director really was. I walked out of the dean's office, enduring the strange glances from others along the way, and entered my deputy director's office. Closing the door, I sat down and immediately got to work, not stopping for a moment. Actually, I didn't want to stay in Jincheng at first. After all, I had always been abroad, and given reputation and habits, going overseas would have been the better choice. But Jinan Hospital somehow found my contact information, called me, and pleaded for me to stay. They reasoned with me and appealed to my emotions, saying the neurosurgery department in Jincheng was struggling and my staying could save more lives. For a moment, I wavered. What's more, both my eldest and second brothers urged me to stay, so naturally, the outcome was clear. So young? Is he even 30? Someone exclaimed, clearly unable to believe it. What, 30 years old? I heard she's only 26. How is that possible? Everyone found it hard to believe. Why not? Someone challenged me, adding, I may look young, but rumor has it she already holds a PhD. Tian Xiaoxiao said with an incredulous expression. Moreover, haven't any of you heard of Dr. Jiang? But the group looked utterly blank, having no idea who this Dr. Jiang might be. Tian Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes in exasperation. Go search on foreign websites yourself, you bunch of ignorant people, she said before jogging to my office, knocking on the door, and waiting for my come in before entering. Dr. Jiang, hello, I'm intern Tian Xiaoxiao. The director has assigned me to assist you temporarily with miscellaneous tasks. Please don't hesitate to give me any instructions, she said with a smile, her eyes sparkling with admiration. I thought to myself, I couldn't be bothered to guess what's going through this young girl's mind, and simply replied, hello, I appreciate your help. She shook her head hastily. No trouble at all, no trouble at all. I continued, could you please compile the neurosurgery case records from the past 10 years and bring them to me, along with the current neurosurgery patient files for those awaiting operations? Being new to the hospital, I wasn't familiar with the setup here yet and needed to get up to speed quickly. Seeing no response from her, I paused my work and looked up. Her back stiffened instantly as she nodded eagerly. No problem. I guarantee the task will be completed. I nodded and continued working while she went to organize the documents. I spent the entire morning reviewing medical records in the office. And it was Tian Xiaoxiao, concerned about my health, who packed lunch for me, with one hand flipping through records and the other eating. I was so absorbed that I didn't even notice she was still in the office. Unable to hold back, she spoke up, Dr. Jiang, have you always been like this? I spared her a glance between tasks. Like what? She hesitated for a moment before answering. So busy that you forget to eat, I mean. I shrugged nonchalantly. Not bad. She was about to say this won't do, your health is, when the urgent sound of an ambulance siren cut her off. Frowning, I said to her, go check on the patient's condition, see if any help is needed. Right away. In less than 5 minutes, she came back at a trot. Dr. Jiang, please come take a look. The patient's condition is very serious. As soon as she finished speaking, I walked out of the office and headed toward the emergency department. When I arrived at the entrance, I saw a crowd tightly packed around, with faint sobbing sounds coming from within. "Doctor, please save my husband, he's only 45. If he's gone just like that, how am I supposed to live?" "Don't panic just yet. We're already running tests on your husband. We'll only know the true condition once the results come out." Tian Xiaoxiao tugged me through the crowd, shouting, "Make way, the doctor's here." The family members quickly stepped aside, and I entered the emergency department. I asked directly, "What's going on?" The ER doctor said, "Car accident, brain hemorrhage. The extent of the bleeding is still being assessed. Doesn't look too optimistic." He didn't know me, but seeing my neurosurgery associate director ID badge, he briefed me without further questions. Just then, the nurse called out, "The head CT report is ready," and handed it over. The emergency room doctor took the report, furrowing his brows. "The situation is very serious, significant bleeding with high intracranial pressure causing brain herniation. Immediate surgery is required." I glanced at the report and nodded, "Scheduled a surgery." But the emergency doctor hesitated awkwardly. "Our hospital isn't equipped to perform this type of surgery." He suggested, "Transfer him to a higher-level hospital." I said gravely, "Brain herniation is compressing the respiratory center. Without immediate surgery, death will occur within half an hour. Are you sure transferring to a higher-level hospital would be in time?" He replied helplessly, "But there's no doctor in this hospital who can perform such an operation. If we don't send him to a higher-level hospital, what else can we do?" I declared decisively, "I'll do it." He looked at me with visible skepticism, probably doubting whether I had the skills for it. At this moment, the patient's wife snapped out of her daze and asked fearfully, "Surgery? What surgery?" I patiently explained, "Madam, your husband's condition is extremely serious. He has significant intracerebral bleeding with high intracranial pressure causing brain herniation. He must undergo emergency craniotomy immediately." The woman widened her eyes in alarm. No, craniotomy sounds terribly dangerous. What if he doesn't wake up?" Moreover, she thought my voice sounded too young to be trustworthy. I raised my voice to quiet the surroundings. "Please remain calm first. I understand how you feel right now, but your husband's condition doesn't permit any delay. He needs immediate surgery. I am Dr. Jiang, Deputy Director of Neurosurgery at Jinan Hospital. I'll be performing your husband's operation and will do my absolute best." But the family members wouldn't have any of it. "What Dr. Jiang? We've never heard of him." "Exactly. You're just trying to scare us. It can't be that serious." "That's right. You doctors are always tricking people into surgeries just to make more money," the older sister said, hesitating with the consent form after hearing her relative's comments. Someone suggested, "Sis-in-law, let's transfer him to a major hospital." I grabbed the person's arm and said sternly, "The nearest higher-level hospital is at least 2 hours away. Your husband doesn't have that kind of time." "Sister-in-law, don't listen to her scare tactics. Who does she think she is? Whatever she says goes? If she wants us to believe her, she better get the hospital director to vouch for her. Otherwise, arrange our transfer immediately." My head was pounding, and I had no time to waste on them. I took out my phone, ready to call the dean. Just then, a deep voice rang out, "I'll vouch for her." Everyone turned to look and saw a man standing at 185 centimeters tall, dressed in a black suit, exuding an aura of natural authority. He said, "I'm Zhou Beishan, president of Zhou Group. I'll vouch for her. Does that work for you?" At the mention of Zhou Group and Zhou Beishan, everyone's expressions changed dramatically. The senior nurse finally nodded, and the patient was wheeled into the operating room. I glanced at Zhou Beishan, gave a slight nod, and followed into the operating room. Though curious about his sudden appearance and his decision to vouch for me, saving lives took priority. There was no time for further thought. The operating room light turned on as a crowd, including Zhou Beishan, waited at the door. 3 hours later, the light went out, and the door opened. A nurse stepped out, and family members rushed forward to ask, "Nurse, how's my husband? Was the surgery successful?" The surgery was very successful, and the patient is out of critical condition. Hearing the nurse's words, those around let out sighs of relief, except for Zhou Beishan, who seemed unsurprised by the outcome. Soon, the nurse wheeled the patient out, and the family followed, leaving only Zhou Beishan standing alone outside the operating room. As I stepped out of the operating room, I spotted him immediately, and me. He strode toward me and said, "Hello, Dr. Jiang." "Hello, President Zhou." My voice was weak after just completing a 3-hour surgery. Zhou Beishan had initially intended to get straight to the point, given Jingye's critical condition, but hearing my frail tone, he suppressed his urgency and instead invited me to dinner. I frowned and refused outright, telling him to get to the point. "You never once took me out to dinner in 2 years of marriage, and now that we're divorced, you suddenly want to have a meal together? What a joke." Although Zhou Beishan didn't recognize the current me and had no idea I was his freshly divorced ex-wife, it still left a sour taste in my mouth. I wanted nothing to do with him. Fine. Without wasting words, Zhou Beishan cut to the chase and asked if I could perform a surgery, handing me a medical record. I took it and flipped it open, immediately spotting the photograph of a smiling girl inside, an oval face, bright eyes. So this was why he'd been avoiding me these past 2 years. How devoted. But we were divorced now. Who he loved had nothing to do with me anymore. I carefully reviewed Jing Ye's medical records, and as I read further, my expression grew increasingly grave. I now understood why Zhou Beishan had come to me. After a long silence, I handed the records back to him and said her condition was very serious. He must already know this. He nodded, his face heavy with distress. He told me they had performed surgery once before, but they hadn't expected a relapse. Now, almost everyone said there was no hope left, but he couldn't give up, not when he owed it to Jing Chang, who had died saving him. Brain tumor surgeries were already complex, and Jing Ye's recurrence made the second operation even more challenging. Zhou Beishan noticed my hesitation and immediately offered to fulfill any of my demands, whatever it took. I glanced at him, surprised. The man known to the world as the ruthless President Zhou was willing to sacrifice everything for the one he loved. Where is she now? I need to see the patient first. Though I had no desire for personal dealings with Zhou Beishan, as a doctor, letting someone die was not my way, even if she was his beloved. At the Zhou family's private hospital, I'll take you to see her right now. Zhou Beishan was somewhat surprised by how readily I agreed, but I frowned and asked, not at Jinan Hospital? No, the private hospital has better facilities in every aspect, increasing your chances of a successful surgery. Naturally, he wouldn't let Jing Ye stay at Jinan Hospital. I shook my head apologetically, saying I couldn't perform the surgery for Miss Sheng. Why? He asked. Just as I was about to explain, he pulled out a check, insisting money wasn't an issue. I glanced at it. The amount would drive many people wild, but I simply smiled and said some things couldn't be solved with money. Then what do you want? He asked, suppressing his anger, assuming the offer wasn't enough. I had to explain, according to the Physicians Act, licensed physicians must practice within their registered scope and location. Since my registration is at Jinan Hospital, I can't perform surgeries at private hospitals. I certainly don't want to ruin my medical career. Zhou Beishan fell into silence, clearly not expecting such stipulations in the Medical Practitioners Act, and was visibly hesitant. If there's nothing else, I'll get back to work. You should make a decision soon, Mr. Zhou. Seeing his hesitation, I knew he didn't want to transfer the patient here, doubtless because he distrusted Jinan Hospital's equipment and conditions. I had nothing more to say. My figure disappeared from Zhou Beishan's sight. Later, his assistant Wu Xiao asked if I had agreed to perform surgery on Jing Ye. He shook his head, torn between whether my response counted as a yes or a no. Wu Xiao, unaware of his inner conflict, assumed the famed surgeon was just eccentric, an unyielding figure even their CEO couldn't sway. After yesterday's incident, the attitudes of the hospital staff toward me had softened. Even patients were less resistant to me taking the lead in surgeries. In a single day, I performed 3 more operations. My colleagues on shift were exhausted, but I remained as energetic as ever. Do we have any surgeries scheduled for today? I asked Tian Xiaoxiao behind me. She shook her head and said no, explaining that the neurosurgery department at Jinan Hospital wasn't doing well due to the low number of patients. But she had a feeling my arrival would change all that. The doctor beside me also apologized, saying I was the most skilled and hardworking neurosurgeon he'd ever met. I smiled and mentioned that I'd once performed 6 surgeries in a single day. Everyone raised their eyebrows in awe. Neurosurgery was notoriously lengthy and intricate, with so many nerves involved. Even one surgery left them exhausted. 6 was beyond their imagination. Humph. Now you see just how amazing Dr. Jiang is, Tian Xiaoxiao said, looking smug. We get it, they replied. I told them I'd treat everyone to a big dinner that night, but they insisted the department head had already declared he'd host a welcome feast for me. As everyone was chatting and laughing, Zhou Beishan arrived. All eyes turned to me. Word had spread that he was here to request surgery with me, earning even more respect. Everyone, go ahead with your duties. We'll gather tonight, I said to the group, ignoring Zhou Beishan as if he weren't there. Taking the hint, they quickly dispersed, leaving just the 2 of us in the hallway. I looked up at Zhou Beishan and said, President Zhou, your visit must mean you've made your decision. He nodded and said he'd already transferred Jing Ye to the inpatient department, asking when I'd like to visit. I nodded, expected of Zhou Beishan, always decisive. We can go now, I said. Since I had nothing else to do, it was a good time to check on Jing Ye's condition. Preparing for surgery required thorough groundwork. With that, we headed toward the inpatient department. The entire way, I didn't exchange a word with him. To me, he might as well have been invisible. Inside the ward, I saw Jing Ye. Her condition was severe, her face pale, her body so frail she seemed like a gust of wind could carry her away. Hearing the sound, she looked up and immediately spotted me. Then she turned to Zhou Beishan and asked, Shinji, who is she? Zhou Beishan introduced, "This is your lead surgeon, Dr. Jiang." Jing Yeye was clearly surprised, evidently not expecting someone as young as me. If she weren't aware of Zhou Beishan's character, she might have suspected he was playing a joke on her. She gave me a faint smile and said weakly, "Hello Dr. Jiang. Thank you for agreeing to perform my surgery." Her body was so frail, her face devoid of color, as if she might faint at any moment. I nodded to reassure her, saying, "I've reviewed your medical records. There's no need to worry too much. It's not a serious issue." Is it really true? She could scarcely believe it, especially since the private hospital had already given her a death sentence. I never joke about such matters. The corners of my lips lifted slightly, brimming with confidence. Perhaps it wasn't her time to go. If I hadn't divorced Zhou Beishan, I might still be living in seclusion and wouldn't have had the chance to save her. Maybe this was what they call fate. After briefly understanding Jing Yeye's condition, Zhou Beishan and I left the ward. I wiped the smile from my face and said to him sternly, "You should have arranged her surgery earlier." "I know." He nodded, "But I just found out about you. There are other surgeons in the country who can perform this operation." I looked at him, not understanding why he insisted on having me do it. Yes, perhaps other doctors could too, but... Zhou Beishan fell silent for a moment before saying, "I don't dare take the risk." Dr. Zhang's reputation was internationally renowned. Having studied under the world's top neurosurgeon, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say I was currently the best in the field. That's why he'd rather wait until he found me than let Jing Yeye face even the slightest risk. I understood the implication in his words, and my heart sank slightly. So this was it. Zhou Beishan, oh Zhou Beishan, you've gone to such lengths for your little sweetheart. I wonder, while you were scheming all this, did you ever spare a thought for your lawful wife? No, should I say ex-wife, whom you've never even met? I was furious, not because I had any feelings for Zhou Beishan, but simply because I couldn't swallow this insult. Jiang Wan, since childhood, had strived to be the best, never tolerating humiliation. Yet in this marriage with Zhou Beishan, I felt deeply disgraced. He didn't have to like me, but refusing to even meet me? That was something my pride couldn't accept. I could have let the divorce go, parted ways cleanly with no further entanglement, but then he sought me out on his own, and for what? To save his lover. How could I possibly let that slide? Yet faced with a patient in need, I couldn't turn a blind eye. It left me stifled with indignation. Don't celebrate too soon, Mr. Zhou. Although I've agreed to save Miss Xing, it's not without conditions, I said, feeling that Zhou Beishan ought to pay a hefty price, otherwise, I'd be the one taking a huge loss. Go ahead, he said. He wasn't afraid of me making demands. Conditions were easier to handle. I thought for a moment and said to him, "I'm in the process of setting up a laboratory, and I need funding and equipment." "No problem, everything will be provided by Zhou Enterprises," he replied without hesitation. "Jinan Hospital lacks the latest surgical equipment here." I added another condition. "Mr. Zhou will handle the supply." Even if I hadn't mentioned it, he would have considered this condition. There was no way we'd let Jing Yeye take on too much risk. Seeing him agree so readily, I couldn't quite put my finger on what I was feeling. It just didn't sit right with me. So I said, "President Zhou really spares no expense when it comes to Miss Xing." "Yes, because she's very important to me." He nodded without hesitation, saying she was someone entrusted to his care by a life-saving benefactor on their deathbed. How could she not be important? So he wasn't as heartless as the rumors said, just heartless toward me. Why should I care? We're already divorced. After this surgery, we probably won't have anything to do with each other ever again. In that case, Mr. Zhou, why not donate a building? The hospital is in need of an inpatient ward. Jinan Hospital's conditions are poor, with limited beds in the inpatient department, leaving many patients unable to be admitted. Getting Zhou Beishan to donate an inpatient building would at least benefit Jin Cheng's medical community. Zhou Beishan's face darkened instantly. Gritting his teeth in annoyance, he retorted, "Dr. Jiang certainly spares no effort in considering your hospital's needs. The equipment funding mentioned earlier would cost at least tens of millions. And now this building donation, another tens of millions down the drain." I knew he was displeased, but I didn't mind. "Mr. Zhou doesn't seem too willing. If you really don't want to, I won't push you. But as for Miss Xing, I'll donate." He gnashed his teeth and agreed. I knew he would agree, for the one he loves, no amount of money could possibly measure up. "Are there any other conditions, Dr. Jiang?" "Spit them all out at once." His face was livid, emanating a terrifying aura, his expression clearly threatening to strangle me if I dared say another word. I knew when to stop pressing my luck. Besides, even if he hadn't agreed to anything, I would still have saved her. So I shook my head at this outcome, quite satisfied. "That's all. What about the surgery? When will your equipment be donated and when will the surgery begin?" I said. "The equipment will arrive first thing tomorrow morning," he replied, then looked at me solemnly and added, "As for Yeye's life, I'm entrusting it to Dr. Jiang now." That evening, in the pear orchard, the entire neurosurgery department gathered for a dinner party, with me, the newcomer, as the guest of honor. The head of neurosurgery stood up and said, "Let's toast to Dr. Jiang. May she lead the neurosurgery department of Jinan Hospital to glorious achievements." This department head, whose surgical skills were mediocre at best, had climbed the ranks purely through seniority. At first, he wasn't happy about me being parachuted in as deputy director over his head, but then it occurred to him that if the neurosurgery department flourished, it would reflect well on him as department head. Besides, I was a skilled neurosurgeon, so he treated me quite well. "Directorly," I said, "please don't embarrass me. I'm no drinker, let me substitute tea for wine." With that, I downed my cup in one gulp. Everyone clapped warmly, not minding my tea substitute since they all knew I had major surgery scheduled for tomorrow. The meal was thoroughly enjoyable for all, myself included. I went to the restroom to splash some water on my face and refresh myself. Just as I stepped out, I heard someone call, "Dr. Jiang." I turned around and saw Dr. Sun Jin from the department, so I asked, "Is there something you need, Dr. Sun? In the future, we'll be colleagues, so no need to be so formal. Just call me Sun Jin," he said with a warm, slightly embarrassed smile, his face flushed, presumably from drinking. I nodded and replied, "Sure." After that, he fell silent, and the atmosphere grew a bit awkward. Puzzled, I looked at him and said, "If there's nothing else, let's head back to eat. Everyone's waiting." There's a small question I want to ask you," he hastily said, his entire being in complete disarray. "Go ahead." I raised an eyebrow, feeling like I'd already guessed what he was about to say. He stammered for what felt like ages before finally blurting out, "Do you have a boyfriend?" After asking, he stood there awkwardly, looking as nervous as a schoolboy awaiting his teacher's scolding. "Do you?" he pressed on, his face full of trepidation. I chuckled softly and shook my head. "No," I said. "Really? That's great. I'm divorced." I cut him off before he could finish his sentence. "Divorced?" He couldn't believe his ears, thinking he must have misheard. I nodded, "Yes, is there a problem?" "And no." He shook his head, looking somewhat dejected. Originally he thought that despite me being a female PhD, at least I was young, and if he put in some effort to pursue me, there might still be a chance. But now that he knew I was divorced, he'd probably reconsider. Maybe that little nurse who had been pursuing him earlier wasn't so bad after all. Sun Jin left. I curled my lips, entirely unsurprised. To be honest, using the label of being divorced saved me a lot of trouble. Just as I turned to leave, someone else stepped out of the men's restroom. Our eyes met, and I couldn't help but wonder, had I dug up Zhou Beishan's family graves or something? How could I run into him here? Was he actually following me? With a mocking smile, he said, "Dr. Jiang sure has a unique way of rejecting people." I rolled my eyes at him, thinking to myself that this was all his fault. Straightening up, I walked right past Zhou Beishan. Now that I'd taken off my white coat, I was just an ordinary person, and as an ordinary person, I had every right to ignore him. "Have you been drinking?" Zhou Beishan frowned, grabbing my wrist with a displeased expression. I shook off his grip angrily. "You're overstepping, Manager Zhou. Whether I've had a drink or not is none of your damn business." Glaring at him, my face flushed red with fury. He'd really managed to rile me up this time. For a moment, Zhou Beishan froze, momentarily stunned. Come to think of it, this was his first time seeing me without a mask. Even with it on before, he could tell I was attractive, but he hadn't expected the sight of my uncovered face to leave him utterly breathless. "I don't want to entrust Ye's life to a drunkard." Zhou Beishan snapped out of his thoughts, his face cold as he spoke sternly. I took a deep breath. My good upbringing reminded me not to swear. Suppressing my anger, I replied as calmly as possible, "Mr. Zhou's concerns are unnecessary. I haven't been drinking, and it won't affect tomorrow's surgery." The smell of alcohol on me was from contact. I've never been fond of drinking. Hearing this, Zhou Beishan still looked doubtful, but his expression softened somewhat. Good. It's a human life at stake after all. I trust Dr. Jiang knows where to draw the line. "Was there anything else, Mr. Zhou?" I asked, not wanting to spend another minute in this man's presence. "You dislike me?" he suddenly asked, noticing the displeasure on my face and the fleeting flicker of irritation in my eyes. Surprised, I wondered, had I been that obvious? I cleared my throat, trying not to show my discomfort too obviously. "CEO Zhou is overthinking it. We're not acquainted. Where would any dislike come from?" Zhou Beishan thought it made sense. We'd never met before, so there was no reason for me to dislike him. He dismissed the matter, chalking it up to his own mistaken impression. Early the next morning, the equipment Zhou Beishan donated arrived at the hospital. The director personally came down to receive it, which showed just how much importance the hospital placed on these supplies. I paid no attention to all this, busy reviewing Jingye's latest test results and discussing potential complications with doctors from other departments. 2 hours later, once the equipment was installed, I led my team toward the operating room. At the door, Zhou Beishan stood waiting. Seeing me approach, he immediately stepped forward and asked, "Are you confident?" Behind my surgical mask, I glanced up at him. If I said I wasn't, CEO Zhou, would you take the patient away? Zhou Beishan paused, momentarily at a loss for words. At this point, whether I was confident or not, Xingye had to undergo the surgery. There was no turning back now, like an arrow already notched on the bowstring. Don't worry, Mr. Zhou, I'll do my best. I wouldn't let Jingyu die, especially not on my operating table. The team entered the operating room, and as the surgical lights flickered on, a tense atmosphere filled the air. Time ticked by minute, hour by hour. 6 full hours had passed, and the operating lights were still on. Mr. Zhou, why don't you take a break? I'll stay here and keep watch, Wu Xiao suggested, concerned as he observed the man who hadn't had a drop of water all day. Zhou Beishan shook his head, his tone slightly heavy. The doctors performing the surgery haven't rested. Why should I? He hadn't expected the operation to drag on this long, and a vague worry gnawed at him. He couldn't help but think that despite my seemingly frail and petite appearance, I was capable of enduring such a lengthy surgery. Order meals. Make sure everyone gets food immediately after the surgery. He suddenly spoke, addressing Wu Xiao beside him. Wu Xiao blinked in mild surprise. This was the first time he'd heard of a patient's family ordering meals for the doctors. Since when had their CEO become so thoughtful? Glancing at the operating room, he suddenly understood when he thought of the person lying on the operating table inside. All of this must be for Miss Yaya. After all, the CEO had promised her brother to take good care of her. Now that these doctors were performing surgery on her, it was only right for the CEO to show some appreciation. Another half hour passed. The light in the operating room turned off, the door opened, and a nurse stepped out first. Are the family members of Xingye here? Zhou Beishan immediately stood up. Was the surgery successful? Yes, Dr. Jiang said it was successful. The patient will be transferred to the intensive care unit now. Please come with me to complete the paperwork, the nurse replied. After several hours of surgery, she was clearly exhausted. Zhou Beishan glanced at Wu Xiao, who nodded and followed the nurse to handle the formalities. Soon, our team filed out, each of us pale-faced, clearly worn out. You've worked hard. Zhou Beishan suddenly appeared before me, his gaze complicated as he looked at me. Though I could be difficult sometimes, given that I'd saved Yaya, he decided not to hold it against me. I was already exhausted, and seeing Zhou Beishan in front of me only worsened my mood. Not hard work, just bad luck. After all, who could refuse when it involved Zhou's little sweetheart? I had to save her no matter what. That's just my rotten luck. Everyone must be hungry, Zhou Beishan announced to the group. I've arranged meals for you all. Please head to the office to eat. You're too kind, President Zhou. This is just part of our duty, someone replied. One doctor looked pleasantly shocked. Exactly. It's our privilege to be of help to President Zhou, another chimed in. This was Zhou Beishan, after all, someone they rarely ever got to meet in person. Now that they'd done him such a favor, it was hard not to feel at least a little pleased. Of course, I was the exception. Listening to their obsequious words, I could only roll my eyes internally. Privilege? Anyone who wants this so-called privilege can have it. I certainly don't. Wu Xiao took everyone to the office for lunch, while Xingye was wheeled into the intensive care unit. Rubbing my temples, I stood up to head home for some rest. It had been a long time since I'd performed such a lengthy surgery, and it had truly worn me out. Aren't you going to eat? Seeing me about to leave, Zhou Beishan instinctively grabbed my hand. A woman's hand, soft and delicate, perhaps just washed, felt cool to the touch, like a teasing brush against Zhou Beishan's heart, stirring an itch he couldn't ignore. The thought had barely crossed my mind when I abruptly pulled back 3 paces, staring at Zhou Beishan with undisguised wariness. Have some dignity, Mr. Zhou. I even wiped my hand afterward, making my disgust impossible to miss. Zhou Beishan nearly spat blood. What had he done to deserve such hostility? A stifled fury burned in his chest as he gritted his teeth and glared at me. Dr. Jiang, he snarled, my name rolling off his tongue with a wrath that sent chills down the spine. I lifted my head to meet his gaze, my clear eyes unflinching as I stared straight at him, the tension between us thick as gunpowder. Don't think saving Yeye gives you free rein. I'm warning you, my patience has limits. His patience had limits? I nearly laughed in anger. My patience was the one running thin. Is that so? Suppressing my rage, I forced a smile. Then I hope this will be our last meeting. Without giving him a chance to finish, I turned and walked away without looking back. Zhou Beishan remained rooted to the spot, watching my silhouette disappear, a suffocating weight in his chest that refused to dissipate. President Zhou, everything has been arranged for Miss Yaya. Wu Xiao appeared behind Zhou Beishan and spoke cautiously. Truth be told, he had arrived long ago, but sensing the explosive tension between his CEO and me from afar, he hadn't dared to approach. Don't you think she seems to dislike me? Zhou Beishan suddenly asked, gazing in the direction I had departed. Chapter 009, I don't like anyone named Zhou. The question completely baffled Wu Xiao. After some thought, he replied, probably not. Perhaps Dr. Jiang genuinely didn't want to see you. Before he could finish his words, Wu Xiao suddenly shivered. Why did it suddenly feel so much colder? When he looked up again, his CEO was glaring at him with a dark expression. Wu Xiao's heart skipped a beat. He must have said something wrong. Of course, that's impossible, he immediately declared with righteous indignation. Given your charm, President Zhou, no woman could possibly dislike you. Dr. Jiang must be playing hard to get. To be fair, his words weren't entirely a lie. After all, Zhou Beishan was indeed the fantasy of every woman in Jincheng. Someone like Jiang Wan treating him this way was truly the first, so it was no wonder he suspected her of using such tactics deliberately to catch his attention. Play hard to get. Is that so? Asterisk. A week later, Jing Yeye was successfully transferred from the intensive care unit to a general ward. When Jiang Wan arrived for rounds with her team, they found her leaning against the bed playing with her phone. Her complexion visibly improved compared to before. How are you feeling today? Any discomfort anywhere? She asked as usual. Seeing her arrive, Jing Yeye shook her head with a smile. No, I'm feeling quite well. Jiang Wan nodded, unsurprised. That's good. After staying in the hospital a while longer, you should be able to go home to recuperate. With that, she prepared to leave, but Jing Yeye called out to her at that moment. Dr. Jiang, do you have a moment? Jiang Wan frowned and asked, what is it? Nothing much, I just wanted to chat with you. Her voice was soft and delicate, making her appear especially pitiable. Of course, Jiang Wan felt no pity for her. In her eyes, Jing Yeye was no different from any other patient. Sorry, I'm busy, she declined. Just for a little while. She looked at Jiang Wan with eager anticipation. Before Jiang Wan could refuse, the doctor accompanying her on rounds said, Dr. Jiang, why don't you stay and chat with Miss Xing? We'll handle the rounds. After all, this was Zhou Beishan's woman, none of them dared offend someone connected to him. They also feared Dr. Jiang might not realize Zhou Beishan's influence, which was why they spoke up to have her stay. Soon, the group departed, leaving only Jiang Wan in the ward. She couldn't help feeling utterly exasperated. With keen interest, she glanced at Jing Yeye lying on the hospital bed. Feminine intuition told her this person harbored ill intentions. She walked over and sat down on the chair beside the bed. What did you want to talk about? Actually, nothing much. I just wanted to thank you specially. If it weren't for you this time, I might not have survived, she said with a smile, radiating harmlessness. Jiang Wan remained expressionless and unmoved. No need to thank me. I was essentially working for payment. Zhou Beishan covered the medical fees. And it's not cheap. I know Brother Shin sacrificed a lot to save me, but no matter what, you're my lifesaver, she said with such sincerity that it nearly made Jiang Wan doubt herself. Had she been petty-hearted after all? But soon, Jing Yeye's words made her realize her intuition had been right all along. Dr. Jiang, you're so young. Do you have a boyfriend? She asked. Jiang Wan shook her head and remained silent, just wanting to see what exactly she intended to do. So what kind of person do you like? I know plenty of talented young men. I could introduce you to some, she said. Jiang Wan remained silent, her gaze towards Jing Yeye turning noticeably colder. Please don't misunderstand, Jing Yeye hurriedly explained. I just didn't know how else to repay you, so I came up with this idea. What do you think of Brother Shin? She suddenly asked, her eyes fixed on Jiang Wan, trying to glean something from her expression. Jiang Wan couldn't help but laugh, so that's what she was worried about. Miss Jing, there's no need to test me. I have no interest in Zhou Beishan. It seems Zhou Beishan hasn't given this Miss Jing much sense of security either. Otherwise why would she be so insecure? What a scumbag. Dr. Jiang, I didn't mean it that way. She looked aggrieved, as if misunderstood. Jiang Wan was just about to speak when the hospital room door swung open and Zhou Beishan strode in. What are you talking about? Brother Shin, you're here. Seeing Zhou Beishan, Jing Yeye immediately put on a radiant smile. I was just asking Dr. Jiang what kind of person she likes. I thought since there are so many talented young people around us, we could help introduce some to her. Hearing this, Zhou Beishan's expression darkened. For some reason, discomfort stirred in his heart. Dr. Jiang is outstanding enough. She doesn't need your help with introductions. That's true. Jing Yeye nodded and, seemingly unwilling to give up, turned to Jiang Wan again. Since Dr. Jiang doesn't know what kind of person she likes, surely she must know what kind she doesn't like. If you say it out loud, I can avoid introducing that kind of person to you in the future. Hearing this, Jiang Wan glanced at Zhou Beishan and said calmly, I don't like anyone with the surname Zhou. In an instant, the temperature in the ward plummeted. The man glared at Jiang Wan with a murderous gaze. Reason? What did that Zhou guy do to offend you? The fortune teller said my birth chart clashes with anyone surnamed Zhou. Clash indeed, otherwise we wouldn't have divorced after 2 years of marriage without even meeting face to face. The ward suddenly filled with suffocating tension. Jing Yeye felt she could barely breathe. Does Dr. Jiang have some misunderstanding about Shinji? Even the dullest person could clearly sense Jiang Wan's hostility toward Zhou Beishan now. But why? You're overthinking it. I just don't like anyone with the surname Zhou, she said. Dr. Jiang, have you heard something? Jing Yaya continued, as if speaking in Zhou Beishen's defense. Brother Shen was indeed married before, but it wasn't his fault. Shen's ex-wife was a country bumpkin with crude and vulgar manners. They were completely incompatible, so divorce was inevitable. Dr. Jiang, please don't let this give you a negative impression of Shen. She spoke with utter disdain for Zhou Beishen's ex-wife, yet little did she dream that the very woman she looked down upon was standing right before her eyes, the same woman who had saved her life not long ago. Jiang Wan sneered inwardly, raising her eyes to Zhou Beishen. Is this how you view your ex-wife, President Zhou? Chapter 010 Playing Hard to Get? Zhou Beishen didn't understand the mockery at the corner of Jiang Wan's lips, but he still said with a grave expression, we're truly not suited for each other. Divorce is the best option. Not suited? Jiang Wan sneered inwardly. You've never even met in 2 years of marriage, yet you know we're not suited? Probably never intended to get along properly with your ex-wife from the start. Come to think of it, in Zhou Beishen's eyes, this ex-wife of his came from the countryside. How could she possibly be worthy of someone as lofty and privileged as him? With a glance at the two of them, she scoffed lightly. How pitiful for President Zhou's ex-wife. With that, she turned and left the ward without a backward glance, not wanting to spend another moment with those two. They truly are a match made in heaven. She had just walked out of the ward when someone chased after her, a tall figure blocking Jiang Wan's path. Are you angry? Because I was married before? President Zhou is overthinking it, she said with exasperation. What does it matter to me whether you've been married or not? Compared to me, the person in that hospital room probably cares a lot more. Why drag Yaya into this? What does she have to do with it? Zhou Beishen was utterly baffled, not understanding Jiang Wan's implication. But Jiang Wan interpreted Zhou Beishen's reaction as anger over her mentioning Jing Yaya. She curled her lips and said sarcastically, yes, Miss Jing has nothing to do with this. I shouldn't have brought her up. He's really protective of his little sweetheart, won't even let anyone mention her casually. Stop changing the subject. Why are you angry? The man pressed, his penetrating gaze fixed on Jiang Wan as if trying to see through her. Unfortunately, Jiang Wan had always been adept at concealing her emotions. I'm not angry, she said, then added, it's just that I genuinely feel indignant for CEO Zhou's ex-wife. Even after their divorce, she still has to endure gossip behind her back. It's rather lamentable. Actually, she herself was just unhappy. Anyone who hears such remarks behind their back probably wouldn't feel good either. I got married back then out of sheer helplessness. Yaya was just standing up for me. She meant no harm, Zhou Beishen explained. Before Jiang Wan could speak, he continued, although I've never met her, I think she must be quite nice, a good person. It's just that she and I aren't suited for each other. After all, she hadn't caused him any trouble these past 2 years. If it had been one of those more calculating women, he probably wouldn't have enjoyed such peace and quiet. Unfortunately, Jiang Wan's expression did not improve because of Zhou Beishen's explanation. In fact, it grew even more grim. Good person? So this was the evaluation she received after 2 years of marriage? How ridiculous. Since when do I need Zhou Beishen's approval to determine whether I'm a good person? Her face darkened, her tone icy. There's no need for you to say these things to me, Mr. Zhou. I'm not interested in your personal affairs. She wanted to leave, but Zhou Beishen wouldn't step aside. Make way, Mr. Zhou. I'm very busy, she said, looking up at him with an awful tone. Zhou Beishen's temper flared as well. He had rarely bothered to explain himself at such length. And what was the result? The woman glared at him with the look of seeing an enemy, as if he had committed some grave sin. Dr. Jiang, playing hard to get has its limits. Overdo it, and you'll only breed resentment, he said coldly, his words carrying a clear message. I've given you your chance. Don't push your luck. Playing hard to get? Her? Jiang Wan was momentarily at a loss for words to refute. Had her disapproval not been obvious enough? Or was Zhou Beishen just downright thick-headed? Soon, she was convinced in her heart that it was definitely Zhou Beishen who had something wrong with his brain. President Zhou, you should get your head checked when you have the time. She looked at him and added, alternatively, I can have someone examine you right now. Brain issues are nothing to take lightly. Dr. Jiang, Zhou Beishen growled through clenched teeth. Don't tell me you weren't playing hard to get? I wasn't, she said without hesitation. I'm not interested in you, President Zhou. Just as I said in the ward earlier, I don't like people with the surname Zhou. With that, Jiang Wan walked past Zhou Beishen without the slightest hesitation. Zhou Beishen stood rooted to the spot, overwhelmed by a surge of emotions, rage, humiliation, and above all, bewilderment. He was certain Jiang Wan genuinely had no interest in him, which meant her every action could only imply one thing: she truly detested him. But why? From their very first encounter till now, Jiang Wan had barely concealed her hostility. He truly couldn't recall ever meeting her before. Had he somehow offended her, and then forgotten? At this thought, he took out his phone and dialed Wu Zhao's number. Investigate Dr. Zhang's recent itineraries for me. focusing on the dates that overlap with mine. I need to know if we've met before. After hanging up, Zhou Beishan turned and walked into the hospital ward. Brother Shen, Dr. Jiangxi. Noticing Zhou Beishan's dark expression, Jing Yaya felt uneasy in her heart. Why did you deliberately bring up my divorce? He looked at the girl on the hospital bed, questioning whether he'd been too indulgent with her over the past 2 years, allowing her to overstep boundaries. Jing Yaya froze for a moment, biting her lip as she said with grievance, I was just afraid Dr. Jiang might misunderstand you because of this. Is that so? Or were you deliberately trying to let her know I've been married? The man's tone was unpleasant, as if he had already seen through Jing Yaya's little scheme. Brother Shen, She wanted to explain that she hadn't, but when she looked up and met Zhou Beishan's gaze, she suddenly realized her petty thoughts couldn't escape this man's perception. I don't want there to be a next time, understand, he said, his icy words leaving no room for rebuttal. Jing Yaya nodded. Seeing he was about to leave, she gritted her teeth and mustered the courage to ask, Brother Shen, you seem overly concerned about Dr. Jiang. Why is that? Chapter 011, Perhaps it's better not to meet again. Sitting in the car leaving the hospital, Zhou Beishan kept thinking about the question Jing Yaya had asked him. Why? He couldn't come up with an answer. Perhaps he was simply curious about that woman's attitude and wanted to investigate further, nothing more. The sudden ringing of his phone pulled him out of his thoughts. Irritated, he rubbed his temples and answered the call. Speak. President Zhou, I've checked your itinerary records from the past 5 years. The investigation shows you and Dr. Jiang haven't had any overlapping schedules. Oddly enough, Dr. Jiang retreated from public view 2 years ago. No one knew where she went, making her whereabouts during those years extremely difficult to trace. What do you think? Should we ask young Master Murong for help investigating? Murong Fei was the king of the underworld. If there was anything that couldn't be found through official channels, he might uncover it, which was precisely why Wu Xiao made the suggestion. After a long silence, just as Wu Xiao thought Zhou Beishan might agree, he heard him say instead, no need. She's just a doctor, not someone worth dwelling on. Wu Xiao was surprised. Were they just not going to investigate this? Before he could ask any further questions, the call had already ended. Though frustrated, Wu Xiao knew better than to pry into matters he shouldn't. A few days later, Jing Yaya was discharged from the hospital, with Jiang Wan personally handling her discharge procedures. Although the lesion has been successfully removed, there's still a possibility of recurrence. Remember to come for regular checkups, and don't be too unrestrained in your daily life. You'll need to take good care of yourself. Jiang Wan reminded her once more at the hospital entrance. Okay, Jing Yaya nodded. Thank you, Dr. Jiang. How are you getting back? Taking a taxi? Jiang Wan was surprised to see no one had come to pick her up. She hadn't seen Zhou Beishan for several days. She had thought he would come today for Jing Yaya's hospital discharge, but he didn't show up. For a moment, she really wondered whether he cared about Jing Yaya or not. As soon as she finished speaking, Jing Yaya pointed at a car approaching in the distance and said, Brother Shen is here to pick me up. Hearing this, Jiang Wan also looked over. The car came to a stop beside the two of them. Zhou Beishan stepped out. Despite not having seen him for days, his face remained as cold and unreadable as ever. Has everything been taken care of? He asked, looking at Jing Yaya. Yes, thanks to Dr. Jiang here. She handled everything for me, Jing Yaya replied, her gaze shifting between Zhou Beishan and Dr. Jiang. She remembered the question she had asked Zhou Beishan a few days ago, to which he hadn't responded at the time. Yet Jing Yaya couldn't shake this feeling. But now, looking again, it seemed Brother Shen didn't actually have any feelings for Dr. Jiang. Had she been overthinking it? Zhou Beishan opened the car door and said to her, let's go. All right, Jing Yaya nodded. Goodbye, Dr. Jiang. Better not meet again. Jiang Wan waved with a smile. After all, she was a doctor. Meeting again wouldn't be good news. Unfortunately, Zhou Beishan didn't grasp the meaning behind her words, thinking they were directed at him, and his face immediately darkened. Jing Yaya got into the car, and without hesitation, Zhou Beishan also headed for the driver's seat. From start to finish, he didn't say a word to Jiang Wan, not even sparing her a glance. Jiang Wan didn't mind. This was exactly the attitude Zhou Beishan should have. He was the lofty CEO Zhou after all, and insignificant people like her weren't worthy of his attention. In the departing car, Jing Yaya glanced several times at Zhou Beishan driving ahead. She couldn't tell if it was just her imagination, but Brother Shen seemed to be in a bad mood. Brother Shen, don't take what I said earlier to heart. I was just speaking casually, she couldn't help but explain. Zhou Beishan gave a non-committal and kept driving. Before long, Zhou Beishan dropped Jing Yaya off at her home. Get some proper rest. Call me if you feel unwell, he said. Brother Shen, are you going to be busy? She was quite disappointed, having thought he would stay with her. Yeah, there's a lot to handle at the company. The man nodded without further explanation, turned to get into his car, and soon vanished from Jing Yaya's sight. Jing Yaya stared in the direction the car had gone, biting her lip, her eyes filled with unwillingness. but soon, she stifled those emotions. She needs to take good care of her health. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future, no need to rush. Mingchen Apartments. Jiangwan looked at Jiang Tian dragging her suitcase before her and couldn't help but feel exasperated. Running away from home again? Hee. Congrats on guessing right. Jiang Tian grinned cheerfully, pulling her luggage into the living room. What's the reason this time? She closed the door and casually asked. The old man won't buy me the latest bag, and even made me go to work at the company. Can you believe I'd put up with that? As she spoke, she unceremoniously pulled her luggage and chose a room. Jiangwan rubbed her forehead, feeling helpless. Weren't you traveling abroad? When did you get back? At these words, Jiang Tian moved closer to her with a serious expression. It's because I heard you got divorced, so I rushed back in a hurry. Let's walk and talk. I'm starving to death. With that, she pulled Jiangwan out the door to go forage for food. After Jiangwan briefly explained the situation, Jiang Tian looked at her like she was an idiot. You let that bastard Zhou Beishan off way too easily. How could you not demand anything from him? Let me tell you, with someone like him, you should have squeezed him dry, never let him off cheap. I've had it with that guy for ages. If you weren't Zhou Beishan, I'd gladly beat him up for you myself. While waiting for the elevator, Jiang Tian rattled off a string of words. She spoke angrily, her voice so loud that she didn't even notice someone approaching them from behind. That scoundrel Zhou Beishan. A good beating would teach him a lesson. She felt it was unfair for Jiangwan, especially when considering the divorce without claiming anything, which only fueled her anger. Oh really? Then come on, let's see what you've got. A chilly voice echoed faintly behind the two, startling Jiangwan and Jiang Tian into turning around in disbelief. Chapter 012, Wonderful, I'll remember you. Zhou Beishan? How could he be here? Dead silence fell around them. Under Zhou Beishan's scrutinizing gaze, both Jiangwan and Jiang Tian wished they could vanish into thin air. With a ding, the elevator arrived. Jiangwan quickly seized the moment, pulling Jiang Tian inside in hopes of making a swift exit. Yet unexpectedly, Zhou Beishan stepped in right after them with his long strides. Go on, explain how she's giving me a bargain. What do you think she should ask for? The man spoke, his gaze fixed on Jiang Tian. Though his tone was indifferent, it carried an inexplicable sense of intimidation. Jiang Tian gulped nervously, but then it struck her. When it came to the divorce, it was Zhou Beishan who had wronged Jiangwan in the first place. She hadn't misspoken. Just as she was about to speak, Jiangwan took the initiative and said, Here's the thing, President Zhou. After Xiao Tian found out I performed the surgery for Miss Xing, she thought I should have asked you for more compensation. That's why she said that. Are you implying what I gave wasn't enough? Zhou Beishan turned to look at her, his tone laced with threat. Of course it was enough. Jiangwan shook her head, forcing a smile. It's my fault for not explaining clearly to Xiao Tian. She didn't know exactly how much you gave. Oh, is that so? Zhou Beishan turned his gaze to Jiang Tian again, unconvinced that was truly the case. Jiang Tian caught Jiangwan's glance and, though unclear about what was happening, intuitively nodded in agreement. Yes. Just because of this, you wanted to beat me up? Zhou Beishan frowned. Jiang Tian grew timid, unable to meet Zhou Beishan's gaze. She was just talking nonsense. Don't take it to heart, Jiangwan explained, silently cursing their misfortune for being caught by Zhou Beishan while speaking ill of him. Zhou Beishan ignored her, staring at Jiang Tian for a long while before finally saying in a subdued tone, You're Jiangwa's daughter? Ah, yes. Jiang Tian nodded, surprised that Zhou Beishan even recognized her. Good, I'll remember you. He said it just as the elevator reached the first floor, and the man stepped out. Jiang Tian's legs immediately weakened beneath her. Were it not for Jiangwan catching her in time, she might have taken a tumble. It's over, it's all over, she murmured. He wouldn't take this chance to retaliate against my father's company, would he? Watching Zhou Beishan's departing figure, Jiangwan shook her head. Probably not. Zhou Beishan isn't that childish, is he? Jiang Tian thought the same and perked up a bit before asking, What's going on between you two? Surely he recognizes you. The two had barely interacted in the elevator earlier, and Zhou Beishan hadn't picked up on the implications in her words. Besides him not recognizing her, she couldn't think of any other explanation. We haven't met since we got married. Jiangwan nodded and continued, You have no idea how speechless I was when he showed up the very next day after our divorce, asking me to perform surgery for his little girlfriend. Little lover? Jiang Tian perked up with interest. Tell me more. Then, Jiangwan recounted the entire sequence of events regarding Jing Ye's surgery to her and sighed. I truly hope I never have to see him again. I don't think that's possible, Jiang Tian gloated maliciously. Haven't you wondered why he showed up here just now? Jiangwan. No way, Jingqing is such a big city. How could she possibly live in the same neighborhood as Zhou Beishan, let alone the same building, and even on the same floor? Could anyone be more unlucky than her? Jiang Tian patted her shoulder with a mischievous smile and said, Looks like fate hasn't severed your ties yet. Who knows, you guys might even remarry or something. I'm really curious to know Zhou Beishan's reaction when he finds out you're actually his ex-wife. I can't wait to tell Zhou Beishan right now. Get lost. Jiang Wan shot her a glare, her mood exceptionally foul. Asterisk. The next day, Jiang Wan went to work as usual. Just as she arrived at the hospital, she had to start performing surgeries and was swamped the entire day. When she finally finished the surgeries and had time to check her phone, she noticed over a dozen missed calls, all from Jiang Tian. A sudden unease rose in her heart for no reason, and she hurriedly called Jiang Tian back. My goodness, you're finally done with your work. Jiang Tian's anxious voice came through as soon as the call connected. What happened? She asked. That bastard Zhou Beishan. Jiang Tian cursed, taking 2 deep breaths before continuing. He suspended the collaboration with my dad's company. Jiang Wan looked surprised. No way. I just got off the phone with my dad. He's really worried because he thinks he must have offended Zhou Beishan at some point. But he has no idea it's actually me who angered that man. Jiang Tian didn't dare tell her father the truth, afraid she might be beaten to death. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Jiang Wan said, Don't panic. I'll come over, and we'll figure something out together. Don't come here. Let's meet at the entrance of our Zhou Corporation building instead, she replied. To Zhou Corporation? What else? I have to go and apologize with a rod on my back. She was almost tearful as she added, Zhou Corporation is my father's company's biggest client. If we lose this client, my father's company might face bankruptcy. Alright, I'll come right away. Jiang Wan didn't want to see Zhou Beishan, but she knew the situation stemmed from her, and she couldn't just stand by doing nothing. After hanging up, Jiang Wan changed her clothes, hailed a cab to rush to Zhou Corporation, and successfully met Jiang Tian at the entrance. The two of them walked into the building together, only to be quickly stopped by the front desk. Do you ladies have an appointment? No. Jiang Tian shook her head, then added, I have something urgent to discuss with President Zhou. Could you make an exception for me? Sorry, I can't let you go up without an appointment. The receptionist refused with a standardized smile. They refused to give up and decided to wait for him on the first floor, utterly convinced that Zhou Beishan would eventually come down. In the CEO's office, Wu Xiao answered a phone call, then looked towards Zhou Beishan who was busy working. After hesitating for a moment, he finally spoke up. President Zhou, that young lady from the Jiang family and Dr. Jiang are downstairs, saying they wish to see you. What would you like me to? Zhou Beishan grunted in acknowledgement, continuing to flip through documents without lifting his head. Unsure of his boss's meaning, Wu Xiao didn't dare press further but instead asked, President Zhou, are you really going to terminate the cooperation with the Jiang family? Chapter 013 Are we meeting already? The collaboration between the Jiang family and the Zhou family had always gone smoothly. He didn't understand why it was stopped so abruptly. Zhou Beishan nodded and tossed a document to Wu Xiao. From now on, we'll collaborate with the Jing family. The Jing family? Wu Xiao was surprised. He glanced at the document and immediately understood the situation. It turns out the Jingye family was the one seeking this collaboration. It seems the Jiang family merely became collateral damage. What about those people downstairs? Send them away. I don't have time to see them. Okay. As night gradually fell, all the Zhou Corporation employees had already left, yet Zhou Beishan's figure remained conspicuously absent. Xiaowan, do you think Zhou Beishan has already made up his mind to bankrupt my father's company? Jiang Tian asked with a face full of worry, utterly anxious. There must be a way. Jiang Wan was also concerned, but at this moment, she knew she had to stay calm. As they were speaking, she suddenly caught sight of Wu Xiao emerging from the elevator out of the corner of her eye and immediately rushed over to him. Assistant Wu, she called out, recognizing him from his previous visit to the hospital. She knew he was Zhou Beishan's assistant. Hearing the shout, Wu Xiao looked toward her and said apologetically before she could speak, Dr. Jiang, you and Miss Jiang Tian should go back. President Zhou won't see you. Why? Jiang Wan didn't understand and pressed further. Even if Xiao Tian offended him, it shouldn't warrant denying her a chance to apologize, right? It's not because of Miss Jiang Tian, Wu Xiao replied. Then what's the reason? She pressed, sensing that the situation might be more complicated than she'd imagined. Wu Xiao remained silent. As an assistant, he was well aware of what should and shouldn't be said. I understand. Jiang Wan knew Wu Xiao wouldn't tell her, so she changed the subject. At least you can tell me about Zhou Beishan's upcoming schedule, right? Wu Xiao stayed silent again. Seeing this, Jiang Wan grew angry and said coldly, Ms. Jing may have been discharged from the hospital, but there's no guarantee she won't relapse. Are you certain Zhou Beishan won't come begging for my help again someday? President Zhou will leave the company in half an hour to meet a client and probably won't finish until very late. You likely won't have a chance to see him today. Wu Xiao sighed helplessly, knowing Jiang Wan spoke the truth. Jiang Wan frowned, her heart filled with anxiety, and couldn't help asking, where did he go to meet the client? If she went there early to wait, she refused to believe she wouldn't be able to see Zhou Beishan. Dr. Jiang, let it go. Wu Xiao said softly to her, unable to bear it. Even if you find President Zhou, nothing will change. He has already made his decision. Jiang Wan froze. Zhou Beishan. Did he really intend to bankrupt the Jiang family? Jiang Tian had offended Zhou Beishan because of her. Since this matter stemmed from her actions, she had to find a way to resolve it. But now, not only did she have no chance to meet Zhou Beishan, judging by Wu Xiao's words, even if she did see him, he wouldn't spare the Jiang family. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Wan made up her mind. Turning around, she walked back to Jiang Tian's side and said, let's go back first. I figured out a way. Really? Jiang Tian asked. Soon after, the two left Zhou Corporation. Jiang Wan instructed Jiang Tian to go home and wait for updates, while she herself made a call to Wu Shu, the butler of the Zhou family's old residence. Since Zhou Beishan refused to let the Jiang family off, she had no choice but to seek help from old Master Zhou. No matter what, she was determined to protect the Jiang family. Miss Jiang? Uncle Wu was surprised, not expecting Jiang Wan to call him. Uncle Wu, how is Grandpa's health lately? I'd like to come see him, she said, her heart uneasy, wondering if the old man would still help her after her divorce from Zhou Beishan. Hearing this, Uncle Wu glanced at the seated patriarch and asked softly, it's Miss Jiang. She says she wants to come see you. Good, let her come. Old Mr. Zhou was taken aback but still nodded with a smile. Uncle Wu relayed the message to Jiang Wan. After hanging up, he asked curiously, Sir, didn't you arrange for the young master to come home for dinner tonight? Now you're inviting Miss Jiang over too, won't they? It's just a divorce, no big deal. They can still be friends, the old master said with a chuckle. This would actually be the first time the two had joined him for a meal together. Unaware of the old master's intentions, Jiang Wan hung up and immediately hailed a taxi to the Zhou family's ancestral home. At the same time, Zhou Beishan also wrapped up his work. Have they left? He asked, his tone unreadable. They've already left, Wu Xiao replied, stealing a glance at his CEO. Why did he seem somewhat displeased upon hearing they'd gone? Zhou Beishan didn't speak further. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Xiao asked, the old residence called to ask when you'll arrive. Are you heading to see the client first or going straight to the old residence? Let's go to the old residence, he said, standing up and walking out of the office. When Jiang Wan arrived at the Zhou family's old residence, Uncle Wu was already waiting at the entrance. Miss Jiang, you're here. Where's Grandpa? She asked with a smile. The master has been waiting for you inside. With that, he led Jiang Wan in. In the living room, the old man immediately broke into a smile upon seeing her. You heartless girl, finally remembering to visit me after all this time. I'm sorry, Grandpa. I couldn't bear to face you. It was precisely because the old gentleman had been so good to her that she hadn't dared to visit him after divorcing Zhou Beishan. Why mention such things? Even after divorce, I'm still your grandfather, the old man said, then added, you must come see me often from now on. Alright, I'll be sure to visit often. Jiang Wan nodded, though her eyes darted away uncertainly, unsure how to broach the Jiang family matter. After hesitating for what felt like ages, she finally mustered her courage. Grandpa, actually, the reason I came today. Before Jiang Wan could finish her words, the screeching sound of brakes came from the entrance. She jerked her head up to look, panic flashing in her eyes. Could this really be happening at the worst possible moment? Is that brat finally here? Old Master asked Uncle Wu, bristling at the mere mention of Zhou Beishan. The fool didn't know how to cherish such a wonderful wife. It must be young master arriving. I'll go check. With that, Uncle Wu headed toward the door. I didn't tell you in advance that Beishan would be coming back too. You won't blame your grandfather, will you? The old man smiled warmly as he looked at Jiang Wan, eagerly anticipating the rare scene of the three of them sitting down for a meal together after all these years. Jiang Wan forced a dry laugh, his heart weighed down with sorrow. No, of course not. She only felt a wave of dizziness. Hadn't Zhou Beishan said he was meeting a client? How could he be at the old house? So sudden, she wasn't prepared at all. Jiang Wan stared at the doorway, her palms sweating uncontrollably. She took several deep breaths, yet still couldn't calm herself down. So, we're about to meet now. Chapter 014, What Must Come Will Come. Here she comes, here she comes. Jiang Wan had already heard the footsteps approaching from the entrance, each step feeling like it was trampling directly on her heart, making her wish she could find a crack to crawl into. She tried her best to stay calm. When she looked up again, she had mentally prepared herself to face Zhou Beishan head-on. Yet, standing before her was only Uncle Wu. Where was Zhou Beishan? Why isn't he here? Is he coming later? Jiang Wan craned her neck to look behind Uncle Wu, but there was still no one in sight. Where's that boy? Old Master Zhou's face darkened as he saw only Uncle Wu entering, already sensing something amiss. Young master said he had urgent business and would visit you later. Uncle Wu could only shrug. When the young master decided to leave, there was no stopping him. Young rascal. The old man was absolutely livid, his cane striking the floor with violent thuds. What earth-shattering matter couldn't wait until after dinner? He deliberately meant to provoke me to death. Master, grandfather, please don't upset yourself, your health comes first, Jiangwan soothed, secretly relieved that Zhou Beishan had left. Asterisk. At the Jing residence, when Zhou Beishan arrived, Jing Ye's parents were in the room taking care of their daughter. Seeing him come in, they quickly left the room to give the two of them space. Auntie called saying you weren't feeling well? What's wrong? Why didn't you go to the hospital to get checked? He asked. It's nothing, my mom just overreacted. Jing Ye looked somewhat embarrassed and added, I'm sorry for troubling you to make a special trip, Shinji. It's all my fault. I promised your brother I'd look after you, so there's no need to stand on ceremony with me. He fixed his gaze on Jing Ye. Are you sure you're alright? Otherwise, we should still go to the hospital to check. It's really nothing, I know my own body best. Jing Ye shook her head, sounding somewhat uneasy. If you're fine, I'll head back first. Grandpa's waiting for me for dinner, he said, preparing to leave. Shinji. Jing Ye suddenly called out to stop him, her eyes reddening. If it weren't for my brother's request, would you even have spared me a second glance? Zhou Beishan gazed at her silently for a long moment before finally saying, focus on recovering. Don't entertain unnecessary thoughts. Beishan, alright, I'm heading back now. Get plenty of rest. With these words, he had already left the room. Downstairs, Jing Ye's parents noticed Zhou Beishan emerging so quickly, their hearts filled with unease. Beishan, won't you stay with Ye a little longer? She's been talking about you non-stop. Zhou Beishan swept a cold glance over the two of them, a gaze so penetrating it seemed to see through a person. If anything happens to Ye under your care, the Jing family will cease to exist. Understood? His voice was icy. When Jing Chang died, he had only asked Zhou to look after Jing Ye. No mention had been made of these two. Jing's father nodded repeatedly, grasping the implication behind Zhou Beishan's words. We'll take good care of Ye. Zhou Beishan got up to leave. What about the collaboration? Mr. Jing gritted his teeth and hastily spoke up. Zhou Beishan walked out while saying, the contract will be delivered tomorrow. Okay, we definitely won't let you down, Father Jing replied with a happy smile, while Mother Jing beside him beamed in agreement. Only Jing Ye, standing on the second floor at this moment, wore a cold expression as her reproachful gaze swept over her parents. Why are you asking Shinji for cooperation again? Hasn't he given you enough already? What do you know? A one-time payoff can't compare to continuous collaboration. As long as we partner with the Zhou Corporation, money will flow in endlessly. Zheng's father glanced at her, thinking his daughter wasn't bright at all. Jing Ye was so angry her tears nearly fell. Have you even considered how I can face Shinji after what you've done? Chapter 015, With money, why fear his scorn? With money, why fear he'd look down on you? Father Jing countered, then added reproachfully, you're also to blame. After all this time, you still haven't secured Zhou Beishan. Seems he's just not into your type. You too. Furious, Jing Ye's chest heaved violently, wishing she'd never had such parents. Bang! She turned and slammed the door shut, refusing to speak another word to them. Asterisk. When Zhou Beishan rushed back to the old mansion, Jiangwan had already left. He frowned involuntarily as he looked at the empty living room. Where's Grandpa? He turned to Uncle Wu and asked. The master is in the study, Uncle Wu replied. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Beishan was about to head to the study when he suddenly seemed to remember something. He paused and asked, did Grandpa have guests earlier? I heard voices at the door. Moreover, that voice felt strangely familiar to him, as if he'd heard it somewhere before. Had Jing Ye's mother not suddenly called and interrupted his train of thought, he might have already remembered who it belonged to. Yes, it's Miss Jiang, Uncle Wu replied. Miss Jiang? What's she doing here? Zhou Beishan's face darkened instantly, never expecting the Jiang family would come looking for his grandfather. Uncle Wu shook his head, entirely unaware that the Miss Jiang he referred to was completely different from the one Zhou Beishan had in mind. I'm not quite sure, he said. Zhou Beishan didn't ask further and headed straight upstairs to the study. Uncle Wu didn't know what Zhou Beishan and the old master had discussed, but he could hear the sounds of argument coming from the study, which naturally made him somewhat concerned. Soon Zhou Beishan emerged from the study, his grim expression making it obvious to anyone that he was in an extremely foul mood. Young master, Uncle Wu quickly spoke up, are you leaving now? Zhou Beishan nodded, glancing back at the study before adding stubbornly yet tenderly, go upstairs and take care of Grandpa. Alright, Uncle Wu nodded and immediately turned to walk toward the study. From now on, don't just let any random people come see Grandpa, especially those with the surname Jiang, he told Uncle Wu. He hadn't expected Grandpa to actually speak up for the Jiang family, nor could he fathom what potion that Miss Jiang had fed Grandpa to bewitch him like this. Uncle Wu froze for a moment. Was the young master referring to Miss Jiang? Not allowing Miss Jiang to see the master? It seems the young master truly despises Miss Jiang. When they were still married, he acted as if she didn't exist, and now that they're divorced, he won't even let her come visit the master. Zhou Beishan left the old estate. On his way back, he called Wu Xiao, his voice stern as he ordered, notify the Jiang family tomorrow, terminate all collaboration immediately, permanently. This time, the Jiang family's approach to seeking out the old master thoroughly infuriated him. Originally, he had thought of temporarily suspending their cooperation, leaving room for future opportunities to resume it, but now, at this moment, Jiang Wan had no idea that her decision to approach the old master hadn't helped the Jiang family. In fact, it had backfired completely. When she returned home, she saw Jiang Tian asleep on the sofa. Just as she covered her with a blanket, the latter woke up. Xiao Wan, you're back. Jiang Tian rubbed her eyes and asked sleepily, have you had dinner? I saved some for you. I've eaten, go back to your room and sleep, Jiang Wan replied. She stood up and headed toward her room. Oh, about Zhou Beishan. It seemed something had suddenly occurred to her, and she couldn't help but ask. Jiang Wan walked over and patted her shoulder, saying, the old master has agreed to help. We should receive news soon. Really? That's wonderful. Jiang Tian smiled. In her view, if Zhou Beishan's grandfather had agreed to assist, then there certainly wouldn't be any problems. However, Jiang Wan didn't share the same optimism. Chapter 016, Mr. Zhou, could we talk? After all, the old man is from the Zhou family, so there's no doubt he stands firmly on Zhou Beishan's side. Don't even mention that she's already divorced from Zhou Beishan now. Even if they were still married, he might not have genuinely gone all out to help her. Jiang Wan was well aware of this point. But she didn't spell it out for Jiang Tian directly. Let her have a good night's sleep first. Jiang Tian went back to her room to sleep, but Jiang Wan remained wide awake. Sitting around waiting for the worst wasn't her style. She had to prepare for the worst-case scenario. All night, Jiang Wan racked her brain for solutions, resulting in alarmingly dark circles under her eyes when she woke up the next morning. What were you up to last night? Jiang Tian couldn't help exclaiming the moment she saw her. Jiang Wan checked herself in the mirror as she dabbed concealer over the dark circles. Nothing much, just couldn't sleep well, she said. 1. Jiang Tian suddenly called out to her. I'm sorry for dragging you into worrying about the Jiang family affairs with me. Hearing this, Jiang Wan turned to look at her and said earnestly, if anyone should apologize, it's me. If it weren't for standing up for me, you wouldn't have offended Zhou Beishan. I didn't expect him to be so petty, Jiang Tian complained. He didn't even give me a chance to apologize. Let's eat first. There's always a way to work things out. Jiang Wan smiled at Jiang Tian and carried breakfast out of the kitchen. After breakfast, worried about her father, Jiang Tian dragged her luggage home again, marking the end of her short-lived rebellion after just a couple of days. Jiang Wan tidied up the kitchen, changed into fresh clothes, and got ready to head to the hospital for work. As she opened the door and stepped out, her neighbor across the hall simultaneously did the same, and Jiang Wan froze in place. Compared to her obvious nervousness, Zhou Beishan remained remarkably composed. What a coincidence, Dr. Jiang. Jiang Wan. Zhou Beishan actually lived across from her. What kind of twisted fate was this? What a coincidence, Jiang Wan snapped back to reality, suppressing her shock. As they walked to the elevator, Jiang Wan hesitated inwardly. She wondered if the old master had mentioned the Jiang family matters to Zhou Beishan, and whether Zhou would even listen to the elder. After wrestling with her thoughts, she finally decided to take the initiative. President Zhou, could we talk? Zhou Beishan glanced at her with an indifferent expression. What do you want to talk about? The Jiang family. Jiang Wan spoke, raising her eyes to meet his gaze. Xiao Tian was wrong before. She shouldn't have spoken ill of you. I apologize on her behalf, and I hope this won't affect the cooperation between Zhou Corporation and the Jiang family. With a ding, the elevator arrived. Zhou Beishan stepped in without giving any response. Seeing this, Jiang Wan hurried after him. Still unwilling to give up, she continued, President Zhou is a magnanimous man. I trust you wouldn't let a few words affect our collaboration, would you? Zhou Beishan, who had remained silent until now, suddenly chuckled. His pitch-black eyes stared directly at Jiang Wan as he said, Who told you I'm a magnanimous man? President Zhou. Dr. Jiang is truly adaptable, clearly despising me before, yet now bending over backwards for a friend. Admirable indeed, he mocked. Jiang Wan cursed Zhou Beishan up and down in her heart, but still maintained a smile on her face. I don't dislike you, she said. I simply don't want to have anything to do with you anymore, she thought to herself. Really? He retorted, not buying it for a second. He's not a fool. What else could Jiang Wan's overtly hostile attitude signify if not outright dislike? Why worry about the Jiang family, Dr. Jiang? That friend of yours is quite capable. They even managed to contact my grandfather directly. Someone like that hardly needs your concern, he said. Jiang Tian went to see Zhou Beishan's grandfather? Jiang Wan froze, unable to process this for a long moment. Chapter 017, This Jiang is not that Jiang. Zhou Beishan continued, What a pity. Her scheme is likely to fall flat. What makes her think I'd listen to Grandpa? Jiang Wan snapped out of her thoughts, slightly surprised. Did Zhou Beishan mistake yesterday's visitor to the old master as Jiang Tian? She recalled how Uncle Wu addressed her, Miss Jiang. It seems Zhou Beishan misunderstood. This ginger isn't that river, pity he didn't know. She felt somewhat amused internally, yet hearing Zhou Beishan's words made laughter impossible. The implication behind Zhou Beishan's statement was his refusal to let the Jiang family off. Really no room for negotiation at all? Doesn't President Zhou think terminating cooperation with the Jiang family so abruptly is somewhat too arbitrary? She genuinely couldn't comprehend how Zhou Beishan could be someone who so blatantly mixed personal grievances with professional matters. Zhou Beishan has always acted as he pleases. Does Dr. Jiang take issue with that? He sneered, utterly indifferent to Jiang Wan's protests. Seeing him like this, Jiang Wan understood that there was probably no room for negotiation on this matter, and her expression darkened for a moment. Noticing her silence, Zhou Beishan curled his lips into a smirk. What's the matter? Dr. Jiang isn't planning to say anything more for her good friend? Since President Zhou has already made his decision, I suppose there's no use in me saying anything further. In that case, what else is there to discuss? She glanced at Zhou Beishan, her expression turning cold again. Her return to indifference unsettled Zhou Beishan. He studied her and asked, is it that you've decided I won't let the Jiang family off, so you're dropping the act now? President Zhou, do you realize that an illness like Miss Zhang's could relapse at any moment in the future? She raised her eyes, meeting Zhou Beishan's gaze. A faint smile curved her lips as she stepped out of the elevator moments later. By now, Zhou Beishan's face had darkened. This woman was threatening him. As he quickened his stride to catch up, Jiang Wan had already boarded the departing taxi. Through the car window, she caught sight of Zhou Beishan's darkened expression, and the gloom that had weighed on her all morning finally lifted somewhat. Her phone rang, and recognizing Jiang Tian's name on the caller ID, Jiang Wan could already guess what this was about. Xiao Wan, Zhou Corp has completely severed ties with the Jiang family. On the other end of the line, Jiang Tian's voice sounded drained, even carrying a hint of tears. Just as expected, Jiang Wan wasn't surprised. After gauging Zhou Beishan's attitude, she'd anticipated this outcome. Xiao Wan, the Jiang family is going bankrupt, Jiang Tian said, then added, I told him about that day's incident, and not only did the old man not blame me, he even said it wasn't my fault. Xiao Wan, don't you think the old man's gone senile? Not even blaming me for this. She had expected her father to beat her, but there was nothing, not even a scolding, which only made her feel worse. After some contemplation, Jiang Wan slowly responded, don't panic yet. Even without the Zhou family as a client, the Jiang family won't necessarily go bankrupt. Jinqing is so big, it's not like the Zhou Corporation is the only company out there, she said. Jiang Tian wasn't holding out much hope. If it were just a matter of terminating the cooperation, for the Jiang family, it would simply mean losing one client. The impact would be significant, but not enough to drive us to bankruptcy. But because the collaboration between the Jiang family and the Zhou Corporation has always gone smoothly, my father has been stocking up on goods that Zhou Corporation regularly needs. Now, these stocked goods are tying up all of the Jiang family's liquid assets. Listening to her explanation, Jiang Wan finally grasped the crux of the matter. She said to Jiang Tian, send me the detailed information about the goods. I can ask around, there might be other companies willing to purchase this batch. Will other companies really buy it? She wasn't very confident. Whether they will or not, we have to try. As long as there's even a sliver of hope, we shouldn't give up easily, she said to Jiang Tian. Perhaps infected by Jiang Wan's determination, Jiang Tian also shook off her dejection and instantly perked up. You're right. After hanging up the call with Jiang Tian, Jiang Wan immediately dialed another number. Big brother, I need to ask you for a favor. Chapter 018, Knowing Zhou Beishan as I do. Jin in hospital. No sooner had Jiang Wan gotten off work than she received Yu Zhao's call. Learning that he was waiting at the hospital entrance, she swiftly changed and hurried over without delay. Eldest brother, she called out with a cheerful wave at the man leaning casually against a car not far away. Soon, someone reached Yu Zhao's side. Big brother, why did you suddenly come over? You asked me to help, didn't you? As soon as I got word, I came looking for you, Yu Zhao replied with a smile, his eyes filled with affection. Hearing this, Jiang Wan was surprised. You got news so quickly? With that, Yu Zhao handed a prepared document to Jiang Wan. This company is interested in purchasing that batch of goods from the Jiang family. Have the Jiangs contact them. Jiang Wan held the documents in disbelief. Was it really this smooth? Big brother, your efficiency is astonishingly fast, she couldn't help exclaiming, surprised by how unexpectedly quick it was. Yu Zhao reached out to pat her head. How could I not prioritize something you asked for? He said to her. In fact, from the moment he received Jiang Wan's call until now, he hadn't rested for a moment, all to help her solve the problem as soon as possible. After all, it was the first time in so many years that she had turned to him for help. You're right, big brother, you're the best to me, she cooed playfully before adding, let's go, big bro, I'll treat you to a meal. Alright then, I'm going to make sure you foot a hefty bill. Yu Xiao nodded as they got into the car together, chatting and laughing as they drove off. In the restaurant, Jiang Wan sent the documents to Jiang Tian and reminded her to contact the other party as soon as possible before finally feeling the weight lift off her shoulders. So you're saying Zhou Beishan overheard Jiang Tian badmouthing him, and that's why he terminated the collaboration with the Jiang family? Yu Xiao asked while serving her a dish. Jiang Wan nodded, unable to resist complaining. She badmouthed him one day, and the very next day, the Jiang family's partnership was suspended. I never expected that man to be so petty. Yu Xiao shook his head at this and said to Jiang Wan, from what I know of Zhou Beishan, he isn't the type to act so impulsively. There must be another reason behind ending the collaboration with the Jiang family. That was Zhou Beishan we're talking about. The man who had grown the Zhou group to its current scale would never act recklessly without considering the consequences. Jiang Wan had the same feeling, but the coincidence made it impossible for her not to entertain such thoughts. Big brother, what do you think the reason could be? She asked, not being very familiar with business matters. Yu Xiao fell silent for a moment before replying. After terminating cooperation with the Jiang family, he'd have to find new suppliers, right? Whoever benefits from this in the end holds the key to understanding the motive. Jiang Wan suddenly understood. I'll ask my second brother to help look into it. Yu Xiao nodded without objection. As the two chatted while eating, just when their conversation was getting lively, an incongruous voice reached their ears, making Jiang Wan instinctively frown. Dr. Jiang, what a coincidence meeting you here. Jing Yeye beamed with apparent delight. Compared to her, Zhou Beishan standing beside her appeared much less cheerful, maintaining a cold expression throughout as if someone owed him millions. Jiang Wan suppressed her unhappiness and turned to Jing Yeye. Yes, what a coincidence. How about sharing a table? The more the merrier, she suggested. Jiang Wan, however, slightly furrowed her brows with reluctance. That doesn't seem appropriate. It wouldn't be fitting for President Zhou to share a table with us. That's Zhou Beishan we're talking about. Shouldn't he have his own private booth? Sitting in the main dining hall with them would be such a loss of face. Yet Jing Yeye seemed oblivious to Jiang Wan's reluctance. She turned to the man beside her and asked, Beishan, what do you think? Chapter 019, Who said we're friends? All three pairs of eyes turned to Zhou Beishan. Jiang Wan silently prayed he would refuse. After all, she genuinely didn't want to share a meal with this man. It affects the mood. You decide, the man said, but his response wasn't what Jiang Wan wanted to hear. Jiang Wan, Dr. Jiang, Shingu has no objections. What do you think? She chuckled and looked at Jiang Wan with anticipation. Jiang Wan was extremely reluctant in her heart and turned her gaze to Yu Xiao across from her. What do you think? She kept shooting meaningful glances at Yu Xiao, but he simply said, I have no objections. No objections? Bro, what are you trying to do? Jing Yeye and Jiang Wan sat together, while Zhou Beishan and Yu Xiao sat opposite them, directly across from Jiang Wan. This arrangement made Jiang Wan feel extremely uncomfortable since she had to look up and see him. Dr. Jiang, is this your boyfriend? He seems outstanding at first glance. No wonder you previously refused my matchmaking help, she remarked, eyeing the aristocratic Yu Xiao across the table with a tinge of envy. Zhou Beishan chuckled, his lips curling slightly. President Yu, Jin City's rising star, naturally exceptional. Too generous, President Zhou. Compared to you, I still have room to improve, Yu Xiao replied casually, brushing it off with a smile. Zhou Beishan's expression darkened slightly upon hearing this. So surpassing him was indeed set as a goal? He inwardly scoffed, dreaming of surpassing the Zhou Corporation? Even with 100 years, you wouldn't stand a chance. So outstanding, truly worthy of Dr. Jiang, Jing Yeye remarked, though she couldn't suppress the bitterness rising in her heart. Listening to their exchange, Jiang Wan inwardly rolled her eyes. Without mincing words, she retorted, why should our relationship be any of Miss Zhang's business? We're hardly acquainted. It was just performing surgery for Jing Yeye. Jiang Wan didn't think their relationship had reached the point of discussing personal matters. Not to mention, she didn't have much fondness for Jing Yeye to begin with. As for Zhou Beishan across from her, it wasn't just a lack of goodwill, she downright disliked him. I'm sorry, Dr. Jiang. Jing Yeye's eyes instantly reddened as she bit her lip, looking utterly wronged. I thought we were already friends. Jiang Wan let out a mocking laugh, thinking to herself, who the hell is friends with you? Dr. Jiang is being a bit too much, isn't she? Yeye was just asking casually, without any ill intent. Zhou Beishan spoke up, staring straight at Jiang Wan as if trying to see right through her. Jiang Wan was speechless. She was just about to fire back when Yu Xiao suddenly asked, I heard President Zhou got divorced? Zhou Beishan's brows instantly furrowed, displeasure written all over his face. Since when did President Yu become so gossipy? Mr. Zhou, don't be angry. I was just asking casually, no ill intentions. He threw Zhou Beishan's own words right back at him. In an instant, the atmosphere froze solid. Jiangwan suppressed her laughter, thoroughly delighted. Jiangwan set down her chopsticks and dabbed her mouth. Brother, let's go. We'll let Mr. Zhou and Miss Jing enjoy their meal in peace. Okay, Yu Xiao nodded. As they were already getting up to leave, Zhou Beishan remained silent, his cold gaze resting on the two of them. Big brother? So they're not boyfriend and girlfriend? Dr. Jiang, Xing Yeye wanted to call out to her. Unfortunately, Jiangwan merely waved at her before leaving the restaurant with Yu Xiao. After the two left, the atmosphere at the dining table didn't improve at all. Xing Yeye glanced at the man across from her and saw he remained silent, lost in thought. She couldn't help but feel a pang of worry. Deep brother, she asked, what are you thinking about? Zhou Beishan snapped out of his thoughts, his gaze shifting to the window where Jiangwan was preparing to get into a car, a smile on her face. He suddenly remembered the voice he had heard at the old house that day, familiar yet elusive, until just now, when he heard Jiangwan speaking. It sounded exactly the same, but how could that be possible? He couldn't figure it out, feeling as though there was something he had overlooked. Chapter 020, Unable to trace your ex-wife's whereabouts. In Yu Zhao's car, Jiangwan received a call from her second brother, Yan Jingqing. The Zhou family has switched their business partner to the Jing family. The Jing family? She froze briefly. Was it the Jing family she was thinking of? It seems this Jing family has deep connections with Zhou Beishan. Almost everyone in Jincheng knows that Zhou Beishan stands behind the Jing family, which is why they've flourished so well over the past 2 years. After speaking, he expressed his confusion once more. Why are you asking me to look into all this? Has that bastard Zhou Beishan upset you again? Nothing much, just curious about why he suddenly replaced the Jiang family, Jiangwan said. That's good to hear. If he dares to mess with you, remember to tell your second brother. I'll make sure he regrets it. Jiangwan had already wasted 2 years because of this matter, and he certainly hadn't swallowed his anger about it. Hearing this, Jiangwan curled the corners of her lips into a faint smile. All right, she replied. Hanging up the phone, Jiangwan gazed out the car window and sometimes felt overwhelmingly fortunate. Though she had no parents, she was raised with great care by her grandfather and had 2 older brothers who doted on her endlessly. She was perfectly content with her life as it was. That Jing family, is it the one belonging to the woman next to Zhou Beishan just now? Yu Xiao suddenly spoke up, glancing at Jiangwan sitting in the passenger seat. Jiangwan nodded, most likely. Aside from Xing Yeye's family, Jiangwan couldn't think of any other Jing family possibilities. This makes it clear that Zhou Beishan had long intended to replace the Jiang family. Your situation was merely coincidental and largely unrelated. Even without speaking ill of Zhou Beishan behind his back, the Jiang family would have been replaced regardless. Jiangwan nodded, her expression darkening. Exactly. And here I thought if I went to apologize to him, the Zhou Corporation would continue working with the Jiang family. Looking back now, it truly seems ridiculous. Noticing her displeasure, Yu Xiao decided not to bring up Zhou Beishan again and changed the subject instead. There's a charity banquet tomorrow evening. Are you free? Big brother wants me to go with you? Jiangwan asked. Yes, I'm still missing a female companion, he replied. Jiangwan covered her mouth to stifle a chuckle and said, of course you can, but big brother, isn't it about time you found yourself a wife? You can't always rely on me to keep you company. Yeah, I will, Yu Xiao replied dismissively, though his gaze involuntarily lingered on Jiangwan's face. Asterisk. At Zhou Corporation, after Zhou Beishan escorted Xing Yeye home, he returned to the company and buried himself in work. Yet, as he stared at the documents before him, his thoughts kept drifting back to Jiangwan. Her voice echoed in his mind, and the more he thought about it, the more it resembled the voice he had heard at the doorstep of the old house that day. Just then, Wu Shao knocked and entered. President Zhou. What is it? He asked, momentarily pushing aside his doubts. You told me earlier to find your ex-wife and give her the house in the west of the city, but... He hesitated, not daring to continue. Zhou Beishan raised his eyes, displeasure evident in his gaze. But what? Is she unsatisfied? No, it's just, I couldn't track down the whereabouts of your ex-wife. Wu Shao lowered his head, not daring to meet his CEO's piercing stare. You couldn't track her down? Zhou Beishan frowned, thoroughly displeased. Wu Shao, I'm very dissatisfied with your recent performance. If even Dr. Jiang couldn't be found, that would be one thing. But now they couldn't even locate some provincial woman. What use was this assistant of his, anyway? Wu Shao nodded repeatedly, his back covered in cold sweat as he confessed, it was my negligence. Please punish me, President Zhou. Zhou Beishan's eyes flashed with cold intensity as he said, keep investigating. I refuse to believe a country woman like her could actually soar to the heavens. Unable to find detailed information about Dr. Jiang, Zhou Beishan was already displeased, though he could reluctantly understand given the doctor's prestigious reputation, that ex-wife of his. Got it, I'll track them down for sure. Wu Shao nodded eagerly. After catching his breath slightly, he continued, there's a charity banquet tomorrow evening. Would you like to attend? Chapter 021. Who is the woman by Zhou Beishan's side? The following evening, the charity banquet was hosted at Yefeng Grand Hotel, organized by BQ Magazine, a renowned publication in Jincheng. When Zhou Beishan arrived, the hotel entrance was already swarming with paparazzi and reporters. The moment he stepped out of his car, cameras immediately swung towards him. BQ Magazine must have tremendous influence to get Zhou Beishan to attend, someone exclaimed in surprise, since everyone knew Zhou Beishan typically avoided these sorts of banquets. No kidding, what a shame we can't get inside. Tonight's charity gala must be quite spectacular, another person lamented with regret. Who's that woman with him? Could she be Zhou Beishan's girlfriend? Someone noticed he hadn't come alone, and the presence of a female companion left many astonished. Hearing this, everyone's gaze finally turned to Jing Yeye standing beside Zhou Beishan. It wasn't that they deliberately ignored her, but rather that Jing Yeye was too ordinary, lacking any ability to catch people's attention at first glance. Unfortunately, Jing Yeye herself was unaware of this. Standing beside Zhou Beishan, basking in everyone's envious looks, she felt an immense satisfaction in her heart. You shouldn't have come tonight, Zhou Beishan said as he walked toward the interior of the banquet hall. You haven't fully recovered yet, you should be resting more at home. I'm fine, brother Shen. Staying at home recuperating every day is just too boring. Accompanying you to the banquet counts as recreation for me. She smiled at Zhou Beishan, though inwardly she couldn't bring herself to feel happy. If she didn't show up to such an occasion, countless women in Jincheng would try every means to seduce Zhou Beishan. She had to come and keep watch, leaving no opportunity for those women. As soon as the couple arrived at the venue entrance, Editor-in-Chief Li rushed out upon receiving the news. President Zhou, we never expected your presence. Your arrival has truly illuminated our humble gathering. When he sent the invitation to Zhou Beishan, he hadn't actually expected the man to attend. Yet unexpectedly, this instantly elevated the banquet's prestige by several notches. As the organizer, Editor-in-Chief Li was naturally overjoyed. You flatter me, Editor Li. BQ Magazine and Zhou Enterprises have always had excellent collaborations. It's only right that I attend. The man nodded with a smile, though despite his polite words, an air of detachment emanated from him. Hello, Editor Li. Jing Yeye, feeling slighted by being overlooked, spoke up proactively. Editor Li paused momentarily, only now noticing her presence, understandable, since standing beside Zhou Beishan made her practically fade into the background. And this is my younger sister, Zhou Beishan replied. From the moment he agreed to take care of Jing Yeye for Jingcheng, he had always regarded her as a younger sister, and this was how he introduced her to others as well. A trace of bitterness flashed in Jing Yeye's eyes. She never wanted to be just Zhou Beishan's younger sister. Editor Li nodded with partial understanding, then said, President Zhou, please come in. The banquet is about to begin. With that, she prepared to escort Zhou Beishan to the front row of the dinner banquet. The best seats there would offer the clearest view of the upcoming charity auction on stage. At that moment, commotion erupted again at the entrance. It's Yu Xiao. Yu Xiao? That newly minted billionaire? Someone asked. It's him, the other person nodded, then added, who else could it be apart from the youngest self-made billionaire on the Forbes list, having built his fortune from scratch in just a few years? The Forbes list is no stranger to individuals younger than Yu Xiao, but without exception, they all rely on their entire families. Even Zhou Beishan, ranked first on the list, is no different. That woman by his side looks unfamiliar. Is she that newly famous star? Someone asked upon noticing the woman standing beside Yu Xiao. Chapter 022, deliberately opposing her. Standing beside Yu Xiao was a woman dressed in a pearl-white qipao. Her long black hair, rosy lips, and bright teeth, along with the gentle warmth in her eyes, made her instantly striking. Apart from wearing an exquisite bracelet on her wrist, there were no other superfluous adornments. Yet, standing just like that, she was already captivating enough to make people unable to look away. Zhou Beishan was no exception. Every time this woman appeared, she amazed him anew. He had clearly resolved not to inquire about matters related to her, but now he couldn't resist the urge to understand her. President Yu. Editor Li was the first to greet them, his face blooming with smiles. What auspicious day is it today? Usually, such big shots could never be invited, yet today they all showed up. Yu Xiao nodded in response. Editor Li, we came unannounced. Hope we're not imposing? Of course not. Editor Li shook his head, unable to resist glancing at Jiang Wan beside Yu Xiao. The girl was stunningly beautiful. Who knew what her relationship with Yu Xiao was? Could she possibly be signed as a model for BQ Magazine? Feeling Editor Li's straightforward gaze, Jiang Wan didn't shrink back but instead smiled and met his eyes. Hello, Editor Li. hello, hello. Editor Lee nodded before turning an inquiring look toward Yu Xiao. Is this yours, President Yu? Yu Xiao glanced down slightly at Jiang Wan beside him, a flash of affection in his eyes, and quickly replied, she's my younger sister. Oh, so this is the young miss of your family. Editor Lee froze in surprise, suddenly recalling Zhou Beishan's so-called sister from earlier. Without comparison, things seemed fine, but when measured against each other, the difference was like clouds and mud. He praised, your sister is too beautiful. The Yu family has such good genes. Yu Xiao smiled without speaking, but his gaze fell on Chief Editor Lee's companions Zhou Beishan and Jing Yeye, his eyes carrying a hint of displeasure. Zhou Beishan actually brought this woman along? Fortunately, Xiaowan divorced him. Such a man isn't worthy of Xiaowan entrusting her lifelong happiness to. This is President Zhou. I believe President Yu should be familiar with him. Editor Lee made the introduction cautiously, knowing both men were important figures he couldn't afford to offend. Yu Xiao nodded, his lips curling in a half-smile as he said, who in Linen hasn't heard of President Zhou's distinguished reputation? The feeling is mutual. President Yu's fame has long preceded him, the man retorted without backing down, his gaze sharp and chilling. The two men stood facing each other, and whether it was Editor Lee's imagination or not, the tension between them seemed thick enough to cut with a knife. Just as the two were locked in a stalemate, Jiang Wan tugged at Yu Zhao's sleeve and said, Big brother, let's go take our seats. The charity auction should be starting soon. Although she knew her eldest brother was standing up for her, Jiang Wan didn't think it was necessary. Now that she was divorced from Zhou Beishan, she didn't want anything further to do with him, nor did she want her brother to risk offending him on her account. Yes, it begins soon. Editor Lee hurriedly nodded, feeling somewhat suffocated sandwiched between these two formidable figures. Editor Lee led the group of four to the front row, arranged their seats, and then quickly excused himself, unwilling to stay within range should the two influential men unleash their anger. As fate would have it, all four of their seats were adjacent. Jiang Wan and Yu Xiao sat down first. Witnessing this, Jing Yeye hurried to take the seat beside Jiang Wan, only to find the man next to her had already swiftly claimed the spot. Jing Yeye bit her lip, watching the two sit together with barely concealed frustration. Jiang Wan hadn't expected Zhou Beishan to sit next to her either. Instinctively, she shifted slightly toward Yu Zhao's side, putting deliberate distance between them. She wanted nothing to do with Zhou Beishan in the first place. Combined with the recent Jiang family affairs, she harbored nothing but dislike for this man, wishing she could stay as far away from him as possible. Zhou Beishan was seething with rage at her action. Was this woman deliberately opposing him? Chapter 023. Whoever buys it is a sucker. Jing Yeye noticed the change in Zhou Beishan, and a heavy unease rose in her heart. Jiang Wan ignored Zhou Beishan and Jing Yeye nearby, whispering to Yu Xiao, I wonder when the item I sponsored will be auctioned. She was quite curious to see what price it might fetch. It's still early. Master Su hasn't had any new works appear on the market for so many years. Your painting is definitely the grand finale, Yu Xiao replied. Then he shook his head helplessly and said, Are you sure it's alright to donate Master Su's painting just like that? He's my teacher. It's not like he can hit me, right? Jiang Wan Pout said dismissively before adding, Besides, he already gave me that painting. Of course, I have the right to decide what to do with it. Indeed, as his last apprentice, he probably wouldn't blame you. Of course, Master dotes on me the most. Their voices weren't loud, and Zhou Beishan, sitting nearby, couldn't make out what they were saying, only that they were chatting and laughing. The scene couldn't help but feel irritating to the man watching. Big brother? Humph. As a fellow man, he could clearly discern the unusual glint in Yu Zhao's eyes. Anyone claiming there weren't ulterior motives at play would be lying to themselves. Soon, the auction commenced as the surroundings fell into hushed anticipation. The first auction item was a diamond necklace, sponsored by some rich second-generation heir. When the host announced his name from the stage, the young man even stood up specifically to wave at the crowd. Yu Xiao asked Jiang Wan if she was interested, but Jiang Wan shook her head. She had never been into diamonds or the like. Even though she didn't care for it, Jing Yeye was utterly fascinated. Her eyes sparkled at the sight of such a large diamond. You like it? Zhou Beishan asked. Yeah, Jing Yeye nodded eagerly, then quickly added, just looking is fine. That sounds a bit too hypocritical. If it were really just a matter of looking, why would she have told Zhou Beishan she liked it? Zhou Beishan made the winning bid, and unsurprisingly, the diamond fell into his hands. Without even glancing at it, he handed it directly to Jing Yeye, sparking speculation among many at the scene about the true nature of their relationship. Just a younger sister? How could they believe that? The auction continued. Jiang Wan had little interest in the following few items up for bidding and grew bored enough to feel drowsy. The next item up for auction is a pair of imperial jade earrings, with a starting bid of 5 million. No sooner had the auctioneer finished speaking than someone immediately placed a bid. Clearly, everyone adored these earrings. Jiang Wan's eyes instantly lit up upon seeing the earrings, her spirits immediately lifting. she was quite taken with them as well. Noticing the fervor in her gaze, Yu Xiao didn't hesitate to raise his paddle and bid, 10 million. Big brother, Jiangwan looked at him. If you like it, we'll buy it. Your big brother may not have much else, but money isn't an issue. From the start of the auction until now, this was the first item Jiangwan had taken a liking to, and he was determined to acquire it no matter what. Hearing this, Jiangwan smiled without refusing. Between them, there was no need for formalities. Thank you, big brother. The price of 10 million deterred many. Although the earrings were exquisite, bidding beyond 10 million would stretch their worth. 10 million once, 10 million twice, 10 million, 20 million. Someone placed a bid, surprising everyone. No one expected Zhou Beishan to compete with Yu Xiao for the same item. Jiangwan glanced at Zhou Beishan beside her and frowned slightly. Was this man deliberately trying to oppose her? Or had the Xingye beside him taken a liking to these earrings as well? President Zhou seems intent on snatching someone else's treasure, Yu Xiao remarked with a mocking smile, fully aware that the other party was deliberately antagonizing him. Auction rules dictate that the highest bidder wins. I'm sure President Zhou understands. The implied message was clear. If you have the money, challenge me. If not, step aside. Heh. Yu Xiao gave a light chuckle, then raised his bidding paddle the next second. 30 million. 40 million, Zhou Beishan said calmly. 50 million. 60 million. Yu Xiao was about to raise the bid, but Jiangwan stopped him. Forget it, big brother. This thing is good, but it's not worth that price. 60 million. Only a fool would pay that much. Clearly, she didn't want her big brother to be that fool. As for Zhou Beishan, well, when you're rich enough to indulge your whims, that's your business. Chapter 024 Mr. Zhou and I aren't close, but it's alright, big brother. I don't like it that much anyway, she said with a smile. To her, the item was neither here nor there. Yu Xiao stopped bidding, and the item went to Zhou Beishan. The crowd couldn't help but marvel at how the wealthy could afford to be willful. Xingye also wore an expression of excitement. She had never imagined Zhou Beishan would actually bid on such an expensive item for her. While feeling nervous, her heart also fluttered with a little thrill. Yet, the earrings never made their way to her. She watched as Zhou Beishan paid without batting an eye, then whispered a few words into the waiter's ear. Afterward, she saw the waiter walk over to Jiangwan and say in a voice neither too loud nor too soft, "Hello, miss. Mr. Zhou says these earrings are a token of gratitude for you." To her, everyone's faces turned pale with shock upon hearing this. They just casually gave away something worth 60 million? What relationship does Zhou Beishan have with this woman? Wait a minute, isn't this woman Yu Xiao's sister? How could she be involved with Zhou Beishan? Zhou Beishan didn't give it to his own sister but instead gave it to Yu Xiao's sister? Utterly confused, the onlookers could only sigh. The upper-class social circle is truly chaotic. Jiangwan didn't reach out to take it, her face showing not even a trace of joy. She furrowed her brows, looking at Zhou Beishan as if questioning his intentions. It's just some worthless trinket. You saved Yaya, her life is worth far more than this. The implication was clear. Because you rescued Xingye, I'm giving you this as thanks. He spoke these words without so much as glancing at Xingye, completely missing her ashen expression. Because he saved me, he gives her such an extravagant gift. Brother Shen, is that really the case? Suddenly, she found herself unable to read the man before her, yet an inexplicable sense of danger stirred within. No need, I've already taken what's rightfully mine. She declined without the slightest hesitation. Zhou Beishan's expression darkened instantly. This wasn't the first time Jiangwan had rejected him. Are you determined to provoke me? He demanded. I don't understand what President Zhou means, Jiangwan said, looking at him with cool detachment. We're not particularly close, so I'd appreciate it if you could refrain from behavior that might lead to misunderstandings. Glancing at the people behind them, she saw their faces alight with gossip, practically itching to rush over and interrogate her about her relationship with Zhou Beishan. The words, not particularly close, thoroughly enraged Zhou Beishan. He bolted upright, eyes blazing with fury. Fine, just fine. It had been years since anyone had provoked him to such anger. Zhou Beishan left the auction venue, with the crowd unaware of what exactly had transpired. They only sensed waves of chilling cold radiating from his presence, making them shiver uncontrollably. It seemed that woman had provoked Zhou Beishan's wrath. Instantly, the crowd's gazes toward Jiangwan turned peculiar, a mix of curiosity, admiration, but predominantly pity. Once you've angered Zhou Beishan, better pray for your own good fortune. Yet Jiangwan, the person involved, appeared completely indifferent, her gaze fixed on the stage as she waited for the next auction item. On the second floor of the banquet, Zhou Beishan sat in a private booth, his face dark with anger. He swirled the wine glass in his hand once before tilting his head back and draining the cup in one gulp. You've lost control, remarked the man sitting across from him, his deep chilling voice matching the cold glint of the wine glass in his hand. Zhou Beishan didn't deny it. Indeed, he had somewhat lost control. It must be said that every time he faced Jiangwan, he would lose control. Morongfei raised his head and looked down at the auction below. Who is that woman? The way you behaved toward her. Morongfei left the rest unsaid, his eyes glinting with amusement. After knowing Zhou Beishan for so many years, he had rarely seen him lose control like this. And all because of a woman. Interesting. The doctor who performed Yaya's surgery, Zhou Beishan replied, his dark eyes flashing with ferocity. For some reason, I always feel like she's full of hostility toward me. Oh? Morongfei became intrigued. There aren't many women who'd show hostility toward you. Perhaps that was precisely why Zhou Beishan paid such close attention to her. Help me look into her background. I have a feeling there's more to it, he said as he downed another drink. Morongfei nodded and said, indeed, we should investigate thoroughly. Who knows? This woman might have been deliberately sent by someone to get close to you. As they were speaking, some commotion seemed to arise downstairs at the auction site, growing somewhat noisy. Chapter 025. Did you really take us all for fools? Mr. Su's painting? Impossible. Someone snapped sharply. Everyone knows Mr. Su hasn't auctioned his paintings for years. This can't possibly be one of his works. Exactly. How dare anyone bring a fake to auction? Do they really take us for fools? All those attending today's auction are prominent figures from Jincheng, influential people whose anger is more than BQ magazine can bear. Sweat dripping from his forehead, Editor Lee hurriedly explained, this painting by the late Master Su was sponsored by an anonymous donor, who guaranteed its authenticity. Who says it's authentic and we're just supposed to believe it? Someone immediately retorted, then challenged, who is this anonymous donor anyway? Have the guts to step forward and prove this painting's genuine. All items for tonight's auction were sponsored by guests attending the banquet, so this so-called anonymous donor must be present in the room. Daring to auction fake paintings under the name of Old Master Su, they wanted to see who had the audacity to be so shameless. Yu Xiao frowned, his face clouded with displeasure. How dare anyone claim that the painting his sister sponsored was fake? Just as he was about to stand up, Jiang Wan beside him beat him to it. The painting was sponsored by me, she said. Her cool, composed voice carried to everyone's ears, and all eyes turned toward her. It's her, Yu Zhao's younger sister, and also the woman who infuriated Zhou Beishan. This painting was indeed created by Elder Su, not a fake as everyone claims. She spoke calmly, without a trace of panic in her eyes. What evidence do you have? Every painting auctioned by Elder Su in the past has clear provenance records. As for this one of yours, the man pondered for a moment before saying, this painting of yours has never been seen before. Could it possibly be a new work by Old Master Su? Indeed it is, Jiang Wan nodded, thinking to herself that this person seemed quite familiar with her master's works to recognize at a glance that this was a never-before-seen new painting. Seeing her not only not refute the claim but directly admit to it, the crowd all looked at her with expressions as if viewing a fool. Old Master Su long ago declared he would no longer auction new paintings. Before trading on his name, you should at least do some basic research to avoid making a spectacle of yourself like this. Exactly. Do you think we're all fools? Everyone chimed in one after another, firmly convinced in their hearts that it was a fake painting, and even their gazes toward Yu Xiao began to shift. He was the one who brought this person. They might very well be in cahoots. Dr. Jiang, though your intention to do charity is commendable, this approach of yours is rather inappropriate. Old Master Su is a renowned Chinese painting master whose works are beloved by everyone. If you try to pass off a fake, it will provoke public outrage. You'd better admit your mistake now. Xing Ye spoke earnestly, her words seemingly filled with concern for Jiang Wanhao, yet quietly reinforcing the assumption that this was indeed a counterfeit painting. Jiang Wan shot her a glance and sneered, the authenticity of the painting hasn't even been verified yet, and you're already demanding I admit fault. Stubborn denial won't help. Many here are fans of Old Master Su, they know his paintings best. What's the use of your refusal? Though her face still wore an expression of concern for Jiang Wan, Xing Ye was secretly overjoyed. She had just been worrying about how to humiliate Jiang Wan when the opportunity presented itself unexpectedly. Ignoring her, Jiang Wan swept her gaze across the crowd before finally settling on Chief Editor Lee. Calmly, she said, since everyone doubts the authenticity of the painting, shall we call in an appraiser? What do you think, Chief Editor Lee? Yes, of course. I'll arrange it immediately. Chief Editor Lee hurriedly nodded, though his heart was filled with dread. If the painting turned out to be fake, BQ magazine would become the laughingstock of the evening. He could only pray that Yu Xiao, Linen's rising star, was reliable. After all, it was he who had given the guarantee at the time. The only fear was that even he might be kept in the dark. Chapter 026. I'm not even close to her. On the second floor, Zhou Beishan and Morongfei took in the commotion downstairs with their own eyes. The woman who made you lose control seems to be in trouble. Aren't you going to help? Morongfei curled his lips into a smile as he looked at the man beside him. Help? Zhou Beishan sneered, his face showing a look of amusement. Why should I help her? We're not even close. Not close enough to gift her 60 million yuan earrings? Morongfei chuckled. Zhou Beishan's expression shifted before he replied, I already told you, it was to thank her for saving Yaya. Mo Rongfei didn't argue further. The real reason, after all, was something only Zhou Beishan himself knew. The appraiser contacted by Editor Li quickly arrived at the scene. During the wait for the appraisal, many people were whispering among themselves, while Jing Yaya also wore an unmistakable look of anticipating drama. To them, it was obviously a fake painting, just Jiang Wan stubbornly refusing to admit defeat. Before long, the appraisal results were announced. Let's see how you try to weasel out of this now, someone snapped, turning their gaze to the appraiser. Master Wu, this painting is a fake, isn't it? Master Wu said nothing, his gaze fixed on Jiang Wan as he wondered about the girl's identity. Dr. Jiang, what else do you have to say? The test results are already out. Jing Yaya couldn't help but speak up, utterly baffled by Jiang Wan's calm demeanor. Jiang Wan gave her a glance and remarked coolly, noisy. You. Fuming, she was about to retort when Jiang Wan stood up and walked over to Master Wu. Greetings, Master Wu, she said with a smile, every gesture exuding elegance. Master Wu nodded, then looked at the crowd and announced, after appraisal, the painting has been confirmed as genuine. Instantly, gasps of astonishment spread through the banquet hall, the faces of all present filled with disbelief. This can't be. Are you questioning my expertise? Master Wu's face darkened instantly. Though his reputation might not rival old Master Su's, he still held considerable standing in the appraisal profession. That's not what I meant. The other party faltered, sounding somewhat resentful. I just find it impossible. How could old Master Su's latest work possibly be in her possession? What's more, she'd actually donated it. Did this woman have any idea of the painting's true value? Why would it be impossible? The banquet doors suddenly burst open as a tall figure entered, wearing casual attire that starkly contrasted with the formal event, yet no one dared to utter a word. Wang Yu, someone gasped, the eldest disciple of Elder Su. Why would he come? The man strode directly toward Jiang Wan and chided, why didn't you contact me when you ran into trouble? Do you no longer regard me as your senior brother? Senior brother? Everyone was stunned. Senior brother, please don't be angry. I just didn't want to disturb you. It's only a small problem, I can handle it. She felt both amused and exasperated, never expecting even her senior brother would be alerted over this matter. Wang Yu was angry, but more than that, he felt distressed. How dare someone bully his junior sister? Absolutely despicable. His gaze swept coldly across the banquet attendees as he spoke sharply. I heard someone doubts the authenticity of my junior sister's painting. Everyone remained silent. What kind of joke is this? If you'd said earlier that she's your junior sister, who would dare question its authenticity? This painting was specially created by my master to gift to my junior sister. Beyond its monetary value, its sentimental significance is immense. He swept a cold gaze over the crowd before focusing on Editor Li. It seems my junior sister genuinely wanted to contribute to charity by donating it for auction, only to be met with such misunderstanding. Chapter 027. Don't you think she's fascinating? Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Editor Li was utterly frustrated inside. How could he have known she was actually old Master Su's disciple? Forget it, senior brother. Their skepticism is understandable. After all, Master hasn't released new works for many years. She completely grasped why people doubted the authenticity and bore no resentment. Seeing her still radiating that unflappable calm, Wang Yu found his scolding words dissolving into a sigh. After a long pause, he finally said helplessly, I've told you before, you don't have to solve everything alone. Both Master and I are your pillars. I know, senior brother. Jiang Wan nodded with a smile. If I really encounter trouble I can't solve, I'll contact you. The reason she didn't contact him was precisely because she knew the authenticity of the painting could be determined with just one appraisal. There was absolutely no need to trouble her senior brother to make a trip. So, she's really Elder Su's closed-door disciple? Someone cautiously asked. Jiang Wan nodded smilingly and said to the crowd, thank you all for your appreciation of my master's paintings. I'll deliver this news to him. It should make him very happy. The crowd fell into silence again. Someone who knew the inside story whispered, I've long heard that Elder Su took in a final disciple, said to be exceptionally talented. The old master intended to groom her as his successor. Never thought we'd see the real person today. They never expected the successor would be a woman, much less such a stunningly beautiful one. Suddenly murmurs spread through the gathering, and the glances directed at Jiang Wan carried new nuances, no longer treating her as mere decorative porcelain. Jiang Wan ignored the outsiders' chatter, busily making introductions. Big brother, this is my senior apprentice brother Wang Yu. Senior brother, this is my elder brother Yu Xiao. The two men nodded slightly at each other, exchanging no further words. Wang Yu didn't linger. After briefly chatting with Jiang Wan, he rose and left the venue. He was genuinely pressed for time. Had he not received word about someone auctioning fake paintings under their master's name, he wouldn't have rushed here so urgently. He had just arrived when he saw the crowd bullying his junior sister. How could he tolerate that? He immediately stepped forward to stand up for Jiang Wan, realizing there was no so-called fake painting to begin with. He left, but the auction continued. After confirming the painting was genuine, the crowd feverishly started bidding, each eager to claim it for themselves. However, the painting ultimately fell into Zhou Beishan's hands. After all, in Jincheng, few could outbid him. And why did you bid for it this time? Mo Rongfei asked, his gaze lingering on Zhou Beishan. It'll soon be the old man's birthday, and I was just worrying about not having a suitable gift. Now here it is. He smiled. Grandfather is a big fan of Mr. Su. Presenting this painting as a gift would surely delight him. Mo Rongfei sipped his wine, though his thoughts were elsewhere. I'm starting to develop an interest in that woman. What? Zhou Beishan thought he must have misheard. Don't you think she's quite fascinating? Mo Rongfei looked at him and continued, a renowned doctor, the last disciple of Elder Su, and who knows what other identities she might have. How could anyone not be fascinated by such a woman? Zhou Beishan's face darkened instantly. What do you mean by that? Nothing much. If you're really not interested, I might try my luck. My family's been pushing me hard anyway, he said seriously, not seeming to joke. Zhou Beishan remained silent, his expression so gloomy it could drip water. His reaction thoroughly amused Mo Rongfei. Alright, just kidding. She's not my type anyway. What's her name? I'll have someone look it up, he said. Dr. Jiang, Zhou Beishan replied. Question mark. Mo Rongfei looked puzzled. I meant her Chinese name. Zhou Beishan shook his head. Couldn't find it. You actually couldn't find out? That means this person isn't simple. Just because Zhou Beishan couldn't uncover it didn't mean he couldn't. After all, they'd never operated the same way. Let me know once you find out. He was genuinely curious about how many secrets this person might be hiding. Mo Rongfei nodded while sipping his wine, then said leisurely, don't worry, I'll dig up every last detail about her. Chapter 028, Making Friends? The auction concluded, followed by the tedious mingling session. Many were eager to approach Jiang Wan. After all, she wasn't just Yu Zhao's younger sister, but also the last disciple of the venerable old Master Su. If I could be with her, wouldn't I rise to prominence in no time? Jiang Wan had no idea about these people's schemes. She was in a gloomy mood, feeling rather displeased ever since she'd learned that Zhou Beishan had won the bid for the painting. Although donating to charity means selling to anyone is the same, the thought of it being Zhou Beishan still made her feel uncomfortable. Does that man even understand art? Is he going to take another photo to gift to Xingye? For a moment, she regretted choosing to donate this painting tonight. She should have picked another one. Holding her wine glass, she retreated to a corner, watching Yu Xiao effortlessly mingle with the crowd in the distance. The corners of her lips curled faintly upwards. The eldest brother is looking more and more like a successful man. She was deep in thought when someone approached her. Hello, miss. My name is Zhao Yuanfeng. Care to be friends? Jiang Wan raised her head to glance at the newcomer, slightly furrowing her brows. The man was slightly overweight and appeared somewhat greasy. Especially those eyes of his, they were staring straight at her, making her feel particularly uncomfortable. She stood up and said directly, sorry, I don't like making friends. With that, she prepared to leave, unwilling to continue the conversation. However, Zhao Yuanfeng wasn't about to give up. He immediately blocked Jiang Wan's way and said, Miss Yu, Jin City is a big place. Yu Xiao might not be able to protect you completely. You should think carefully before you speak. As he spoke, Jiang Wan noticed several more people surrounding her. It was clear this fat man had come prepared. Jiang Wan set down her wine glass and scanned the venue, but Yu Xiao was nowhere to be seen, likely whisked away by the other party under some excuse. She wasn't worried about Yu Zhao's safety. Given his current status, no one would dare lay a finger on him lightly. Her gaze returned to Zhao Yuanfeng before her. Showing not a trace of panic, she instead offered a kind reminder. Mr. Zhao, I'm not in the mood for a fight today. Tell your men to back off, or don't blame me for being ruthless. After all, it was a charity banquet. Not wanting to ruin it, she chose to say a few more words. Yet, Zhao Yuanfeng wouldn't take her words seriously at all. Hearing her speak like this only fired him up further. Feisty, I like that, he said. I wonder if you'll still have such a temper when we're in bed later, he sneered. Jiang Wan's face darkened instantly, his fist already clenched and ready to send Zhao Yuanfeng flying with a single punch in the next second. In broad daylight, young Master Zhao, isn't this rather inappropriate? At that moment, a somewhat frivolous voice sounded, and in the blink of an eye, the speaker walked right up to Jiang Wan's face. Even though Jiang Wan had seen her fair share of handsome men, she felt her mind waver upon seeing the person before her. He was just too handsome. The most striking man Jiang Wan had ever met was Zhou Beishan, yet the one standing before her now was in no way inferior to him, though their allure differed entirely. Zhou Beishan was colder, an iceberg of a man, while this person before them carried a touch of androgynous softness. Zhang Zhao Yuanfeng gritted his teeth. Since when did you develop a taste for meddling in others' affairs? How can this be called meddling? Clearly, I'm playing the hero saving the damsel. With that, he even threw Jiang Wan a suggestive raised eyebrow. Jiang Wan, no need for that. Zhao Yuanfeng and his crew weren't even on her radar. And what if I insist on taking her away today? Would you dare oppose the Zhao family? Zhao Yuanfeng stared at Jiang Wan, his dark desires stirring within him. He couldn't care less who Jiang Wan was. As long as the woman was beautiful enough, he was determined to have her. Chapter 029, Your heroic rescue was stolen by someone else. Opposing you, so what? Would I ever fear your Zhao family? Zhang Ye's aura shifted instantly, transforming into what seemed like a hellish azura in the blink of an eye, sending chills down everyone's spines. Jiang Wan glanced at him sideways. This man was rather interesting. He appeared frivolous at first glance, but when serious, it was as if he'd become an entirely different person. As the two stood deadlocked, Zhou Beishan and Mo Rongfei descended from the second floor. Both were startled upon seeing Zhang Ye's sudden appearance. Oh ho, too late. Your chance to play the hero and save the damsel got snatched away, Mo Rongfei gloated, deliberately teasing. Zhou Beishan's face darkened as he stared with hostility. Would that bastard surnamed Shan actually be so kind-hearted? You're right, they might be brewing up trouble, Mo Rongfei nodded, then added, too bad Dr. Jiang doesn't know, likely to get screwed over. Zhou Beishan didn't speak, nor did he approach, just watching from a distance. Brother Shin. Xingye immediately walked towards Zhou Beishan upon seeing him first. Without him, she seemed utterly out of place at this banquet. Zhou Beishan gave an acknowledging hum but ignored her, instead continuing to glance in Jiang Wan's direction. Zhang Yi. Seeing him actually daring to oppose him, Zhao Yuanfeng was furious and said with ill intent, don't tell me you've taken a fancy to her too? Zhang Yi remained silent. After a long pause, he impatiently said, if you want to fight, get on with it. Don't fucking waste my time. You. Zhao Yuanfeng was seething with anger. Zhang Yi wasn't intimidated by him, simply staring back with cold indifference. Just as Zhao Yuanfeng was about to order his men to act, an elderly man suddenly appeared and stopped him, whispering in his ear, young master, offending the Zhang family isn't worth it. But, he couldn't swallow this humiliation. There will be plenty of opportunities later. The old man spoke again, this time with an air of finality. Zhao Yuanfeng's face turned ashen, his gaze shifting between Jiang Wan and Zhang Yi before he finally spat out, count yourselves lucky today. This young master is letting you off. With that, he left with his gang in tow. Only after he'd gone some distance did Zhang Yi turn to Jiang Wan with an amused smile. You don't seem particularly worried. A ragtag bunch, hardly worth worrying about. Had Zhang Yi not appeared so suddenly, she would have already beaten Zhao Yuanfeng and his cronies to the ground. But she didn't say it outright. After all, the person had helped her. Speaking like that would have been asking for trouble. Zhang Yi nodded. Rabble? You're right. As he spoke, Zhang Yi casually handed Jiang Wan a glass of champagne and picked up a glass of red wine for himself. Zhang Yi, nice to meet you. Jiang Wan glanced at him, seeming to consider. Don't worry, I'm nothing like Zhao Yuanfeng. Apparently aware of Jiang Wan's concerns, Zhang Yi explained with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Hearing this, Jiang Wan raised the corners of her lips and lifted her glass towards Zhang Yi with a smile. Dr. Jiang. Although he had helped her, Jiang Wan wasn't planning to share too much. Having something to call him by was enough. As for his real name, that wasn't all that important. Dr. Jiang? Zhang Yi murmured, then shook his head helplessly. Fine, let's do that. He had plenty of time, no need to rush. With that, he sat down next to Jiang Wan, glancing at Zhou Beishan nearby from the corner of his eye and raising a brow at him, as if flaunting the moment. In that instant, Zhou Beishan understood Zhang Ye's intentions. He had deliberately gotten close to Jiang Wan. As for the reason, isn't that exactly the kind of thing people surnamed Shan enjoy doing? Just because of that incident years ago, he actually came to hate the entire Zhou family. Chapter 030, Did he kill his own father? Jiang Wan and Zhang Yi had a pleasant conversation. She found this man quite interesting, at least not disagreeable. As the dinner party ended, Jiang Wan left with Yu Xiao. Before parting, Zhang Yi looked at her with reluctance and said, Goodbye, Dr. Jiang. Goodbye. Jiang Wan waved at him before getting into the car and driving away. It wasn't until the car disappeared into the darkness that Zhang Yi finally dropped his smile. He rubbed his cheeks to restore circulation to his stiffened facial muscles. Turning around, he saw Zhou Beishan standing behind him. He hadn't noticed when the man had arrived. Zhou Beishan, are you trying to scare me to death in the middle of the night? He grumbled, taking a few steps back. After all, he was no match for this man. Zhou Beishan stared at him with a darkened expression. Keep our matters between us. Don't drag unrelated people into this. Zhang Yi chuckled, rubbing his ear in disbelief. What did you say? I must have heard wrong. Since when do you care about a woman? Zhang Yi, just because I've tolerated your childish antics before doesn't mean I won't take action against you, the man said gravely. Over the years, Zhang Yi had caused him no shortage of trouble. Zhou Beishan had no desire to quarrel with him, after all, he too had been a victim in that incident from years past, but even his patience had its limits. Zhou Beishan's words made Zhang Ye's expression turn particularly ugly. So, you're implying that all these years you've let me win because you couldn't be bothered to deal with me? Otherwise, what did you think? He looked at Zhang Yi as if gazing upon a mentally challenged child. Zhang Yi was successfully provoked. Pointing at Zhou Beishan, he spat out, Zhou Beishan, stop pretending to be all dignified here. You think you're so formidable? If you've got what it takes, just kill me. Otherwise, sooner or later I'll destroy you and your entire Zhou family. After he finished speaking, Zhou Beishan calmly responded with a hint of disdain, oh really? I doubt you have what it takes. You just wait and see. Zhang Yi, furious, turned to leave but took only 2 steps before whirling back to face Zhou Beishan. By the way, he sneered, you've got a thing for that Dr. Jiang, don't you? Nope, Zhou Beishan replied. Not at all? Zhang Yi curled his lips into a cold smile. Is that so? Well, that's perfect. I plan to pursue her as my girlfriend, what do you think? As the words fell, Zhang Yi felt the temperature around them drop significantly, but it only made him grin wider in response. Suit yourself. After a long pause, Zhou Beishan finally spoke. Without another word, he stood up and left. Watching Zhou Beishan's retreating figure, Zhang Yi clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles turned white and ground his teeth. Suit myself? Let's see if you truly don't care or if it's all an act. On the other side, in Yu Zhao's car, Jiangwan rubbed her temples, feeling somewhat exhausted. It seemed that attending banquets wasn't really her thing after all. How did you meet Zhang Yi? Yu Zhao suddenly spoke up while driving, his expression not looking too good either. We just met at the banquet earlier, Jiangwan replied, then asked, why? What's wrong? It's nothing much, it's just that guy's temperament is so unpredictable. You'd better stay away from him, Yu Zhao said with a frown. Jiangwan nodded. She hadn't intended to have much to do with Zhang Yi in the first place. A few years ago, the Zhang family was struggling, on the verge of bankruptcy. Then, out of nowhere, this Zhang Yi made his move, got rid of his father, successfully took over, and now the Zhang family is where it is today, Yu Zhao added, worried Jiangwan might not take it seriously. These days, the Zhang family holds significant influence in Jincheng, not quite on par with the Zhou family, but still a force to be reckoned with. He killed his own father? Jiangwan looked utterly incredulous. That's what people say, and it's probably close to the truth, Yu Zhao replied before adding, so now you understand how dangerous he is. If he could do that to his own flesh and blood, imagine what he'd do to strangers. Chapter 031, Mr. Zhou, you'd better watch yourself. Yu Zhao dropped Jiangwan off at the entrance of her apartment complex. After waving goodbye, she didn't immediately enter the premises. Instead, she waited until the car's taillights had completely vanished from sight before heading towards the convenience store across the street. She had barely eaten anything that evening, leaving her stomach in severe discomfort. If she didn't get something to eat, she knew the night would be unbearable. After purchasing some snacks and a few packs of instant noodles from the convenience store, she finally walked into the residential area, ready to head home. To her surprise, she spotted Zhou Beishan standing right in front of the elevator. For a moment, she questioned whether the man had intentionally waited there for her. Otherwise, how could such a coincidence be possible? She walked over pretending to be composed, not greeting Zhou Beishan as if she didn't know him. The elevator arrived. Jiangwan stepped in first, followed closely by Zhou Beishan. Neither spoke inside the elevator, the atmosphere particularly stifling. Just as Jiangwan thought the silence would last until they each went their separate ways, the man spoke up, stay away from Zhang Yi. He's getting close to you with ill intentions. Jiangwan froze for a moment before finally looking over. Are you talking to me? What else? Is there a third person here? Zhou Beishan retorted, his expression displeased. Jiangwan was amused by him and looked at him with great interest. Why does President Zhou say Mr. Zhang has ill intentions? I think he's quite nice, she said. Before Zhou Beishan could speak, she continued, moreover, who I associate with is my own business, something Mr. Zhou doesn't seem to have any say in. With just 2 simple sentences, she successfully provoked Zhou Beishan. I'm not joking with you. He spoke earnestly, his expression exceptionally solemn, yet Jiangwan remained utterly indifferent. Director Zhou should focus on himself first, she mocked with a scoff. Dr. Jiang, With a click, the light went out, plunging everything into darkness in an instant, followed by the elevator coming to a halt. Could my luck be this bad? Jiangwan thought exasperatedly as she pressed the elevator buttons, but unfortunately, there was no response. She took out her phone, turned on the flashlight, and pressed the emergency button with that feeble glow, yet still, nothing happened. A power outage, of all things. She fumed, wondering just how unlucky she could possibly be. With that thought, she couldn't help but glare at Zhou Beishan and complain, President Zhou, think of something. I don't want to spend the night here. Yet, Zhou Beishan showed no reaction whatsoever. President Zhou, she called out, the light from her phone following her gaze toward him. It was only then that she noticed the tall man before her was actually drenched in cold sweat. Even the hand gripping the elevator railing was trembling slightly. Was he afraid? When this thought crossed Jiang Wan's mind, she found it impossible to believe. Zhou Beishan scared? What's wrong with you? She asked quietly. After a long pause, the man finally spoke through gritted teeth, forcing out the words, I'm fine. Call the property management. Oh, okay. Jiang Wan nodded and immediately reached to call the property management. But right at that moment, even the faint light vanished instantly. Ah, Jiang Wan exclaimed, my phone's out of battery. No sooner had she spoken than a loud thud echoed through the darkness, like something heavy hitting the floor. Startled, Jiang Wan quickly turned toward the source of the sound. Zhou Beishan, are you okay? She asked while groping her way over. Sure enough, as she felt her way over, she found the man sitting on the ground, his whole body trembling. Jiang Wan realized he was genuinely terrified. Though surprised, she didn't hesitate to grasp his hand tightly and said, take deep breaths, try to calm yourself as much as possible. As she spoke, she earnestly demonstrated for Zhou Beishan, trying to help him regain control of himself. Zhou Beishan, can you still stay awake? She asked anxiously, knowing she had to find a way out soon, otherwise, something terrible might happen to Zhou Beishan. Chapter 032, Where are you touching? Why yes, I can. The man replied with extreme difficulty. He felt as if he were drowning in the surrounding darkness, and the hand Jiang Wan was holding felt like his only salvation. My phone's dead, where's yours? She asked while supporting Zhou Beishan. She could feel Zhou Beishan trembling more violently. If this continued, he might faint in the elevator. If you won't answer, I'll take it myself. With that, she reached toward Zhou Beishan. She swore she had no ulterior motives. She only wanted to quickly find a phone to call the property management. But in the pitch-black darkness, her hands groped aimlessly. Her slender fingers brushed against Zhou Beishan's firm pectoral muscles, trailing downward to distinct eight-pack abs. This man has quite the figure, she thought to herself. What are you touching? The man gritted his teeth, his already trembling voice now laced with a chilling edge. Jiang Wan quickly withdrew her hand and forced a dry laugh. I had no idea where your phone was. The man scoffed coldly, suppressing the fear in his heart as he retrieved his phone from the bag and handed it to her. I don't have the property manager's number. Call Wu Xiao. Oh, okay. Jiang Wan nodded, wasting no more time. She quickly dialed Wu Xiao's number and relayed the situation to him. Now all they could do was wait. She turned on Zhou Beishan's phone flashlight. The faint light seemed to help. At least Zhou Beishan didn't appear to be trembling as violently anymore. Are you claustrophobic? She asked, trying to divert Zhou Beishan's attention. The man shook his head. Then what's the reason? As a doctor, she instinctively wanted to understand. Zhou Beishan glanced up at her, his eyes brimming with hostility, and said, none of your business. Jiang Wan, so speechless, she scooted aside, putting more distance between herself and Zhou Beishan. So much for worrying about this man earlier. Now it was clear he didn't deserve an ounce of her concern. Why are you staying so far away? The phone's light was faint. With Jiang Wan moving farther off, Zhou Beishan couldn't see her at all. He didn't dare go over either. The darkness there seemed like a vast abyss to him, ready to devour him should he dare approach. I'd like to, Jiang Wan replied, her tone just as curt. Zhou Beishan felt a headache coming on and tried to force himself to stand, only to find it impossible. Come closer, he said. No, Jiang Wan refused. Come here and I'll tell you why. Zhou Beishan finally compromised, solely because he couldn't bear the darkness alone at this moment. Hearing this, Jiang Wan seemed to hesitate. But soon, curiosity drove her to approach Zhou Beishan. Seeing her, much of the fear in Zhou Beishan's heart dissipated. I'm just afraid of the dark, that's all. Afraid of the dark? Jiang Wan asked in astonishment, her face full of disbelief. Zhou Beishan is afraid of the dark? Is this some kind of joke? Facing her bewilderment, Zhou Beishan clearly had no intention to explain. Yes, afraid of the dark, he said. I can't believe the mighty President Zhou is actually afraid of the dark. If this gets out, it would make quite a few people's jaws drop. Jiang Wan smirked, contemplating whether to spread this juicy piece of gossip. After all, she was rather amused to see Zhou Beishan get a taste of his own medicine. However, Zhou Beishan's expression darkened instantly at his words. How dare you? Don't be so fierce. Right now, you're just a harmless little kitten in my eyes, and I happen to hold your secret. With that, she picked up Zhou Beishan's phone. What are you trying to do? The man immediately went on high alert. Tell me, what would happen if I turned off the flashlight right now? She laughed, her voice devilish in the darkness. Chapter 033, What did you say? Dr. Jiang, Zhou Beishan growled through clenched teeth. Jiang Wan looked completely indifferent. She genuinely wanted to see Zhou Beishan suffer, but, as a doctor, she couldn't possibly treat a patient that way. Yes, a patient. In her eyes, Zhou Beishan was nothing more than a patient at that moment. No one would be so afraid of the dark that they'd faint unless they suffered from severe psychological issues, perhaps having experienced something that triggered a stress response to darkness, causing genuine terror when faced with it. Just kidding. Jiang Wan slid her phone back into place, speaking with firm conviction. Even though I really dislike you, I'm not the kind of person who takes advantage of others' misfortunes. Zhou Beishan kept the phone securely in his grasp before glancing at her. So you admit you dislike me? Of course, why wouldn't I admit it? In the pitch-black elevator, with no one else around, Jiang Wan was perfectly content to chat with Zhou Beishan for a while. Why? Zhou Beishan asked. I don't recall ever offending you. You've offended me in more ways than you can count. Jiang Wan glanced at him, thinking to herself that if he knew the woman sitting with him right now was his ex-wife, he probably wouldn't be reacting this way. Zhou Beishan's brows knitted into a deep frown as he stared at Jiang Wan. For example, the Jiang family matter. Jiang Wan said with a trace of anger, you obviously decided long ago to terminate the collaboration with the Jiang family, so why make it seem like it was all because of Xiaoyan's fault? Zhou Beishan didn't argue but instead remarked, quite well informed, aren't you? Did you Xiao tell you? Jiang Wan scoffed and ignored him. You're right, Zhou Beishan admitted without denial. I had indeed planned to end the cooperation with the Jiang family long ago. Jiang Wan sneered with a hint of mockery. Mr. Zhou is truly willing to do anything for Miss Xing. You know quite a lot. Zhou Beishan looked at her, his eyes flickering slightly. I'm curious, you're both the internationally renowned Dr. Jiang and the last disciple of Elder Su. How do you manage your time? He asked. Any single achievement requires an enormous amount of time and effort to build. For ordinary people, mastering just one thing in a lifetime would already be remarkable. But Jiang Wan seemed different. She was a bit surprised he would ask that, but had no intention of answering. What she could do went far beyond just these things. But what did this have to do with Zhou Beishan? Giving him a glance, she asked, when will your assistant arrive? As the words fell, the elevator lights suddenly turned on, and Wu Zhao's voice came from outside the door. Mr. Zhou, please wait a moment, the elevator will be fixed soon. Jiang Wan stood up, and Zhou Beishan rose as well, both having returned to their usual composure. Soon, the elevator doors opened. Jiang Wan stepped out but had taken only a couple of steps before turning back inside to retrieve the convenience bag she'd left on the floor. You're eating this for dinner? Zhou Beishan followed her, frowning as he asked. Jiang Wan casually hummed in agreement, eager to get home. This exhausting day had really worn her out. As they spoke, the two had already arrived at their respective apartment doors. Jiang Wan unlocked her door with the key, just as Zhou Beishan couldn't resist calling out when she was moments from disappearing inside. Tonight, thank you. Her hand froze on the doorknob as she turned back in disbelief. What did you say? Zhou Beishan's expression immediately changed. Jiang Wan hurriedly said, I just couldn't believe it. I never expected President Zhou to actually say thank you. This was truly unexpected. Considering President Zhou actually knows how to express gratitude, I'll give him a piece of advice too. After some thought, she ultimately decided to play the good person again. Chapter 034 Enough. You tell me. Zhou Beishan was surprised. It was novel to him that someone would actually offer him advice. I don't think Mr. Zhou is simply afraid of the dark. There might be some psychological reasons behind it. If you have time, Mr. Zhou, you should consider seeing a psychologist, she said. Psychological issues aren't a big deal on the surface, but they aren't trivial either, especially for someone like Zhou Beishan, who carries immense pressure year-round. Keeping problems bottled up will only make them worse. She genuinely meant well, but her words instantly darkened Zhou Beishan's expression. Jiang Wan watched as his face grew darker. Even the chilling aura radiating from him could make one shiver, and she continued somewhat helplessly, Mr. Zhou, psychological issues are just an illness. There's no need to resist them so much. Enough. Zhou Beishan let out an angry scoff, looking at Jiang Wan as if she were an enemy. Whether I have problems or not is none of Dr. Zhang's concern. With that, the man turned and walked into the room, slamming the door shut with a loud bang. This man. Jiang Wan was speechless, slightly annoyed. Returning home, Jiang Wan made instant noodles for herself, but the anger still simmered in her heart, like casting pearls before swine. As she cursed inwardly, the doorbell suddenly rang. Surprised, Jiang Wan still went to open the door. Assistant Wu? She was even more astonished. Did you knock on the wrong door? After all, she and Zhou Beishan lived across from each other, so it wasn't impossible that Assistant Wu had knocked on the wrong door. Wu Xiao shook his head and handed over what he was carrying. Dr. Jiang, this is the porridge Mr. Zhou asked me to buy for you. Please eat it while it's still warm. Jiang Wan widened her eyes, stammering, Zhou Beishan asked you to buy this? Wu Xiao nodded. Jiang Wan hazily took it over, figuring Zhou Beishan must have noticed her carrying instant noodles and thus instructed Wu Xiao to buy this for her. But when did that man become so kind-hearted? If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Goodbye, Dr. Jiang. With the delivery completed, Wu Xiao didn't linger any longer. Assistant Wu. Jiang Wan stopped him and, after a moment of hesitation, said, "You know about Zhou Beishan's fear of the dark, don't you?" "Yes." Wu Xiao's expression turned grave. "And I hope Dr. Jiang won't tell anyone else. Otherwise, President Zhou could be in danger. Someone in Zhou Beishan's position shouldn't have any weaknesses. And yet he does, a particularly severe one at that. If this were to be known by those with ill intentions, they might take advantage of Zhou Beishan's weakness to strike at him." Jiang Wan understood this and nodded, yet still said, "His condition isn't irreparable. You should take him to see a psychologist." Wu Xiao gave a bitter smile. "Do you think President Zhou would agree to go?" "Well," Jiang Wan recalled Zhou Beishan's attitude just moments ago and shook her head. There was no way that man would actually go. "So, we can only do our best to keep this matter from outsiders and ensure President Zhou's safety," he said. But Jiang Wan frowned. "If he continues like this, the situation will only get worse. Maybe one day, he won't even dare to go out at night." This wasn't her exaggerating, that's just how psychological issues work. If left unaddressed, they only intensify. Wu Xiao frowned with worry in his heart. "Thank you for the reminder, Dr. Jiang. I'll do my best to persuade President Zhou." Hearing this, Jiang Wan didn't say anything more. She had already done what she could, and whether Zhou Beishan would receive treatment or not wasn't something she could decide. Wu Xiao left, and Jiang Wan returned to the living room. Looking at the steaming porridge before her, she still found it somewhat surreal that one day she'd be eating porridge bought by Zhou Beishan. Unreal. Chapter 035, Someone's Investigating You. The next day at Jinan Hospital, Jiang Wan had just finished a surgery when she received a call from Yan Jincheng. "Someone's digging into your records. They're a big shot. Your domestic records probably won't stay hidden for much longer," he said. Jiang Wan was surprised by these words, but quickly regained her composure. "It's fine, second brother. What if he does find out? It's not like I have anything to hide." I thought you didn't want Zhou Beishan to know your identity," Yan Jincheng teased. Jiang Wan smiled, unconcerned. "Whether he knows or not doesn't matter. If he finds out, then fine. If he doesn't, I won't bring it up myself." Judging from Yan Jincheng's tone, she suspected that Zhou Beishan was the one investigating her. Thinking it over, Jiang Wan felt there was a good chance of that. "Been busy lately? Seems like you've been performing surgeries every single day," Yan Jincheng asked. He had been abroad recently, so he hadn't been able to visit Jiang Wan. "Being busy is good, stops me from overthinking," she replied. After exchanging a few more words, they hung up. Just as Jiang Wan was about to dive back into work, there was a knock at her office door. The visitor entered quickly, but Jiang Wan was surprised when she saw who it was. "Mr. Zhang? Just call me Zhang Yi," he said, already stepping forward to stand before Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan assumed a serious expression and spoke no more on the matter, simply asking, "Did you need me for something?" "Sort of." Zhang Yi nodded, feeling inexplicably guilty under Jiang Wan's solemn stare. "Would you like to have lunch together?" he said. As she finished speaking, Jiang Wan slightly furrowed her brows. "Sorry, I have a meeting at noon and probably won't have time to have lunch with you." "Is that so?" Zhang Yi looked visibly disappointed. "Not even taking a break at noon, that's way too exhausting." Jiang Wan remained silent. She didn't think it was exhausting at all. "Why not come work as my assistant? I guarantee the pay I offer would be higher than what you're making at the hospital." After last night's banquet, he had investigated Jiang Wan's background and learned that she was not only the closed-door disciple of Old Master Su but also a renowned neurosurgeon. This surprised him, yet at the same time, it made him even more curious about this woman. Listening to his words, Jiang Wan's face showed no hint of joy. Instead, she spoke with grave seriousness. "No need. I'm perfectly content with my current job." "All right." As if sensing her displeasure, Zhang Yi didn't push the matter further. Seeing him still lingering, Jiang Wan asked, "Is there something else?" "Not really, just wondering if you're free tonight? If lunch won't work, surely dinner should be fine." Yet Jiang Wan stared at him for a long moment before responding, "Mr. Zhang, if you have business, speak directly. There's really no need for dinner invitations or such formalities." Although she'd gotten along reasonably well with Zhang Yi at the banquet, it was merely tolerable interaction. She had little interest in this man. Along with what Zhu Xiao had told her about Zhang Yi yesterday, her intuition warned her to stay away from this man, just like with Zhou Beishan. None of them were simple characters, and getting involved with them would bring nothing but trouble. Zhang Yi didn't expect Jiang Wan to reject him so bluntly. He froze momentarily before giving a bitter smile. "That straightforward? Then I'll be direct too. Dr. Jiang, do you have a boyfriend?" he asked. This question again? Jiang Wan's mood was complicated. She took a deep breath before saying to Zhang Yi, "Though I don't know why Mr. Zhang has approached me, I still need to say, I'm not interested in you." "Oh?" Zhang Yi was surprised. The taste of rejection was truly unpleasant. "Not interested in me? Then what kind of man does Dr. Jiang like?" Someone like Zhou Beishan, perhaps? He asked with a faint, mocking smile. Chapter 036 A Pure Pursuit of You. As their eyes met, Jiang Wan caught a fleeting glimpse of hatred in Zhang Ye's gaze. She was certain she hadn't offended this man, let alone earned his hatred, so where could such resentment possibly come from? Zhou Beishan? At that moment, Jiang Wan seemed to suddenly understand something. I'm not interested in Zhou Beishan either, she replied, adding, I don't know what grudge you have against him, but don't drag me into it. Dr. Jiang is overthinking it. I simply want to pursue you. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Yi had returned to his usual self, grinning in a way that made it hard to believe he was capable of killing his own father. I refuse, she said. Zhang Yi wasn't upset either. He stood up with a smile and said, It's all right. There's plenty of time. I believe one day I'll win your heart. With that, he left the office without waiting for Jiang Wan to respond. Jiang Wan. Day after day, it's nothing but troubles. That afternoon, Jiang Wan had another surgery scheduled. Just as she was preparing for it, Tian Xiaoxiao hurriedly came to find her. Dr. Jiang, there's a patient in the emergency room who insists on having you perform the surgery, she said with obvious displeasure. What's the situation? Is it serious? Jiang Wan asked, already turning to head toward the emergency department. But Tian Xiaoxiao pulled her back. You'd better not go over there. The patient's family members are being extremely difficult. It's just a mild concussion, surgery isn't necessary at all. The ER doctors have already explained it to them, but they refuse to believe it and insist on seeing you. Jiang Wan frowned, thought for a moment, then said, Let's go take a look first. All right. Seeing her insistence, Tian Xiaoxiao didn't say anything more and followed Jiang Wan toward the emergency department. Soon after, the two arrived at the ER and were immediately surrounded as soon as they entered. So you're Dr. Jiang, the legendary neurosurgeon everyone talks about? The patient's family member stared at her with obvious skepticism. They'd specifically requested the ambulance bring them here after hearing about the renowned neurosurgeon at Jinan Hospital. But could this young-looking woman before them really be that exceptional? Ignoring the family's doubts, Jiang Wan turned to the ER physician. Has the cranial CT been done? Show me the scans. She was also concerned about the severity of the patient's condition, so seeing it with her own eyes would put her mind at ease. The emergency doctor quickly handed her the scans and said, A mild concussion, just a few days in the hospital will do, but they insist on surgery. He was equally baffled. Normally, people resist surgery no matter what, but this was the first time he'd encountered patients so adamant about getting it. After reviewing the scans, Jiang Wan nodded in agreement. There really isn't any serious issue. With that, she turned her gaze to Lin Haonan lying on the hospital bed. He was very young, only 16 according to the medical records. Hello there, young man. I'm Dr. Jiang. I'll give you a quick examination first. Just cooperate with me, alright? Lin Haonan nodded. Compared to the noisy family members at the door, he was much more docile. After completing the examination, Jiang Wan said to him, Your condition isn't serious, just some external injuries and a mild concussion. You'll need to stay in the hospital for a few days, but surgery won't be necessary. That won't do. A family member rushed forward, pointing at the patient and saying, He might look fine now, but I'm sure there's bleeding in his brain. How can we not operate? Seeing the woman suddenly rushing over, Jiang Wan's eyes flashed with displeasure. Are you the patient's? I'm his mother. The woman added, He must have surgery in this situation. If something happens, can you take responsibility? All his test results are fine. There's no reason for surgery. She sighed helplessly and continued explaining, Why do you insist he needs surgery? I'm his mother, and I say he needs surgery, so he's getting surgery. The woman was insistent, her face fierce with determination. Chapter 037 Your judgment really isn't great. Jiang Wan found the woman before her utterly bizarre. Her son was perfectly fine, yet she insisted on him undergoing surgery. No matter how you looked at it, it just didn't make sense. Just then, a pair of warm little hands suddenly tugged at her. Turning her head, Jiang Wan saw it was the boy lying in the hospital bed. She asked patiently, What's wrong? Are you uncomfortable somewhere? I don't want to have the surgery. He spoke very softly, as if afraid the woman might hear. Jiang Wan's expression darkened, sensing something was amiss. But before she could ask further, her phone rang. It was the operating room summoning her. A sudden headache pulsed through her temples. Dr. Jiang, you go ahead to the operating room. I'll handle things here, said the emergency doctor. Jiang Wan glanced at the family members gathered at the door, then turned to Lin Haonan on the hospital bed. Don't worry, she told him, your condition doesn't require surgery. Just listen to this big brother here. He'll take good care of you. Okay, Lin Haonan nodded, a wave of relief washing over him. No surgery, that was good. After going over a few more instructions, Jiang Wan got up to leave, rushing toward the operating room. The patient waiting there was in much more critical condition, and the surgery couldn't wait any longer. You can't leave. The woman moved to grab her. Who's going to operate on my son if you go? Yet before the woman's hand could reach Jiang Wan, someone intercepted her. Where did this shrew come from, daring to lay hands on my Dr. Jiang? There stood Zhang Yi holding a bouquet of red roses, his face dark with menace as he glared at the woman before shoving her away. My Dr. Jiang? Since when did I become his? Jiang Wan was speechless but had no time for small talk. Calm the family members down. If necessary, notify the medical affairs department. Informing the medical affairs department in advance was a precaution against potential trouble from the family. As Jiang Wan headed toward the operating room, Zhang Yi hurried after her. Considering I've done you a small favor, could you spare me a dinner after the surgery? Let's talk about it later. She didn't outright refuse, but neither did she agree. Alright, I'll wait. With those words, he sat down to wait right outside the operating room. For him, as long as Jiang Wan didn't directly reject him, there was still a chance. Jiang Wan ignored him and strode straight into the operating room. After changing into her scrubs, she threw herself entirely into the surgery. When Zhou Beishan brought Jing Ye to the hospital for a follow-up examination, they happened to spot Zhang Yi holding a bouquet of red roses. Zhou's expression instantly turned stormy. Well, if it isn't President Zhou, accompanying your girlfriend for her prenatal checkup? Zhang Yi also spotted him and teased mischievously, his eyes darting between the two. Mr. Zhan, how could you say such a thing? Shunji and I are just friends. Jing Ye blushed deeply. She wasn't even Zhou Beishan's girlfriend yet, and this guy was implying she was here for a prenatal examination? How outrageous. Zhang Yi shot her a glance, looking at her like she was an idiot. Can't you tell I'm deliberately mocking Zhou Beishan? Your taste is truly terrible, Zhang Yi said to Zhou Beishan before adding, I heard you got divorced? Then again, I heard your ex-wife was from the countryside, probably not your type anyway, Zhang Yi continued, indifferent to whether Zhou Beishan responded. Though this one isn't much better either, might not even be as good-looking as that ex-wife of yours. Although he had never met Zhou Beishan's wife, he had seen Jing Ye. That woman wasn't even good-looking and acted like a complete idiot. Who knows what Zhou Beishan was thinking? Shut your mouth. Zhou Beishan roared angrily, Ye is my sister. If you dare talk nonsense again, I'll smash your head in. Chapter 38 Dream Lover? Seeing he was truly angry, Zhang Yi didn't dare provoke him further. After all, he was no match for this man. Of course, that didn't mean he would let it go. In a one-on-one fight, he might not be Zhou Beishan's equal, but he had the entire Zhan family behind him, which wasn't necessarily inferior to the Zhou family. What are you doing here? Zhou Beishan stared at the red rose in his hand, finding it exceptionally glaring. Zhang Yi shrugged and looked toward the operating room. Of course, to pursue the woman of my dreams. What else? The woman of his dreams? In just one night, Dr. Jiang had ascended to that status? I warned you to stay away from her. Zhou Beishan gritted his teeth. If not for the crowd around them, he would have thrown a punch at Zhang Yi right then and there. Zhang Yi rolled her eyes at him. Mr. Zhou, aren't you overstepping? What does Dr. Jiang have to do with you? Jing Ye stood by, listening to their conversation, her heart burning with jealousy. Is Zhang Yi actually trying to pursue Dr. Jiang? And judging by Shinji's attitude, he seems rather special toward Dr. Jiang too. What gives? Why are two such outstanding men both circling around that woman? Zhou Beishan was burning with anger and wanted to say more when Jing Ye tugged at his sleeve. Brother Shen, the doctor is still waiting. Hearing this, Zhou Beishan had no choice but to suppress his fury. He shot Zhang Yi a warning glare before leaving with Jing Ye. Zhang Yi watched the two figures depart, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Didn't you say you'd go with the flow? Seems like you're not as composed as you claimed. In the doctor's office, after reviewing all of Jing Ye's test results, the physician said, everything looks favorable for now, but don't let your guard down. Keep it up and come back for regular checkups. Alright, thank you, doctor. Jing Ye breathed an inward sigh of relief. She'd been genuinely afraid of a relapse. Brother Shen? Jing Ye called his name, but Zhou Beishan didn't respond, his gaze fixed out the window as if lost in thought. Only when Jing Ye spoke again did Zhou Beishan snap back to reality, asking, are you okay? Yeah, the doctor said recovery is going well, Jing Ye replied, yet her heart churned with mixed emotions. Though Zhou Beishan didn't say anything, Jing Ye could sense it. During his moment of distraction, he must have been thinking about Jiang Wan. That's good, let's go. With those words, Zhou Beishan stood up. Jing Ye followed behind him and soon exited the hospital gates. I'll have the driver take you home. I have some things to take care of, Zhou Beishan said. A heaviness settled in Jing Ye's heart, as if she already knew what Zhou Beishan was about to do. Reluctant yet resigned, she could only nod. All right then. Just like that, Jing Ye got into the car and left. Only after Zhou Beishan and the others had departed did he turn around and walk back into the hospital. When he reached the operating room entrance, Jiang Wan happened to step out. He saw Zhang Yi smiling as he approached her, holding out a bouquet of roses. But Jiang Wan didn't accept them. For some reason, Zhou Beishan felt the anger in his heart ease just a little. Exhausted, aren't you? Get ready, I'll take you out for a big meal, Zhang Yi said. Jiangwan hadn't expected him to actually wait here for so long. She was slightly surprised. "Aren't you busy?" "Not too bad. Don't worry about me. The company hires so many people. Someone's got to get things done." He smiled, taking her words as concern for him. Jiangwan inwardly rolled her eyes. Who said she was worried about him? This guy really knows how to take advantage of the situation. Just as Jiangwan was hesitating whether to have dinner with him, Tian Xiaoxiao came running in a hurry. "Dr. Jiang, something awful happened." Chapter 039, Don't blame me for being impolite. What happened? A strong sense of unease filled Jiangwan, making her heart race uncontrollably. That younger brother from this afternoon encountered some trouble. Tian Xiaoxiao wore an anxious expression as she continued. "After you left this afternoon, his mother insisted on transferring him to another hospital. We had no choice but to agree. Initially, we thought it was just a concussion, and switching hospitals wouldn't be a big deal. But then the emergency center received a call about a patient at a private hospital experiencing severe bleeding during surgery. When we inquired about the patient's details, we realized it was that boy. His mother had actually taken him to a Putian-affiliated hospital for the operation." Tian Xiaoxiao was boiling with anger. This was utterly unconscionable. What kind of mother would do such a thing? Jiangwan's face also changed as she asked urgently, "Where is the patient?" "Still on the way. The paramedics said the condition is critical and told us to prepare, which is why I came to get you," Tian Xiaoxiao said. Without time to speculate about the underlying reasons, Jiangwan instructed Tian Xiaoxiao, "Tell the blood bank to prepare blood supplies. Alert all staff to be ready. The moment the patient arrives, we go straight into surgery." Though she hadn't seen the patient yet, Jiangwan already sensed this would be a dire situation. Performing surgery when it's unnecessary, what difference does this make from intentional murder? She didn't know why that mother had done this, nor how she had convinced the hospital doctors to operate. But under such circumstances, severe hemorrhage was inevitable. They must have nicked a major blood vessel. Saying the patient was hanging by a thread wouldn't be an exaggeration. Jiangwan immediately turned toward the emergency department to await the patient, but Zhang Yi stopped her. "Dr. Jiang, you." "My apologies, Mr. Zhang. I'm afraid I won't have time for dinner today. Rain check. My treat next time." She smiled ruefully. There was no way she could leave under these circumstances. Zhang Yi didn't say much more, nodding slightly. "No problem, you attend to your work first. There's plenty of time." Jiangwan rose to leave, leaving only Zhang Yi standing there holding the flowers behind her, looking somewhat pitiful and forlorn. It was his first time truly appreciating how challenging being a doctor could be. He hadn't expected it to demand such relentless busyness, nor had he anticipated that Jiangwan's delicate frame concealed such tremendous stamina, as if she never grew weary. In that moment, whatever his original motives for approaching Jiangwan might have been, he found himself genuinely admiring this woman. The sound of the ambulance echoed through the hospital as Jiangwan and others had been waiting for a long time. The moment the doors opened, Jiangwan was about to check on the patient when someone grabbed her forcefully. "It's all because of you, you heartless doctor. If you hadn't refused to operate on my son, he wouldn't have ended up like this," the woman cried, gripping Jiangwan tightly as if afraid she might run away. "If anything happens to my son, I won't let you off the hook," she threatened. As she spoke, several more taxis pulled up at the hospital entrance. The passengers turned out to be the woman's relatives, who immediately surrounded Jiangwan without giving her a chance to explain. "Are you out of your mind? Your son didn't need surgery at all. It was you who insisted on taking him to that Putian-affiliated hospital for an operation. Now that something's gone wrong, instead of reflecting on your own actions, you're actually blaming Dr. Jiang?" Tian Xiaoxiao was this close to saying, "Are you crazy?" out loud. "I don't care. Whatever happens to my son is your fault, and you have to take responsibility." The other party seemed determined to pin everything on Jiangwan, refusing to let her go no matter what. Jiangwan felt that over the years she'd gotten much better at controlling her temper and wouldn't lose her cool easily. But today, she truly couldn't restrain herself. Slender fingers grasped the woman's hand and exerted slight pressure, peeling it away from herself. The woman couldn't help but cry out, "Ouch. That hurts, let me go." "Out of respect for you being the patient's mother, I understand your urgency, but if you keep obstructing my examination, don't blame me for losing my patience." Her voice carried an icy edge that sent an involuntary shiver down the woman's spine, suddenly making the figure before her seem terrifying beyond reason. Chapter 040 Online Exposure. With that, Jiangwan walked toward the patient. On the stretcher, the young boy who had been full of vitality in the afternoon now lay completely motionless, his pale face heartbreaking to look at. "Get him to the operating room immediately," Jiangwan commanded without wasting any time. Yet at that moment, the woman seemed to snap back to her senses and blocked Jiangwan again. "Don't you dare touch my son. You've already ruined him this badly. Do you want to kill him too?" As she spoke, she couldn't help glancing at the stretcher from the corner of her eye, fuming inside. Why wasn't this wretched boy dead yet? If it weren't for the private hospital fearing liability, she wouldn't have bothered transferring him here at all. She'd rather have waited until he died and then dragged his corpse over. Let's see what excuses this Dr. Jiang could come up with then. Are you insane? Your son's on the verge of death, and you're stopping us from saving him? Are you deliberately trying to kill him? Tian Xiaoxiao couldn't hold back any longer. She was aching to punch someone. Move aside. Jiang Wan suppressed her anger, urgently needing to save a life and wanting to avoid conflict. No, you can't touch my son. The woman repeated the same words, refusing to let Jiang Wan actually revive the brat. Jiang Wan had reached her limit, her fists already clenched. Just as she was about to strike, a tall figure suddenly pushed through the crowd and shielded her. Zhou Beishan? What's he here for? Save the patient first. Leave this to me, Zhou Beishan told her. Jiang Wan glanced at him without another word, heading straight for the operating room. You can't go. The woman tried to chase after her but was stopped by Zhou Beishan. The woman was somewhat afraid of Zhou Beishan in front of her and took a few steps back, whispering, she will kill my son. Oh? Zhou Beishan sneered. Are you sure it's her who wants to kill your son, and not you yourself? You, what nonsense are you talking about? That's my son, how could I possibly harm him? Whether it was because her true motives had been exposed, the woman immediately flew into a rage. Zhou Beishan couldn't be bothered to engage with her further. After instructing the hospital to assign a few people to keep an eye on them, he headed toward the operating room entrance. After finishing his call, Zhang Yi also arrived at the operating room entrance. Seeing Zhou Beishan here didn't surprise him. After all, he had just witnessed how fiercely this man had shielded Jiang Wan. President Zhou, eyeing both what's in the bowl and the pot, isn't that a bit greedy? He remarked sarcastically, though the corners of his mouth betrayed an uncontrollable upward tilt. Weren't you the one who claimed not to care? Seems that wasn't quite true, after all. Zhou Beishan glanced at him but showed no intention of responding, silently turning his gaze toward the illuminated lamp of the operating room, a trace of worry rising in his heart. At this moment, they were unaware that someone among the woman's relatives had recorded and uploaded a video online with a sensational title, instantly sparking a firestorm across the internet. Heartless doctor refuses surgery, leaving a 16-year-old child on the brink of death. #trending hashtag. On the trending list, Jiang Wan's face stood out prominently. First floor, this doctor has no medical ethics at all, actually refusing to perform surgery. Second floor, but from what I saw in the video, that's not the case. The doctor was clearly eager to save the patient, but his mother disagreed. Third floor, replying to above, according to what I've learned, the mother initially took her son to Jinan Hospital demanding surgery, but was refused by Dr. Jiang. Desperate to save her son, she went to an unreliable private hospital where the medical skills were questionable, resulting in severe bleeding during the operation. That's why they had to call an ambulance to rush him back to Jinan Hospital. Fourth floor, so that's what happened. Then this Dr. Jiang is truly despicable. How could she refuse to perform surgery? Didn't she realize this could be fatal? Fifth floor, off topic, but doesn't anyone else think this Dr. Jiang is really beautiful? Sixth floor, fifth floor should drop dead. What's the use of being good-looking when you have the heart of a snake and a scorpion? Aren't you afraid your own family might run into a doctor like that someday? Seventh floor, sixth floor is right. What's more, have you all noticed that this Dr. Jiang is actually an associate director? She looks extremely young. How could she possibly qualify as an associate director? There must be something fishy going on here. Chapter 041 Is my son dead? The discussion continued, with many people starting to dig into Jiang Wan's information, all acting as if they were carrying out justice on behalf of heaven. However, Jiang Wan was unaware of these external events. At this moment, she was fully focused on performing the surgery. Looking at the child on the operating table, only 16 years old, at an age as vibrant as a flower yet facing death, Jiang Wan clenched her teeth, resolving to wrest him back from the clutches of death. As the sky gradually darkened, Zhou Beishan glanced at the time and realized it was already 10 p.m. Jiang Wan's surgery had lasted a full 7 hours, with no sign of ending anytime soon. Can that woman pull it off? Just as the thought crossed my mind, the operating room lights suddenly went out, and a nurse emerged. Is the patient's family here? Here. Did my son die? The woman anxiously asked. The question made the nurse frown slightly. Why did she get the feeling this woman wished her own son dead? The patient has been stabilized. Please go complete the hospitalization paperwork and settle the fees, the nurse replied. The moment the woman heard her son wasn't dead, her expression changed instantly as she began rolling on the ground in hysterics. I have no money. Dr. Jiang is the one who nearly killed my son. She must take responsibility. As Jiang Wan emerged from surgery, she was greeted by the sight of the woman rolling on the floor, making her instantly develop a splitting headache. She approached the woman and looked down at her coldly. Why were you so insistent on operating on your son? I explained perfectly clearly this afternoon that his condition didn't require surgery. Don't think you can shirk responsibility. I'm telling you, my son was harmed because of you. You must take responsibility. Seeing Jiang emerge, the woman immediately scrambled up from the floor and grabbed her arm as if afraid she might flee. I'm telling you, you must compensate my son for his medical expenses, mental damages, and everything else. Otherwise, this matter isn't over. By this point, Jiang Wan seemed to have some inkling of what the woman was really after. Yet she still couldn't believe it. Could someone really harm their own child just for money? Having performed surgeries non-stop all day without even managing dinner, Jiang Wan, who already suffered from stomach problems, felt her body reaching its limits. She was being pulled by the woman, wanting to leave but unable to, her whole body swaying unsteadily. Just as she was about to fall, someone suddenly supported her from behind. Careful. Jiang Wan turned her head and was surprised to see Zhou Beishan. You're still here? The man gave a faint hum, then turned his gaze to the woman. Let her go. Otherwise, I'll make sure you can't stay in Jincheng. Facing Zhou Beishan, the woman was genuinely afraid. Reluctantly, she released Jiang Wan, but refused to back down. If you don't compensate my son, this matter isn't over, she snapped. Exactly, this matter isn't over yet, the relative woman chimed in. Everyone, come and take a look. This is that despicable Dr. Jiang, who nearly killed my nephew and now dares to throw his weight around. His voice was so loud that even those who hadn't been paying attention turned to look. The trending hashtag about Jiang Wan had been dominating all afternoon, so naturally everyone was familiar with the story. Now that Jiang Wan had appeared, hushed discussions inevitably began around her. So that's her. She looks so young. Who would have thought she could be so heartless? Exactly. Who knows if that child even survived? If not, making her pay with her life wouldn't be too harsh. The surrounding whispers reached Jiang Wan's ears, and she couldn't help but furrow her brows. From the afternoon until now, she hadn't had a chance to check her phone and had no idea what was going on. Instinctively reaching for her phone to check the news, Zhou Beishan stopped her. Don't look. I'll handle it. Chapter 042 I'm not that fragile. However, Jiang Wan merely glanced at him before unlocking her phone and seeing the trending hashtag about herself. A quick glance through the comments revealed roughly what had happened. You don't need to feel upset. Those netizens have no idea about the truth. They're just being manipulated by public opinion. Zhou Beishan looked at her with concern. Jiang Wan put away her phone, her expression calm. Don't worry, I'm not that fragile. If a few critical comments from outsiders could easily sway her, she wouldn't have made it this far. After composing herself, she turned her attention to the woman with interest, ready to ask what she actually wanted. Unfortunately, before she could speak, a swarm of reporters wielding cameras and microphones rushed toward her, surrounding her completely. So you're Dr. Jiang? As a doctor, you refuse to perform surgery on a patient. Don't you think that's highly unethical? That child was only in their teens, and now they're gone. How can you live with yourself? Some say you obtained your position as deputy director through backdoor connections. How would you respond to that? One accusation after another came flying, yet Jiang Wan remained stone-faced. She locked eyes with one particular reporter and asked, Who told you that child died? Is this really not the case? Wasn't it said that massive hemorrhage was fundamentally untreatable? Jiang Wan gave him a cold stare before sweeping her gaze across the crowd. As journalists, if you can't even perform the most basic fact-checking, I suggest you all go home early and wash up for bed. You, a reporter, provoked by her words, challenged, didn't you refuse to operate on that child? If not for your refusal, the incident wouldn't have happened. Exactly. Don't think having backing gives you license to behave lawlessly. A doctor without medical ethics like you deserves to be condemned by all. Jiang Wan smiled. Everyone has the right to punish her? Anyone who didn't know better would think she'd committed some heinous crime. The woman nearby seized the opportunity and rushed over at once, weeping as she spoke. Kind-hearted people, you must stand up for my son. It was this unscrupulous doctor who refused to operate on him, forcing us to transfer to another hospital. Who could have imagined such a tragedy would happen there? It's all her fault that my son is like this. Everyone must stand up for me. Her cries were utterly heart-wrenching, moving everyone present to their core. In an instant, everyone's gaze toward Jiang Wan changed, as if they were looking at an utterly unforgivable villain. Don't worry, big sister. We will definitely stand up for you, a reporter declared sternly. At this moment, not only Jiang Wan but even Zhou Beishan's expression turned extremely grim. He could have chased all these people away, but he couldn't stop them from spreading rumors outside. He worried that if this matter wasn't handled properly, it might damage Jiang Wan's reputation in the future. Just as he was at a loss, applause came from the other end of the hallway, and everyone turned to look. What a spectacular show this has been, Zhang Yi said with a smile as he approached, standing beside Jiang Wan. Mr. Zhang, are you really going to side with Dr. Jiang? Don't forget, she almost killed a child, a reporter retorted angrily. They all knew Zhang Yi, including Zhou Beishan standing nearby, and knew they couldn't afford to provoke him, so they deliberately ignored him, focusing their attacks solely on Jiang-Wan. However, if Zhang Yi insists on meddling, they won't just let it go. After all, they wield the power of the pen. With just a few well-placed words, they could easily sway public opinion in their favor. I don't side with anyone. I only speak the truth, he said, curling his lips into a smirk as his gaze settled on the woman. In that instant, the woman's face drained of color. Chapter 043, We're Even Now. Fang Xiangdong, age 45, unemployed. The child who just had surgery wasn't your biological son, but your stepson. It said you never liked this stepson. You've openly wished him dead on multiple occasions. This car accident he had seems to have some connection to you. When the crash didn't kill him, you planned to have doctors perform brain surgery, hoping he'd die on the operating table. That way, not only would this detested stepson disappear, but you could also extort money from the hospital. Am I right? As these words were spoken, everyone present wore expressions of utter disbelief. Is there really someone so vicious? Even if he's not your biological son, you wouldn't possibly wish for his death, would you? Seeing everyone's eyes on her, Dong Fangxiang turned pale. Gritting her teeth, she retorted, You're talking nonsense. You're just trying to help Dr. Jiang evade responsibility. Whether I'm talking nonsense will be determined by the police investigation. But let me remind you, your every action in the emergency room this afternoon was captured on surveillance. Did you really think you could twist the truth with just a few words? With that, several police officers approached Dong Fangxiang nearby. We've received a report suspecting you of attempted murder. Please come with us. Bang! Dong Fangxiang collapsed to the ground, her lips deathly pale from losing her balance. Soon, she was taken away by the police. The journalists holding up their cameras were momentarily stunned. This plot twist seemed rather abrupt. However, Zhang Yi had no intention of letting this end here. His gaze turned icy as he glared at them. I expect to see accurate reporting. I trust everyone understands what that means? I understand. Someone nodded, fully sensing the threat implicit in Zhang Yi's words. They didn't dare voice any objections either. After all, from what they could see now, this Dr. Jiang seemed to have been wronged. A wave of retrospective fear washed over them. They had almost been used as pawns by that woman. The reporters left, and the gathered crowd dispersed. Jiangwan turned to Zhang Yi and said, Thank you. I owe you one. You're welcome. Consider it a welcome gift, Zhang Yi replied with a smile. Exhausted, Jiangwan offered no further words. All she wanted now was to go home, lie down, and get some proper sleep. Zhang Yi seemed to notice her fatigue and said, Looks like dinner isn't happening tonight. Let me take you home so you can rest early. Okay, Jiangwan agreed, figuring it would be rude to refuse after he had just helped her. With that, Jiangwan followed Zhang Yi and prepared to leave. But after only a couple of steps, as if suddenly remembering something, she turned back and said to Zhou Beishan, Thank you too, Mr. Zhou. It's getting late. Please head back and rest early as well. She didn't know why Zhou Beishan was still here, but whatever the reason, he had stepped up for her, so a word of thanks was only fitting. No need. You helped me yesterday. Today I helped you once. We're even, the man said in a deep voice. Jiangwan froze for a moment, realizing now. That explained why Zhou Beishan was here. So it was about repaying the favor from yesterday's elevator incident. Fine by me, Jiangwan nodded. A clean break would be best. She left the hospital with Zhang Yi while Zhou Shen stood rooted in place, watching their silhouettes disappear into the distance. His darkened expression was so forbidding that no one dared approach. President Zhou. Wu Xiao came rushing over, panting. The woman you asked me to investigate, I found her. You wouldn't believe how malicious that woman is. No need. Zhou Beishan interrupted him coldly, his gaze icy. You're too late. Zhang Yi had already resolved the matter long ago. What was the point of his assistant arriving now? I'm sorry, President Zhou. There was a rear-end collision on the way, so I got delayed. He lowered his head, not daring to meet his boss's eyes. A rear-end collision? Zhou Beishan frowned, some suspicion creeping into his thoughts. That bastard Zhanya would do absolutely anything to show off in front of Jiangwan. He felt emotionally exhausted, rubbing his temples. Alright, let's head back. What about these documents? Take them to the police station. Chapter 044, This time, I'm bound to win. At Mingchen Apartments, Zhang Yi escorted Jiangwan to the neighborhood entrance. Thank you again today, Jiangwan expressed her gratitude once more. You've thanked me several times already. There's really no need to be so polite. Zhang Yi feigned displeasure before adding, If you truly want to thank me, remember to treat me to a meal another day. You promised me that. Jiangwan nodded. Alright, I'll definitely invite you. Go inside and get some rest early, Zhang Yi said. Jiangwan hadn't walked 2 steps when she heard him add, I ordered food for you. Remember to eat later. Okay, thank you. Jiangwan nodded with surprise, feeling at this moment that besides saying thanks, anything else would seem utterly superfluous. She walked into the residential area and disappeared from Zhanya's sight. The smile faded from his face as he leaned against the car and lit a cigarette. The cigarette was only half smoked when he spotted a car approaching from not far away, which moments later came to a stop right in front of him. Zhang Yi chuckled, tossing the remaining cigarette onto the ground before crushing it under his shoe. Zhou Beishan, looks like you're going to lose to me this time. Zhou Beishan rolled down the car window, his ink-black eyes devoid of any emotion. You did all this just to win against me? Of course, he nodded. Defeating Zhou Beishan once had become his obsession. Yet, Zhou Beishan felt a surge of anger rising in his heart. She's a person, not some tool for our wins and losses. Yeah, if it weren't for you, maybe I'd truly admire her, might even have genuinely liked her. Zhang Yi wore a look of wistfulness, yet sadly, hatred destined him to stop at nothing. You're really childish. With that, Zhou Beishan started the car and drove into the complex. Zhang Yi shrugged and said nonchalantly, childish? Maybe so. But as long as I can beat you Zhou Beishan just once, what does it matter if I'm childish? Zhou Beishan emerged from the underground parking lot and headed straight for the elevator, thoroughly irritated by Zhang Yi's actions. As I reached my own doorstep and was about to open the door, my subconscious glance toward Jiang Wan's opposite entrance froze me in place. The door wasn't closed? How careless could this woman be? Before I'd even finished the thought, I found myself already standing at Jiang Wan's doorway. No lights on? Zhou Beishan frowned. Could something have happened? At this thought, he cast other concerns aside and pushed the door open to enter. By the moonlight from the window, his eyes swept the room but found no one. Just as his worry deepened, a pained murmur suddenly came from the couch. Dr. Jiang? No one answered him. Jiang Wan had actually heard, but the pain in her stomach left her speechless. Zhou Beishan found the living room switch and turned on the light, confirming that the person lying on the sofa was indeed Jiang Wan. At that moment, Jiang Wan was writhing in pain on the sofa, her forehead covered in cold sweat, her face deathly pale, as if she might faint at any second. Dr. Jiang, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Zhou Beishan walked over, crouching down to ask. My stomach hurts, she groaned in pain. Stomach pain? Do you have any medicine at home? He asked, his eyes filled with concern. Jiang Wan didn't speak, just kept shaking her head. It was simply her bad luck. Having skipped dinner that day, she was about to take some medicine when her stomach started aching, only to find the medicine at home had run out. That was why she was now writhing in pain at home. She wanted to ask Zhou Beishan to buy her some medicine, but before the words could leave her lips, she saw the man stand up and disappear from the living room. He left? No way. Surely the man wasn't seizing this chance to retaliate? After all, just yesterday, in the elevator, she had frightened Zhou Beishan by joking about turning off the flashlight. At this moment, Jiang Wan was filled with overwhelming regret. She absolutely shouldn't have brought this suffering upon herself. Now look what happened. Zhou Beishan is gone, leaving her to endure the agony alone. Chapter 045. Do you like him? Pain and remorse intertwined as Jiang Wan debated whether to bear the stomachache and go downstairs to buy medicine, when footsteps echoed at the doorway once more. Looking up, she saw Zhou Beishan standing before her again and exclaimed in surprise, You didn't leave? All I have here are painkillers. I don't have any medicine for stomach problems, but you can take these for now. With that, he handed the painkillers to Jiang Wan and thoughtfully poured her a cup of hot water. At this point, Jiang Wan couldn't afford to be picky. She took the medicine and the hot water, tilting her head back to swallow them. About 10 minutes later, Jiang Wan felt much better. Sitting up, she turned to Zhou Beishan and said, Thank you. The man glanced at her, his expression dark, and after a long pause, said, You know you have stomach problems, yet you still skip meals. Are you trying to die faster? Taking another sip of warm water, Jiang Wan felt much better before replying, You know exactly how things went today. When would I have had the chance to eat under those circumstances? She didn't want to perform surgery on an empty stomach either, but an operation could easily last 6 or 7 hours. She couldn't very well stop halfway through to grab a bite to eat, could she? How horrifying that would be. Zhou Beishan fell silent for a moment before asking, Are you feeling better now? That's much better. Jiang Wan nodded, then said, You should go back and rest now. It's getting late. Just helped you and now you're kicking me out? You really are heartless when you turn against someone. Zhou Beishan stared at her, thinking this woman really didn't spare any courtesy. Jiang Wan sighed in resignation, That's not what I meant at all. I just feel terrible taking up more of your time so late. It's already been this long. What difference would a bit more make? The man countered. Jiang Wan remained silent. Fine, whatever you say. She couldn't be bothered to speak anymore. In the midst of the silence, a knock came at the door. Just as Jiang Wan was about to get up to answer it, Zhou Beishan stepped forward first. When the door opened, there stood a delivery person. Your order, they said. Zhou Beishan took it without another word, though the corner of his eye caught the name Mr. Zhang on the receipt. A flicker of displeasure rose in him, but he let none of it show. Carrying the takeout bag back to the living room, he glanced at Jiang Wan. Did Zhang Yi send this over? Must be. Jiang Wan nodded. He did mention ordering takeout for her earlier. With that, she took it and was about to dig in. She was genuinely hungry, and if she didn't eat something soon, her stomach might start aching again. Seeing she was about to eat, Zhou Beishan suppressed his anger and stopped her. If your stomach's upset, don't eat spicy food. Watching the food being taken away right before her eyes, Jiang Wan was momentarily stunned. Getting anything to eat would have been good enough. I'm not picky. Do you like Zhangyi? Zhou Beishan asked. Jiang Wan was baffled once again. She shook her head. We've only met 2 or 3 times. What's there to like or dislike? That's way too far-fetched. Hearing her response, Zhou Beishan felt slightly better, but his expression remained serious. When I told you to stay away from him before, I wasn't joking. There's some unresolved conflict between us. He definitely has ulterior motives for getting close to you. What's between you and him has nothing to do with me. Why would he deliberately approach me? Jiang Wan asked sincerely, genuinely confused by the cause and effect relationship here. Zhou Beishan was also stunned. Yeah, what does it have to do with Jiang Wan? But that brat Zhangyi didn't see it that way. He was convinced that Zhou Beishan had feelings for Jiang Wan, which was why he'd intentionally gotten close to her. But clearly, he couldn't tell Jiang Wan any of this. Chapter 046, Something Fishy Online. The knocking sounded again. Zhou Beishan breathed a sigh of relief and went to open the door, returning shortly with another takeout order in hand. Your stomach isn't great, have some congee, he said as he placed the takeout in front of Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan nodded and didn't refuse either. Alright then, I'll keep Zhanya's portion for tomorrow. No sooner had these words left her mouth than she saw Zhou Beishan sit down opposite her, pick up his chopsticks, and start eating the takeout Zhanyi had ordered. Noticing her shocked expression, the man said disapprovingly, What? You owe me such a big favor, and I can't even have your takeout? Jiang Wan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She nodded and said, Of course you can. Eat whatever you want. She was just surprised by Zhou Beishan's action. The two sat facing each other, eating their respective takeout meals, and the atmosphere became somewhat awkward for a moment. Jiang Wan never expected to have a meal with Zhou Beishan after their divorce, let alone takeout, which made it even stranger. Finally finishing the meal, Jiang Wan looked at Zhou Beishan and asked, do you have anything else to say? If there's nothing else, you'd better leave quickly, she wanted to say. Zhou Beishan noticed the meaning in her eyes and indeed had no reason to stay any longer. He stood up, adjusted his collar, and said, I'm heading back. Okay, she nodded, eager to see him off. Zhou Beishan walked to the door, then suddenly stopped. You, what? Jiang Wan asked. Forget it, we'll talk about it later. He actually still wanted to know why Jiang Wan disliked her, but after some hesitation, he didn't ask. Zhou Beishan left, and Jiang Wan also wiped the smile from her face. She walked over to the sofa, retrieved her phone, which showed over a dozen missed calls from Yan Jincheng. She called back, second brother. Are you okay? Why didn't you answer the phone earlier? Yan Jincheng's voice was full of concern. Big brother and I almost booked flights to come back. I'm fine. I was taking a shower earlier and didn't hear my phone ring. She lied, not wanting them to worry about her while they were abroad. What exactly happened online? Yan Jincheng asked. Although he wasn't in the country, he was aware of what had happened online and was very worried. Jiang Wan explained the situation briefly and, as if afraid they would worry too much, added, It's already been resolved. You don't need to worry. That so-called Dong Fangxiang is downright inhuman, daring to deliberately frame you. Yan Jincheng's tone shifted. If Jiang Wan were present, she would have spotted the fleeting murderous glint in his eyes. Jiang Wan's gaze turned icy as she said, She's just a minor player. Now that she's been apprehended, she won't cause any real waves. What surprises me more are the movements online. To the outside world, she was merely an ordinary person. How could an outsider stay trending on hot searches for this long? There was clearly something fishy going on. Shall I look into it for you? Yan Jincheng offered. Jiang Wan shook her head and said to him, You're abroad now, so it's inconvenient. I'll handle it myself. That works too. After all, your hacking skills are better than mine. Yan Jincheng didn't refuse. Sometimes even he admired his younger sister. Not only did she learn things quickly, but she also mastered every skill to perfection. He really felt inferior in comparison. They casually chatted for a bit longer before Jiang Wan hung up the phone. Soon after, she opened her laptop beside her, her slender fingers dancing across the keyboard as she stared intently at the screen, leaving no detail unchecked. Meanwhile, back at his own home, Zhou Beishan was also awake, having just received a phone call from Murong Fei. This Dr. Zhang's domestic records are quite interesting. You'd never guess what we found, Murong Fei said. Chapter 047, She was married. Get to the point. Zhou Beishan rubbed his temples and leaned back on the sofa, waiting for Murong Fei to continue. On the other end of the phone, Morongfei scoffed before speaking up. Her name is Jiang Wan. She grew up in a place called Taohua Village in Jincheng. But don't let her rural upbringing fool you. She's actually a top student. My investigation shows she skipped grades from childhood, earned her PhD at 22, then went abroad for further study for 2 years before returning to China. Jiang Wan? Why does that name sound so familiar? Yet racking his brains, he still couldn't recall where he'd heard it before. And then, Zhou Beishan stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the ink-black night outside, lost in thought. And then, Morongfei's voice involuntarily rose, tinged with amusement, as he said, after she returned to the country, not only did she not work, but she completely vanished from everyone's sight. Guess what she was up to? Zhou Beishan, of course, couldn't guess, but he faintly realized that the reason he couldn't find Jiang Wan's trail earlier was likely because she had suddenly disappeared. What did she go do? She got married, Morongfei said. In an instant, Zhou Beishan's brows furrowed. Married? Yes. My sources show she registered the marriage at the Civil Affairs Office, Morongfei replied. For a long while, Morongfei on the other end of the phone, not getting any reaction from Zhou Beishan, grew somewhat bored, hearing that she got married. Don't you have any reaction? What reaction should I have? Zhou Beishan retorted, his eyes pitch black, unfathomable at a glance. Aren't you disappointed? Morongfei asked him. Zhou Beishan didn't answer. He didn't know what reaction he should have at this moment. Disappointed? There does seem to be a little something. It was just an accident. But really, what kind of man would a woman like that end up marrying? Boring. Morongfei rolled his eyes over the phone before adding, but you don't need to feel too down. I found out that she got divorced recently. Divorced? This time, Zhou Beishan's reaction was noticeably stronger. He was genuinely surprised. Finally, some change in your tone. I was starting to think you really didn't care. Morongfei perked up. For a moment there, he thought his effort had been pointless. Zhou Beishan wasn't in the mood to waste time with him and asked directly, what happened? Explain in detail. How should I know why she got divorced? The Civil Affairs Bureau just showed that she's divorced, Morongfei said helplessly. It hadn't been easy for him to uncover even this much information. After all, given Jiang Wan's status, it had taken him considerable effort just to learn this much about her. At this moment, Zhou Beishan felt deeply conflicted. He truly hadn't anticipated that the investigation would lead to such an unexpected conclusion. Divorce. It's hard to tell that woman had gone through marriage and divorce. One can't help but wonder what kind of man could have possessed yet failed to cherish her. Who was the man she married? He asked instinctively. Morongfei on the other end of the line fell silent, his tone turning solemn. That's precisely what surprised me most. I actually couldn't uncover his identity. What do you mean? I found out that Jiang Wan was married and divorced, but I couldn't find out whoever she was married to, he said. The atmosphere suddenly became much more tense, as they all knew what that implied. If even Morongfei couldn't find out, it meant the other party's identity was extraordinarily uncommon, and their power might even surpass his. It seems that person's identity is quite extraordinary as well. After a long pause, Zhou Beishan finally uttered with admiration. Come to think of it, being able to marry a woman like Jiang Wan, how could he possibly be an ordinary man? Humph, no matter how extraordinary he is, I'll be able to track him down within another day at most. His curiosity was thoroughly piqued now. He was determined to get to the bottom of this. Chapter 048. What kind of person was your ex-husband? The next morning, Jiang Wan wearily dragged herself out of bed. After suffering through stomach pain all night, she didn't dare skip breakfast just to sleep in. Just as she headed toward the kitchen, the doorbell rang. She was surprised. Who could possibly be visiting her this early in the morning? Puzzled, she walked over and opened the door. When she saw Zhou Beishan standing there, she nearly dropped her jaw in disbelief. What's this man doing here again? Have you had breakfast? Zhou Beishan asked. Jiang Wan shook her head, just wondering what he was up to when he walked in holding a takeout box with the words Zhou Jiwei clearly printed on it. Jiang Wan knew of Zhou Jiwei, a particularly famous restaurant in Jincheng renowned for its extraordinarily fragrant porridge. She'd been wanting to try it for the longest time. So, could Zhou Beishan have come specifically to deliver breakfast to her? Eat up, it's still warm. The man spoke as he placed the porridge on the dining table. Jiang Wan didn't move. She remained rooted to the spot for a long moment before confirming this wasn't her imagination. You came specifically to bring me breakfast? Don't overthink it. I happened to be ordering some for myself and got an extra portion, the man replied, his voice chilly and devoid of any excess emotion. Had she been reading too much into things? Hesitantly approaching, she stared at the steaming porridge before her, still finding it hard to believe. I didn't realize President Zhou was this kind. Her words carried a touch of sarcasm. She certainly didn't genuinely think Zhou Beishan was that considerate. Yet Zhou Beishan didn't catch the nuance. A fleeting smile crossed his lips as he quipped, "You're the one with poor vision. I've always been perfectly fine." Heh, Jiang Wan scoffed inwardly. The two sat facing each other over their porridge bowls, the silence between them stretching unbroken. Suddenly remembering the information she'd looked up the previous night, Jiangwan couldn't resist glancing up at Zhou Beishan, only to meet his gaze already fixed upon her. "Speak your mind," he said. Seeing this, Jiangwan didn't hold back either. "President Zhou, aren't you going to accompany Miss Xing? Aren't you afraid she'll get jealous?" Zhou Beishan set down his spoon, his gaze shifting to Jiangwan with rare solemnity. "Yaya and I aren't in the relationship you imagine," he said. "I regard her as a younger sister." "Sister? Is she your darling lover?" "If President Zhou thinks this way, does Miss Xing feel the same?" she asked. "Why suddenly ask about her?" Zhou Beishan clearly sensed Jiangwan's unusual behavior. She wasn't normally the gossiping type. Jiangwan remained silent, with no intention of telling Zhou Beishan about what she had discovered the night before. Xing Yaya dared to scheme against her behind her back, so she naturally had to return the favor properly. But there was no need to let Zhou Beishan know about this. After all, this man was on Xing Yaya's side, telling him would be akin to seeking death. She remained silent, and Zhou Beishan didn't press further. Instead, he changed the subject and asked, You mentioned being divorced earlier, were you serious?" That time he encountered Jiangwan at Liyuan, he happened to see her using divorce as an excuse to reject a doctor from their department. At the time, he thought it was just Jiangwan's excuse, but the news Morong Fei uncovered last night made him realize it wasn't an excuse, it was the truth. Jiangwan looked up at him. Zhou Beishan's question indicated he had learned something. She wasn't surprised, only puzzled that since he had already found out about her divorce, he must know her name, yet he still didn't know she was his ex-wife. Apparently, he truly hadn't paid even the slightest attention to his wife of 2 years. He didn't even know her name. "Yes," she nodded. Zhou Beishan wanted to ask something but hesitated to voice it. What would Mr. Zhou like to know? Jiangwan finished her meal, set down her chopsticks, and gazed at him with an amused smile. Zhou Beishan hesitated for a moment before saying, "I just didn't expect that even someone as esteemed as Dr. Jiang could be taken for granted." Chapter 049 He's just a scoundrel. Jiangwan almost burst out laughing, but she held it in and said with feigned sorrow, "Yeah, he's nothing but a scumbag." "Did he hurt you?" Zhou Beishan's expression darkened, his fists itching to teach the other man a lesson. "Yeah." Jiangwan nodded and slowly said, "It's been 2 years since we got married, and he still hasn't come to see me even once. Don't you think he's a complete jerk? Bastard." Zhou Beishan gritted his teeth, fury burning in his heart. "Who is he?" "He is none other than you, Zhou Beishan." Jiangwan suppressed a laugh and shook her head. "Forget it, what's done is done. As long as I don't have anything to do with that person in the future, that's enough for me." Seeing her response, Zhou Beishan didn't press further, though he still felt a knot of frustration in his chest. "Don't be too lenient with scumbags. If you find it hard to deal with him yourself, I can help." Only after speaking did he realize Jiangwan was looking at him, and suddenly Zhou Beishan felt awkward. "Don't misunderstand, President Zhou, you're not trying to pursue me, are you?" she asked, her eyes fixed on him. The surroundings fell dead silent. Almost instinctively, Zhou Beishan retorted, "Absolutely not." Jiangwan looked at him with meaningful eyes. Observing her expression, Zhou Beishan explained, "I'm only helping you because you saved Yaya. Like you said, Yaya's illness could relapse at any time." Hearing his words, Jiangwan thought it over and conceded the point. Zhou Beishan would do anything for Xing Yaya, so helping someone who might potentially save Yaya in the future did make sense. "That's for the best anyway, not that I have any interest in you either," Jiangwan retorted. Zhou Beishan suppressed the anger simmering within him, but recalling his own earlier words, he could only choke back his indignation. "Though we're not particularly close, I did help you last night. Don't you think your current attitude is disappointing?" His voice lowered as he shot Jiangwan a cold glare, silently cursing her ungratefulness in his heart. "I told you already, I don't like people with the surname Zhou," she repeated earnestly, without a trace of humor in her expression. Zhou Beishan's face darkened ominously. "If you don't give me a proper reason today, you know what'll happen." An intimidating aura radiated from Zhou Beishan at that moment. Having failed to get answers last time, he was determined to uncover the truth this time without fail. Jiangwan made no attempt to hide her feelings as she directly stated, "My ex-husband happens to be surnamed Zhou, so I have zero affinity for anyone with that last name." Zhou Beishan nearly choked on his breath in outrage. Just because her ex-husband was surnamed Zhou, she'd developed a bias against everyone sharing that name? That's beyond unreasonable generalization. Not every man named Zhou is a scumbag, after all. He was angry, and his tone naturally turned unpleasant. "Really? So Miss Jiang is just lumping all the Zhous together with one stroke?" After learning her name was Jiangwan, he stopped calling her Dr. Jiang and instead switched to Miss Jiang. "Maybe so." Jiangwan shrugged, unconcerned. "But I just don't like it. What can I do about it?" Without giving Zhou Beishan another chance to speak, she said bluntly, "Is there anything else, President Zhou? If not, you'd better leave now. I need to get to work and don't have time to entertain you." This woman changed her attitude faster than flipping a page. Zhou Beishan had truly witnessed it firsthand. He shot her a cold glance before turning on his heel and striding away. If he ever concerned himself with this woman's affairs again, he'd renounce his family name Zhou. But, the moment he stepped out the door, he faintly sensed something wasn't quite right. 2 years married and never seen her? Come to think of it, wasn't that exactly how he'd treated his ex-wife too? Chapter 050, The Jing Family Meets with Misfortune. Zhou Beishan sighed helplessly. Probably, in the heart of his ex-wife, he was just such a scoundrel too. At this thought, Zhou Beishan finally felt a pang of guilt toward his unknown ex-wife. Perhaps even the house in the west of the city couldn't make up for the harm he'd caused her. With this thought, he sent a message to Wu Xiao, instructing him that after finding the person, in addition to the property in the western part of the city, another 10 million should be given as compensation. Jiang Wan was unaware of what Zhou Beishan had done. After everyone left, she changed her clothes and hurried to the hospital. As for Zhou Beishan, after that unpleasant conversation earlier, she thought the man wouldn't come looking for her again. Good, peace and quiet. Mr. Jing Qihua sat in his office with a beaming smile, watching his company's stock soar, feeling absolutely elated. Ever since clinging to Zhou Beishan as his powerful patron, Jing Group's growth had been like a rocket taking off, transforming from an insignificant small company into today's renowned listed enterprise in Jincheng. Qihua couldn't help but feel immensely proud. The only regret was that his daughter hadn't managed to secure Zhou Beishan. If she could have married into the Zhou family, his name might have even appeared on the rich list. At this thought, he still felt somewhat unwilling. Just as I was thinking of calling Jing Yeye to ask her to put in more effort, before I could even dial the number, someone hurriedly walked in. His expression immediately changed as he roared angrily, "Where are your manners? Who told you to enter without knocking?" The secretary looked on the verge of tears and quickly apologized before saying, "Mr. Jing, something's happened." Qihua's face darkened again. "What happened? You'd better check online first." With that, the secretary handed the tablet to Qihua. On the internet, Jing Group was prominently featured on the homepage, visible to Qihua at first glance. Jing Group is suspected of multiple issues including tax evasion and financial fraud. Following this were several images clearly displaying Jing Group's financial irregularities, tagging various influencers as well as the Tax Bureau and Securities Regulatory Commission. Qihua's face turned pale as he slammed his palm on the table with a bang, shouting furiously, "Nonsense! This is slander! CEO Jing, the evidence they've published, they're all fake." Qihua interrupted, though anxiety churned uneasily within him. No one knew better than him whether it was true or false. The secretary glanced at him and didn't say much, asking instead, "What about this trending topic? Have someone take it down immediately, and have the PR department issue a lawyer's letter to sue the person who framed me," he instructed. The secretary was about to nod when her phone rang. She answered it and immediately turned pale. Director Jung, what's wrong now?" he roared. "The Tax Bureau and securities regulators have sent people over," the secretary said. The next second, Qihua nearly lost his balance. How could it be so fast? On the other side, Jiangwan looked at the online trends and the replies from 2 departments in her email, then closed her computer with satisfaction. This time, even if the Jing family doesn't perish, they'll certainly suffer dearly. Who asked them to dare scheme against her behind her back? Did they really think she wouldn't notice someone was pulling strings to amplify yesterday's trending scandal? She didn't care whether it was Jing Yeye's doing or the Jing family's. Well, they're all from the same clan anyway. They deserve what's coming. Jiang Wan's trending topic had long been removed. Yesterday's farce concluded with the truth coming to light, and her name had already faded from online discussions. She was thoroughly satisfied with this outcome. The only concern is whether that 16-year-old boy can bear such a cruel truth. Chapter 051, The Fool Who Thought Himself Clever. She received the call this morning. The police had already extracted a full confession from Dong Fangxiang, revealing all her sinister plans. Dong Fangxiang truly loathed her stepson and had repeatedly tried to kill him, though all previous attempts had failed. So yesterday she orchestrated another car accident, but unexpectedly the kid was lucky, not only unharmed, but barely injured at all. This left Dong Fangxiang dissatisfied, and she had no intention of letting it end there. Seizing the opportunity, she sent him to the hospital, planning for him to die on the operating table. This way, she could both eliminate the child and extort a sum of money. As for why she chose Jiang Wan to perform the surgery, to be honest, Dong Fangxiang was somewhat cunning. She knew the child's condition wasn't serious, and a highly skilled doctor like Jiang Wan would certainly refuse to perform surgery. So she planned to take advantage of Jiang Wan's refusal to transfer the child to another hospital. If anything went wrong later, she could even extort money from Jiang Wan as well. It's clear that woman would stop at nothing to squeeze out more money. Pity, the mills of God grind slowly but exceedingly fine. Did she really think no one could see through her petty schemes? What a foolish smart aleck. As I was thinking this, I found myself already standing at the doorway of the child's hospital room. She's your mother. Do you really think she'd harm you? Stop believing all those rumors online. A middle-aged man's voice came from the hospital room, clearly agitated and tinged with anger. She's not my mother, Lin Haonan's voice responded, weak after just waking up and hoarse with exhaustion. The child was incredibly lucky. Thanks to the timely rescue and Jiang Wan's exceptional medical skills, he miraculously regained consciousness after just one night in the intensive care unit. You reckless brat. Are you dead set on sending Feng Xiang to prison? The middle-aged man roared in furious exasperation. If she's truly innocent, she won't end up in prison. But if she's guilty, then prison is exactly where she belongs. He'd endured this injustice for years. This time, he'd nearly paid with his life. There would be no more tolerance. Next time, he might not be so fortunate. You wretched brat. With that, the middle-aged man raised his hand to strike Lin Haonan, who instinctively closed his eyes, bracing for the pain. Yet the anticipated blow never came. When he opened his eyes, he saw Jiang Wan standing before him, gripping the man's wrist tightly as she fixed him with an icy stare. In that moment, to Lin Haonan, Jiang Wan descended like nothing short of a heroic savior. Even after many years had passed, he still couldn't forget this scene. Your son has just woken up. Do you want to slap him back into unconsciousness? Jiang Wan shook off the other's hand, disgust flashing in her eyes. As the saying goes, with a stepmother comes a stepfather. His own biological son was nearly killed, yet not only was there no concern, he actually wanted him to forgive the culprit? How hateful. You. Father Lin was about to ask who she was when his gaze fell on Jiang Wan's work badge hanging around her neck, and immediately understood. I'm disciplining my son, what business is it of yours? His tone toward Jiang Wan was far from friendly, as he had seen yesterday's news online and couldn't shake the feeling that this doctor was at the root of the whole mess. Jiang Wan rolled her eyes at him, too fed up to waste words. If you don't leave now, I'll have no choice but to call security. As she spoke, she had already taken out her phone. Seeing this, Father Lin felt somewhat guilty. He glared at Jiang Wan before turning to Lin Haonan and saying, what, grown wings now, have you? Fine, let's see how long that lasts. With that, he turned and left, shooting Jiang Wan one final fierce glance on his way out. Chapter 052, I lost my father long ago. Jiang Wan didn't mind and waited until he left before asking Lin Haonan in the hospital bed, how are you feeling? Any discomfort? Pretty good, he chuckled awkwardly, his cheeks slightly flushed. He could remain indifferent when facing his father, but with Jiang Wan, he still felt somewhat embarrassed. Let me know if there are any issues, I'm your attending physician, she said. Lin Haonan nodded, then suddenly thought of something, his expression turning grim. I don't have the money to pay the medical bills. He had heard that this doctor was quite famous, so the surgery fee must be very expensive. But since he was still a child, he simply couldn't afford it. Earlier, when Lin's father made that parting remark, it was precisely because he knew his son had no money, no means to cover medical bills, let alone tuition or living expenses. He was utterly convinced his son would come crawling back to him for help. It's all right, the hospital has a special relief fund. You don't need to worry about medical expenses, just focus on recovering properly. Seeing him like this, Jiang Wan couldn't help but feel heartache too. Although she had no parents, compared to Lin Haonan, she was truly much happier. Did the police station call you? What do you think? Jiang Wan asked, somewhat worried that he might actually be persuaded by Lin's father. If Dong Fengxiang were really allowed out, she might very well target Lin Haonan again. Next time, he might not be so lucky to survive. Lin Haonan nodded, his expression darkening. I'll tell the truth, he said. Jiang Wan smiled. Telling the truth would mean he had no intention of letting Dong Fengxiang off. What about your father? Jiang Wan sounded concerned. Actually, I realize now, from the moment he married that woman, I no longer had a father. Lin Haonan laughed at his own words, but there was an unmistakable bitterness in that smile. Jiang Wan felt a pang of heartache and said to him, focus on recovering first. If you encounter any difficulties later, you can come to me anytime. Thank you, replied Lin Haonan. As Jiang Wan walked out of the ward, a heavy weight settled in her chest. A 16-year-old child, an age that should have been carefree, shouldn't have to endure such hardships. The more she dwelled on it, the stronger she felt about doing something to help. She called the security department and told them to be vigilant, not to let Lin's father in to disturb Lin Haonan's recovery. Then she called Yan Jincheng and asked him to help investigate the woman named Dong Fangxiang. She couldn't shake the feeling that such a ruthless woman must have done something shady in the past. Zhou Corporation. All the employees at Zhou Corporation felt that this day was especially long. Zhou Beishan had been summoning and berating every department since he arrived at the company in the morning. Everyone understood one thing clearly: the CEO was in a foul mood today, and it was best not to cross his path. Wu Xiao didn't want to invite trouble either, but as the CEO's assistant, while others could avoid it, he had no such privilege. President Zhou, here's the financial report you requested. Wu Xiao handed over the document cautiously. Zhou Beishan acknowledged with a grunt, keeping his head down as he continued working. Seeing Wu Xiao's expression, he gritted his teeth and said, "Something's happened with the Jings." Upon hearing this, Zhou Beishan finally looked up at him. Not daring to delay, Wu Xiao quickly handed over the tablet, displaying the Jings trending on Weibo. No sooner had Zhou Beishan finished reading than his phone rang. Seeing it was Jing Ye calling, he hesitated briefly before answering. "Brother Shen, something's happened to my dad's company, and he's been taken away." Jing Ye's voice trembled with tears over the phone. Zhou Beishan frowned, feeling irritated. "I already know. I'll think of something. Brother Shen, thank you." Jing Ye felt helpless. There was nothing else she could do but express her gratitude. After hanging up, Zhou Beishan instructed Wu Xiao to investigate what was going on. After a pause, he added, "Also look into whoever posted this. Why would they suddenly target the Jing group for no reason?" "All right." Wu Xiao nodded and turned to leave the office. Chapter 053, Looks like you don't want to be friends with me. At 6 in the evening, Jiang Wan unexpectedly left work on time for once. She was just considering whether to invite Jiang Tian out for dinner to inquire about the current state of the Jiang family when a red sports car pulled up in front of her before she could even dial the number. The car window rolled down, revealing Zhang Ye's strikingly handsome face within her line of sight. "Dr. Jiang, surely you have time for lunch today?" He smiled, yet Jiang Wan distinctly sensed the assertive aura emanating from him, an air that brooked no refusal. Jiang Wan sighed inwardly. This man truly couldn't wait even a moment. Having just agreed yesterday, he was already pressing her to fulfill her promise today. After brief consideration, she decided keeping this favor unsettled wasn't wise, better to clear it sooner. "All right, get in the car." Xiangmenlu, a famous Hunan cuisine restaurant in Jincheng. Jiang Wan recalled the takeout Zhang Yi had ordered for her last night and casually asked, "You seem to really like spicy food." "Yeah, don't you?" Zhang Yi turned his head to ask her. Due to her sensitive stomach, Jiang Wan usually avoided spicy food, but today was about repaying a debt of gratitude. How could she expect Zhang Yi to accommodate her? "No, I quite like it," she replied with a nod. Hearing this, Zhang Yi smiled meaningfully and said, "Then we have quite similar tastes. No need to worry about arguing over what to eat in the future." Jiang Wan. She pretended not to hear his words, thinking that since the favor had been repaid, it would be best to minimize contact with Zhang Yi moving forward. She had no intention of getting involved in the feud between him and Zhou Beishan. Inside the private room, Zhang Yi handed the menu to Jiang Wan. "See what you'd like to order. You decide." "I'm not picky." Knowing little about Hunan cuisine and never having visited this restaurant before, she naturally had no idea which dishes were good. Zhang Yi promptly ordered several dishes and, after some consideration, uncharacteristically added a lighter option as well. While waiting for the food to be served, Zhang Ye's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Wan. "You still haven't told me your name yet." "I can't keep calling you Dr. Jiang, can I? Sounds too distant." "Jiang Wan," she replied. She hadn't intentionally meant to conceal it. As for whether outsiders could find out, that wasn't her concern. "Jiang Wan," Zhang Yi murmured, then smiled. "It's a beautiful name. May I call you Xiao Wan?" Jiang Wan hesitated, feeling that her relationship with Zhang Yi hadn't reached that level of familiarity yet. "For fairness, you can also call me Yi." He looked at Jiang Wan with a cheerful smile. Seeing her forced smile, he added, "Or just call me by my name if you prefer." "All right." Jiang Wan nodded, tacitly agreeing. Of course she wouldn't call Zhang Yi, they weren't that close. Naturally, she couldn't stop Zhang Yi from calling her Xiao Wan either. Before long, the dishes were served, and the two ate at a leisurely pace. It was only at this moment that Zhang Yi noticed Jiang Wan had hardly touched the other dishes. She had eaten mostly from that plate of light, bland food. Understanding dawning on him, he set down his chopsticks and said with some helplessness, "Seems like you still don't consider me a friend." Jiang Wan froze, also putting down her chopsticks to look at him. You clearly can't handle spicy food. Why didn't you refuse earlier?" he asked. "I'm fine. As long as you're happy with the meal," she replied. Zhang Ye's expression subtly darkened, betraying his displeasure. Jiang Wan sighed inwardly, feeling helpless. She simply wanted to repay this favor as soon as possible. What they ate genuinely didn't matter to her. By the looks of it, you never intended to be friends with me, did you? Zhang Yi asked, his voice tinged with frost. He wasn't an easy person to get along with, especially after being rejected by Jiangwan repeatedly. Right now, he was teetering on the edge of anger. Chapter 054, We're Even Now. Seeing how far he'd taken things, Jiangwan felt it was time to make things crystal clear. She looked at Zhang Yi with an indifferent expression. Someone like Mr. Zhang doesn't lack a friend like me. Still addressing him as Mr. Zhang, clearly keeping her distance. Zhang Yi's expression shifted, but before he could speak, Jiangwan continued. I have no intention of getting involved in whatever feud you have with Zhou Beishan. Let's consider ourselves even after this meal. The unspoken message, after this dinner, don't come looking for me again. Zhang Yi could hear the implication clearly, his expression darkening considerably. Are you sure? Making an enemy of me in Jin City isn't a wise choice. Mr. Zhang must be joking. I've no intention of offending you. I simply refuse to be used as a pawn, she replied with a smile. I'm hardly acquainted with Zhou Beishan. I truly don't understand your feud with him. Why drag me into this? Her bewilderment was genuine. Zhang Yi studied her intently, finding no trace of deception in her eyes. It seems she genuinely didn't notice Zhou Beishan's unusual behavior towards her. After a moment's thought, he suddenly laughed. Who told you I approached you because of Zhou Beishan? Wasn't it? She retorted. When Zhou Beishan mentioned it, he didn't seem to be joking. Of course not. Zhang Yi shook his head. You're so outstanding. Isn't it natural that I'd be drawn to you? Jiangwan furrowed her brows. Right now, Zhang Yi was grinning again, making it impossible to tell if he was serious or not. Zhou Beishan just has a problem with me. Don't mind him, Zhang Yi said. You and Zhou Beishan. She instinctively wanted to ask but quickly stopped herself. The grudges between them had nothing to do with her. Zhang Yi didn't mind her question and cheerfully replied, it's something from the older generation. Both he and I are victims. But he still wouldn't forgive the Zhou family. If it weren't for that person from the Zhou family, he wouldn't have suffered all these years. Jiangwan didn't ask further. It had nothing to do with her anyway. Do you really have no interest in Zhou Beishan? He suddenly asked, his face filled with curiosity. Jiangwan was speechless, then shook her head. No. Zhang Yi laughed, and he laughed heartily. Zhou Beishan, oh Zhou Beishan, this is the first time in so many years I've seen you take an interest in a woman. Too bad she's not interested in you. He was in an exceptionally good mood. Forget about him. Won't you ever consider me? He asked again. Jiangwan was even more speechless. Just as she was about to refuse, Zhang Yi interrupted. Don't rush to say no. At least give me a chance. Let's take our time and see. Maybe one day you'll think I'm not half bad. Hearing him say that, Jiangwan couldn't press further. She gave a perfunctory response and let the matter drop. After finishing their meal, the two walked out of the restaurant. Did you eat well? Zhang Yi asked. Jiangwan nodded. Zhang Yi had later ordered a few lighter dishes, and she'd eaten quite contentedly. No matter what, in this matter, she had a good impression of Zhang Yi. Someone who can correct their mistakes is infinitely better than that bastard Zhou Beishan. Wait, why was she comparing him to Zhou Beishan in the first place? Let me take you home? Zhang Yi asked. Okay. Jiangwan nodded and was about to get into the car when she caught sight of the black phantom across the street out of the corner of her eye. Her body stiffened. Noticing her peculiar reaction, Zhang Yi also followed her gaze. Oh, isn't that Zhou Beishan? Zhang Yi grinned, deliberately raising an eyebrow at Zhou Beishan with a full-on provocative air. The phantom car window quickly closed, and the vehicle soon vanished into the flow of traffic. Jiangwan felt a pang of guilt, as if she'd been caught in some compromising situation. Wait, no, why should she feel guilty at all? She and Zhou Beishan weren't even involved. With that thought, she calmly got into Zhang Yi's car, suppressing the uneasy feeling in her chest. Chapter 055, Prioritizing Romance Over Friendship. Inside the phantom, Zhou Beishan leaned back in the seat, eyes half closed, exuding an icy aura that made it obvious he was in an exceptionally foul mood. Mo Rongfei glanced at him a few times and remarked with some emotion, this Jiangwan is quite capable. Not only did she captivate Zhou Beishan, but even the usually unflappable Zhang Yi was utterly charmed. She clearly had more than a few tricks up her sleeve. Zhou Beishan let out a cold chuckle upon hearing this, slowly opening his eyes. His fathomless dark eyes revealed nothing as he said, that's just her being foolish. I clearly warned her that Zhang Yi had ulterior motives, yet she still chose to associate with him. How do you know it's foolishness? What if she just happens to like someone like Zhang Yi? Mo Rongfei retorted, further angering Zhou Beishan. Just moments ago she claimed she didn't like anyone surnamed Zhou, and now she's getting close to Zhang Yi. Could it be she prefers those surnamed Zhang? Who knows what might happen between them tonight? You know how Zhang Yi is, if he can cause you trouble, he'll be more than happy to, Mo Rongfei added. Mo Rongfei couldn't help but shiver. Looking at the person beside him now, they might as well have been carved from ice. Really cared that much? He was genuinely surprised. My people have uncovered some leads. We'll likely know exactly who Dr. Zhang's ex-husband is by tonight. He found this particularly intriguing. Just what kind of man could have possibly tamed that woman? Yet Zhou Beishan seemed not to hear at all, his mind completely preoccupied with Morongfei's words about something happening tonight. Stop the car, he suddenly commanded. The car jerked to a halt. Just as Morongfei was about to ask what was wrong, Zhou Beishan said, take a taxi there yourself. Morongfei? Are you serious? He couldn't believe it. Was he really being abandoned on the side of the road? I have urgent business, Zhou Beishan replied. Humph. Morongfei rolled his eyes. You mean going to see that Miss Jiang, don't you? You're just afraid something might actually happen between them tonight, aren't you? Zhou Beishan turned his gaze toward him, his expression icy, the unspoken threat hanging heavy in the air. Morongfei raised his hands in a surrendering gesture. I'm going. Happy now? With that, he opened the car door and stepped out, but not before throwing in a parting remark. You're still better than that punk Morongfei. Don't you dare lose to him. Drive, Zhou Beishan ordered, utterly ignoring him. Morongfei watched the car drive away and shook his head helplessly, sighing. You prioritize love over friendship. He reached out to hail a taxi, but just as he was about to get in, someone rushed ahead of him. Driver, hurry up, I'm in a hurry. Morongfei froze. Another person in a hurry? Zhou Beishan was his brother. Did this woman even know him before daring to steal his cab? After speaking to the driver, Jiang Tian turned to look at Morongfei outside the car, her face full of apology. Sir, I'm really sorry, but I have an urgent matter. Could you hail another taxi? I'll cover the fare for you. With that, Jiang Tian quickly pulled a 100 yuan bill from her bag and handed it over. Here, keep the change. Without waiting for a response, she unceremoniously shut the car door and urged the driver to leave. Soon, the taxi sped off. Morongfei stared at the 100 yuan bill in his hand, falling deep into thought. Does he look poor? Tonight is truly interesting. Resigned, he decided not to hail another cab but called his assistant to arrange a pickup instead. After a moment's thought, he added, look someone up for me. Daring to steal his car, some people simply have a death wish. Little did Jiang Tian know that by merely snatching a taxi, she had provoked a man she could never shake off for the rest of her life. Chapter 056, Don't like the name Zhou, prefer the name Jean? Mingchen apartment. Jean Yi escorted her to the apartment entrance and joked half seriously. Aren't you going to invite me up for a bit? No, thanks. Jiang Wan declined. It's getting late, Mr. Jean. You should head back and get some rest too. His name is Jean Yi, he reminded. Jean Yi. Jiang Wan didn't argue with him. Whatever name was fine, it didn't matter anyway. Jean Yi nodded in satisfaction and opened the car door. Go back now, and you should rest early too. Soon, Jiang Wan got out of the car and entered the neighborhood, disappearing from Jean Yi's sight. Jean Yi wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he leaned against the car door, lit a cigarette, glanced at his watch, and curled his lips. Should be here soon, he murmured. Just as the words left his lips, a car approached in the distance, none other than the black phantom he had seen earlier. His smile widened. That was fast. The car pulled up in front of him, and Zhou Beishan stepped out, his face dark. Had enough yet? What do you mean, President Zhou? I don't quite follow, Jean Yi retorted with a smile, his expression annoyingly smug in Zhou Beishan's eyes. Is that so? Zhou Beishan scoffed coldly. Seems the Zhang family doesn't intend to exist anymore. Hearing this, Jean Yi's expression shifted, the earlier playfulness vanishing. So you're planning to move against the Zhang family? Isn't this exactly what you wanted? He said. Yes. Jean Yi nodded, uncharacteristically solemn. All these years, Zhou Beishan had never taken him seriously. Time and again, he provoked him, yet the other man treated him like nothing more than a clown. Now, at long last, he was finally looking at him properly. He was quite pleased with the outcome. Taking a deep drag from his cigarette, he exhaled slowly before saying, well then, I'll be waiting. He pushed the car door open to leave, then deliberately provoked. By the way, Xiaowan said she's not interested in President Zhou. You'd better not bother her. Xiaowan? How affectionate that sounds. Zhou Beishan's face darkened as he ground out through clenched teeth. If she's not interested in me, does that mean she's interested in you? Of course. I think Xiaowan quite likes me. He nodded, his face brimming with smug delight. With that, Jean Yi drove off, leaving Zhou Beishan standing alone on the spot. A fire raged in his chest, thoroughly ignited by Jean Yi's provoking words. He turned and walked into the neighborhood, arriving at Jiang Wan's door a few minutes later and knocking. The door opened quickly. Jiang Wan had just finished showering and changed into her pajamas. Seeing Zhou Beishan standing outside the door, she was momentarily stunned. Why is it you? Who did you think it was? Jean Yi? The man retorted. Jiang Wan rolled her eyes and immediately moved to close the door. Whatever you want, Director Zhou, we'll talk tomorrow. I'm going to bed. However, before the door could close halfway, a large hand blocked it, and Zhou Beishan took the opportunity to slip into the living room. Jiangwan glared at him, furious. Zhou Beishan, this is trespassing. Get out of my house. Yet Zhou Beishan didn't move. You, just as Jiangwan was about to continue scolding him, Zhou Beishan suddenly stepped closer to her. Jiangwan instinctively stepped back, only to quickly find herself cornered against the wall with nowhere left to retreat. Why you? What do you want? She stammered, having never seen Zhou Beishan like this before. He looked downright terrifying. I clearly warned you to stay away from Zhanyi. Why didn't you listen? The man roared, flames seemingly burning in his eyes. Now angered herself, Jiangwan retorted heatedly, why should I listen to you? Just who do you think you are? Very well. Zhou Beishan's anger grew even stronger. Don't like people with the surname Zhou, but prefer those with the surname Zhan? The man suppressed his fury, speaking almost directly into Jiangwan's ear. Chapter 057. He is Jiangwan's ex-husband. What if I don't like people named Zhou but prefer those named Zhan? What's it to you? Jiangwan was fuming. What right did this person have to interrogate her like this? Jiangwan. Zhou Beishan gnashed his teeth. Jiangwan raised her head, locking eyes with him as she enunciated each word. I don't like people surnamed Zhou, especially one named Zhou Beishan. The moment the words left her lips, Zhou Beishan's large hand clamped onto her jaw. Say that again if you dare. I said, I don't like. Jiangwan's words were cut off as Zhou Beishan's lips sealed hers, the scorching contact causing her mind to instantly freeze. Eyes wide, she stared at the man before her, momentarily forgetting to push him away. Smack. Regaining her senses, Jiangwan furiously slapped Zhou Beishan across the face, her petite face burning with rage. Zhou Beishan, you bastard. Zhou Beishan covered his stinging cheek, his face darkened with fury. You're the first person in my life who dared to strike me. So what if I hit you? If not for the law, she'd have gladly killed this man. Gritting his teeth, the man nodded coldly. Fine, we'll see if you can withstand my wrath. With that, Zhou Beishan turned and strode away. Hearing him say that, Jiangwan was so angry she almost laughed. So you still think you didn't do anything wrong, huh? She wiped her lips, feeling unsatisfied, then went straight into the bathroom and rinsed her mouth several times with cold water. Only then did she feel somewhat better. Consider it as being bitten by a dog, she comforted herself. Zhou Beishan returned to his own home. Although Jiangwan's slap had left him furious, coming to his senses, he realized his actions had been somewhat inappropriate. But at that moment, he didn't have time to think too much. He only wanted to silence that woman's mouth. Reaching up, he touched his lips, which still seemed to carry Jiangwan's warmth, leaving him dazed. But soon, the pain in his cheek snapped him back to reality. His eyes darkened as a simmering anger began to rise in his chest. Just then, Morongfei's phone call came through, snuffing out his rage once more. What's the matter? He asked, his voice icy. On the other end, Morongfei was momentarily taken aback and asked curiously, what's wrong with you? Judging by your tone, don't tell me Zhanya that brat actually pulled it off? Speak if you have something to say, otherwise, get lost. He was in a foul mood and had no patience for Morongfei's teasing. Don't be so quick to dismiss me. I assure you, what I'm about to say will pique your interest. He chuckled lightly, and had Zhou Beishan been present, he would have noticed the playful glint in his eyes. Zhou Beishan remained silent. Morongfei continued, do you know who concealed Jiangwan's ex-husband's information? If I knew, would I still need you to look it up? Zhou Beishan snapped irritably. Zhou family, he said. In an instant, Zhou Beishan thought he must have misheard. Zhou Beishan, you didn't expect this, did you? God knows how shocked he was when he uncovered this information, but upon regaining his composure, he understood exactly what was going on. Zhou Beishan truly hadn't anticipated it. Even now, with Morongfei telling him, he still couldn't believe it. After a long while, the anger in his heart completely dissipated, replaced instead by an indescribable and ambiguous emotion. You're not joking, are you? He asked. Of course not, Morongfei said, then added, since you're unaware of this matter, it means it wasn't your doing. In that case, it's most likely your family's elder who did it. But why would your family elder conceal information about Jiangwan's ex-husband? I think you understand this better than I do. Yes, Zhou Beishan understood very well. If it truly was his family elder's doing, then his motive wasn't for Jiangwan, but for Zhou Beishan himself. The old man only had this one grandson, and coincidentally he was divorced, just like Jiangwan. All the signs pointed to. He was Jiangwan's ex-husband. Chapter 058. No time another day either. He suddenly recalled his last visit to the ancestral home, when Uncle Wu mentioned that Miss Jiang had come by. At the time, he'd assumed it was Miss Jiang from the Jiang family, but now it was clear. It was clearly Jiangwan. Suddenly, he recalled Jiangwan saying she disliked people with the surname Zhou, that her ex-husband was a Zhou, that he hadn't visited her once in their 2 years of marriage. And then there were Jiang Tian's words from the Jiang family. He hadn't understood them before, but now, everything made sense. The signs had been there all along. He just hadn't thought to look for them. The phone call ended at some point, and Zhou Beishan found himself standing before Jiang Wan's door again without realizing when he'd arrived. He raised his hand to knock, but ultimately lacked the courage to follow through. The next day, Jiang Wan stepped out to leave for work. Looking down, she noticed cigarette butts littering her doorstep and couldn't help muttering, "How inconsiderate, who'd toss cigarette butts right at my door?" Across the hallway, Zhou Beishan, who had been preparing to open his door for a chance encounter, froze in place. It wasn't until Jiang Wan stepped into the elevator that Zhou Beishan hurriedly caught up, boarding the same car. At the sight of him, Jiang Wan's face instantly darkened. She turned her head away, deliberately ignoring Zhou Beishan's presence. "I was wrong yesterday, but you also slapped me, so we're even." When he was hit, Zhou Beishan had thought of 100 ways to torture Jiang Wan, yet, after receiving Morong Fei's call, all his anger vanished completely. He didn't even know what attitude to adopt when facing Jiang Wan again. Hearing him dismiss the slap so easily, Jiang Wan was somewhat surprised, since when had this man become so magnanimous? She had already prepared for a fight to the death with Zhou Beishan, yet he said they were even? "It's the weekend. Are you free? Let's have a meal together." He spoke again, his attitude surprisingly pleasant. Jiang Wan was baffled once more. Had this man gotten possessed by some spirit? How else could he change so drastically overnight? Though thinking along these lines, her reply came out cold as ice. "Sorry, Director Zhou, I have work today." "It's the weekend, no work," Zhou Beishan said. "That applies to you, but I'm different." She shot him a glance. Even on weekends, hospital rounds were necessary. Hearing her unchanged tone, Zhou Beishan remained unruffled. Calmly, he stated, "I've just invested in Jinan Hospital and am now its largest shareholder. If I say it's a holiday, then it's a holiday." Jiang Wan was rendered speechless by this sudden revelation. At that moment, her phone rang. Glancing at the screen, she saw it was the hospital director calling. Not daring to delay, she answered immediately. Soon, she hung up the phone, looking at Zhou Beishan with an even stranger expression. The hospital director called to inform her that from now on, she would have weekends off unless there was an emergency at the hospital, in which case they wouldn't suddenly call her in. "So, do you have time?" the man asked again, knowing that Jiang Wan had already received the hospital's notification. While marveling at how nice it was to be wealthy, Jiang Wan didn't hesitate to decline. "No time. Even if I'm not working, I can still be busy with other things. Anything would be 100 times better than having dinner with Zhou Beishan. Does he really think we're even just because he says so? What gives him the right? A single slap would never be enough to vent my anger." Just as Jiang Wan thought her refusal would anger the man again, she saw him shake his head helplessly. "All right then, you go ahead with your work. I'll ask you out another time." "Another day won't work either," she said. "I haven't even said which day yet. Any day would be the same." To put it bluntly, she didn't want to have dinner with Zhou Beishan. Zhou Beishan wasn't stupid. He understood exactly what she meant. Though he'd reminded himself not to get provoked by her right before leaving home, he still couldn't help feeling the urge to lash out when actually facing this situation. Fortunately, Jiang Wan didn't give him this opportunity. As soon as the elevator reached the first floor, she strode out without hesitation, hailed a taxi, and vanished from Zhou Beishan's sight. Now, Zhou Beishan didn't even know who to direct his fury at. "President Zhou." Wu Xiao spoke up as the car pulled up in front of Zhou Beishan. In an instant, Wu Xiao felt a chill creeping up on him, sending an involuntary shiver down his spine. Had he done something wrong recently? Why did he feel their company's CEO was looking at him differently? Chapter 059, What do I keep you around for? The president's office. Wu Xiao suppressed his fear and followed Zhou Beishan inside. "Have you tracked down my ex-wife's whereabouts?" Zhou Beishan asked coldly, his voice neither loud nor soft, betraying no particular emotion. Yet precisely this inscrutability made Wu Xiao shudder all the more. He couldn't understand what had come over his CEO. In the past, Zhou hadn't inquired about his wife even once a year. Why was he asking so frequently now that they were divorced? He shook his head, stammering slightly as he said, "No." Sure enough, upon hearing this, Zhou Beishan's gaze turned even colder, piercing him like freezing ice. "What's her name?" Zhou Beishan asked. "Jiang Wan," Wu Xiao replied. He heard Zhou Beishan take a deep breath in front of him, as if restraining something. "Have you never seen her before?" Zhou Beishan asked again. Wu Xiao shook his head once more and said, "She's never come to the company, and you've never visited Zhou Manor, so naturally, I haven't seen her either." In daily matters, Jiang Wan always communicated directly with Uncle Wu at the old residence. Wu Xiao hardly had any reason to interact with her. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Beishan grabbed the documents in front of him and hurled them at Wu Xiao. "What the hell am I keeping you around for? You couldn't track her whereabouts for so long, and now you didn't even realize she was right in front of me." Wu Xiao staggered from the impact but didn't dare dodge. However, he froze upon hearing Zhou Beishan's words, "in front of you." He didn't understand what his boss meant. "Jiang Wan, Dr. Jiang." Doesn't it strike you as suspicious? Zhou Beishan was so furious he could barely control his temper, his words laced with seething anger. Wu Xiao seemed utterly stunned, taking a long moment to recover. Dr. Jiang, could she possibly be your ex-wife? Zhou Beishan didn't respond, but the answer was clearly obvious. Outside the office, Jing Yaya, who had just been about to push the door open, froze in disbelief. How is this possible? That Jiang Wan is clearly from the countryside, but Dr. Jiang isn't just an internationally renowned neurosurgeon. She's also the last disciple of the esteemed Elder Su. They're completely different people. No wonder he was so surprised. Anyone in his position would find it hard to connect the two individuals. Zhou Beishan glared at him and said, "That's exactly what I want you to investigate. If you can't figure this out, consider yourself fired." Yes, Wu Xiao nodded solemnly. It wasn't just Zhou Beishan, even he was eager to uncover what was really going on. After Wu Xiao left the office, Zhou Beishan sent a message to Uncle Wu to double-check, attaching a photo of Jiang Wan at the hospital. Soon, he received Uncle Wu's reply, and all the uncertainty in his heart vanished completely. "Young master, this is indeed the photograph of the young mistress." For the first time in so many years, Zhou Beishan's heart was in such turmoil, he had no idea how to face her. Jing Yaya suppressed her shock, knocked on the door, and stepped inside. "What's wrong, Brother Shen?" she asked. "Nothing. Why did you come here?" Zhou Beishan shook his head, not wanting to tell everyone about Jiang Wan's matter. Jing Yaya walked up to him, her eyes reddened. "My dad's company." "Yaya, your father broke the law. He should face legal punishment, and you should understand that very well." Zhou Beishan cut her off. He had never shown much kindness towards Jing Yaya's parents. Originally, if the matter wasn't serious, he wouldn't have minded helping out, just to let Jing Yaya recover in peace. But now that it appeared to be quite troublesome, there was no need for him to lend a hand. It simply wasn't worth it. Chapter 060, What exactly do you want? Jing Yaya clearly understood this principle too. Just as she was about to bring up the fine again, Zhou Beishan unexpectedly spoke first. "Fortunately, this time it's just a fine. After paying the back taxes and reorganizing the company finances properly, at least it won't come to serving jail time." Jing Yaya bit her lip before saying slowly, "But the amount of this fine is enormous. My father can't afford it." At these words, Zhou Beishan instantly furrowed his brows. His gaze shifted to Jing Yaya. "Just a fine of a few $100 million, surely the Jing group can cover that?" "My dad." "Yaya, you're an adult now. You should think for yourself instead of blindly following whatever your father says." Zhou Beishan interrupted her, visibly displeased. Jing Yaya felt a momentary shock, quickly replaced by intense unease. For so many years, this was the first time Zhou Beishan had spoken to her in such a stern tone. "I understand, Brother Shen. I'll let my father handle this matter himself. I won't interfere anymore." If she continued to interfere and ask Zhou Beishan for help, it would only make this man resent her. To her, nothing, not her parents, not the Jing family, mattered as much as the man before her. Only, she recalled the words she had just overheard outside the door. Dr. Jiang was actually Shinji's ex-wife. She had always assumed Zhou Beishan's ex-wife was some country bumpkin. Though she'd never met her, she hadn't thought much of it. But now, knowing how formidable the woman was, and more importantly, considering Zhou Beishan's already ambiguous attitude toward her, the revelation that this was his ex-wife might well push them closer together. What if they remarried? Jing Yaya didn't dare think further. No, she had to do something. "Brother Shen, let's have lunch together. It's been ages since we last ate together," she said with a smile. Yet, how could Zhou Beishan be in the mood to accompany her for a meal at this moment? He waved his hand and said, "I'm quite busy today. Maybe next time." Jing Yaya felt complicated emotions. In the past, whenever she asked Zhou Beishan to eat together, this man would rarely refuse. But now, "Dr. Jiang, Jiang Wan, whoever you are, I won't let you snatch Shingu away." Noon, the taste of congee. After Zhou Beishan had ordered takeout from this place for her once before, she'd been craving it ever since. Finally having a weekend off work, she decided to invite Jiang Tian to try it with her. However, Jiang Wan checked the time. Half an hour had passed since their scheduled meeting, but Jiang Tian still hadn't arrived, which made her feel somewhat worried. Another 10 minutes later, Jiang Wan received a phone call from Jiang Tian. "I'm sorry Wan, something came up at work today. I probably won't be able to have dinner with you." As she spoke, her eyes involuntarily flickered toward the man sitting across from her, suppressed anger weighing on her heart. Hearing this, Jiang Wan nearly lost her temper. "What's so urgent that you can't even spare time for dinner? I've already ordered everything for you." Looking at the fully laden table, she simply couldn't help feeling angry. "Sorry Wan, I really can't make it," she said. Jiang Wan had no choice but to relent, sensing Jiang Tian's embarrassment as well, and could only say, "Fine, but next time tell me earlier if you're going to stand me up." After hanging up, Jiang Tian turned to the man across from her and demanded angrily, Just what do you think you're doing? Meanwhile, Jiangwan gazed at the table full of dishes before her, lost in thought. Should she tough it out and finish the meal now, or pack it up and take it home for dinner? While still caught in hesitation, a figure sat down opposite her. When Jiangwan finally recognized who it was, her expression instantly darkened. President Zhou, isn't it rather inappropriate to sit here without my permission? Chapter 061, Jiangwan, let's talk. She looked up, and their gazes met. Jiangwan wasn't sure if it was her imagination, but she felt Zhou Beishan's gaze towards her seemed subtly different from before. My treat, Zhou Beishan announced. With a light chuckle, Jiangwan propped her chin on one hand and looked at him. I absolutely can afford a meal, no need for President Zhou to trouble himself. She harbored no goodwill towards Zhou Beishan, in fact, one could say she disliked him somewhat. Sitting across from him for dinner, Jiangwan suspected her appetite would utterly desert her. Jiangwan, let's talk. In the end, Zhou Beishan was the first to concede defeat. This made Jiangwan even more puzzled. What did they have to talk about? Let's pretend none of the past ever happened and start over. What do you think? He asked, his heart full of apprehension. Hearing this, Jiangwan laughed before shaking her head under Zhou Beishan's gaze. Not happening. Why? If I had to guess, it's probably because of that incident with the Jiang family that upset you. At most, I can renew the cooperation with them. Would that satisfy you? Yet Jiangwan still shook her head. Leaning back in her chair, she watched the man across from her as if observing an amusing spectacle. Zhou Beishan nearly lost his temper, but the thought that she was his ex-wife, and that no matter how you looked at it, he was the one who had wronged her, made him swallow his anger. What will it take for you to forgive me? He asked, seemingly at his wit's end. Jiangwan stared at Zhou Beishan for a long moment before speaking. Actually, you already knew, didn't you? As the words fell, Zhou Beishan froze instantly. Last night I slapped you, yet today not only did you not seek trouble, you even took the initiative to make peace. That's truly unusual behavior. Barring the possibility that you've been possessed, the only explanation is you figured everything out. She was no fool. On the contrary, Jiangwan had been clever since childhood. That morning in the elevator, she had found Zhou Beishan's attitude odd, but she hadn't pieced it together then. Now, however, she was certain this man already knew she was his ex-wife. After a long silence, Zhou Beishan finally nodded. I only found out last night. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Had he known Jiangwan was his ex-wife during their first meeting, perhaps many misunderstandings could have been avoided. Yet Jiangwan scoffed at it, chuckling dismissively. What does it matter whether I know or not? We're strangers anyway. Zhou Beishan turned to look at her, inexplicably feeling choked up when he heard her call them strangers. What about the Jiang family? Not necessary. Jiangwan interrupted him, her expression turning frosty. It's not like cooperating with Zhou Corporation is the only way to survive. Save your favors for the Jing family, President Zhou. She refused bluntly, knowing Jiang Tian well enough to understand that even if she were present, she would have refused as well. No one wanted such a crisis to happen again. Zhou Beishan didn't press further but remained silent for a moment before speaking. These past 2 years, I wronged you. I didn't know. Didn't know what? Jiangwan interrupted again, her displeasure evident as she said, did you not know what I looked like? Or didn't you realize that I'm not as crude and vulgar as you imagined? Zhou Beishan didn't answer. Truth be told, it was both. Jiangwan took a deep breath, feeling she had gotten overly emotional. This wasn't like her. After composing herself, she continued, since we're already divorced, let's each go our own way from now on. I hope President Zhou understands. I truly don't wish to see you again. She spoke harshly, leaving Zhou Beishan no shred of dignity. Zhou Beishan genuinely wanted to mend relations with Jiangwan, but that didn't mean he could endure endless provocation from her. Understood. Zhou Beishan nodded, standing up with a grim expression. Then I wish Miss Jiang a bright future. Thank you, and the same to you, President Zhou, Jiangwan replied. Chapter 62, She won't tolerate this. Zhou Beishan left decisively. Jiangwan felt she had thoroughly offended the man this time. However, she didn't care. Picking up her chopsticks, she prepared to start her meal. The next second, another figure appeared on the opposite seat. Just as Jiangwan was about to say, Zhou Beishan, won't you ever stop? She looked up only to realize it wasn't him. Of course, it was still someone who ruined her appetite. Dr. Jiang, Xingye said with a smile. At this moment, Jiangwan couldn't have been more exasperated. No sooner had Zhou Beishan left than Xingye showed up. Was the universe conspiring to deny her this meal or what? Miss Jing, if you have something to say, spit it out. I'm busy eating. She had no patience for Xingye, who she'd never liked to begin with. Considering the Jing family's involvement in that incident when she'd been thrust into the spotlight, the fact that she hadn't thrown her out immediately was already a testament to her restraint. Xingye's expression darkened. She was already in a foul mood after being turned down by Zhou Beishan for lunch, and now she'd run into him dining with Jiang Wan while out with friends. At this moment, apart from feeling aggrieved, she was consumed by burning resentment. All because of this woman in front of her. That was why Brother Shen had rejected her. Moreover, she was Zhou Beishan's ex-wife, which made Jing Ye inexplicably feel threatened, compelling her to take the initiative to approach and test the waters. Dr. Jiang seems quite close to Brother Shen, she asked, maintaining a calm facade, though her hands beneath the table had unconsciously clenched. Hearing this question, Jiang Wan wasn't surprised. Aside from Zhou Beishan, it seemed there was no other reason for Jing Ye to seek her out. Leaning back slightly, she shook her head with a light laugh. What gives you the impression that we're close? So you too. I thought I made myself perfectly clear last time. I didn't expect Miss Xing to still seem so concerned. With a slight flutter of her eyes, she continued before Jing Ye could speak. Why is that? Has Zhou Beishan failed to give you enough sense of security? Jing Ye lowered her head, biting her lip tightly. Zhou Beishan not only failed to give her a sense of security, but he never even considered taking her feelings into account. From beginning to end, he only saw her as a younger sister. However, judging by Jiang Wan's expression, she seemed to have misunderstood. Of course, she wouldn't take the initiative to explain. Instead, she said, it's just my own insecurity. Brother Shen is so outstanding. It's natural to worry he might fall for someone else. Miss Xing, one should never belittle oneself. No matter how exceptional Zhou Beishan is, he's still just a man. There's no need for you to undervalue yourself. As far as Jiang Wan was concerned, no matter how remarkable Zhou Beishan might be, she still didn't fancy that man. So Dr. Jiang really doesn't like Shinji, right? She asked, seemingly wanting a definite answer. Yet seeing her still obsessing over this question, Jiang Wan instantly felt she was beyond help and told her, your mindset has developed problems now. I suggest you calm down first. Do you really need to interrogate every woman who appears around him? Jing Ye lowered her head without speaking, but her eyes had turned utterly frosty. Jiang Wan's refusal to directly answer her question made Jing Ye conclude that she must have feelings for Zhou Beishan. She couldn't stand it. As if having made up her mind, she lifted her head again, still wearing that ever-smiling expression. I'll consider Dr. Zhang's suggestion. As she spoke, she had already stood up and swiftly walked out of the restaurant. Jiang Wan, what is this? Just coming to say a couple words to her and then leaving? Outside the restaurant, after disappearing from Jiang Wan's sight, Jing Ye took out her phone and made a call. Money is no issue, just make sure she's publicly disgraced. Chapter 063, Zhou Beishan, are you alright? JK Bar. Morongfei pushed open the private room door and immediately frowned. It's barely noon, and instead of going to the office, you're here drinking? Beishan, are you okay? As he spoke, he had already taken a seat opposite Zhou Beishan, his expression a mix of concern and curiosity. I'm fine, Zhou Beishan replied, yet he downed another glass as he said it. Fine my foot. Morongfei didn't believe it in his heart. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, it seems it's because of that Jiang Wan? What? Didn't you confront her? I did. She said she doesn't want to see me. Zhou Beishan spoke, with a trace of bitterness in his words. Morongfei was surprised, but upon second thought, felt it made sense. Who told you to marry her 2 years ago yet never visit her once? It's normal for her to hold resentment towards you. But I never expected her to, sigh. Zhou Beishan sighed heavily. To say there wasn't any regret would be a lie. Had he reached out to Jiang Wan earlier, perhaps they never would have gotten divorced. Morongfei walked over and patted him on the shoulder, comforting him. Why are you upset by her attitude? Don't tell me you've actually fallen for her? Zhou Beishan remained silent. Morongfei continued, you've just been without a woman by your side for too long, which is why you're drawn to that Jiang Wan. Honestly, she's just average, not worth your time. I know a few quite impressive young ladies over here. Want me to introduce you? He did think Jiang Wan was mediocre, just a bit mysterious. When it came to true femininity, she still fell short by a fair margin. Zhou Beishan shot him a glare and snapped, get lost. Come on, I'm serious. Give it a try, you might find someone you like even more. It was rare to see Zhou Beishan troubled by matters of the heart, and he found it rather amusing. Zhou Beishan stared at him for a moment, his brow slightly raised. You seem to be in a good mood. Did something nice happen? Not exactly nice, more like I met an interesting person, he replied with a playful grin, his eyes twinkling with mischief. Zhou Beishan couldn't be bothered to humor him. This guy was never serious anyway. By the way, yesterday you told me to stir up some trouble for the Zhang family. Were you serious? Morongfei got back to business. Zhou Beishan nodded, downed another glass of wine, and then said, keep him busy so he won't have time for anything else. Morongfei let out an O with an expression that said, I totally get it. As night fell, Jiang Wan returned to Mingchen Apartments after a busy day. Although she didn't need to go to the hospital today, she wasn't idle. On the contrary, she had plenty to keep her busy. Stepping into the elevator, preoccupied with other thoughts, she failed to notice the second person standing inside. Ding! The elevator arrived. Jiang Wan looked up, about to exit, when the person beside her stepped out first. Zhou Beishan? When did he get on the elevator? But before she could collect her thoughts, the man's figure had already vanished around the corner. Seeing the elevator doors about to close, Jiang Wan hurried out, leisurely making her way toward her own room door, eager to avoid running into Zhou Beishan. Only after hearing the slam of a closing door did she finally reach her own doorway, taking out her key to unlock and enter. Closing the door, Jiang Wan still felt somewhat strange inside, but she quickly suppressed this odd emotion. Zhou Beishan treating her as a stranger was exactly what she wanted. She ought to feel happy about it. Having reasoned this through, she hummed a tune and headed toward the bathroom, ready to take a shower and go to bed. Compared to her cheerful mood, Zhou Beishan living across the hall was clearly in a much worse state of mind. Jiang Wan didn't spare him a single glance from start to finish, which dealt Zhou Beishan no small blow. Several times in the elevator he nearly failed to resist speaking up, only to remember just in time that he'd wished her every success that very day, forcing the words back down his throat. It's just a woman, isn't it? It's not like Zhou Beishan couldn't find another. Chapter 064 Kidnapping. The next day, Jiang Tian treated Jiang Wan to a meal, specifically apologizing for standing her up the day before. You always seemed so carefree before. I didn't expect you to be this diligent after starting work, Jiang Wan teased deliberately while sipping her juice. Ever since the Jiang family nearly went bankrupt last time, Jiang Tian had officially started working at Jiang Corporation. The reason they hadn't met recently was because Jiang Tian had been busy familiarizing herself with the company's operations and hadn't had time to make plans. Jiang Tian sighed helplessly. What choice do I have? The old man only has me as his daughter. If I don't take over Jiang Corporation, he'd have no choice but to sell the company at a bargain price. I think this is quite good, fulfilling one's life purpose. Aside from the 2 years she was married, Jiang Wan had hardly taken a break. Her ideal was to maximize her worth. Jiang Tian couldn't comprehend this mindset. With a pained expression, she said, "Workaholics like you would never understand me. By the way, how are things between you and Zhou Beishan?" Jiang Tian shot her a gossipy glance. Jiang Wan rolled her eyes. What could possibly be between us? At most, he knows I was his ex-wife, that's it. So he knows now? Jiang Tian looked shocked, her curiosity burning fiercely. How did he react? Was he filled with regret? Who knows if he regrets it or not? I certainly don't care, Jiang Wan muttered, pursing her lips. Thinking about Zhou Beishan's expression yesterday, though, he probably did regret it a little. Jiang Tian grinned slyly, resting her chin on her hands as she studied Jiang Wan. Really don't care? Come on, he's still your ex-husband. You're the one who called him your ex-husband, Jiang Wan said solemnly, then added, since he's an ex, that means there's no relationship between us anymore. Hearing this, Jiang Tian still felt somewhat regretful. Actually, Zhou Beishan isn't that bad, you know. Are you really not going to reconsider? Jiang Wan wore an expression as if she'd seen a ghost and reached out to feel Jiang Tian's forehead. You don't have a fever, do you? That Zhou Beishan nearly bankrupted your father's company, and you're saying he isn't that bad? That's different. I've always kept work and personal matters separate, she said with a straight face. Jiang Wan couldn't be bothered to argue with her and stood up. I'm going to the restroom. Me too, Jiang Tian chimed in, rising to follow Jiang Wan toward the restroom. As they left the table, a waiter approached with a water pitcher to refill Jiang Wan's glass. Hidden from view, a white pill slipped into the water. Before long, the two returned to the dining table without noticing anything unusual. Jiang Wan picked up her glass and took a sip, oblivious to anything amiss. The waiter watching from afar let out a relieved sigh, then took out his phone to send a message. After finishing their meal, the two left the restaurant together. Since Jiang Corporation was nearby, Jiang Wan decided to escort Jiang Tian there first before taking a taxi back herself. Xiao Wan. As the two walked along, Jiang Tian suddenly seemed hesitant to speak. What's wrong? Jiang Wan turned to look at her, a puzzled expression on her face. After a long pause, Jiang Tian still didn't know how to talk about what had been happening to her recently. That man clearly wasn't simple. He probably wasn't an ordinary person. If she told Jiang Wan about it, it might just bring trouble to her instead. After some thought, she decided not to mention it for now. Nothing much. I just feel time flies so fast. In the blink of an eye, we're already facing life's hardships, she said with a smile. Yeah, it really flew by. As the two reminisced about the past, a van suddenly screeched to a halt at the intersection. Jiang Wan barely had time to sense something was wrong when three burly men jumped out, grabbed her arm, and dragged her toward the vehicle. Xiao Wan, Jiang Tian screamed, crying out loudly. Run! This was the last word Jiang Wan managed to utter before being dragged into the vehicle. Chapter 065, Your ex-wife has been kidnapped. As it turned out, her worries were unnecessary. After dragging her into the car, the three burly men paid no further attention to Jiang Tian. They simply boarded the vehicle and drove away, vanishing on the spot. Everything happened so fast. Jiang Tian only snapped out of her daze after the car had completely disappeared from sight, frantically pulling out her phone to call the police. But, even though she had already reported it to the police, she still felt intensely uneasy. No, I can't let Xiaowan get hurt. With this thought, she dialed the phone number she had just saved in her phone yesterday. In a spot she hadn't noticed, another black car stopped at the corner. The person inside was observing Jiang Tian through binoculars. Why is there only one? I thought both of them were heading this way, the person muttered. Isn't the one young Master Zhao once called Jiangwan? If we lose her, we'll be in serious trouble. The car quickly disappeared, apparently going to search for Jiangwan's trail. Zhou Corporation, CEO's office. Zhou Beishan massaged his temples as he listened to Wu Zhao's work report, suddenly feeling an inexplicable pang of unease. Just at that moment, the phone on his desk rang. He snatched it up and answered sharply, "What happened? Huh? How did you know something happened?" Morong Fei's voice on the other end was puzzled. He hadn't even said anything yet. "Speak," Zhou Beishan growled, his voice laced with barely contained fury. "We just received word, your ex-wife has been kidnapped," he said. As he finished speaking, Zhou Beishan abruptly stood up from his office chair. "What did you just say?" "I'll send you her kidnapping location. Whether you want to intervene or not is your business. I've done my part by informing you." With that, he hung up. If that little woman hadn't called him for help, he wouldn't have bothered with Jiang Wan's fate at all. But since she'd asked for assistance, he couldn't just do nothing. So out of basic decency, he'd made this call to Zhou Beishan. What Zhou decided to do next wasn't his concern anymore. Zhou Beishan quickly received the message from Morong Fei, which contained the address where Jiang Wan had been kidnapped, along with a brief account of the incident. As he read the message, he immediately walked out of his office, leaving Wu Xiao, who was in the middle of reporting his work, utterly bewildered. What was going on this time? "Wu Xiao." Zhou Beishan's roar came from outside the office, and he hurriedly stepped out. "Mr. Zhou, that address I just sent you, get me all the surrounding surveillance footage immediately," he ordered. Wu Xiao dared not ask what had happened and nodded before rushing to arrange it. Jiang Tian had just stepped out of the police station when a black phantom pulled up in front of her, and Zhou Beishan's face appeared in her line of sight. Zhou Beishan, she was astonished. "Get in the car, tell me everything in detail." Jiang Tian was still stunned, but sensing Zhou Beishan's displeased gaze, she didn't dare linger and immediately got into the vehicle. If Zhou Beishan helps, they should be able to find Xiaowan quickly. In the car, Jiang Tian recounted the day's itinerary with Jiang Wan to Zhou Beishan, finally asking, "Mr. Zhou, can you find Xiaowan?" "I will find her." The car stopped, Jiang Tian got out, and the vehicle immediately sped away, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, in the other van, Jiang Wan had her eyes blindfolded. "The woman is quite good-looking, this job's really worth it. Getting paid and sleeping with a beauty in one go. Don't let your guard down, the police might already be onto us. What's there to fear? After this job, we're heading abroad. The employer's payout is enough for us to live it up overseas for a while." Chapter 066, One Last Chance for You. The conversation between the three men reached Jiang Wan's ears clearly and unmistakably, allowing her to quickly piece together certain facts. Someone had paid them to kidnap her. They probably didn't intend to kill her, but rather to do something unpleasant. Now fully awake, Jiang Wan analyzed the situation calmly. There were only 3 of them. Given Jiang Wan's combat skills, these men posed no threat to her. However, she recalled the dizziness and overwhelming lethargy she had felt when being taken, realizing she must have been drugged. She only had a meal with Jiang Tian at a restaurant when she went out today, and got kidnapped right after leaving, which meant the place where she was drugged must have been the restaurant. The reason she still had the mood to think about these details was that she didn't take these 3 people seriously. What she needed to do was find out who had hired them. Soon, the car came to a stop. Just as someone reached out to carry her, Jiang Wan pretended to wake up. "Who are you? What do you want?" She feigned panic, her eyes concealed by the blindfold, so the 3 couldn't see the coldness in her gaze. Seeing her like this, the 3 men indeed let their guard down and said with a laugh, "Don't be scared, beautiful. We won't take your life. In fact, we'll make you feel like you're in heaven." A wave of nausea washed over Jiang Wan. If her hands hadn't been tied, she would have gladly punched them right then and there. "Who sent you to do this?" she demanded directly. The 3 ignored her question and instead pushed her forward. Soon, Jiang Wan heard a creaking sound, likely from an iron gate opening as several people entered and pushed her to one side. "Big brother, call the employer and have them transfer the money first," one of them said. Shortly after, Jiang Wan heard one of them leave, probably to make the call. "Hey beautiful, ever tasted what a real man feels like? Today, I guarantee you won't be able to resist." The sleazy voice whispering in Jiang Wan's ear was enough to make anyone want to punch him. "Second brother, why the rush? Once the money comes through, she'll be yours," said the man who had suggested making the phone call earlier, pulling the other away. Jiangwan overheard the two arguing but paid no attention. At that moment, she was patiently using a small blade she carried to cut through the ropes. At the same time, Zhao Yuanfang's villa. He glared at the men who had returned empty-handed, his expression dark. You lost someone who was drugged? Tell me, what good are you? Young Master Zhao, we truly don't know what happened. He vanished in the blink of an eye. The men standing there all hung their heads, not daring to meet Zhao Yuanfang's gaze. Just as Zhao Yuanfang was about to explode in anger, a commotion erupted at the entrance. President Zhou, you can't just barge in like this, the young master is. Piss off. The guard was kicked aside by Zhou Beishan, who then strode into the living room. Spotting Zhao Yuanfang inside, Zhou's face darkened with rage as he marched straight toward him. Zhou Beishan, what are you doing here? Seeing the aura emanating from him, Zhao Yuanfang grew somewhat fearful. Our families have been close friends for generations. Don't do anything reckless. As soon as the words fell, Zhou Beishan grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up. Where's Jiangwan? Jiangwan? Who's that? He looked completely baffled. Still playing dumb with me, huh? With those words, he threw a punch. Before the other could react, he grabbed him by the collar again. The guy at the restaurant has already confessed. After drugging Jiangwan, where did you take her? He knew exactly what kind of person Zhao Yuanfang was, which was why he had rushed over in such a hurry, afraid he might be a step too late. Dazed from the beating, Zhao Yuanfang muttered, are you talking about Dr. Jiang? She's not with me. Ah. Another punch landed, sending Zhao Yuanfang crashing to the ground. I'll give you one last chance. Tell me, where is she? Zhou Beishan was already on the verge of rage. If he couldn't find her soon, he'd lose his mind. Chapter 067, couldn't wait any longer. Zhao Yuanfang was utterly frustrated. Had he known Dr. Jiang belonged to Zhou Beishan, he still would have done it. After all, beauties like that were rare, and he'd never be satisfied unless he got a taste of her. Of course, these thoughts in his mind must never be revealed to Zhou Beishan, otherwise, what awaited him would likely be another brutal beating. Clutching his bruised face, he recounted what had happened, then added with utmost sincerity, I swear she's not here. My men completely failed to track her down. Clearly, Zhou Beishan didn't buy his story. His icy gaze swept across the villa before settling coldly back on Zhao Yuanfang's face. Zhao Yuanfang instantly stiffened, feeling as though he'd been targeted by a venomous snake. Bro Zhou, I swear I'm telling the truth. Zhou Beishan's phone rang at that exact moment. He answered quickly, and whatever was said on the other end made him stride rapidly toward the villa's exit. Seeing this, Zhao Yuanfang finally exhaled in relief. As soon as Zhou Beishan's figure disappeared, he immediately said, drive me to my father's place, now. Zhou Beishan was far too terrifying. He needed to find shelter. With these thoughts running through his mind, he was already walking toward the door. But just as he reached the entrance, a few men in black suits, bodyguards, blocked his way. Young Master Zhao, Chairman Zhou's orders are clear. Until he finds the person, you're to stay put at home. No going anywhere. Zhou Beishan, his teeth ground together in fury, yet he didn't dare openly defy Zhou Beishan. On the outskirts of the city, several cars raced down the road at breakneck speed. Zhou Beishan received a phone call from Wu Xiao. Surveillance footage had provided a lead. Jiangwan hadn't actually been kidnapped by Zhao Yuanfang's men, but by another group. His face darkened as he floored the accelerator. Just then, a red sports car pulled up alongside him on the left. Zhang Yu rolled down his window, his expression uncharacteristically grave. Zhou Beishan, if I rescue Xiaowan this time, do you think she'd offer to marry me out of gratitude? Zhou Beishan remained silent, and Zhang Yu hadn't expected an answer. He pressed the accelerator again, overtaking Zhou Beishan. His car was specially modified for racing, so Zhou Beishan's vehicle naturally couldn't keep up. Inside the abandoned warehouse, Jiangwan managed to cut through the ropes, but she remained composed, speaking lightly, 3 gentlemen, since I'm already tied up, can't you at least remove my blindfold? At least let me see where I am. Hearing this, the leader of the 3 men looked serious, scrutinizing Jiangwan for a long time. He had always been cautious in his work. Don't try anything funny. Stay obedient, or do you really think we won't dare to kill you? Big brother, I'm really just uncomfortable with this blindfold, Jiangwan said pitifully. Big brother, what's the harm in taking it off for her? After all, we'll have to remove it when we get down to business later. I love watching women's teary-eyed expressions beneath me, said the lecherous second brother as he stepped forward to remove Jiangwan's blindfold. At this point, Jiangwan looked at the 3 men. However, all 3 wore sunglasses and masks, well concealed. Aside from their height and build, Jiangwan couldn't discern anything about them. With just a few glances, Jiangwan could tell these 3 weren't professional kidnappers. They were just petty thugs from the streets. Seems the employer behind this isn't too bright either. Hiring such people for kidnapping carries significant risks. Suddenly, the leader's phone chimed with a message notification. After glancing at it, he grinned, the money's in. Second brother, handle the job. I'll record the video, and third brother guards the door, he directed. Haha, I can't wait any longer. With that, Lao Er walked toward Jiang Wan while taking off his coat. Chapter 068, Why are they here? In an instant, Jiang Wan's gaze turned icy as she watched Lao Er approach. The blade in her hand was already tightly gripped, ready to deliver a fatal strike the moment he came within reach. Just then, something unexpected happened. Lao San, stationed as a lookout by the door, suddenly shouted, "Boss, there's a car coming." As soon as the words fell, before the boss and his second-in-command in the warehouse could react, a red sports car charged straight into the warehouse, immediately followed by a black phantom. Zhang Yi and Zhou Beishan stepped out of the cars, both with icy gazes that swept over the three men as if they were already dead. "Who the hell are you guys?" The boss signaled his subordinates to gather close, pressing a knife against Jiang Wan's neck as a hostage, his face full of vigilance as he eyed the two unexpected arrivals. Jiang Wan was speechless inside. What were they doing here? They could have taken these three by surprise, but now with the blade pressed to her neck, even if she wanted to strike, she couldn't find an opportunity. Zhang Yi looked at them with a mocking smile. "You really picked the wrong person to mess with. You dare lay hands on my Shawan? Got a death wish? Let her go." Zhou Beishan spoke, his tone deceptively calm, though fury burned fiercely beneath the surface. The three weren't fools, they understood both men had come for Jiang Wan. The knife pressed harder against Jiang Wan's neck, making the threat painfully clear. "We only want money, not your lives. Tell us, how much do you want?" Money meant nothing to Zhou Beishan. The three exchanged glances, recognizing their target's wealth instantly. Their hearts skipped a beat. If they could squeeze more from this, their futures would be set. They'd come this far anyway, might as well take what they could get. "Alright then, the employer gave us 3 million. You give 6 million, and I'll let the person go," the boss said. 6 million? Zhou Beishan's expression darkened even further. Just one of Jiang Wan's identities was worth far more than 6 million. These three clearly had no idea what they were dealing with. "Fine," Zhou Beishan nodded. Jiang Wan was utterly speechless inside. She said to Zhou Beishan, "There's no need for you to save me. Just leave." Had these two not suddenly appeared, she would have subdued those three long ago. Jiang Wan. Yet Zhou Beishan was furious at her words. "At a time like this, you still have the mind to draw boundaries with me? What time is it now?" She didn't take the three of them seriously at all. Zhou Beishan ignored her too. After getting the account number, he transferred 6 million to them. "The money's here, now let her go." "Fine, but I need to confirm it's safe before releasing her." With that, the three began dragging Jiang Wan toward the door. Zhou Beishan and Zhang Yi followed closely behind. Compared to Zhou Beishan's anxiety, Zhang Yi appeared much calmer. Though he admired Jiang Wan, it was merely admiration without any deeper feelings. Rather than rescuing her, he was more intrigued by Zhou Beishan's reaction. However, at that moment, Zhou Beishan softly spoke up, "Count down from 3, and we'll strike together to take them down." Zhang Yi didn't answer, maintaining an appearance of complete detachment. "I'll give you the project in the Eastern District," Zhou Beishan spoke up. A smile spread across Zhang Yi's face as he replied cheerfully, "Deal." Getting to save someone while also securing a project, Zhang Yi felt this trip was definitely worthwhile. 3, 2. Just then, Zhou Beishan and his companion who had prepared to strike froze in place, because they saw Jiang Wan take action first. Her movements were lightning fast. Within a few breaths, she had already incapacitated all three men, leaving Zhou Beishan and Zhang Yi dumbfounded where they stood. Chapter 069, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. After knocking all three men down, Jiang Wan stepped on one of their faces before finally having time to turn back to Zhou Beishan and the other man. "I told you I didn't need saving," she said. Zhou Beishan and Zhang Yi. At that moment, the same word flashed through both their minds, ferocious. Yes, ferocious. They'd never seen a woman who could fight so well in all their lives. Jiang Wan couldn't be bothered with them, turning her attention to the man at her feet. "Call your employer," she said. The man didn't move, his loyalty unwavering. Jiang Wan gave a cold laugh. A razor blade had somehow appeared in her hand, and without hesitation, she opened a cut on his arm. "Ah!" The other person cried out in pain. "Make the call." Jiang Wan bent down, speaking like a devil incarnate. "Guess where my next cut will be." I'll call. The leader nodded repeatedly, gasping from the pain. Jiang Wan nodded in satisfaction. None of these three were professional kidnappers, so betraying their employer came as no surprise. The phone call went through, and after a few rings, a voice came through. "Is it done? Send me the video." A woman's voice came through, tinged with nervousness and a hint of excitement. No one answered her. Jiang Wan wasn't in a hurry to respond either. Instead, she turned her gaze toward Zhou Beishan not far away, her lips curling slightly in a faint, ambiguous smile. Zhou Beishan's expression had visibly darkened the moment he heard the voice on the other end of the call. He even seemed reluctant to meet Jiang Wan's eyes. The person on the phone grew impatient waiting for a response, Is the job done or not? If you dare take my money without delivering, I won't let you off easy. Jiangwan picked up the phone from the ground and said cheerfully, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed, Miss Xing. A gust of wind howled through the warehouse, yet the line remained eerily silent. What, Miss Xing? You've got the wrong person. The voice hastily fumbled for an excuse, only now remembering to affect a false tone. Unfortunately, this only adds to the suspicion instead of covering it up. The call ended, but Jiangwan didn't care. She already knew who the mastermind was. Jiangwan clapped her hands lightly, kicked the gang leader unconscious, then turned to Zhou Beishan. I'll leave these three to you, Mr. Zhou. I trust you know what to do. Oh, and don't forget to get the money back. I wouldn't want to owe Mr. Zhou a favor for nothing. After all, it's 6 million we're talking about. She said those words with a smile, but Zhou Beishan could sense the chill beneath them. The kidnapping was planned by Jing Yaya and he. I didn't know about this, Zhou Beishan said. Jiangwan shrugged, her expression indifferent. It doesn't matter. I don't care anyway. Jiangwan. By the way, President Zhou, please remember to pass on a message for me to Miss Xing. She turned to Zhou Beishan and said with a faint smile, I'll settle this score with her. Zhangyi, could you give me a ride back to the city? She asked. Zhangyi nodded, with pleasure. What an exciting spectacle today has been. Seems like Zhou Beishan worked hard for nothing. Not only did he fail to gain Jiangwan's gratitude, but he might have even earned her animosity. Could this be considered him getting a lucky break? With this thought in mind, Jiangwan had already gotten into the car. He hurriedly took the driver's seat and prepared to start the engine to leave. Yet suddenly he felt leaving just like that wasn't quite satisfying. Glancing at Zhou Beishan, he deliberately said, Goodbye, President Zhou. I'll be taking Xiaowan back now. You can stay behind to deal with the aftermath. Zhou Beishan could clearly see the provocation in his eyes, but what could he possibly do about it even if he did? The turn of events had taken him by surprise. He never would have guessed that in the end, it was Jing Yaya who had made the move. Jiangwan already misunderstood his relationship with Jing Yaya, and now she would probably think he was involved as well. Rubbing his temples, he felt both irritated and frustrated. Chapter 070, Yes, it was me. On the ride back to the city, Zhangyi looked at Jiangwan, who had her eyes half closed, and asked softly, Are you okay? It's nothing, Jiangwan replied. Thank you. Only after collecting herself did Jiangwan express her gratitude. Zhangyi shook his head with a smile. No need to thank me. After all, I haven't done anything yet. Just coming to rescue me is already more than enough. Jiangwan didn't mind these formalities. To her, she was certain she owed Zhangyi a debt of gratitude now. It's just Zhou Beishan. At the mere thought of that man, Jiangwan's expression darkened. Jing Yaya is his person. How is her involvement any different from Zhou Beishan acting himself? Should I take you back to Mingchen Apartments? Zhangyi asked, sensing Jiangwan's foul mood. He didn't ask further anyway. Seeing Zhou Beishan unhappy simply made him happy. As for the reason, he'd find out eventually. Jiangwan nodded without adding anything else. She needed to figure out how to settle this score. Asterisk. At the Jing family villa, Jing Yaya sat on her bed, her face deathly pale. Discovered. She felt an inexplicable panic. Yet she quickly forced herself to calm down. What if Jiangwan knew? After all, she had no proof. The SIM card was unregistered, and the bank account used for the transfer was an untraceable foreign one. Even if she went to Zhou Beishan and spoke up, no one would believe her. Realizing this, the panic in her heart eased a little. She got up and walked out of the room, preparing to go find Zhou Beishan. Sitting around waiting for disaster simply wasn't an option. She had just reached the living room when she saw someone approaching the door. It was Zhou Beishan himself. Beishan, what brings you here? She smiled and went to greet him, but froze when she saw his sullen expression. Zhou Beishan gazed at her coldly, barely recognizing the Jing Yaya before him. He recalled how Jing Chang had asked him to look after Jing Yaya back then. She was barely 20, always brimming with innocence as she followed behind him, calling him Brother Shen. But now, not a trace of that innocence remained. Under his piercing stare, Jing Yaya grew anxious and faltered. Brother Shen, you. Why? Zhou Beishan spoke, his voice cold. What do you mean why? Jing Yaya pretended not to understand, though she instinctively sensed it had something to do with Jiangwan. She just didn't want to believe it. Seeing her still feigning ignorance, Zhou Beishan grew even more disappointed. Why did you lay a hand on Jiangwan? Having eavesdropped on Zhou Beishan and Wu Zhao's conversation earlier, she knew Jiangwan was Dr. Jiang. Her face turned deathly pale. Brother Shen, I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't left my room all day. Has someone been whispering nonsense in your ear? You have to believe me. You know I'm not that kind of person, Jing Yaya explained. She was certain Jiangwan had no proof. If she stubbornly denied it, no one could do anything to her. Yet Zhou Beishan's reaction filled her with overwhelming disappointment. What kind of person are you? Maybe I've never truly understood you after all. Brother Shen. A wave of intense unease gripped Jing Yaya. She reached out to grab Zhou Beishan's hand, but he dodged her touch. When you answered that call just now, It wasn't just Jiangwan present, I was there too. He spoke slowly, his words nearly knocking Xingye off her feet. He had heard. An outsider might not recognize her voice, but Zhou Beishan would undoubtedly know it. In that instant, a storm raged through Xingye's mind as she scrambled to find a plausible excuse, some way to justify herself. But looking up and meeting Zhou Beishan's icy gaze, she understood, this man already knew everything. Whatever she said now would be futile. Yes, I did it, she finally admitted with a bitter laugh after a long pause. Chapter 071, interested in taking down the Jing family? Why? She saved your life, Zhou Beishan said, his eyes devoid of their usual warmth as he stared at her. Xingye smiled bitterly, lifting her gaze to Zhou Beishan. Why? What do you think the reason is? Brother Bei, after all these years we've known each other, don't you understand how I feel about you? She shouted hoarsely. The man frowned disapprovingly. I remember making it very clear to you long ago. I've always seen you as a younger sister, nothing more. He thought Xingye had understood, especially since she'd never brought it up again after that day. I never expected. Yes, you rejected me long ago, Xingye nodded, unable to muster a smile. But I love you, how could I bear to give up? So you targeted her? Zhou Beishan frowned again. You should have come at me directly. What does she have to do with this? Xingye raised her hand to wipe away the tears that nearly fell. Beishan, I know you too well. Even if you won't admit it, I can see that Dr. Jiang is different to you. I just can't accept it. How long have you known her? So what if you were once married? If you were truly meant to be, you wouldn't have divorced. If you've already divorced, it means you weren't destined to be together. Why did fate make you meet again? She truly didn't understand. It felt as if the heavens were toying with every single person in this world. Zhou Beishan's expression darkened further at her words, his gaze fixed intently on her. You knew she was my ex-wife? Since when did you know? I went to Zhou Corporation to look for you earlier and overheard your conversation with Assistant Wu, she replied. Xingye seemed weary as she walked over to the sofa and sat down. What does Shinji plan to do with me? She asked. Hand me over to Dr. Jiang? Or turn me in to the police? Don't worry, I remember all your kindness to me. Whatever choice you make, I won't blame you. She only blamed that woman Jiang Wan. Since the divorce was finalized, she shouldn't have appeared before Zhou Beishan again. This was a question Zhou Beishan had been contemplating ever since setting out. Xingye's brother had saved his life, and with his dying breath made one final request that he take care of his only sister. Zhou Beishan had personally vowed to do so, but Jiang Wan's side would undoubtedly not let Xingye off easily. The man was lost in thought, while Xingye appeared surprisingly composed, as if she had already prepared for the worst. After what felt like an eternity, Zhou Beishan finally spoke slowly. Pack your things. You'll fly abroad tonight. I've arranged a school for you there. Don't return to the country without my permission. Hearing his answer, Xingye didn't know whether to feel happy or sad in that moment. In the end, Zhou Beishan still remembered his brother's kindness and decided to let her off the hook. Sending her abroad, perhaps never to return, would be unbearably painful for her. What if I don't want to go? She ventured, trying to plead her case. However, Zhou Beishan's face turned cold at these words. If you want to seek your own death, I won't stop you. He had done all he could, but Xingye wouldn't listen. There was nothing more he could do, and he figured even Xingcheng down below wouldn't be able to blame him for it. Alright, I'll go. As long as the Green Hills remain, there will always be wood to burn. This was a truth Xingye understood well. Jiang Wan. One day, she will return. At 8 in the evening, after a good night's sleep, Jiang Wan regained her strength. Recalling the events of the day, her eyes grew cold. She took out her phone and made a call. Elder brother, would you be interested in taking down the Jing family? Chapter 072 Then call the police. The call with Yu Xiao lasted a full hour. During their conversation, the fate of the Jing family was already sealed. Only after Yu Xiao said he would return tomorrow morning did Jiang Wan hang up the phone, thoroughly satisfied. The Jing family, she murmured to herself, then continued, with the Jing family dealt with, what should we do about Xingye next? After some thought, she added, forget it, let's hand her over to the police. Spending the rest of her life in prison might be the best option for her. The doorbell rang at that moment. Jiang Wan, still in her pajamas, went to answer it. When she saw Zhou Beishan standing at the doorstep, her face immediately darkened. She was about to slam the door the next second, but the man moved faster, blocking the door and stepping inside before she could react. Zhou Beishan, breaking and entering is also a crime, she gritted her teeth as she warned him, ready to physically throw him out if necessary. Zhou Beishan seemed completely unfazed, calmly stating, then go ahead and call the police. Jiang Wan took a deep breath. The primordial rage within her seemed uncontrollably ready to erupt. Her palms itched, how she wanted to punch someone. Believe it or not, I truly had no knowledge of the kidnapping, the man spoke, gazing at Jiang Wan with sincere eyes. Suppressing her anger, Jiang Wan walked back to the living room and half reclined on the sofa. I believe you. After all, President Zhou has no reason to kidnap me. People always act for a reason. Xing Yeye had ample reasons to kidnap her, since that girl had always believed there was some connection between Jiang Wan and Zhou Beishan. But as for Zhou Beishan kidnapping her, Jiang Wan thought that possibility was slim. Hearing her say she believed him, Zhou Beishan genuinely let out a sigh of relief. Thank you. No need to thank me in a hurry. After all, Zhou and I were destined to be enemies anyway. She smiled coldly, a glint of ice flashing in her eyes. She was certain Zhou Beishan would protect Xing Yeye, so calling them enemies wasn't entirely wrong. Zhou Beishan's expression darkened as he understood the implication behind her words, his emotions complicated. What will it take for you to spare Yeye? Name your terms. If it's within my power, I'll agree to anything. TCH, Jiang Wan chuckled. So, President Zhou pleads with me now, all for Xing Yeye's sake? It's truly rare to see Zhou Beishan ask for help, no easy feat. Unfortunately for him, Jiang Wan isn't someone to be trifled with. I'll spare Xing Yeye on one condition, an eye for an eye. Her lips curled in a smile, yet her eyes remained utterly devoid of warmth. Zhou Beishan fell silent. Jiang Wan didn't mind either and continued, didn't she try to find someone to ruin my reputation? I'll just find someone to ruin hers too, that way we'll be even. What do you think, President Zhou? You're not that kind of person, Zhou Beishan said. Huh? Jiang Wan thought she might have misheard. She stood up and walked over to Zhou Beishan. Mr. Zhou, do you really think you understand me so well? Zhou Beishan shook his head. He didn't understand Jiang Wan at all, not one bit. He had no idea she was the renowned Dr. Jiang, that she was the last disciple of the venerable Mr. Su, nor even that she was so skilled in martial arts. Still, you're right, I really couldn't bring myself to do something so morally destructive. Without waiting for Zhou Beishan's reply, Jiang Wan gave a small nod to herself. Changing tack, she added with a smile, I think sending Miss Xing to prison for a few years would be quite fitting. I imagine she might even grow to like it inside. After all, the people inside were all as vicious as her. Zhou Beishan looked at her, knowing Jiang Wan wouldn't give up easily, and shook his head helplessly. Sorry, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. What do you mean by that? Jiang Wan frowned. Chapter 73, This debt goes on your tab. An hour ago, Yeye had already boarded a plane abroad. He spoke slowly, watching the anger rise on Jiang Wan's face, feeling helpless inside. He didn't want his relationship with Jiang Wan to come to this, but he couldn't not protect Xing Yeye either. Jiang Wan was genuinely furious with Zhou Beishan, lashing out at him in an instant. Zhou Beishan, you're asking for death. Zhou Beishan's eyes flashed as he swiftly dodged. Calm down first. Before Zhou Beishan could finish speaking, Jiang Wan had already struck again, each blow ruthless, showing no mercy. Calm down? She couldn't calm down right now. In the small living room, the two exchanged frequent blows. Of course, Zhou Beishan mostly dodged, never directly striking Jiang Wan. After 10 minutes, Jiang Wan was visibly exhausted, while Zhou Beishan remained composed, not even a strand of hair out of place. The next moment, Jiang Wan stopped attacking, leisurely smoothing her hair before saying, I didn't expect you to be quite skilled. She had been trained by professional instructors since childhood, learning nothing but how to swiftly defeat opponents. One could say she rarely met her match. Who would have thought Zhou Beishan was hiding his true skills? You're quite impressive too, Zhou Beishan said with a smile, visibly relieved when she didn't press the attack. He walked over to fetch a cup of water and handed it to Jiang Wan. Have some water, soothe your throat. Jiang Wan shot him a glare before taking the cup. Let me make this clear, this isn't over. I know. Zhou Beishan nodded, then added, with skills like yours, how did those 3 men manage to catch you? Jiang Wan fell silent. She hadn't had the chance to investigate that yet. While you were having lunch with Jiang Tian, someone slipped something into your drink when you went to the restroom, the man said. Jiang Wan raised an eyebrow, unsurprised, as she had already suspected as much. Miss Xing certainly came prepared, drugging me before arranging to have me kidnapped. She scoffed, wondering how she'd failed to notice how meticulous Xing Yeye could be. Zhou Beishan shook his head and corrected her. Yeye wasn't the one who had you drugged. Jiang Wan's expression shifted. It wasn't her? It's the Zhao family, that Zhao Yuanfeng who tried chatting you up at the banquet last time, Zhou Beishan said. He also hoped Jiang Wan would shift her focus elsewhere, directing less resentment toward Xing Yeye. That way, he might avoid catching as much of the fallout himself. Jiang Wan was first astonished, but then found it natural. Last time, she already felt that Zhao Yuanfeng was no good, but she never expected him to be so bold as to drug her. From this perspective, it's hard to say whether Xing Yeye was fortunate or unfortunate. Alright, if she was taken by Zhao Yuanfeng's people, then Xing Yeye wouldn't be involved. But if things go wrong, precisely because she was drugged, Xing Yeye's people could capture her. I can help you deal with the Zhao family, Zhou Beishan chimed in at the right moment, then added, the Zhao family is not on the same level as the Xing family. Jiang Wan glanced at him and scoffed coldly, no need. Don't think that just because you told me about this, I'll forgive Xingye. Not a chance. Zhou Beishan's scheme was all too obvious to Jiang Wan, and she wasn't about to let him have his way. The man offered a bitter smile, somewhat resigned. After all, Xingye was in the wrong here, and as someone practically responsible for her, it was somewhat understandable that Jiang Wan disliked him by extension. He wanted to say something more, but Jiang Wan cut him off with a sharp stare. Xingye ran away, and I'm holding you accountable for it. Jiang Wan, you'd better pray I don't catch you with any dirt, or I'll deal with you along with the others, she said coldly. Chapter 074 Never Giving Up. Zhou Beishan was driven out by Jiang Wan. He stood at the door, staring at the firmly shut entrance, feeling utterly helpless inside. He sighed and turned to walk away. In the living room, Jiang Wan's face was grim as her fingers flew across the keyboard, quickly bringing up all the information about the Zhao family. She browsed through the documents, her expression grave. Just as Zhou Beishan had said, the Zhao family and the Jing family were not in the same league, and dealing with them wouldn't be easy. Yet, she had no intention of giving up. Anyone who dares lay a hand on Jiang Wan had better be prepared to face the consequences. Asterisk. At the Zhao family villa, Zhao Yuanfang dialed his father's number once more. Dad, just what exactly is Zhou Beishan up to? How was I supposed to know that woman had anything to do with him? Zhao Yuanfang grumbled, then added, besides, it's not like I actually did anything to her. Fine. Then you'd better go and ask him what he wants. If I don't get out of this house soon, I'm going to lose my mind. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Yuanfang thought for a moment and decided it still wasn't safe enough, so he made another call. After a long time, an annoyed voice finally came through on the other end. Is there something important you've been wanting to discuss with me lately? Sis, you need to come back and save me. Zhao Yuanfang spoke in a tearful voice, sounding as pitiful as could be. Zhao Yuanyuan had been awakened by the call and was initially irritated, but hearing her younger brother's tearful tone immediately made her serious. What's happened? Zhao Yuanfang didn't hide anything from her and recounted the whole incident. After finishing, he added, Zhou Beishan won't let me leave the house now. This is house arrest. You asked for it. Zhao Yuanyuan gritted her teeth, exasperated by his failure to meet expectations. I warned you long ago not to focus all your attention on women. Sooner or later, it would come back to bite you, but you just wouldn't listen. Sis, Zhao Yuanfang sounded even more aggrieved. Alright, I'll rush back tomorrow. Before then, you'd better not provoke him, Zhao Yuanyuan instructed. Despite her myriad dissatisfactions with this younger brother of hers, they were ultimately siblings born of the same mother. She couldn't truly abandon him. Moreover, she wanted to see for herself just what kind of woman could make Zhou Beishan fly into such a rage. Hearing these words, Zhao Yuanfang breathed a sigh of relief. Given your relationship with Zhou Beishan, he'll definitely drop the matter as long as you speak up. Hung up. With that, Zhao Yuanyuan ended the call. Zhao Yuanfang chuckled darkly twice, then thinking of Jiang Wan, his expression turned ugly again. Damn bitch. Just wait till my sister gets back. Then we'll see if Zhou Beishan still has time to care about you. When that time comes. Asterisk. Jincheng Airport. Jiang Wan stood at the arrivals gate, where a crowd surged before her. Soon, she caught sight of the person she'd been waiting for. Big brother, second brother. She waved at the two of them. Hearing her voice, they walked toward her. Didn't we tell you not to come pick us up? Why did you still come? Yu Xiao spoke, his tone gentle but with a hint of reproach. Jiang Wan smiled, knowing Yu Xiao didn't want to trouble her. I didn't have anything else to do today anyway, so I came to pick you up and grab a meal together. Alright. Yu Xiao nodded, saying nothing more. The trio headed toward the parking lot outside the airport, and along the way, Yan Jincheng remained silent, which made Jiang Wan glance at him. Bro Jincheng, what's wrong? I'm fine. Yan Jincheng shook his head. Jiang Wan wasn't entirely convinced, but she didn't press further. After all, they were all adults, and everyone had their own secrets. Even though they were siblings, some appropriate distance was still necessary. Big brother, second brother, what were you doing abroad this time? Why did you stay away for so long? She casually asked while opening the car door. Yu Xiao turned to look at Yan Jincheng, who wore a troubled expression. Seeing this, he had no choice but to say, nothing much, just company matters. Chapter 075. So she wasn't just a pretty face after all. The car drove away from the airport. Not far off, Zhao Yuanfang had also picked up Zhao Yuanyuan. Pointing in the direction where Jiang Wan and the others had left, he said, that's the woman. She does have some charm, I'll give her that. Zhao Yuanyuan nodded in acknowledgement. I checked up on her. She's actually a doctor at Jinan Hospital, and quite skilled from what I hear, Zhao Yuanfang remarked with a dismissive shrug. Zhao Yuanyuan looked mildly surprised. Oh? So she's not just a pretty face after all. It makes sense. How could Zhou Beishan possibly like someone who's just a pretty face? Opening the car door, Zhao Yuanfang started the engine and said uneasily, Zhou Beishan summoned the guards from the villa first thing this morning. Seems like he's decided to end my house arrest. Logically, this should be good news, but Zhao couldn't shake off a creeping sense of unease. That's why he'd rushed to the airport to pick up Zhao Yuanyuan the moment he was free to leave. He's preparing to strike against the Zhao family, Yuanyuan observed, glancing at her phone where the family's stocks had been plummeting since market open. Undoubtedly Zhou Beishan's doing. Zhao Yuanfang froze momentarily, anger flashing in his eyes. Does he really think his Zhou family is so formidable? The Zhao family isn't afraid of him. Words may say so, but should it come to open confrontation, neither side would emerge unscathed. Zhao Yuanyuan sighed and said, take me to Zhou Corporation. Li Garden. Jiang Wan brought her 2 elder brothers to dine here. Inside the private room, she recounted all the recent events. As Yu Xiao and the other listened, their expressions darkened. Xing Yaya. Yu Xiao uttered the name with murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Crushing the Jing family won't be difficult. They're already like clay bodhisattvas crossing a river, incapable of saving themselves. It's the Zhao family that. When mentioning the Zhao family, Jiang Wan's eyes darkened. Yu Xiao nodded and continued, I'll handle the Jing family. While bringing them down, I'll also take over all their assets as much as possible. Now, besides seeking vengeance for Jiang Wan, he also had to seize the opportunity to strengthen himself. This trip abroad with Yan Jincheng had made him realize just how weak his current abilities were, utterly inadequate to protect those he cared about. Okay, I'll send you the information I've gathered on my end. It should be helpful, she said. Beside them, Yan Jincheng nibbled on his food, somewhat helpless. I can't really help you much with business matters. As you know, I'm just a useless lump, he said. The 3 of them grew up together. Yu Xiao and Jiang Wan were both undeniably geniuses, while he, somewhat proficient in computers, but still not comparable to Jiang Wan, so right now he wasn't feeling too good either. Second brother, didn't you often say that being good-looking is also a kind of skill? Jiang Wan teased with a smile. Yan Jincheng gave a bitter smile and said helplessly, sigh. Now I realize good looks can't put food on the table. Alright, if you feel like you can't help, then keep an eye on the Zhao family for me recently. Try to find out what they've been up to, especially what projects they've taken on lately, Jiang Wan said. The Zhao family is a behemoth. Knocking it down all at once is clearly unrealistic. We'll have to take it step by step. Alright, Yan Jincheng nodded. As they spoke, Yu Xiao glanced at his phone and frowned. The Zhao family's stocks dropped unusually this morning. Someone must be pulling strings behind the scenes. The timing is quite coincidental. Did you do this, Xiaowan? He turned to Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan froze, visibly surprised. It wasn't me. She currently didn't have the capability to manipulate the Zhao family's stocks. Not you? Yu Xiao frowned, seemingly deep in thought. Jiang Wan ate quietly, but a figure gradually surfaced in her mind. Could it possibly be him? Reluctant as she was to admit it, reason told her that no one but Zhou Beishan could have done this, others simply lacked the capability. Chapter 76, already given you face. Zhou Corporation. President Zhou, Zhao Group stock has hit the limit down, Wu Xiao said, handing over the tablet. Zhou Beishan glanced over and nodded in satisfaction. Keep an eye on the Zhao family. Any project they want, I, Zhou Beishan, will take. Okay, Wu Xiao nodded, but inwardly began praying for the Zhao family. Offending Chairman Zhou. May you find your own blessings. Just as I was about to speak, a knock came at the office door. Wu Xiao walked over to open the door, and when he saw the person standing outside, his face was filled with shock. Miss Zhao. It's been a while, Assistant Wu. Zhao Yuanyuan smiled at him and asked, is Beishan here? President Zhou is here, Wu Xiao replied, turning to look at Zhou Beishan. Zhao Yuanyuan walked into the office and smiled when she saw the man sitting behind the desk. After so long, he was still just as handsome. Beishan, she spoke. The man furrowed his brows, showing little emotion. Why did you come back? He asked. It's not busy overseas for the moment, so I thought I'd come back for a visit, she replied, indifferent to Zhou Beishan's mood. Want to have lunch together? She asked again. Though anxious about the Zhao family's matters, she knew better than to rush things with Zhou Beishan. After all, she wasn't new to dealing with him. Zhou Beishan hesitated for a moment, then nodded. My treat. Sounds good. As they spoke, the two walked out of the office together. Watching their retreating figures, Wu Xiao couldn't shake off an inexplicable sense of foreboding. About Ms. Zhao and President Zhou's relationship, Wu Xiao murmured, then shook his head. I've never been able to figure it out. In the restaurant, Zhao Yuanyuan ate while smiling and said, the food in Jincheng still suits my taste best. In that case, stay here, Zhou Beishan said. I'll consider it, she nodded, appearing to genuinely contemplate the idea. Halfway through the meal, Zhao Yuanyuan suddenly thought of something and said, isn't Grandpa Zhou's birthday banquet coming up soon? Yes, next week, Zhou Beishan nodded. Then I returned just in time. I haven't seen Grandpa Zhou for so long. How's his health been? She asked with familiar ease. and Zhou Beishan didn't find it strange. Zhou Beishan put down his chopsticks before replying, he's been doing well. That's good. You didn't come to me just to say these things, did you? The man leaned back in his chair, his gaze settling on Zhao Yuanyuan's face as if he had already seen through her. Zhao Yuanyuan smiled, put down her chopsticks, and playfully pouted, you really can't hide anything from you, can I? Zhou Beishan chuckled lightly. The Zhao family had just encountered trouble, and Zhao Yuanyuan suddenly returned. He wasn't a fool, how could he not see the connection? I've heard about everything from Yuan Feng. He was indeed in the wrong, and I'd like to apologize on his behalf. Zhao Yuanyuan spoke earnestly, genuinely not wanting the two families to become enemies over a woman. Though that woman was quite attractive, Zhao Yuanyuan didn't take her seriously. After all, Zhou Beishan had never been short of beautiful women around him these years. It was just a passing fancy that would fade with time. Zhou Beishan remained silent, his cold gaze making Zhao Yuanyuan increasingly uneasy. Beishan, you know Yuan Feng's temperament, she added hastily. He doesn't know about the relationship between you and that young lady either, she said. Since you know his nature, you should understand that the only reason I didn't send him to prison was out of consideration for your face, Zhou Beishan said coldly. Beishan, the number of girls he's ruined isn't just one or two. I don't care if your Zhao family wants to shield him as long as you can bear the consequences. It's none of my business. But this time, as he spoke, his expression darkened. Chapter 077 The apology isn't for me. Zhao Yuanyuan suddenly found Zhou Beishan before her unfamiliar. Although she'd only been away for 2 years, it felt like a decade had passed. She scarcely recognized the person standing before her now. I'll make him apologize to you personally and guarantee this won't happen again, Zhao Yuanyuan said helplessly, understanding Zhou Beishan wouldn't let this matter rest easily. Yet Zhou Beishan didn't agree and instead said, he shouldn't be apologizing to me. Zhao Yuanyuan froze, incredulous. You're asking him to apologize to that woman? Shouldn't he? Zhou Beishan retorted coldly, his tone sharp. Zhao Yuanyuan wanted to say, is she even worthy? But in the end, she didn't dare voice it. Whether Zhou Beishan was acting on a whim or not, the fact remains that he deeply cares about that woman right now. She's not someone to provoke. After a brief silence, Zhao Yuanyuan nodded and said, fair enough. I'll have him come apologize right now. As for the other side, I can ask her for you, but whether she's willing to accept or not is beyond my control, Zhou Beishan said, pulling out his phone to call Jiang Wan. How dare she refuse? Zhao Yuanyuan felt a surge of anger rising in her heart, but she didn't dare vent it in front of Zhou Beishan. She could only silently add Jiang Wan to her list of grudges. On the phone, after having dinner with Yu Xiao, Jiang Wan returned to the hospital. While reviewing the medical records of tomorrow's surgical patient, she received a call from Zhou Beishan. You're saying Zhao Yuanfeng wants to personally apologize to me? Jiang Wan smirked faintly, Zhao Yuanfeng's lecherous image popping into her mind. How could she possibly believe that? MAYBACH, you can refuse, Zhou Beishan said, making no demands that Jiang Wan accept. Jiang Wan thought for a moment before saying, for you to personally call me, it seems the Zhao family has sent over a negotiator. Zhou Beishan glanced at Zhao Yuanyuan across from him and grunted in acknowledgement. Was it you who manipulated Zhao Corporation's stocks? She asked. Zhou Beishan nodded, somewhat surprised that Jiang Wan had guessed. Why, aren't your families close? Jiang Wan didn't understand. She felt her relationship with Zhou Beishan wasn't nearly this intimate. Why? Zhou Beishan wanted to ask himself the same question, but he didn't know the answer. After a long silence, he finally said, I owe you for what happened with Yaya. I just want to make it up to you somehow. Jiang Wan was speechless and said coldly, no need. One thing at a time. I appreciate your help against the Zhao family, but I won't let it slide that you deliberately let Xingyaya go. I know, Zhou Beishan replied, unsurprised. In his mind, Jiang Wan had always been someone who drew clear lines between love and hate. Fine, tell me the address, she agreed. Zhou Beishan was taken aback. He had expected her to refuse. You don't have to do it for my sake. You're overthinking it. I just suddenly wanted to see that Zhao Yuanfeng myself. If she couldn't touch the Zhao family, surely she could take this chance to mess with that bastard Zhao Yuanfeng? After hanging up, Zhou Beishan's mood was complicated. She agreed. She'll be here soon. That's good. Yuanfeng is also on his way. Zhao Yuanyuan smiled, but felt no joy in her heart. Watching Zhou Beishan talk to that woman on the phone, she realized she'd never seen him like this before, gentle yet somewhat submissive. Beishan, what kind of relationship do you have with that woman? In the end, Zhao Yuanyuan couldn't help but ask. She had never taken the other woman seriously before, but now, after personally witnessing how Zhou Beishan treated Jiang Wan, she felt a creeping unease. Chapter 078, maybe it's just your imagination. Zhou Beishan withdrew his gaze from the window, in no hurry to reply to the question. Yuanyuan, what do you think truly counts as love? He suddenly asked, giving a response that seemed completely unrelated to Zhao Yuanyuan's question. Zhao Yuanyuan's heart shuddered as she looked over in disbelief. You love her? I don't know. Zhou Beishan shook his head. He truly didn't know. At first it was just curiosity about her, but later, even I couldn't tell anymore what the reason was. He held a coffee cup in his hand and spoke leisurely, yet every word fell like a knife upon Zhao Yuanyuan's heart, stabbing her painfully. After what felt like an eternity, Zhao Yuanyuan finally steadied herself, suppressing her unease, and said, "You once told me you didn't believe in love, that all love in this world is a lie." Zhou Beishan didn't deny it. Had it not been for meeting Jiang Wan, he would never have believed his long-dead heart could beat again one day. "Beishan, perhaps this is just your imagination." Zhao Yuanyuan spoke up under Zhou Beishan's gaze. "You think what you feel for her is love, but it might just be curiosity or a fleeting fancy." "You're right," he nodded, acknowledging this possibility. Seeing this, Zhao Yuanyuan breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he hadn't truly reached the point of no return. But this can't go on any longer. Otherwise, Beishan will inevitably fall into it, and by then, she truly won't have a chance anymore. Half an hour later, Zhao Yuanfang arrived at the restaurant. Upon seeing Zhou Beishan, he instinctively hid behind Zhao Yuanyuan. He was somewhat afraid of him. Zhou Beishan merely gave him a cold glance without any further reaction. Zhao Yuanyuan tugged at him to sit down, saying, "When that young lady arrives later, you'd better apologize properly to her, understood?" "Oh, I heard you." Zhao Yuanfang nodded, but his tone was utterly perfunctory. 5 minutes later, Jiang Wan arrived. "Hello." Zhao Yuanyuan stood up, extending her hand toward Jiang Wan. "I'm Zhao Yuanyuan, Zhao Yuanfang's sister." Jiang Wan nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "Jiang Wan. Nice to meet you, Miss Zhao." She didn't shake hands with Zhao Yuanyuan, nor did she care about the fleeting awkwardness on the other woman's face. She wasn't here today to make friends. "Miss Jiang, my brother was entirely in the wrong this time. I've already given him a stern reprimand and can guarantee there won't be a next incident," she said while nudging Zhao Yuanfang who stood beside her. Zhao Yuanfang's gaze had remained fixed on Jiang Wan from the moment he saw her. It had only been a few days, but he thought this woman had grown even more beautiful. He imagined she must taste quite delightful too. His gaze was far too brazen. Not just Jiang Wan noticed it, even Zhou Beishan standing nearby could feel its intensity. "Ah," she cried out in pain. Scalding coffee splashed across his face as Zhou Beishan's icy voice cut through. "If you don't want those eyes, I can gladly help you with that." "Beishan, I'm sorry, this kid he." Zhao Yuanyuan was exasperated by her brother's failure to meet expectations. How dare he be so bold in front of Zhou Beishan? Did he have a death wish? Zhao Yuanyuan wiped the coffee off Zhao Yuanfang, shooting him several fierce glares before gritting her teeth and saying, "Apologize to Miss Jiang." "Sorry," Zhao Yuanfang muttered with his head lowered. The words forced out reluctantly while his eyes burned with barely concealed resentment where no one could see. "Louder." Zhao Yuanyuan snapped at him, truly wondering how she could possibly have such a brother. Zhao Yuanfang was startled, not daring to disobey Zhao Yuanyuan's wishes. Raising his voice, he said, "I'm sorry, Miss Jiang. I'll never dare to do it again. Please forgive me." Chapter 079, Beat Him Up. From start to finish, Jiang Wan remained silent, watching their performance like an outsider. Seeing all three pairs of eyes turning toward her, Jiang Wan smiled faintly and said, "Since Mr. Zhao has shown such sincerity, it would be ungrateful of me not to accept his apology." "If you're unhappy, you don't have to accept it," Zhou Beishan remarked from the side. Jiang Wan, however, shook her head indifferently. "I am happy. Getting Mr. Zhao to apologize, that's no small feat." She heard Zhao Yuanfang let out a soft scoff, likely agreeing with her statement. Jiang Wan found the siblings before her quite amusing. "Sis, I'm going to the restroom," he said gloomily, looking down at the coffee stains all over his clothes. Zhao Yuanyuan nodded and urged him to come back soon. Withdrawing her gaze, Zhao Yuanyuan looked at Jiang Wan. "Miss Jiang is truly lucky to have Beishan step in for you. Not everyone gets such special treatment." Her words carried a hint of sarcasm. Jiang Wan remained expressionless, but Zhou Beishan frowned. "Yuan, enough." "Yuan?" Jiang Wan's gaze shifted between Zhou Beishan and Zhao Yuanyuan. Looks like these two are quite familiar with each other. As if sensing her confusion, Zhao Yuanyuan took the initiative to explain. "The Zhao and Zhou families have been close friends for generations. Beishan and I grew up together, so we naturally have a relaxed way of speaking. Please don't mind it, Miss Jiang." So they're childhood sweethearts, Jiang Wan thought to herself. Xing Ye had just left, and now Zhou Beishan already had a childhood sweetheart by his side. Suddenly, she began to understand the source of Xing Ye's insecurity. Stared at by Jiang Wan, Zhou Beishan immediately felt as if needles were pricking his back. Afraid she might misunderstand, he explained, "Just a good friend." "Why explain to me? I'm not close with you, Zhou Beishan." Jiang Wan glanced at him, completely indifferent. Zhou Beishan's expression darkened, while Zhao Yuanyuan across from them smiled with a knowing look. Seems their relationship wasn't that great after all. I'll go to the restroom to touch up my makeup. You two take your time chatting. With that, Jiang Wan stood up and headed towards the bathroom. In the men's restroom, Zhao Yuanfeng wiped the coffee stains off his clothes while cursing Jiang Wan, not sparing Zhou Beishan from his tirade either. That bitch, just wait till you fall into my hands. I'll make sure you suffer till you wish you were dead. And that bastard Zhou, don't think your Zhou family is so mighty. When your bankruptcy comes, I'll crush you beneath my heel until there's nothing left. Outside the restroom, Jiang Wan scoffed at his words, then put on her mask and hat before walking in. Zhao Yuanfeng was too busy cursing to notice who had entered. It wasn't until darkness enveloped him, a black plastic bag pulled over his head, that he screamed in terror, "Who's there? What are you doing?" Jiang Wan remained silent, her fist already swinging toward him. "Ah, who the hell hit me? I'll fucking kill you." Unfortunately, all he could do was shout loudly, utterly powerless to fight back. After raining down a flurry of punches and kicks, watching him writhe on the floor, Jiang Wan finally nodded in satisfaction, patted her hands clean, and strode out of the bathroom. Taking a deep breath instantly made me feel much better. Indeed, nothing vents anger quite like giving someone a good beating. What apology? Ridiculous. When Zhou Beishan and Zhao Yuanyuan rushed to the restroom upon hearing cries of pain, Jiang Wan happened to be coming out of the adjacent women's restroom, looking utterly confused as she asked, "What's going on? Are you okay?" Zhou Beishan asked with genuine concern. "Not at all." Jiang Wan shook her head before adding, "I just heard shouting from next door. Something must have happened over there." She pointed toward the men's restroom. Zhao Yuanyuan's expression abruptly changed. Without another thought, she dashed inside with large strides. "Yuanfeng." Zhao Yuanyuan's calling voice soon echoed from the restroom. Jiang Wan turned to the person beside her and asked, "It seems something has happened to Mr. Zhao. Aren't you going to check?" Looking up, she realized the man was staring at her with a meaningful gaze in his eyes. Chapter 80, Check the surveillance footage. If you're unwilling to accept their apology, why force yourself into this dilemma? Zhou Beishan spoke, his tone gentle. Jiang Wan gave a light chuckle. "Like you said, the Zhao family isn't the Jing family. I can't do anything to them right now. What else can I do besides accepting their apology?" "I can help you," he said. Jiang Wan looked at him as if he were a monster, taking 2 steps back. "She's at least your childhood sweetheart. Is it really okay to betray her like this the moment you turn around?" "Just friends," Zhou Beishan said with a serious face. "Not childhood sweethearts." However, Jiang Wan didn't care. "No need, President Zhou. Like I said, we're not familiar." Jiang Wan. Beishan. Zhao Yuanyuan helped Zhao Yuanfeng stumble out of the restroom, her face pale with distress. Yuanfeng was beaten up. At this moment, Zhao Yuanfeng's face was swollen and bruised, resembling a pig's head at first glance. Jiang Wan covered her mouth, barely suppressing a chuckle. Zhao Yuanfeng slowly regained full consciousness, then suddenly pointed at Jiang Wan and roared, "It was you. You're the one who ambushed me from behind, aren't you?" "Mr. Zhao, I have no idea what you're talking about," Jiang Wan replied innocently, batting her eyelashes. Zhao Yuanyuan also looked at Jiang Wan. She suspected Jiang Wan might have done it, since she was the only one here who held a grudge against Zhao Yuanfeng. It wasn't impossible she struck from behind. "Stop pretending. Who else besides you could have done this?" As he spoke, he rushed forward to hit her. Of course, Zhou Beishan didn't give him the chance to lay a finger on Jiang Wan, blocking him. "No evidence, and you're saying it's her?" "Zhao Yuanfeng, if you're not thinking straight, I don't mind helping you snap out of it." Zhao Yuanfeng wasn't afraid of Jiang Wan, but he feared Zhou Beishan. The moment Zhou spoke, he retreated behind Zhao Yuanyuan, glaring hatefully at Jiang Wan. Zhao Yuanyuan suppressed the anger in her heart and calmly said, "Let's check the surveillance footage. Whoever it is, the camera doesn't lie." "No, whatever." Jiang Wan interrupted Zhou Beishan's words with an indifferent expression, looking every bit like someone who feared nothing because they had nothing to hide. Seeing this, Zhou Beishan fell silent, knowing that Jiang Wan wouldn't have spoken so confidently unless she was certain the surveillance footage wouldn't expose her. He suddenly realized he truly knew nothing about this woman. Soon, the group found the store manager and demanded to review the surveillance footage. The manager didn't dare refuse, after all. Whether it was Zhao Yuanyuan or Zhou Beishan, neither were people he could afford to cross. The footage was quickly retrieved. When fast-forwarded to Zhao Yuanfeng entering the restroom, everyone widened their eyes, waiting to see who had made their move. During this time, Jiang Wan appeared. Just as Zhao Yuanfeng was about to accuse her, he saw Jiang Wan enter the women's restroom. After that, until Zhou Beishan and the others arrived, no one had entered the men's restroom during the entire period. "This can't be," Zhao Yuanfeng roared. "If no one went in, did he hit himself?" Jiang Wan smiled at him. "The surveillance footage is right here, yet Mr. Zhao still insists on blaming me. Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" As she spoke, her gaze shifted to Zhao Yuanyuan. Zhao Yuanyuan took a deep breath and regained her composure. "Miss Jiang, please don't take it to heart. My younger brother might have gotten confused after being beaten, which is why he's making baseless accusations. You really should go get your head checked out soon. Don't delay your condition, Jiangwan said with a smile. Sis, Zhao Yuanfang was about to speak again, but a cold glare from Zhao Yuanyuan swiftly silenced him. Zhao Yuanyuan turned to Jiangwan with a smile, saying, then I'll take my hopeless little brother home first. Another day, I'd love to treat Miss Jiang to dinner. I think becoming friends with Miss Jiang would be wonderful, if only Miss Jiang would give me the chance. Chapter 081 Don't bother President Zhou. I'd be honored to be friends with Miss Zhao. Jiangwan smiled, watching the two depart. As the figure disappeared from sight, the smile on Jiangwan's face faded as well. Watching from the side, Zhou Beishan shook his head helplessly. You clearly don't like her. Why did you agree? She went out of her way to ask. If I refuse, wouldn't I look petty? Jiangwan shot him a glance before rising and walking out of the restaurant. Zhou Beishan followed behind, not bothering to ask any more questions. After all, the intricate workings of a woman's mind were beyond his comprehension. Zhou Beishan, where to? I'll give you a ride. No need to trouble President Zhou, someone's picking me up. As soon as she finished speaking, a white sports car pulled up in front of Jiangwan. The moment Zhang Ye's face came into view, Zhou Beishan's expression visibly darkened. He stood frozen in place, glaring icily from the sidelines. Changed cars? Jiangwan was surprised. She remembered Zhang Ye used to drive a red sports car. Didn't you tell me to keep a low profile? How's this for low-key? He pointed at the limited edition sports car in front of them and asked her. Jiangwan facepalmed internally. Sure, the color was more understated, but this was actually even flashier than before. Not bad, she forced a laugh, deciding not to comment further. Zhang Yi gestured politely as he opened the car door for her, inviting her to enter. Jiangwan made a move to step inside. With one foot already in the car, she suddenly turned back to glance at Zhou Beishan standing not far away. By the way, President Zhou, she said, although I appreciate your help in dealing with the Zhao family, I don't actually need it. Zhou Beishan remained silent, his piercing gaze following Jiangwan and Zhang Yi as they drove off, his aura so intimidating that no one dared approach. Inside Zhang Ye's car, Jiangwan caught sight of Zhou Beishan's darkened expression through the window, her lips curling into a faint smile. If beating Zhao Yuanfang up had restored 90% of her good mood, then seeing Zhou Beishan unhappy at this moment completely restored it to 100%. Did he really think helping her deal with the Zhao family could make up for Jing Ye's mistakes? Zhou Beishan was too naive. What's on your mind? Zhang Yi glanced at Jiangwan, sensing her cheerful mood. Jiangwan withdrew her gaze from the window and looked at Zhang Yi, who was driving. What did you want to talk to me about? When Jiangwan went to the restaurant to meet Zhao Yuanfang, she happened to receive a call from Zhang Yi asking to meet, so she casually had him come pick her up. After all, I did save you once. No need to be so cold, right? Zhang Yi smiled wryly in resignation. When Zhou Beishan was around, Jiangwan would at least give him occasional smiles. But when it was just the two of them, she wouldn't give him even the slightest bit of courtesy. Sometimes he couldn't help but wonder, did Jiangwan genuinely dislike Zhou Beishan, or was she just pretending to despise him? Jiangwan remained unfazed upon hearing this. Even if you and Zhou Beishan hadn't shown up that day, nothing would have happened to me. Even so, I didn't know that yet still came to rescue you immediately. Doesn't this deserve your gratitude? Zhang Yi feigned a hurt expression. Jiangwan remained silent. His words weren't without reason. Regarding this matter, including Zhou Beishan, she indeed owed them a debt of gratitude. After a long pause, Jiangwan finally spoke. So, how would you like me to thank you? It's actually not difficult. There's a banquet in a few days, and I'd like to invite you as my date. While speaking, Zhang Yi had already parked the car at the entrance of Mingchen Apartments, looking at Jiangwan as he waited for her response. What kind of banquet? Jiangwan asked. With a shake of his head, Zhang Yi said mysteriously, I'm keeping it a secret for now. I'll tell you when the time comes. Jiangwan frowned. Don't worry, I'd never sell you out. Seeing her hesitation, Zhang Yi feared she might refuse. Chapter 082, Jiangwan, you've crossed the line. Alright. After a long pause, Jiangwan finally nodded in agreement. It was just attending a banquet. She didn't see any issue with it. What's more, it would be a good opportunity to repay the favor she owed Zhang Yi. Why not go for it? Zhang Yi smiled, in excellent spirits. Good night, sweet dreams. Jiangwan got out of the car and walked toward the apartment, waving at him as she went, soon disappearing from Zhang Yi's sight. As usual, Zhang Yi wasn't in a hurry to leave. He lit a cigarette and gazed up at the night sky overhead. The stars are exceptionally bright tonight, he mused to himself. The sound of a car approached from the distance, and he averted his gaze to look at the incoming vehicle. This time, Zhou Beishan didn't even bother to step out of his car. He rolled down the window and sneered, Do you wait for me downstairs every time you drop her off? Of course. Zhang Yi didn't deny it, raising an eyebrow. After all, nothing makes me happier than seeing you unhappy. Zhou Beishan. However, you're a bit late today. Normally, you'd show up within 10 minutes after I drop Xiaowan off at home. It's already been 20 minutes today, Zhang Yi said. Zhou Beishan thought he was sick in the head, and seriously ill at that. Is this amusing to you? Zhou Beishan asked him. Compared to his earlier anger, he was much calmer now. Jiangwan won't like you, and you can no longer provoke my anger. Don't you realize you're acting like a clown right now? The longer Zhou Beishan knew Jiangwan, the more certain he became that Zhang Yi was not her type. Sure enough, as soon as he said this, Zhang Yi's usual carefree demeanor vanished instantly, replaced by icy hostility. Maybe she doesn't like me now, but at least she doesn't hate me. Zhou Beishan, isn't it you who's the real clown for clinging to her like this? Zhang Yi's words cut as sharply as Zhou Beishan's, and the tension between them flared, as if they were seconds away from a fight. You don't understand what it means to love deeply and hate bitterly? The more she despises me, the more it proves she has me in her heart. Do you get it? Zhou Beishan said. Zhang Yi scoffed, are you sure? Of course. Zhou Beishan nodded. Ha. A soft chuckle echoed through the night. Jiangwan hadn't expected to hear such ridiculous words while coming downstairs for a late-night snack. Zhou Beishan's grip on the steering wheel instantly tightened as he watched the woman emerge from the shadows, his scalp prickling. In the blink of an eye, Jiangwan stood before them both. Ignoring Zhang Yi completely, she fixed Zhou Beishan with an icy stare. Zhou Beishan, you're truly both narcissistic and arrogant. Who gave you the nerve to claim you occupy my thoughts? Did Liang Mao empower you? She nearly burst out laughing. Zhou Beishan's face darkened as he remained silent. Yet his silence only fueled Jiangwan's anger instead of calming her down. Zhou Beishan, do you really think every woman in the world adores you? She snapped. Have you ever considered that if it weren't for your filthy rich status, no woman would even glance your way? You're way too full of yourself. Zhou Beishan's expression grew increasingly grim. Standing nearby, Zhang Yi almost wanted to applaud Jiangwan. It was the first time he'd witnessed Zhou Beishan being utterly roasted like this. The best part was that Zhou Beishan couldn't even find the words to refute, utterly satisfying. Jiangwan, you've gone too far. Zhou Beishan suppressed his anger as he finally looked up to meet her gaze. Even if what he'd just said was wrong, did this woman have to be so vicious with her words? In all his life, when had anyone ever dared point their finger at him and scold him like this? Yet Jiangwan acted oblivious to the fury in his eyes and pressed on. Too far? I don't think I've gone far enough. I just want to make it clear to you, not every woman is interested in you. At least not me, Jiangwan. So what if she's your ex-wife? That doesn't mean there's anything between us. Mr. Zhou, please stay away from me from now on. D. Chapter 083. I think he's sick. Night market, street food stall. Zhang Yi held a wine glass, his mind still replaying the scene at the apartment entrance where Jiangwan had pointed at Zhou Beishan and cursed. Even more significant was the last sentence Jiangwan had said. Ex-wife? He did know that Zhou Beishan had married and then divorced, but he never imagined it could have been Jiangwan. He was utterly confused. Seeing Zhou Beishan's obvious interest in Jiangwan, why on earth would he want a divorce? With this thought in mind, his gaze shifted to Jiangwan sitting across from him. Noting her still-dar expression, he smiled and said, still angry? What do I have to be angry about? I just think Zhou Beishan is out of his mind. Interested in him? What a narcissist. I think he's out of his mind too. Zhang Yi nodded in agreement, then added, but there's still one thing I don't understand. Are you really Zhou Beishan's ex-wife? Jiangwan gave an affirmative hum, seeing no reason to deny it. Why did he divorce you? This was what puzzled Zhang Yi. Between his biological sister and his childhood sweetheart, how could he possibly remember his wife's existence? Isn't divorce the natural outcome? Jiangwan curled her lips in scorn. Zhang Yi didn't see it that way. Men understand other men much more clearly. Was he unkind to you? Zhang Yi asked. Jiangwan shook her head, perhaps having drunk a few too many glasses. When Zhang Yi pressed, she didn't hold back. We've been married for 2 years, and I haven't even laid eyes on him. There's no kind or unkind to speak of. Now Zhang Yi understood. Apparently, Zhou Beishan didn't even know Jiangwan at first. He probably only found out she was his ex-wife after developing feelings for her. Zhang Yi drank his wine, barely holding back laughter. Ah, Zhou Beishan, how the mighty have fallen. Recalling how Zhou Beishan had been seething with rage yet ultimately left without a word, that expression alone was immensely satisfying to remember. Gazing at Jiangwan, he said with a faint smile, really not considering being with me? If you were with me, I guarantee Zhou Beishan would be furious to death. Jiangwan rolled her eyes at him and replied coldly, what does his anger have to do with me? I don't care. Oh? Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. I thought you'd love to see him suffer. Wanting to see him suffer and being with you are two different things. Zhou Beishan might be no good, but this Zhang Yi in front of her wasn't any better. It was simply that the other party hadn't provoked her and had even helped her several times, so she didn't treat him as harshly as she did Zhou Beishan. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi looked somewhat disappointed. What a shame. Jiangwan remained silent, paying him no mind as she drank by herself, her mood agitated. Meanwhile, after being berated by Jiang Wan, Zhou Beishan didn't return to the Mingchen apartments. Instead, he drove around the riverside of Jincheng. The anger in his heart gradually dissipated as time passed, although it goes without saying that he was still quite furious. With these thoughts in mind, the car unknowingly arrived at the Zhou family mansion. This was the marital home he shared with Jiang Wan, but he had never set foot in it even once since their marriage. Even after the divorce, he had still never stepped through its doors. "Young master?" The servant stared at Zhou Beishan's sudden appearance, her face filled with disbelief. Zhou Beishan nodded and walked inside. Although no one currently lived at the Zhou residence, there were still many servants. Seeing Zhou Beishan arrive, they all came out to greet him. "Go about your business, I'm just looking around casually," Zhou Beishan dismissed them. "Nanny Lin, stay a moment. There's something I'd like to ask you." Chapter 084. What has she been doing these 2 years? Zhou Beishan surveyed the living room, wondering if it was just his imagination. The space seemed virtually unchanged from 2 years ago. He turned to Lin Ma and inquired, "Has the mansion undergone any renovations these past 2 years?" "No," Lin Ma replied, then added, "though the master did call earlier saying to feel free to make minor." Aunt Lin paused for a moment before remembering that Zhou Beishan and Jiang Wan were already divorced, then corrected herself. "The master said Miss Jiang could decorate however she liked, that she could change everything, but Miss Jiang didn't alter a single thing." Zhou Beishan's expression darkened slightly. He understood why. Because Jiang Wan, just like him, had never been truly willing in this marriage. From the very beginning, she hadn't planned for it to last, so naturally wouldn't waste time decorating. What has she been doing these past 2 years? Suddenly, he found himself wanting to understand Jiang Wan's past. Aunt Lin stole a glance at her young master, puzzled as to why he was asking about matters related to Jiang Wan when they were already divorced. But she dared not inquire and could only reply truthfully. Ms. Jiang leads a very simple daily life, mostly tending to flowers at home, reading books, occasionally going out for some shopping, and nothing much else. She had once advised Jiang Wan to take the initiative to seek out Zhou Beishan, questioning how a married couple could remain apart for so long without meeting. But at that time, Jiang Wan had merely smiled and said, "Why should I look for him? Isn't it fine as it is now? Freedom." Was it really that simple? Zhou Beishan was somewhat surprised. No matter how he looked at Jiang Wan, she didn't seem like the type who could idle around for long. "Does she often stay at home?" Zhou Beishan asked. "Even when I stay out late shopping, I still return to the residence every day. I've never spent a night away from home," replied Mother Lin, convinced that Jiang Wan was a good wife. Zhou Beishan froze, unable to believe what had just happened. He thought someone with Jiang Wan's personality would be busy outside every day. How could she possibly come back daily? Zhou Beishan didn't press further, pointing upstairs. "Which room does she stay in?" "First door on the right, second floor," replied Aunt Lin. "Why isn't she in the master bedroom?" The man frowned, somewhat surprised. Miss Jiang said the master bedroom was too big, and she was scared to sleep there alone, so she moved to the smaller guest room, replied Mama Lin. With that, Zhou Beishan waved her off, signaling her to attend to her chores, while he himself went upstairs to the room where Jiang Wan had stayed. Pushing open the door, he was met with pitch darkness. He reached out to turn on the light, and the first thing that caught his eye was a simple, spacious bed. Perhaps because it had been tidied up, Zhou Beishan stood in the room but couldn't detect the faintest trace that Jiang Wan had ever lived there. Nothing in the room had changed. For Jiang Wan, this place was like a hotel. As long as she could sleep here, it served its purpose. What was inside the room didn't matter to her at all. Realizing this, Zhou Beishan's emotions became complicated. He pushed open the glass balcony door and stepped outside. The moonlight spilled over him, casting a long shadow. Zhou Beishan couldn't help but wonder, during those 2 years of marriage, had Jiang Wan ever stood here, gazing toward the entrance? Had she ever hoped for his return? At this moment, Zhou Beishan suddenly understood why she hated him. During those 2 years, aside from not returning to the Zhou residence, almost nothing else about him had changed. He remained the same free-spirited Zhou Beishan as before. As for Jiang Wan, she spent night after night in waiting, for even without loving him, she never imagined her husband wouldn't even bother to visit her once. Zhou Beishan sighed. How could he have ever imagined back then that after divorcing, he would still encounter her, and in such an unexpected manner? Only this time, she was no longer his wife but had become his ex-wife. Chapter 085, Bringing Shawan to the event. The ringing phone snapped Zhou Beishan out of his thoughts. Seeing it was a call from the old master, he answered without hesitation. 3 days later is your grandpa's birthday. What gift have you prepared for me? Grandpa, you shouldn't ask about gifts outright, Zhou Beishan said helplessly. And why not? If I don't ask, what if you give me something I don't like? Old Master Zhou chuckled, holding the phone with one hand while stroking his beard with the other, eyes twinkling with amusement. Zhou Beishan thought of the painting by Old Master Zhou he had previously acquired and said to him, I guarantee you'll love it. Guarantee my ass, the old man snapped. This birthday, there's only one gift I want. Tell me. When it came to his grandfather, Zhou Beishan showed considerably more patience. In fact, if the old man made a demand, things generally became easier to handle. Bring Xiaowan to my birthday banquet, the old man said. Zhou Beishan frowned and remained silent for a long while before speaking. If you want her to attend the birthday banquet, it would be better for you to personally call and invite her. I want you to bring her here. The old man naturally knew Jiangwan wouldn't refuse if he called personally, but his intention was to create opportunities for the two of them. Of course Zhou Beishan had to figure out a way himself. Yet from Zhou Beishan's perspective, while Jiangwan might possibly come if the old man invited her, if he himself were to ask, that woman would definitely refuse. His prolonged silence instantly enraged the old man. Damned brat, can't you even grant me this one wish? Are you trying to kill me with anger? Grandpa, no matter how much you dislike her, you must personally invite her to my birthday banquet. The old man cut off what he was about to say. Zhou Beishan gave a bitter smile. How could he dislike Jiangwan now? It was she who disliked him. Yet he couldn't explain this clearly to his grandfather, so he could only nod and agree. I'll do my best. Don't talk to me about trying your best. If you can't bring her here, don't bother coming back either. With that, the old man slammed the phone down, not even giving Zhou Beishan a chance to respond. Zhou Beishan stared at the ended call on his phone, looking utterly helpless. Anyone who didn't know better might think Jiangwan was actually the old man's biological granddaughter. Back at the Zhou family estate, the old man was still fuming after hanging up. Tell me, what's wrong with that boy Beishan? How could he not like such a wonderful girl like Xiaowan? The old man grumbled to Uncle Wu standing nearby. Young people nowadays, they're all about that special feeling. Maybe the young master just doesn't feel anything for Miss Jiang, said Uncle Wu. The old master snorted coldly. No feeling? He won't even meet her. Where's this feeling supposed to come from? Fall from the sky? Uncle Wu remained silent as the old master continued. I think they're perfectly suited. Once they get to know each other, they'll surely grow fond of one another quickly. Sir, if I may ask, I've never understood why you're so determined to have the young master be with Miss Jiang. Uncle Wu couldn't help but inquire. Their marriage had originally been arranged by their family elders. He could understand that. But now that they were divorced, why were the old man still persistently trying to reconcile them? It was undeniably strange. The old man fell silent, his expression uncharacteristically solemn. Xiaowan is a good girl. She can help Beishan, help the entire Zhou family. Ms. Jiang helping the young master? Uncle Wu sounded surprised, unable to comprehend. I don't want to force Beishan either, but the Zhou family's situation isn't as simple as he thinks. A storm may be coming sooner than we expect. Do you think I've gone senile, insisting on having him stay with Xiaowan? The old man snorted coldly, then continued, that's because Xiaowan's background isn't ordinary. If she stays with Beishan, she'll definitely help him in the future. Only then can the Zhou family of Jincheng prosper forever. As the old man spoke of this, his eyes were filled with calculation. Uncle Wu behind him seemed to see once more the ruthlessly ambitious Zhou Zhenhua who built his empire from nothing in Jinchen. Chapter 086, Passing the Torch. The news of the Jing family's bankruptcy and takeover quickly spread throughout Jincheng, leaving many dumbfounded. The Jing family, who had such close ties with Zhou Beishan, just gone like that. Amidst the shock, people couldn't help but speculate about the reasons. Some said they'd offended someone powerful, others whispered it was Zhou Beishan they'd crossed. Theories flew thick and fast. But soon it became clear, the company that swallowed up the Jing family was none other than Yuzhao's Yunxiao Group. This revelation set the rumor mill ablaze with renewed fervor. Jiangwan looked at the news with a calm expression. The Jing family had always been full of loopholes, and with the documents she had given to her brother, it was no surprise they'd gone bankrupt. She just hadn't expected her brother to act so quickly. She thought it would take more time. Before she could dwell on it further, Tian Xiaoxiao knocked and entered. Dr. Jiang, the operating room is ready. I'm coming. Jiangwan nodded, rising from her desk as she spoke and heading out of the office. Tian Xiaoxiao followed behind her with cheerful enthusiasm, saying, ever since Dr. Jiang joined our hospital, the number of neurosurgery procedures has skyrocketed. I heard from the department head that many patients from other provinces are traveling here specifically for your reputation. She genuinely admired Jiangwan and dreamed of becoming someone like her. For us doctors, saving even one more life is what truly matters. Jiangwan didn't place much importance on fame and couldn't quite understand why Tian Xiaoxiao was so elated. You're absolutely right, saving lives is the most important thing. Tian Xiaoxiao nodded as the two arrived at the operating room entrance. Jiangwan changed into her surgical scrubs and noticed Tian Xiaoxiao still hadn't left. She asked, is there something else? Well, not exactly. I just wanted to. She hesitated, torn between speaking her mind and holding back. Spit it out, Jiangwan said, turning to look at her. Tian Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth, mustered her courage, and said, could I come in and observe the surgery? I promise I won't disturb you. Jiangwan initially thought she was going to say something important, but it turned out to be this. She chuckled lightly and said, "Why wouldn't it be okay? Isn't that what interns are supposed to do?" Back when she hadn't officially completed her training yet, she too had followed professors to observe surgical procedures. This was how all medical students learned. But every time, Tian Xiaoxiao never followed them in. She'd assumed the girl had gone to observe other doctors' operations instead. "The head nurse won't allow the intern to follow you into the operating room, afraid it might upset you," Tian Xiaoxiao whispered. Jiang Wan held the position of associate chief physician at Jinan Hospital, but since she wasn't responsible for teaching assignments, she had the right to refuse having interns or resident trainees follow her. Hearing her say that, Jiang Wan finally understood. "It's fine, come along. I'll talk to the department head later. I don't mind having you observe." No one is born knowing everything. Jiang Wan had once been in Tian Xiaoxiao's shoes too, so she understood how difficult it was to grow into a competent doctor. She was willing to teach her everything she knew. "Thank you, Dr. Jiang." Tian Xiaoxiao was deeply moved. Doctors as skilled and humble as Jiang Wan were truly rare. "Go change into your scrubs," Jiang Wan told her. Tian Xiaoxiao nodded, her heart surging with excitement. She finally got to see how Dr. Jiang performed surgery in person. So thrilling. Jiang Wan entered the operating room, which meant Zhou Beishan didn't see her when he arrived. Strangely, he wasn't disappointed. Instead, he felt relieved. The truth was, he had no idea how to face this woman. He wasn't without a temper, and he had even resolved never to seek her out again. But when it came to his grandfather, he had no doubt that if he failed to bring Jiang Wan along, the old man genuinely wouldn't allow him to attend the banquet. If his own grandson didn't attend, who knows what rumors might spread, it would undoubtedly spark endless gossip. Chapter 087, Then Shall I Wait for You? Zhou Beishan didn't wait at the hospital for Jiang Wan to finish her surgery. In the end, he decided to return tomorrow instead. After all, the old man's birthday was the day after, so there was still time tomorrow to extend the invitation. He had just gotten into the car, ready to head to the office, when Zhao Yuanyuan called him. "Beishan, are you free this afternoon? Come shopping with me. It's been 2 years since I've been back, and Jincheng has changed quite a bit." "Sorry, I'm quite busy this afternoon," Zhou Beishan refused. If not for what happened with Jiang Wan, he probably would have agreed. But after the incident involving Jiang Wan, he felt an inexplicable aversion toward the Zhao family. Knowing that Jiang Wan didn't like Zhao Yuanyuan, for some reason, he also avoided getting too close to her. Zhao Yuanyuan, on the other end of the line, didn't expect to be rejected. Though furious, she held back and said, "Grandpa Zhou's birthday is the day after tomorrow. I wanted to pick a gift for him, but I'm not sure what he likes, so I thought to ask you." Even through the phone, Zhou Beishan could almost see the look of hurt on her face. For a moment, Zhou Beishan hesitated. "Beishan, I thought no matter how long we hadn't seen each other, we'd still be friends. But now it seems that was just my wishful thinking," she said, her voice tinged with sadness. Zhou Beishan frowned, then after a long pause said, "Where are you? I'll come pick you up." In the end, he agreed. After all, Zhao Yuanyuan could indeed be considered a friend to him. During those years after losing his parents, aside from his grandfather's care, Zhao Yuanyuan's presence as a friend had helped him greatly. He couldn't truly be so heartless. "I'm at home," Zhao Yuanyuan said with a smile. "Shall I wait for you, then?" "All right." Hanging up the phone, Zhou Beishan drove straight to the Zhao residence. At 6 in the evening, after completing a surgery, Jiang Wan walked out of the operating room, accompanied by the chirping Tian Xiaoxiao. "Dr. Jiang, you're simply amazing," Tian Xiaoxiao exclaimed, thoroughly impressed after witnessing the entire procedure. Jiang Wan remained indifferent and replied, "There's nothing extraordinary about it. All neurosurgeons operate this way. Perhaps you've observed too few surgeries." "That's not true at all," Tian Xiaoxiao retorted. She said, "I've seen other doctors perform surgeries, but none of them were as effortless as you. Perhaps practice makes perfect," she explained. As she spoke, Jiang Wan returned to the office, gathering her things to leave for the day. Seeing this, Tian Xiaoxiao cheerfully said, "Dr. Jiang, let me treat you to dinner." Jiang Wan glanced at her, crossing her arms with a scrutinizing look. "You need something from me? There's a small favor I'd like to ask of you." Tian Xiaoxiao smiled immediately and said, "In a couple of days, I'm going to attend a birthday banquet. My dad put me in charge of choosing the gift, but I don't have the slightest clue what to get." "So you want me to help you pick out a gift?" she asked. "Yeah, I think you're more mature than me and considerate about things. The gift you choose would definitely be better than mine." It had occurred to her on the spot to ask Jiang Wan for help, but more importantly, this was also a chance for her to get closer to Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan glanced at her phone. No one had reached out tonight, and she was bored. She nodded, "All right, but I can't guarantee my pick will be to everyone's taste. After all, when it comes to gifts, it's all about knowing the recipient's preferences." From Tian Xiaoxiao's tone, it seemed she didn't know much about what the birthday person liked either. Picking something they genuinely enjoy? Nearly impossible. Don't worry, just do your best. It's not like they'll fuss over my gift anyway. The birthday honoree was old Master Zhou. What use would he have for her humble offering? As long as it doesn't disgrace the family name and maintains appearances. That was the standard her father had set. Chapter 088, Do you own the place? The two walked out of the hospital together. Tian Xiaoxiao drove while Jiangwan waited for her by the roadside. Not long after, a black and white Ferrari sports car pulled up in front of Jiangwan. It was only then that Jiangwan faintly began to realize her assistant might actually be quite wealthy. She got into the car and couldn't help laughing. With so much money, why did you still choose the medical profession? You know, it's a tough field. I'm already so wealthy, of course I want to do something more meaningful, Tian Xiaoxiao replied. When her family had asked her this question before, she had given the same answer. Jiangwan couldn't help but laugh, thinking there was indeed some logic to what she said. Before long, the car pulled up at the entrance of Jin City's most upscale shopping mall. The two stepped out, and Tian Xiaoxiao linked arms with Dr. Jiang. Dr. Jiang, let's grab some food first, she said. Alright. Jiangwan nodded, then added, just call me Jiangwan when we're outside. Tian Xiaoxiao immediately covered her mouth, ecstatic with joy. You finally told me your name. Does this mean we're friends now? It's not like you ever asked, right? She didn't mind others knowing her name, she just never mentioned it since no one bothered to ask. Tian Xiaoxiao scratched the back of her head and grinned sheepishly. I just didn't dare to ask, that's all. Although she was Jiangwan's assistant, their relationship had always been neither close nor distant. She didn't dare to ask rashly, afraid it might cause displeasure. Do I seem that intimidating? Jiangwan thought she was fairly mild-tempered, not to the point of scaring someone like this. Tian Xiaoxiao first nodded, then quickly shook her head. No, it's because I'm naturally timid. Jiangwan smiled lightly, no longer dwelling on the matter, and asked, what would you like to eat? The Kanji house here makes excellent food, Sister Jiang, you must try it. She didn't address Jiangwan directly by name, but instead called her Sister Jiang, instantly bridging the distance between them. Jiangwan didn't refuse. Although she had just eaten there recently, the shop's food was indeed delicious, and having it a few more times wouldn't hurt. The two walked to the shop entrance, where a long queue had formed. Just when Jiangwan thought they'd be waiting forever, Tian Xiaoxiao led her straight inside. Jiangwan heard the server at the door call out, young mistress, is this shop owned by your family? This genuinely surprised Jiangwan. Yes, my parents started their business in the food industry. The Taste of Porridge is their first shop, Tian Xiaoxiao said. As she spoke, Tian Xiaoxiao took out a card from her bag and handed it to Jiangwan. This diamond card ensures you won't have to queue every time you come. Jiangwan didn't reach for it, prompting Tian Xiaoxiao to quickly add, don't worry, there's no money stored on it. Alright, Jiangwan finally reached out to take it. Miss, the seat you usually occupy is already taken by another customer. Would you? The server looked troubled, they hadn't expected Tian Xiaoxiao to visit today. Tian Xiaoxiao, however, didn't mind. It's fine, any seat will do. She merely preferred window seats, but it wasn't a strict requirement. Guests came first, and she would never argue with someone over seating. As they spoke, the server led the two to a table in the dining hall and seated them. The surrounding clamor made it clear the restaurant was thriving. There's definitely no private room left, don't mind it, Sister Jiang. Next time I'll reserve one in advance, Tian Xiaoxiao said apologetically. Even as the young lady of the household, she knew private rooms required advance booking. Jiangwan shook her head, unbothered. This is already great. Last time I came, I had to wait over an hour just to get a seat. That's why she got so angry when Jiang Tian stood her up in the end. Hee, no need to wait next time, Tian Xiaoxiao said as she passed the menu to Jiangwan. Just moments after telling her to order whatever she wanted, she caught sight of a familiar figure sitting at Jiangwan's usual spot in the corner of her eye. Director Zhou? She was stunned. Jiangwan also turned her head toward the sound, just in time to see Zhou Beishan serving food to Zhao Yuanyuan. Chapter 089, I know what the old man likes. Though Jincheng was a vast city, Jiangwan felt her luck must be truly terrible. How else could she keep running into Zhou Beishan so frequently? As if sensing something, Zhou Beishan glanced toward her direction, locking eyes with Jiangwan in that instant. At that moment, Zhou Beishan's emotions were complex. It's Miss Jiang and her friend. Zhao Yuanyuan followed Zhou Beishan's gaze and naturally spotted Jiangwan in the distance. By now, Jiangwan had already averted her eyes and was chatting with Tian Xiaoxiao. You know what's good here better than I do, you order. I'm not picky. Alright. Tian Xiaoxiao didn't refuse. She truly was familiar with every item on the menu. Neither of them paid any attention to Zhou Beishan and Zhao Yuanyuan nearby, treating them as if they were complete strangers. Beishan, should we go over and say hello? Zhao Yuanyuan asked tentatively. Zhou Beishan shook his head. No need. He could sense Jiangwan's dislike for him, and after what she'd said last night, persistently approaching her would just make him look pathetic. As for the old man's request, Zhou Beishan felt destined to disappoint him. After dinner, Tian Xiaoxiao took Jiang Wan to the mall downstairs to pick out gifts. The two entered a jade shop first. Sis Jiang, I think elderly people would prefer jade items over jewelry or gold, wouldn't you agree? Unable to decide, Tian Xiaoxiao asked for her opinion. Jiang Wan didn't object but said, let's go in and look first. It has to catch our eye too. Alright. The two stepped into the jade shop together, only to hear a familiar voice the moment they entered. Beishan, what do you think of this jade Buddha? Would Grandpa Zhou like it? Zhao Yuanyuan's inquiring voice reached their ears. As they walked in, Zhou Beishan and Zhao Yuanyuan instinctively turned at the sound of footsteps. Now it was impossible to pretend they hadn't seen each other. Ms. Jiang, what a coincidence. Are you here to buy jade too? Zhao Yuanyuan spoke first. Since they were bound to meet, she refused to be at a disadvantage. Jiang Wan didn't actually want to greet Zhao Yuanyuan, but with so many people watching, she had to maintain appearances. Yes, I'm helping my friend pick out a gift. What a coincidence. I'm here to choose a gift too, Zhao Yuanyuan said with surprised expression. Tian Xiaoxiao nearby instinctively asked, could it be for old Master Zhou's birthday celebration the day after tomorrow too? You're going too? Now it was Zhao Yuanyuan's turn to be surprised. Tian Xiaoxiao nodded, thinking to herself how incredibly coincidental this was. Just as they were talking, Zhao Yuanyuan had already decided to purchase the jade Buddha as a birthday gift and proceeded to make the payment immediately. While waiting for the shop assistant to package it, Zhao Yuanyuan turned to Tian Xiaoxiao and asked, would you like to pick something too? I think jade makes for an excellent birthday present. Tian Xiaoxiao forced a smile, thinking to herself, you've already chosen jade, if I pick the same thing, wouldn't I just be inviting mockery later? Her pleading gaze turned to Jiang Wan, momentarily unsure of what to do. From their conversation, Jiang Wan learned that the elderly master's birthday was the day after tomorrow, leaving her astonished for quite some time. It wasn't that she hadn't cared about the old master, but during the 2 years of her marriage, he had never held birthday celebrations, which was why she hadn't known. This grand celebration was likely for his 70th birthday, hence the lavish arrangements. Aunt Jiang? Jiang Wan was lost in thought and didn't notice Tian Xiaoxiao's gaze, so the latter had to call out to her. Snapping out of her reverie, Jiang Wan replied, if you're buying it for old Master Zhou, don't worry, I know exactly what he'd like. Chapter 090, What a Shame. While Tian Xiaoxiao was still stunned, Zhao Yuanyuan couldn't help but interject. Miss Jiang even knows what Grandpa Zhou likes. I just have a general idea of what elderly people might like, Jiang Wan said. Zhao Yuanyuan thought so too. Jiang Wan probably didn't even know Grandpa Zhou, so how could she possibly know what he liked? However, Zhou Beishan, standing beside her, didn't share this view. During their 2 years of marriage, although he hadn't met with Jiang Wan, she had seen the old man frequently, so it wouldn't be surprising if Jiang Wan knew exactly what the old man liked. Jiang Wan paid no attention to the way Zhou Beishan was looking at her as she pulled Tian Xiaoxiao outside. Let's go, we're going to buy gifts. Okay, Tian Xiaoxiao nodded, waving politely at Zhou Beishan and Zhao Yuanyuan. Just as they were about to step out of the store, Zhao Yuanyuan suddenly spoke up, Beishan, did you invite Miss Jiang to Grandpa Zhou's birthday celebration? Hearing this, Jiang Wan, who had reached the doorway, stopped in her tracks. She wanted to attend the old master's birthday banquet. After all, he had treated her quite well those 2 years. But without an invitation, she couldn't bring herself to show up uninvited. Miss Jiang must be too busy to attend, Zhou Beishan finally said, lacking the courage to extend an invitation outright. In front of so many people, he really didn't want to risk an argument with Jiang Wan. Zhao Yuanyuan sighed with regret. What a shame, she remarked. Jiang Wan didn't linger to hear the rest of their conversation. The moment Zhou Beishan finished speaking, she left the jade shop with Tian Xiaoxiao, vanishing from their sight. Outside the shop, Tian Xiaoxiao noticed Jiang Wan's unhappiness and asked quietly, Sister Jiang, do you want to attend Elder Zhou's birthday celebration? If you'd like to go, I can take you with me. No. Jiang Wan shook her head. Though Tian Xiaoxiao meant well by offering help, her own identity was rather special. It might cause trouble for their family if she weren't careful. Seeing her refusal, Tian Xiaoxiao didn't insist. Before long, Jiang Wan led Tian Xiaoxiao into a specialty store selling paper, ink, brushes, and inkstones. The two stepped inside together. What can I get for you too? The shop assistant greeted them warmly. Jiang Wan glanced around before asking him, is Uncle Li here? Yes, he is. Please wait a moment, I'll call the boss right away. The assistant was surprised that this beautiful young lady actually knew his boss. The boss had instructed him before that if anyone came asking for Uncle Li, they should be treated with utmost respect and he must be notified immediately. After the clerk left, Jiang Wan and Tian Xiaoxiao waited in the rest area. Jiang Jia, is the owner of this shop your friend? Tian Xiaoxiao asked curiously. Jiang Wan thought for a moment before finally shaking her head. Not exactly. He's a friend of my mentor. Tian Xiaoxiao responded with an "oh." She didn't know who Jiang Wan's mentor was, but she thought they must be very skilled and mysterious. Before long, Uncle Li emerged from the inner room and, catching sight of Jiang Wan sitting in the lounge area, smiled slightly. "Kid, what brings you to see your Uncle Li today?" "Uncle Li, I was thinking of helping a friend pick out a gift for someone," she replied, then added in a quieter voice, "It's for old Master Zhou's birthday." Understanding immediately, Uncle Li whispered a few words to the shop assistant, who then turned and went into the inner room. Meanwhile, he chatted casually with Jiang Wan. "How's your master's health? Any plans to come to Jincheng?" "He's doing well, still practicing Tai Chi every day," Jiang Wan answered with a smile. "As for when he'll come to Jincheng, I really couldn't say." Chapter 091, Let's not talk money, let's talk destiny. As the two chatted and laughed, Tian Xiaoxiao nearby couldn't get a word in edgewise, but she wasn't angry, she just listened quietly. Before long, the shop assistant returned with what Uncle Li had asked for and handed it to Jiang Wan. "These are newly arrived premium calligraphy brushes, just the kind old Master Zhou loves most," Uncle Li said with a smile. Jiang Wan nodded. Based on her understanding of the old man, things like ink brushes and rice paper would surely delight him the most. In the past, whenever Jiang Wan occasionally went to the old house for meals, she would stop by this shop to pick up some gifts to bring along. The old man was always pleased every time. Jiang Wan handed the items to Tian Xiaoxiao and said, "Give him this. The old man will like it." "Okay." Tian Xiaoxiao didn't doubt Jiang Wan's decision in the slightest. "How much?" Tian Xiaoxiao asked instinctively. Uncle Li glanced at her with a smile and teased, "The things here aren't about money, they're about fate." "Huh? What fate?" Tian Xiaoxiao looked completely confused. 108,000 yuan, Uncle Li replied. "Tian Xiaoxiao?" Jiang Wan couldn't help but laugh. "Uncle Li, why are you teasing her?" she said with mock annoyance. "I didn't expect her to be this amusing," Uncle Li replied, also laughing. As for Tian Xiaoxiao, she remained utterly bewildered. "So, how much did it actually cost?" As if reading her thoughts, Jiang Wan said, "Take it, just put it on my tab. Uncle Li always gives me a discount anyway." "No." Tian Xiaoxiao quickly tried to refuse. "I need to buy some things anyway. Consider this your free gift." Jiang Wan cut in, then turned to Uncle Li. "Uncle, isn't that all right?" "That depends on how much you're buying today," Uncle Li chuckled, knowing today would be another banner day for business. "Xiaoxiao, wait here for me," she said to Tian Xiaoxiao. Tian Xiaoxiao didn't ask further and nodded in agreement. Soon, Jiang Wan and Uncle Li entered the inner room. Sitting in the lounge area, Tian Xiaoxiao held on to the visibly expensive-looking calligraphy brush, feeling quite uneasy. Hesitantly, she shuffled over to the shop assistant and asked softly, "Young man, is this brush very expensive?" "Fortunately, it's not particularly expensive in our store," the clerk replied with a nonchalant expression. "Oh." She let out a sigh of relief. "Just 680,000, the clerk said. Crack. Tian Xiaoxiao heard the sound of her heart breaking. 68,000? For a calligraphy brush? And judging by Jiang Wan's tone earlier, is this supposed to be a free gift? He swallowed hard, feeling like his identity as a rich second-generation heir seemed pathetically insignificant in front of Jiang Wan. Her father's budget for buying her gifts was roughly 200,000. Although the Tian family had some money, they weren't exactly wealthy, and they weren't particularly close with the Zhou family either. This was just a matter of keeping up appearances. As if unwilling to give up, she pressed on. "So how much would you need to buy to get this as a free gift?" "Hard to say. At least 100 million, the salesperson replied with a shrug, then added, "But since your friend seems pretty close to my boss, maybe tens of millions would do." For a moment, Tian Xiaoxiao felt like her legs might give out. What exactly is Sister Zhang's background? How can she casually purchase items worth hundreds of millions? Judging by how familiar they seemed earlier, Sister Jiang must surely have shopped here frequently before. Just how much money has she spent? Unaware of Tian Xiaoxiao's thoughts, Jiang Wan was currently inside Uncle Li's treasure chamber, selecting a gift for Elder Zhou. She thought if the old man called to invite her in the next couple of days, she'd bring it along. If no invitation came, she'd arrange for it to be delivered. The gift had to reach him regardless. Chapter 092, No need for Miss Zhao to worry. "Girl, these are all my treasures. Pick whichever one you fancy, and I'll give you a good deal." Uncle Li gazed fondly at his lifelong collection before him, thoroughly pleased. It's only Jiang Wan who gets this privilege, anyone else wouldn't have even been let in. Jiang Wan glanced around absent-mindedly and asked, "Uncle Li, I'm also buying this as a gift for old Master Zhou. Which one do you think would suit him better?" "You know that old man too?" Uncle Li asked in surprise, unaware of Jiang Wan's marriage. "Yes, I know him." Jiang Wan nodded, then added, "He's been quite good to me, so I want to give him a gift he'd really like. I've heard what that fellow likes most is your master's paintings. Wouldn't it be better to ask your master for one?" Uncle Li suggested to her. Jiang Wan sighed helplessly. She had previously owned one of the paintings, but she'd auctioned it off earlier, back when she hadn't anticipated old Master Zhou's birthday banquet at all. My master went out early to gather inspiration, and I have no idea where she is. The elder's birthday is the day after tomorrow. It's clearly too late to go looking for someone now. Uncle Lee nodded thoughtfully, agreeing this made sense. After hesitating for a long while, he walked to the cabinet on the right, took out one of the treasures, and handed it to Jiang Wan. I've thought it over, and believe this is the most auspicious gift for a birthday celebration. Longevity inkstone, Jiang Wan exclaimed in surprise. The girl's got a good eye. This is indeed a Qing dynasty Fushou inkstone. Uncle Lee nodded with a smile, his face brimming with pride. Jiang Wan felt somewhat embarrassed. Each of these ancient inkstones was a treasure, and she imagined Uncle Lee must have gone to great lengths to collect them. No need to feel awkward. I collect these to fetch a good price later, and selling to you now is just the same, Uncle Lee said. After a pause, he added, that dragon-carved inkstone of your master's has been on my mind for a long time now. Then you shouldn't even think about it. My master watches it so closely that even I'm not allowed to touch it. Jiang Wan giggled as she accepted it without further polite refusal. Good things should be given to those most suitable for them to realize their greatest value. If left with Uncle Lee, it would continue gathering dust in this sunless treasure vault. But if given to the old master, it would undoubtedly be put to better use. With the selection made, Uncle Lee carefully packaged Jiang Wan's choice in a gift box before the two finally stepped out of the inner chamber. As soon as she stepped out, she noticed two more people in the shop. Somehow, Zhou Beishan and Zhao Yuanyuan were also there. At the sight of them, Jiang Wan immediately furrowed her brows. Xiao Xiao, let's go, Jiang Wan said to Tian Xiao Xiao. Tian Xiao Xiao nodded, stealing a sidelong glance at Jiang Wan. She couldn't help but wonder, why did Sister Zhang's mood, which had seemed fine just a moment ago, take such a sharp downturn the instant Zhou Beishan and the other appeared? Miss Jiang, you're not letting your friend buy these for Grandpa Zhou, are you? Zhao Yuanyuan pointed at the brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones in the shop, her disdain unconcealed. Jiang Wan gave a light laugh, her tone casual. A gift is best when it suits the recipient's taste. True enough, but Grandpa Zhou has status to consider. If you give him these tacky things, I'm afraid your friend will end up embarrassing herself. She wore an expression of earnest concern, looking for all the world like she had Tian Xiaoxiao's best interests at heart. Unfortunately, Tian Xiaoxiao already knew how much the calligraphy brushes cost, and Zhao Yuanyuan's words carried no weight with her. She simply ignored the girl. Jiang Wan didn't want to deal with her either. Previously, it was just because of Zhao Yuanfeng's matter that she held no affection for the Zhao family, but now, she found Zhao Yuanyuan just as detestable as Zhao Yuanfeng. Sure enough, they were family, all equally repugnant. There's no need for Miss Zhao to trouble herself with this. I believe old Master Zhou isn't the kind of person who cares about vanity. Chapter 093, Keep an eye on the long term. With that, she walked out the door. Zhao Yuanyuan thought she was leaving in shame because she couldn't face people, feeling extremely pleased with herself. Just as she was about to say something to Zhou Beishan, she saw him walk up to Uncle Lee and address him respectfully. Uncle Lee. Well, if it isn't young Zhou. Uncle Lee glanced at him, his tone indifferent. My grandfather's birthday is the day after tomorrow. Would you have time to attend? He wasn't sure if his grandfather had sent an invitation to Uncle Lee, but just in case, he thought it best to extend a personal invitation. Uncle Lee sat in his chair, squinting slightly. This old man is busy, no time for that. Uncle Lee. Off you go now, young Zhou. I've got business to attend to. Uncle Lee issued his dismissal. He'd once thought well of Zhou Beishan, but now, his gaze fell on Zhao Yuanyuan. Anyone who'd choose a girlfriend like her must have terrible taste. You. Seeing Zhou Beishan get rejected, Zhao Yuanyuan flushed with anger and stepped forward to confront him. But before she could speak, Zhou Beishan shot her an icy glare. Shut up. Beishan, Uncle Lee, I'll take my leave now and won't disturb your business any longer, Zhou Beishan said, no longer insisting. Just as he reached the door, Uncle Lee's leisurely voice came from behind. Kid from the Zhou family, you'd better take the long view when choosing a girlfriend. A wrong choice could ruin your whole life. Thank you for the advice, Uncle Lee. Zhou Beishan expressed his gratitude. The two soon disappeared from the shop as Uncle Lee closed his eyes again, beginning to doze off. Outside the shop, Zhao Yuanyuan's expression darkened. She could clearly tell that the old man's last remark was directed at her. Beishan, who was that person? After a long silence, Zhao Yuanyuan couldn't help but ask. Whoever could command such respect from Zhou Beishan was certainly no ordinary person. Yet she'd never heard of such a figure in Jincheng. Could he be from another city? An elder relative, Zhou Beishan said as he came to a stop. Turning around, she looked at Zhao Yuanyuan with a hint of displeasure. Yuanyuan, though you're the young mistress of the Zhao family, I still hope you'll understand basic manners. Beishan, I didn't mean to. You were young before, so I didn't say anything, but now you're not so young anymore. You should know which words to say and which not to say. You ought to have some sense about these things by now. He couldn't help but think of Jiang Wan, watching her just emerge from the inner room with Uncle Li. Their relationship must be quite close. Had Jiang Wan frequently come here before to buy brushes, ink sticks, paper, and inkstones for grandfather? I'm sorry, Beishan, Zhao Yuanyuan apologized, realizing she had been overly impulsive today. But whenever she encountered Jiang Wan and knew Zhou Beishan had special feelings for her, she could never remain calm. There's no need to apologize to me. Zhou Beishan continued walking forward, his voice indifferent. I just don't want you to offend the wrong people someday and not even know how you died. Jincheng was full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Even Zhou Beishan himself didn't dare to offend people casually. He had no idea where Zhao Yuanyuan got such confidence from. As they spoke, the two had already exited the shopping mall. Zhou Beishan saw Zhao Yuanyuan home before returning to the Mingchen apartments. When he arrived at the apartment entrance, he found himself feeling somewhat apprehensive. I wonder if I'll run into Jiang Wan today. If I do, should I invite her to Grandpa's birthday banquet? Though I had already resolved to give up, seeing how well she understands Grandpa suggests they're quite close. If I don't invite her, Grandpa might be disappointed, right? Chapter 094, You're interfering too much. It's hard to say whether Zhou Beishan was lucky or unlucky. Just as he was hesitating whether to invite Jiang Wan, he didn't actually run into her. An indescribable sense of loss filled his heart as he stepped into the elevator. The elevator doors were halfway closed when a hand suddenly reached out to stop them. Wait, Jiang. Zhou Beishan had just uttered a single word when he saw the figure approaching. It wasn't Jiang Wan, but a formally dressed woman. Director Zhou, you live here too? The other party clearly recognized Zhou Beishan, which explained her obvious surprise at this moment. After all, this was the esteemed Director Zhou. How could he possibly be residing in the Mingchen apartments? Zhou Beishan, however, had no recollection of the woman. Yes, and you are? He asked. I'm from the DR brand. You previously brought Miss Xing to our place to order dresses, the other person replied. Zhou Beishan had no recollection of this but nodded nonetheless, choosing not to speak further. With him remaining silent, naturally, the other person didn't dare to say anything either. Before long, the elevator stopped, and both stepped out simultaneously. Zhou Beishan frowned. You live here too? No, I'm here to deliver a gown for a client, the other person replied. Deliver a gown? Zhou Beishan had a bad feeling about this. So far, he'd only encountered Jiang Wan on this floor. For whom? He asked. This. The other party hesitated greatly, not daring to casually reveal a guest's private information. Can't tell me? Zhou Beishan's tone shifted slightly. Though his words carried no overt threat, the aura radiating from him made refusal unthinkable. It was reserved for a Miss Jiang, the person reluctantly answered, having no choice but to comply rather than risk offending Zhou Beishan. Now Zhou Beishan was certain the formal dress had indeed been ordered by Jiang Wan. What did she order the gown for? Could it be that Grandpa invited her? But if that's the case, why would Grandpa ask me to invite her too? Isn't this unnecessary repetition? As they spoke, the two had already reached Jiang Wan's door. Zhou Beishan moved slightly aside, unwilling to let Jiang Wan see him. The man knocked on the door, and before long Jiang Wan came out, looking somewhat puzzled. May I help you? Miss Jiang, hello. This is the evening gown Mr. Zhang ordered for you, the other party said. Zhang Yi? The delivery person nodded. Jiang Wan frowned at first, but quickly grasped Zhang Yi's meaning. She had previously promised to accompany him to a banquet, and this was likely her outfit for the occasion. She hadn't expected Zhang Yi to be so thoughtful, covering even such details. Reaching out to take it, she thanked him. After the other party left promptly, Jiang Wan was about to close the door when she looked up, only to be startled by Zhou Beishan suddenly appearing out of nowhere. Zhou Beishan? When did you get here? How had she not noticed anyone approaching just now? Instead of answering, Zhou Beishan asked coldly, why did Zhang Yi give you that dress? Mr. Zhou, don't you think you're overstepping? Jiang Wan was exasperated as she raised her hand to close the door. Of course, Zhou Beishan didn't give her the chance. You're my ex-wife. Who says I can't interfere? Jiang Wan, are you together with him? Zhou Beishan's face darkened, his tone icy cold. President Zhou, do you know what ex-wife means? Jiang Wan looked at him, struggling to keep her temper in check. It means from the moment we divorced, there hasn't been the slightest connection between you and me. Surely I don't need President Zhou's permission to be with anyone? Jiang Wan truly hadn't expected Zhou Beishan to be this shameless. Hadn't her previous words been clear enough? Why was Zhou Beishan still appearing before her? You can be with anyone, just not him, he said. Chapter 095, You're having a hard time, aren't you? After another unpleasant encounter, Jiang Wan decided it was time to move. She couldn't keep running into Zhou Beishan like this. Across the street, Zhou Beishan immediately called Zhang Yi. President Zhou, calling me this late, surely you're not looking to reminisce about old times? There was hardly any shared history between them worth recalling. Zhou Beishan gripped his phone tightly, his knuckles turning white. I'm warning you, stay away from Jiangwan. It seems my words meant nothing to you, is that it? Zhou Beishan, who do you think you are to me? Why should I take your words seriously? Zhang Yi scoffed, finding the man utterly ridiculous. These past few days must have been tough for you, Zhou Beishan remarked, then added, the Zhang family has been itching to cause you trouble. Now that this opportunity has fallen into their laps, they probably won't let you off easily. Zhang Yi remained silent, his teeth clenched in silent fury. The Zhou family truly lived up to their reputation as the foremost family in Jincheng. When Zhou Beishan had previously mentioned taking action against the Zhang family, Zhang Yi hadn't taken it seriously, believing their families to be evenly matched. But now that Zhou had actually mobilized his forces, Zhang Yi realized with bitter clarity just how wide the gulf between them really was. For instance, Zhou Beishan's interference has caused Zhang Yi to lose several collaborations in succession, instantly stirring dissatisfaction among other members of the Zhang family. Moreover, Zhou Beishan deliberately made it clear to those people that it was Zhang Yi who offended him, leading to this misfortune for the Zhang family. Thus, those in the Zhang family couldn't wait to immediately pull Zhang Yi down from his position. Stay away from Jiangwan, and I'll ensure you remain secure in the Zhang family, he said, already giving Zhang Yi considerable face. With anyone else, there would be no room for negotiation, he would have already resorted to ruthless measures. Zhou Beishan thought Zhang Yi had no reason to refuse. After all, he didn't truly like Jiangwan, and compared to the Zhang family, she clearly wasn't that important to him. To his surprise, Zhang Yi didn't agree. Zhou Beishan, he said, I'll say it again, if you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, don't expect things to go your way. Zhang Yi, Zhou Beishan gritted his teeth, think carefully about the consequences. Bring it on, let's see what you've got. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. The smile on Zhang Yi's face vanished as soon as the call ended. No matter how indifferent he appeared in front of Zhou Beishan, the difficulties facing the Zhang family were undeniably real. If he didn't protect the Zhang family, how could he compete with Zhou Beishan in the future? Compared to Zhang Yi, Zhou Beishan was burning with fury. He hurled his phone at the wall, his heart consumed by overwhelming anger, yet with no outlet to vent it. Thinking back carefully, it seems that ever since his divorce from Jiangwan, his life hadn't been going very smoothly. Taking a deep breath, he called his grandfather. Grandpa, could you personally invite Jiangwan? You darn kid. Grandpa, I promise you, he suddenly said. The old man paused, not quite understanding. What do you mean? I'm willing to give it a try with her, Zhou Beishan said. On the other end of the phone, old Master Zhou thought he was hearing things and didn't respond for a long moment before finally asking, are you certain? Zhou Beishan nodded. He had to do something, he couldn't let Zhang Yi succeed. And the old man had always been delighted to see such scenes. If he couldn't find an opportunity himself, he'd have to rely on the old man to create one for him. Good, good, good. The old man repeated good 3 times in a row, his mood exceptionally cheerful. I'll call Xiaowan and invite him. Grandfather, Zhou Beishan suddenly called out to him. Anything else? The old man sensed something was off with his grandson tonight, but he didn't press for details. After all, the boy would figure it out on his own. After a long hesitation, Zhou Beishan finally asked, do you think there's still a chance for me and her? Of course. Without hesitation, the grandfather continued, you two are the most compatible pair. Even though you're divorced now, remarrying isn't such a difficult thing. However, you should also work on that terrible temper of yours. When you see Xiaowan later, treat her better. After all, you're the one who wronged her first. Chapter 096, What brings you here? That night, Zhou Beishan slept poorly. He had a dream where he returned to the day he and Jiangwan registered their marriage. But this time, it wasn't Grandpa who arranged everything. He personally went with Jiangwan to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get their marriage certificate. He met Jiangwan at that moment, unlike in reality where they'd been married for 2 years without meeting, and from then on everything had a completely different outcome. However, when he woke up, he realized it had all just been a dream. At the hospital, he had a surgery scheduled for the morning while the afternoon was relatively free, so Jiangwan stayed in the office organizing medical records. It was at this moment that she received the call from Elder Zhou, inviting her to his birthday banquet. Xiaowan, your grandpa only holds such an event once every 10 years. Surely you won't refuse to come, the old man said. Jiangwan replied, Grandfather, I'll be there on time. Good, good. Satisfied, the old man hung up the phone, eagerly anticipating the meeting between his grandson and Jiangwan. He believed that as long as his grandson met Jiangwan, he would definitely fall for her. At this moment, he had no idea that Zhou Beishan had already seen Jiangwan the very next day after their divorce, and had taken a liking to her without realizing she was his ex-wife. After hanging up the call with the old man, Jiangwan was about to resume her work when the office door suddenly knocked. Looking up, she saw it was actually Zhang Yi. Why did you come here? She looked puzzled. Just came to ask if you liked the gown. Zhang Yi smiled, thinking to himself that since he had just made Zhou Beishan unhappy last night, of course he had to seize the opportunity today. Jiang Wan thought about the gown Zhang Yi had chosen. Pretty it was, just not her preferred style. Still, since it was a gift, she couldn't be too picky. It's nice. How much was it? I'll transfer the money to you. You're really treating me like an outsider. Zhang Yi was displeased, always feeling that no matter what he did, he couldn't reach Jiang Wan's heart. No, I just consider it as payment for agreeing to be my date. You wouldn't refuse that, would you? Zhang Yi had no choice but to put it this way. After he said that, Jiang Wan naturally couldn't say anything more. Alright, thank you. Seeing her finally accept it, Zhang Yi's mood improved somewhat. Propping his chin on his hand as he leaned against Jiang Wan's desk, he gazed at her with such affection it made one's skin crawl. Jiang Wan gave an awkward chuckle, finding it hard to endure. Just say what you want directly. I can't work with you looking at me like that, she said. Nothing really. I just missed you and wanted to see you, he replied. Far from finding it touching, Jiang Wan only felt it was greasy, especially paired with Zhang Yi's expression. Every part of her, body and mind, felt uncomfortable. Her dislike was too obvious. Even Zhang Yi felt somewhat apologetic. Seems you don't like this style. Heh. She forced a dry laugh. Just keep it normal, okay? Alright. Zhang Yi nodded, reverting to his usual self. By the way, you mentioned earlier about accompanying you to a banquet. Could you remind me which day it was? Since she had to attend Old Master's birthday banquet tomorrow, she worried it might clash with Zhang Yi's event. Tomorrow, Zhang Yi replied. As feared would happen, Jiang Wan had no choice but to say apologetically, I might not be able to accompany you there. Why? Zhang Yi asked in surprise, his voice even rising a few notches. I have to attend a banquet tomorrow too, she answered helplessly. Zhang Yi fell silent, pondered for a moment, then asked, Old Master Zhou's birthday banquet? You knew about it? Jiang Wan was surprised. Who in Jincheng doesn't? Zhang Yi countered, then chuckled. Well, this is perfect. The event I wanted you to accompany me to happens to be this very banquet. Jiang Wan was initially astonished, but soon found it perfectly logical. The banquet that could make Zhang Yi take so seriously must be no ordinary affair. Recently, it seems only Old Master Zhou's birthday celebration would carry such importance. Chapter 097. Do you know why Zhou Beishan is afraid of the dark? I originally thought they wouldn't invite you, Zhang Yi said with a scoff, displeased. Was it that bastard Zhou Beishan who invited you? No, it was the old master. After all, she was Zhou Beishan's ex-wife, and more importantly, she had a decent relationship with the old master before, so his invitation was actually quite natural. Zhang Yi felt inexplicably displeased upon hearing this. I didn't expect you to be on such good terms with that old man. Yes, pretty good, Jiang Wan nodded. A silence fell between them. Zhang Yi glanced at her before saying, then I'll pick you up on time tomorrow. No problem? Okay, Jiang Wan agreed. She didn't want to go back on her word once it was given. After Zhang Yi got up and was just about to reach the door, he suddenly heard Jiang Wan ask, actually, I've always been curious, what grudge exists between you and Zhou Beishan? She had never heard of any feud between the Zhou and Zhan families before, yet judging by Zhang Yi's demeanor, the conflict between them seemed significant, so, naturally, she was quite curious. Zhang Yi's hand trembled slightly, as if recalling something unpleasant. His face twisted into an expression of extreme distress, but he remained silent for a long while. Sorry, you don't have to answer if you don't want to. She had merely asked casually and hadn't expected Zhang Yi to react so strongly. After a long silence, Zhang Yi turned around and sat down in front of Jiang Wan. He asked leisurely, got any alcohol? This is a hospital, Jiang Wan reminded him. Then can't you at least pour me a glass of water? Zhang Yi shot her an exasperated look, thinking to himself that this woman had absolutely no tact. He couldn't fathom what Zhou Beishan saw in her. Jiang Wan stood up, poured him a glass of water, and placed it before him. Zhang Yi took a sip of water before feeling somewhat relieved inside. Actually, there's no personal grudge between us. I just loathe the Zhou family to the extreme. If he wasn't surnamed Zhou, I wouldn't have confronted him so directly, he said slowly. Jiang Wan rested her chin on her hand, showing a puzzled expression. After taking another sip of water, Zhang Yi continued, people outside all say I killed my father, but no one knows his health had already collapsed long ago. It fell apart back when my mother ran off with Zhou Beishan's father. My mother ran away, and he took all his anger out on me, drinking every day and beating me when he got drunk. Speaking of those past events, Zhang Yi suddenly felt no pain, reminiscing as if he were an outsider. So, I'm not the least bit sad that he's dead. In fact, I prepared in advance. The moment he died, I took over the Zhan family immediately. That's why those people assumed it was all part of my scheming. Jiang Wanting was inwardly astonished, especially when she heard Zhang Yi say that her mother had run off with Zhou Beishan's father. What kind of rich family drama is this? As he finished the water in his glass, Zhang Yi wiped the sorrow off his face and whispered mysteriously to Jiang Wan, "Did you know Zhou Beishan is afraid of the dark?" "I know," Jiang Wan nodded. Zhang Yi was surprised she knew but didn't press further. Instead, he asked, "Then do you know why he's afraid of the dark?" Jiang Wan shook her head. Zhang Yi stood up and leaned close to her ear. Jiang Wan's curiosity was piqued, her entire focus waiting for Zhang Yi to explain the reason, completely missing the mischievous glint in his eyes. He suddenly lowered his head and kissed Jiang Wan's hair. Jiang Wan abruptly stepped back, looking at him with horror. "What are you doing?" "Sorry, couldn't help myself," he said with a wicked grin. Jiang Wan's face darkened. If they weren't in the hospital, afraid Zhang Yi might yell too loudly during a beating and draw a crowd, she genuinely wanted to give him a good thrashing. Zhang Yi walked toward the door, waving at her. Jiang Wan was unwilling to let it go and pressed further. "You still haven't told me why?" "Hee, not telling you," Zhang Yi said with a mischievous grin. Chapter 098, I have nothing to talk about with you. Jiang Wan thought Zhang Yi probably hadn't been punched before, otherwise, he wouldn't be uttering such punchable words. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to keep working. As for Zhou Beishan's fear of the dark, she had no intention of probing into it. It wasn't any of her business anyway. After working late at the hospital, she unfortunately ran into Zhou Beishan upon returning to her apartment. Moving out needed to be put on the agenda immediately. Inside the elevator, Jiang Wan leaned against the corner, completely ignoring Zhou Beishan's presence. After a long silence, Zhou Beishan couldn't hold back anymore and was the first to speak. "Did Grandpa call you?" "Mr. Zhou, are you talking to me?" Jiang Wan raised her eyes to look at him, pretending not to know. Zhou Beishan's expression darkened slightly, struggling to restrain his anger. "Who else would I be talking to? Is there anyone else here?" "Oh." Jiang Wan gave an indifferent response, then said, "He did." "Are you going?" Zhou Beishan asked again. "Grandfather invited me. Of course I'm going," she replied. Before Zhou Beishan could continue, Jiang Wan immediately said, "If President Zhou doesn't want to see me, I'll make sure to stay out of your way during the event and guarantee we won't cross paths." As the host of the banquet, Zhou Beishan had every reason not to want to see her. Who would want to face someone who had pointed fingers and yelled at them? "Jiang Wan, I think you've misunderstood me deeply," Zhou Beishan suddenly said. Where exactly had he given the impression that he didn't want to see her? Clearly, it was this woman who didn't want to meet him, wasn't it? Jiang Wan shrugged, unfazed. With so many misunderstandings already between her and Zhou Beishan, a few more wouldn't make much difference. After all, if you owe a mountain of debt, you stop worrying about trifles. Just as they were speaking, the elevator arrived. Jiang Wan stepped out, eager to get home quickly and avoid any further entanglement with Zhou Beishan. However, Zhou Beishan seemed to have summoned his courage today, determined to have a clear talk with Jiang Wan. He followed her at a leisurely pace until she stopped at her doorstep, showing no intention of leaving. Jiang Wan held her keys but didn't unlock the door. Instead, she turned around, eyeing Zhou Beishan warily. "What do you want?" she asked. "Let's talk," he said. Jiang Wan was exasperated. "I don't think there's anything for us to talk about," she replied. "That's just what you think. I feel we have plenty to talk about." Zhou Beishan was determined to have a thorough conversation with Jiang Wan. Continuing like this would drive him insane. Their eyes met, and Zhou Beishan's gaze was so intense that Jiang Wan, under his scrutiny, inexplicably felt a twinge of guilt. After a long silence, she finally said, "It's late at night, and with just the two of us alone, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Are you worried I might do something to you?" Zhou Beishan laughed in exasperation. Did she really think him that despicable? Jiang Wan thought that wasn't entirely impossible. Of course, there was a greater possibility that Zhou Beishan would seize this opportunity to retaliate for her earlier insults. Zhou Beishan rubbed his temples, feeling this woman was clearly his jinx. "The coffee shop downstairs, will that work now?" "Drinking coffee at night makes it hard to sleep," Jiang Wan said. "Then what do you want?" Zhou Beishan gritted his teeth, feeling he was about to lose control of the fury building inside him. Seeing he was genuinely about to get angry, Jiang Wan didn't dare tease him further and quickly said, "How about the food stalls downstairs? There's a barbecue place that's especially good." Zhou Beishan hesitated. Street food stalls were something he'd never experienced in his life. But, not wanting to miss this hard-won opportunity, he replied, "All right, you decide." Soon, the two turned back towards the elevator, descending in silence until they stood before the bustling food stall entrance. Looking at the sea of customers packed inside the food stall, Jiang Wan felt a strong sense of security, and her attitude toward Zhou Beishan softened noticeably. On the other hand, standing beside her, Zhou Beishan's face was darker than the bottom of a wok. Chapter 99, It's too late to say sorry now. The two found a table and sat down. Zhou Beishan didn't hide his disgust on his face at all, and when Jiang Wan noticed, she couldn't help but want to laugh. "It seems you really dislike this kind of environment." Then why did you choose to live in Mansion apartments? If you lived at Zhou Mansion, I guarantee there wouldn't be such establishments within a 10-mile radius. Zhou Mansion was a villa district with excellent surroundings and sparse population, perfectly suiting someone as fastidious as Zhou Beishan. Zhou Beishan didn't respond. Before marriage, he had indeed lived at Zhou Mansion. But after getting married, since Jiang Wan resided there, he didn't want to return. So he found a place closer to his company to live. Later, after the divorce, he had planned to move back, but unexpectedly ran into Jiang Wan at this very moment. Suddenly, he didn't feel so eager to leave anymore. Jiang Wan stared at him for a few seconds, then seemed to realize something and sneered, "You've had it rough too, married but unable to return home." Her sarcasm was unmistakable, but Zhou Beishan didn't mind. He replied calmly, "If you suddenly found yourself with an extra wife, you'd probably make the same choice." "Don't compare me to you," Jiang Wan said with disdain. "I know what it means to let nature take its course, not just run away from things." At the very least, she would meet with the other person and talk things through properly, not like Zhou Beishan who avoided meetings and explanations altogether. What a scumbag, she cursed inwardly. Zhou Beishan had no retort. Looking back now, his previous actions were indeed deeply problematic, but at that time, he still carried resentment in his heart. Towards Jiang Wan, this wife who had suddenly appeared, besides indifference, he also harbored some bitterness. How unpredictable life is. Who would have thought he would ultimately cross paths with this woman again? It was my fault before. Zhou Beishan didn't continue making excuses for himself. "I'm sorry." Hearing an apology come from Zhou Beishan's mouth genuinely startled Jiang Wan, though she quickly composed herself. "It's too late for apologies now. They're already divorced." "I know." Zhou Beishan nodded, feeling equally helpless. Jiang Wan didn't want to dwell on the past with him and cut straight to the point. "Tell me, what did you want to talk about? If it's just to apologize for what happened before, there's no need, it's all in the past." "That day downstairs at the apartment, Zhou Beishan paused, then sighed. "I shouldn't have said those things." He said Jiang Wan had feelings for him, that she'd only spoken out of turn back then because Zhang Yi had made her angry. Before long, the boss brought over the skewers Jiang Wan had ordered and asked her, "What would you like to drink?" "A bottle of beer," Jiang Wan said. "Coming right up." The beer arrived quickly. Jiang Wan poured herself a glass, then glanced at Zhou Beishan. "Do you want some?" "Alcohol is bad for the stomach," Zhou Beishan replied, turning to call out to the shop owner, "Boss, bring us a bottle of soda." Having said that, he took the beer from Jiang Wan's hand and poured her a glass of soda instead. Jiang Wan found Zhou Beishan particularly amusing today. Without refusing, she sipped her soda slowly, lost in who knows what thoughts. Zhou Beishan's heart was uneasy. He had apologized for what happened that day, but Jiang Wan's words of forgiveness never came. "Honestly, I don't quite understand. There was no need for you to explain or apologize to me. After all, you're Zhou Beishan." After a long pause, she finally spoke these words. Zhou Beishan raised his gaze to meet hers, hesitating as if there was more he wanted to say. "I just don't want there to be too many misunderstandings between us." "Why?" she asked. Jiang Wan truly didn't understand why. Chapter 100, Zhou Beishan, you don't like me, do you? The man across from her sipped his drink, remaining silent for a long time without explaining why. Jiang Wan simply watched him, when suddenly a speculation popped into her mind. Although such a thought seemed laughable, at this moment, it somehow felt entirely plausible. "Zhou Beishan, you don't like me, do you?" she asked, gazing at him with a playful smile. She thought Zhou Beishan would sternly deny it, but she waited for a long time without hearing the man speak. Jiang Wan had to admit she was a little panicked. "Zhou Beishan, are you out of your mind?" She couldn't help but curse. Zhou Beishan put down his glass and looked at Jiang Wan. "So liking you means I'm out of my mind? What kind of logic is that?" "Others may not like me, but you certainly do," said Jiang Wan. "Are you kidding me? I'm your ex-wife. After the divorce, you're saying you're in love with your ex? What kind of nonsense is that?" Zhou Beishan sighed, his tone drawn out with melancholy. "Sometimes I wonder, if I had managed to see you just once during our marriage, perhaps we'd still be husband and wife now." "So, you're trying to say you fell in love with me at first sight?" Jiang Wan felt like she'd just heard the world's greatest joke. Zhou Beishan neither admitted nor denied it. At this moment, Jiang Wan's emotions were a tangled mess, and she somewhat regretted agreeing to meet Zhou Beishan for a chat. She nibbled on grilled skewers while contemplating life, but Zhou Beishan wasn't planning to just let it go. Instead, he asked, "So, can you give me a chance?" Jiang Wan pursed her lips, suddenly finding the beef skewer in her hand tasteless. "Xiao Wan, don't." Jiang Wan immediately cut him off. "We're not that close. Calling me Xiao Wan? Zhou Beishan, how can you be so thick-skinned? If Zhang Yi can call you that, why can't I?" He was somewhat angry, feeling that by any measure his relationship with Jiang Wan should be better than Zhang Ye's. However, Jiang Wan didn't see it that way. "Zhang Yi and I have no past grudges or recent grievances," she said. "You're different. How am I different? He asked. You're my ex-husband, Jiangwan replied, looking at him calmly. Ex-husbands and ex-wives are destined not to get along well. Who made that rule? Zhou Beishan suppressed his anger. Isn't that how it always is? Have you ever seen ex-husbands and ex-wives getting along well? From all the TV dramas she'd seen, post-divorce situations were always messy. Zhou Beishan suddenly turned serious, his expression solemn. I don't know how other people handle it, nor do I care to know. But you and I don't necessarily have to be like that. Before Jiangwan could refute, he added, if not Xiaowan, then I'll call you Wanwan. As these words fell, goosebumps instantly erupted on Jiangwan's arms as she stared at the man in horror. Zhou Beishan, are you okay? Did he take the wrong medication or something? I'm fine, perfectly fine. Having finally voiced what was in his heart, he felt much more at ease. Unfortunately, Jiangwan still thought he was insane in the brain. After taking deep breaths to calm down for a few minutes, she said, I'm not interested in you, nor will I ever like you. Her rejection came so swiftly and so decisively, leaving no time for Zhou Beishan to react nor giving him the slightest chance. In an instant, Zhou Beishan's expression darkened. Perhaps he hadn't expected his first ever confession to meet with such a Waterloo. Then what kind do you like? He persisted with the question. Definitely not your type, she retorted with a pout, thinking Zhou Beishan was too aloof. She didn't care for men like that. Besides, she'd always believed fate was predetermined. Her marriage to Zhou Beishan proved they were destined, and when they first wed, she had genuinely wanted to make it work. But later they got divorced, which meant it was an ill-fated relationship. Given that, of course she wouldn't let this ill-fated relationship continue. Chapter 101, See, We're Not Suitable. Zhou Beishan remained silent for a long time, just as Jiangwan thought he was about to get angry again when he suddenly said, Tomorrow I'll pick you up to attend the birthday banquet together. No need. Jiangwan declined, and under Zhou Beishan's murderous gaze, she said, I've already made plans with Zhangyi. In short, you're too late. She noticed Zhou Beishan's chest heaving violently, guessing he must be on the verge of fury at this moment. After what felt like an eternity, so long that Jiangwan thought he wouldn't speak again, Zhou Beishan finally said, Fine then, I'll wait for you at the banquet. Jiangwan didn't say anything more to provoke him. After all, offending Zhou Beishan wouldn't do her any good. She just wanted to draw a clear line with this man. Munching on her barbecue skewers, she asked him, Aren't you together with Zhao Yuanyuan? Who said I'm with her? Zhou Beishan immediately retorted, We just grew up together since childhood. At most, we're good friends. He never understood what love was before, so he stayed especially close to Zhao Yuanyuan. Back then, everyone thought they would end up together, even Zhou Beishan himself believed it. He felt indifferent about it. After all, he had long given up any expectations regarding love or marriage, so even if he did end up marrying Zhao Yuanyuan, he wouldn't oppose it. Marrying anyone was the same to him anyway. At least he was somewhat familiar with Zhao Yuanyuan, and the Zhao family could offer some degree of support to the Zhou family. But who would have guessed that Jiangwan would suddenly appear later, a woman he didn't know at all? Growing up together since childhood, doesn't that mean your childhood sweethearts? Jiangwan teased with a smile. Why aren't you with her? I don't like it. After meeting Jiangwan, he finally understood what liking someone truly meant. Jiangwan shrugged, her face full of disbelief. Aren't you going to eat? Jiangwan asked, noticing Zhou Beishan hadn't touched a single skewer. Zhou Beishan shook his head. It's unsanitary, he said. You have a sensitive stomach, you should eat less of this kind of food, he reminded her again. Jiangwan, however, looked unconcerned and said with a faint smile, See, we're not compatible. We don't even share the same lifestyle habits or common interests. Zhou Beishan fell silent. You should think it over carefully. Maybe you don't really like me. It might just be your desire to conquer at play. Because I've always been cold to you, you just want to win me over. She thought this was highly possible. No sooner had she finished speaking than Zhou Beishan picked up a skewer and forced himself to eat it. Jiangwan shook her head helplessly at the sight and said gently, There's really no need to push yourself. I was just making an analogy. It's not like eating a skewer makes us the same. The flavor actually isn't bad, no wonder you like it, Zhou Beishan suddenly remarked, completely disregarding what Jiangwan had said. Fine then, Jiangwan couldn't be bothered to argue further. Given enough time, this man would eventually give up on his own. After finishing the skewers, the two walked back together. Just as Jiangwan was about to open the door to go inside, Zhou Beishan suddenly asked her, So, does this mean we've let bygones be bygones? Guess so. Jiangwan nodded, but then added, Of course, I still won't like you. That's all right, Zhou Beishan said, quite pleased with the current situation. We've got plenty of time. As long as you don't dislike me anymore, there'll be plenty of opportunities. Jiangwan thought he was hopeless. She opened the door, went inside, and closed it without a moment's hesitation. A faint, barely perceptible smile curved at the corners of Zhou Beishan's lips as he opened the door and stepped inside. The living room lights flickered on, revealing jet-black walls that closed in like a prison, stifling the very breath from one's lungs. Yet Zhou Beishan seemed unaffected. In remarkably high spirits, he poured himself a glass of red wine. Holding the glass, he stood before the floor-to-ceiling window gazing at the brightly lit streets beyond, where an unexpected warmth kindled within him. Chapter 102, Unnecessary. The next day, Jiang Wan was awakened by Zhang Ye's phone call. "Big brother, do you know how early it is? Can't you let me sleep in?" Her tone was downright hostile as she answered the call. On the other end of the line, Zhang Yi paused, clearly taken aback, but quickly collected himself. "Didn't sleep well last night?" he asked. As if she could have slept well. Zhou Beishan's face kept swirling in her mind all night. For the first time in her life, she'd actually suffered from insomnia. Something wrong? Jiang Wan took a deep breath, steadying her emotions. "Don't you remember today's old Master Zhou's birthday banquet? I specifically came early to take you for styling." Zhang Yi felt aggrieved too. After all these years, Jiang Wan was the first woman to receive such treatment from him. How rare this was, yet the woman on the other end of the call couldn't care less. Jiang Wan massaged her forehead, barely containing her irritation. "Unless I'm mistaken, the banquet doesn't start until evening. Getting styled at this ungodly hour, are you sleepwalking or am I? Don't you usually need a whole day for styling?" he asked. "I don't know how long others take, but I'm quick," Jiang Wan replied, adding, "Don't worry about the styling, I'll handle it myself." "So, aren't you coming down for breakfast?" Zhang Yi was already outside the apartment building at this point, feeling quite reluctant to leave without seeing her. "Not necessary." With that, Jiang Wan hung up the phone. He turned over and went back to sleep. Downstairs at the apartment, Zhang Yi stared at his phone after the abrupt call ended, momentarily at a loss. So after he, someone who rarely had the patience to accompany a woman for salon appointments, had made the effort, she'd rejected him without a second thought? Why waste time on such an ungrateful woman? Wouldn't it be better to agree to Zhou Beishan's earlier proposal and secure his position in the Zhang family with his help? The thought had scarcely crossed my mind when I spotted Zhou Beishan emerging not far away, his expression instantly turning frosty. Even if he were to die, he wouldn't let Zhou Beishan help him. Zhou Beishan also spotted him, and his previously decent mood was instantly soured. "How come I never noticed you were so diligent before?" "Chasing girls requires diligence, of course," Zhang Yi said with a smile. What a pity, some things can't be achieved through hard work alone. In his view, even if Jiang Wan didn't like him, she wouldn't fancy someone like Zhang Yi either. Zhang Yi, however, paid no attention to the sarcasm in his words and said with a grin, "At least I have Xiao Wan as my date tonight. Some people might have to go solo." "Wait, that's not quite right." Zhang Yi then shook his head. "I heard Miss Zhao from the Zhao family has her eyes on you. Maybe you two could pair up." Zhou Beishan's face darkened, which only made Zhang Yi laugh harder. "But I heard the Zhao family was involved in Xiao Wan's kidnapping incident earlier. I bet she must really despise them." "Zhou Beishan, why don't we team up to bankrupt the Zhao family? Maybe then Xiao Wan will look at you in a new light." The Zhao family held equal status with the Zhang family in Jincheng, not quite matching the Zhou family, yet far from insignificant. Overthrowing the Zhao clan and swallowing their assets, Zhang Yi believed, would elevate the Zhang family to new heights. However, Zhou Beishan stared at him as if looking at a fool. "The Zhou and Zhao families have been close for generations. What makes you think I'd agree? Not willing?" Zhang Yi shrugged, looking unconcerned. "No problem, it's not like Xiao Wan hates me anyway. I reckon with Xiao Wan's temperament, she won't easily forgive the Zhao family." Zhang Yi pondered for a moment before adding, "I heard Yu Xiao is her eldest brother. Do you think if I propose joining forces with Yu Xiao to deal with the Zhao family, Xiao Wan would agree?" Chapter 103, Truly Despicable. Zhou Beishan remained silent, but his grim expression said it all. From what he knew about Jiang Wan, she would agree, and even take the initiative herself. "See you tonight, President Zhou. I hope you won't tip off the Zhao family by then." Zhang Yi waved at him before getting into his car and disappearing from sight. Zhou Beishan watched the flashy red sports car vanish, his gaze icy. He then turned to glance at the floor where Jiang Wan was before walking away. Jiang Wan slept in until noon, finally catching up slightly on the sleep she'd lost last night. As she got out of bed, she habitually checked her phone. Tian Xiaoxiao had sent her a message, reminding her that it was the old man's birthday banquet tonight and asking if she was sure she didn't want to come along. Jiang Wan replied to her, then checked the other messages she had received. Jiang Tian had also messaged her, saying she wouldn't have time to attend tonight's birthday banquet and asked Jiang Wan to convey her blessings to the old man on her behalf. Jiang Wan sighed helplessly. It seemed ever since the Jiang family nearly went bankrupt last time and Jiang Tian decided to work at the family company, she had been constantly busy, quite the capable heir. Zhang Yi also sent a message, saying he would pick her up at 6 p.m. that afternoon, to which Jiang Wan replied with an okay. After going through all her messages, she finally got up to wash up before leisurely preparing herself a lunch. After lunch, with plenty of time before 6 p.m., she didn't idle around and instead started searching for information related to the Zhao group. Just as she had said herself, she wasn't a forgiving person. What Zhao Yuanfeng did by drugging her wasn't something she'd let slide easily. She couldn't take him down all at once, but she could take her time. The important thing was not to do nothing. For a listed company, the most vulnerable spot was always its finances, so Jiang Wan decided to strike there first. She was deep in her reading when her phone suddenly rang. "Big brother," Jiang Wan answered cheerfully, her voice bright with a smile. "Are you free tonight? Come with me to a birthday banquet," Yu Xiao said. Without needing him to say another word, Jiang Wan knew this was probably Old Master Zhou's celebration. "Brother, if you're asking me to accompany you to Old Master Zhou's banquet, I'm afraid I can't agree." "Why not?" "I've already promised to go with someone else," she replied, without specifying who. Knowing her eldest brother's temperament, if he found out she was with Zhangyi, he'd definitely nag her to stay away from him. She figured it was just this once anyway. No need to let Yu Xiao know and worry him unnecessarily. Hearing this, Yu Xiao didn't press further. "Fine, then I'll have Jinqing accompany me." "Good idea. Second brother really should attend more social gatherings like this. Don't let him turn into a shut-in." She wasn't sure if all computer programmers preferred staying home, but Yan Jinqing certainly did. As he spoke, Yu Xiao suddenly returned to the main topic. The Zhao family's situation is quite complicated, not easy to deal with. He hadn't been idle during this time. Aside from handling official matters, he'd also been searching for someone to investigate the Zhao family, but unfortunately, there hadn't been much progress. "It's alright, big brother. Take your time." She wasn't disheartened. Toppling a powerful family was no easy task, and she had mentally prepared herself for it. Though that Zhao Yuanfeng is notoriously shady, should we start with him? Arrange for him to spend a few years behind bars? Yu Xiao suggested, grinding his teeth with hatred at the very mention of Zhao Yuanfeng. Daring to lay a hand on his sister, how deserving of death. Jiang Wan thought it over but ultimately refused. Sending him to prison wouldn't be difficult, but as long as the Zhao family remains standing, he'll walk away unscathed. Moreover, this would only raise the Zhao family's guard, leaving us at a disadvantage. Once the Zhao family becomes alert, finding their weaknesses will be even harder. Chapter 104, She Hates Me. Jiang Wan spoke with Yu Xiao over the phone for quite some time. After coordinating where to strike Zhao's family, they finally hung up. Before she knew it, it was already 4 p.m. With only 2 hours left before departing for the birthday banquet at 6, she didn't linger on the sofa staying busy. Instead, she got up and headed to the walk-in closet to begin grooming and dressing herself. Tonight's grand birthday banquet would take place at Imperial Hotel, the most luxurious establishment in Jincheng. The Zhou family had gone all out, booking the entire hotel for the occasion. Zhou Beishan, as the host of the birthday banquet, naturally arrived at the hotel early to oversee everything. After all, it was his grandfather's 70th birthday celebration, so he certainly had to put in extra effort. "Young master, you should go rest. I'll take care of things here," Uncle Wu said, unable to watch him work tirelessly all day. But Zhou Beishan didn't leave. Instead, he asked, "Where's grandfather?" "The old master is resting upstairs. Would you like to go see him?" Uncle Wu inquired. Zhou Beishan thought for a moment, then nodded. "I'll go take a look. Leave this place to Uncle Wu." "Alright, don't worry about it. You can go." With that, Zhou Beishan left the banquet hall and took the elevator upstairs to the lounge. Inside the lounge, the old master was leisurely sipping tea, thoroughly enjoying himself. Zhou Beishan pushed the door open and entered. The old man heard the noise and looked over. "Finished with the downstairs arrangements?" "Yeah, mostly done. Uncle Wu is overseeing the rest. I guarantee nothing will embarrass you." Zhou Beishan still didn't understand why his grandfather wanted such a grand celebration this year when birthday meals had always been just a simple family gathering before. The old man nodded with a hearty laugh, then added, "Since you're free now, go pick up Shawan." "Grandfather." Zhou Beishan's face showed clear reluctance. The old man immediately became displeased and said angrily, "You brat, since you said you're willing to give it a try, then take the initiative. Do you really think Shawan has no other choice but you?" "That's not what I meant." Zhou Beishan sighed and said slowly, "Even if I'm willing to try, she isn't willing to give me this chance." The old man was surprised. He stared at Zhou Beishan for a long time before asking, "You've already met?" "Yeah." Zhou Beishan nodded. "What's Shawan's attitude towards you?" the old man asked. After a long silence, Zhou Beishan reluctantly admitted, "She really dislikes me." Although they seemed to have cleared the air last night, Zhou Beishan knew Jiang Wan still harbored dislike for him in her heart. She just wasn't showing it as openly as before. The old man fell silent, his expression turning grave. If Shawan truly disliked this brat, that would be rather troublesome. He looked up, about to say something when he suddenly noticed the peculiar expression on his grandson's face, vaguely sensing something was amiss. So you're saying you agreed to try because you met Xiaowan and now regret the divorce? He wanted to laugh, thinking Zhou Beishan deserved it. But considering the other person was his grandson, he had to save some face for him, so he could only suppress his amusement. Zhou Beishan remained silent, but his quietness spoke volumes. The old man sighed. I've told you long ago that Xiaowan is a good girl, but you just wouldn't believe me. Now you know regret, don't you? Grandpa, how much do you really know about her? Zhou Beishan suddenly spoke up, feeling his grandfather couldn't know much about Jiang Wan, at least not those mysterious identities she held. After some thought, the old man said, I was friends with her grandfather. Back then, their whole family moved to the countryside because of some incidents, and Xiaowan grew up there. But let me tell you, don't look down on Xiaowan because of that. Though she grew up in the countryside, she's not one bit inferior to any of these noble young ladies in Jincheng. He was afraid Zhou Beishan would look down on Jiang Wan because she grew up in the countryside, which was why he said so much. Unfortunately, that wasn't what Zhou Beishan cared about at all. Chapter 105, She was never meant to be ordinary. Did she really grow up in the countryside? Whether as the internationally renowned Dr. Jiang or the last disciple of Elder Su, one thing was clear, Jiang Wan was anything but simple. The old man was puzzled by Zhou Beishan's words. What do you mean by that? Zhou Beishan didn't hold back and told his grandfather about Jiang Wan's two identities. After all, his grandfather would inevitably find out after tonight's banquet anyway. It was better to inform him in advance so he could be prepared. However, after hearing Zhou Beishan's explanation, the old man didn't react with the expected shock. Instead, his face darkened as his thoughts drifted far away. After what seemed like an eternity, the old man finally spoke. Xiaowan. She was never meant to be an ordinary person. So the old man hadn't lied to him. The genes flowing in Jiang Wan's blood destined her to be extraordinary. People from that family had always been exceptionally gifted. Grandfather, I feel like there's more to your words than meets the eye. Zhou Beishan was no fool. Seeing how the old man showed no surprise but rather an expression of inevitability, he knew his grandfather was keeping something from him regarding Jiang Wan. The old man sighed and said slowly, these are not matters for you to consider now. What you should focus on is how to make Xiaowan accept you again. Grandfather, alright, get back to work. I don't want any mistakes at tonight's birthday banquet, he interrupted Zhou Beishan, waving him off. Seeing this, Zhou Beishan had no choice but to nod and leave, though a thread of doubt began to stir in his heart. Back then, when Grandpa insisted he marry Jiang Wan, was it really just because of the agreement between the two elders? 6 o'clock. Zhang Yi appeared punctually at the entrance of Jiang Wan's residential complex. Dressed in a dark gray suit today, he appeared notably more low-key compared to his usual flamboyant style. Upon seeing him, Jiang Wan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. I didn't realize you took this banquet so seriously, she remarked. Zhang Yi didn't respond, his gaze firmly fixed on Jiang Wan until she approached. Jiang Wan stood before him in a plain-colored gown. The well-tailored dress subtly accentuated her curves, devoid of vulgarity, like an alpine snow lotus, ethereally cold yet irresistibly alluring. She waved her hand before his eyes. Snap out of it. My apologies. You look breathtaking today. Even Zhang Yi, who harbored no affection for Jiang Wan, found himself momentarily mesmerized. Covering her mouth with a playful giggle, she reciprocated the compliment. You're not looking so bad yourself today. Zhang Yi reached out to open the car door for her with a gesture of invitation. Hop in, my lady. Today, let Mr. Zhang be your chauffeur. Inside the car, Jiang Wan said apologetically, I didn't wear the dress you prepared today. You're not upset, are you? She truly felt the dress Zhang Yi had chosen wasn't suited for her, which was why she hadn't worn it. Zhang Yi, who was driving, merely chuckled nonchalantly. He said, not wearing it was the right call. After all, it was my lack of taste. That gaudy thing was hardly worthy of you. That gown you're wearing suits you much better. Which haute couture brand is it from? I'll shop there from now on. Jiang Wan smiled, thinking to herself that this was something he couldn't buy. I made this myself. You made it? Zhang Yi exclaimed in surprise. Yes, made it during my free time in the past. During those 2 years of marriage to Zhou Beishan, when she was truly bored with nothing to do, she started researching clothing design, never realizing she had such a knack for it. Zhang Yi felt it was a pity, yet it seemed inevitable. When will you make one for me? He asked with a chuckle. Jiang Wan shook her head and replied, I haven't studied men's clothing, so I'm afraid I can't promise you. No rush. Take your time to research, he persisted. The thought of wearing clothes personally made by Jiang Wan would surely drive Zhou Beishan up the wall. We'll see. Jiang Wan neither refused nor agreed, harboring her own thoughts about making clothes. It might just turn into a business. Chapter 106, I don't want to cause any trouble. As the car moved steadily along, Zhang Yi broke the silence after a pause. You already know that Zhao Yuanfeng was involved in your kidnapping last time, don't you? Jiang Wan nodded, looking at him with a hint of bewilderment. Zhang Yi gave a dry laugh and asked nonchalantly, are you just going to let it go like this? Jiang Wan raised an eyebrow. She didn't respond, waiting for Zhang Yi to continue speaking. The Zhao family has deep roots in Jincheng. It won't be easy for you Xiao alone to uproot them completely, he said. So? She smiled, as if she had already guessed what Zhang Yi was about to say. Zhang Yi shrugged it off and said bluntly, I can help. Jiang Wan chuckled lightly, her gaze lingering on Zhang Yi briefly before shifting away. Help me? Isn't it more accurate to say you've been eyeing the Zhao family like a tiger watching its prey, planning to devour them and strengthen yourself? There was only so much business to go around. If others took more, she'd get less. How could she not see through Zhang Yi's ulterior motives? Not wrong to put it that way, Zhang Yi didn't deny it. He truly longed to swallow up the Zhao family. With that under his belt, he'd face Zhou Beishan with far greater confidence. Of course, if Jiang Wan wasn't willing, there was nothing he could do. Jiang Wan didn't rush to give him an answer, instead saying, I need to think about it. That's fine, no hurry, Zhang Yi said with a smile, not worried that she might refuse. As long as she wanted revenge against the Zhao family and didn't want to waste too much time, she would inevitably agree to cooperate. The conversation ended there, and soon the car pulled up at the hotel entrance. Since it was a private banquet, there were no reporters at the door, only a group of security guards stationed to verify the identities of attendees. When Jiang Wan and Zhang Yi appeared together in the banquet hall, they immediately drew considerable attention. Nearly everyone here recognized Zhang Yi, but few knew Jiang Wan. Only those who had attended the previous charity gala were familiar with her. They just never expected that this last disciple of old Master Su would actually have connections with Zhang Yi, and seemingly quite good ones at that. For a moment, everyone began speculating, could Jiang Wan be Zhang Yi's new girlfriend? As the host of the banquet, Zhou Beishan also spotted the pair immediately. Suppressing the sudden surge of anger rising within him, he walked over and said to Jiang Wan, Grandfather will be very happy you came. He's in the lounge, I'll take you there. As for Zhang Yi standing beside her, he was completely ignored. President Zhou, Xiaowan is my companion. It wouldn't be appropriate for you to take my companion away, would it? Zhang Yi said with a smile, his voice loud enough for those around to hear. Zhou Beishan suppressed his anger, forcing a smile. President Zhang is overthinking it. I'm merely fulfilling my duty as host. Zhang Yi remained silent, lips curling in a smirk, his eyes brimming with disbelief. Jiang Wan ignored the unspoken rivalry between the two men and interjected, that won't be necessary. I'll wait here. The banquet should be starting soon. Zhou Beishan didn't insist, nodding as he turned to leave. Suit yourself then. Let me know if you need anything. Don't worry President Zhou, Zhang Yi interjected. If Xiaowan needs anything, she'll come to me first. We won't trouble you. Zhou Beishan shot him a cold glare, wishing he could toss the man out immediately. His very presence was irritating. Soon Zhou Beishan departed. Jiang Wan turned to Zhang Yi beside her. I came today for Grandpa's birthday banquet to genuinely offer my blessings. I don't want any trouble, understand? The old man treated her very well. Jiang Wan didn't want anything unpleasant to happen at his birthday banquet. And Zhang Yi was like a ticking time bomb. She had no idea when he might explode. Chapter 107, I know my limits. Jiang Wan was warning him, even if they appeared to get along now, she would show no mercy if he touched her reverse scale. Zhang Yi nodded with a grin, whispering in her ear, don't worry, I know my limits. He was just deliberately trying to annoy Zhou Beishan. He wouldn't actually cause any real trouble. Jiang Wan felt uncomfortable with his closeness and shot him a glare before turning to walk toward a corner, settling down in a less crowded spot to rest. Jiangjia. Tian Xiaoxiao scooted closer to Jiang Wan and handed her a glass of champagne. Jiang Wan nodded in thanks and asked, what about your parents? Aren't you staying with them? Over there, she gestured with her chin, clearly displeased. Seems like they're discussing some business deal. Jiang Wan, however, took it in stride and said with a smile, for the Zhou family, this is Old Master's birthday banquet. But for other guests attending, it's an opportunity to network. Your parents are just being diligent, unwilling to let any chance slip by. I know. Tian Xiaoxiao wasn't completely oblivious, she just couldn't stand to watch it. In her heart, she had always seen her parents as extraordinary figures and took great pride in them. Yet, seeing them today, bending low to negotiate a partnership with others, she couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. As if reading her thoughts, Jiang Wan reached out and patted her shoulder. Don't be sad. They bow their heads here so they can hold them higher out there. Sister Jiang, you always see things so clearly. Tian Xiaoxiao felt much better after receiving such comforting words from her. As they chatted, more and more guests arrived at the banquet hall, making them both gasp in amazement. It seems the Zhou family is really going all out this time, inviting quite a lot of people. Jiangjia, look, that girl from the Zhao family has sidled up to Zhou Beishan again. Tian Xiaoxiao whispered with unabashed gossipiness, nodding toward the pair in the distance and prompting Jiang Wan to look as well. In front of them, Zhao Yuanyuan stood wearing a crimson floor-length gown that clung to every curve, posed beside Zhou Beishan's imposing black-tailored figure, the picture of aristocratic perfection. Jiangwan found the tableau rather pleasing, what with such splendid specimens of beauty together, but Xiao Xiao beside her clearly harbored other opinions. She whispered in Jiangwan's ear, Sister Jiang, did you know Zhou Beishan got married? Jiangwan froze slightly, looking at Tian Xiao Xiao with surprise. Heh, you didn't know, did you? Tian Xiao Xiao thought Jiangwan was surprised because she was unaware, but in reality, Jiangwan was shocked that she actually knew. After all, her marriage to Zhou Beishan shouldn't have been revealed to anyone. I heard that 2 years ago, Zhou Beishan was set up for marriage by the old master. Miss Zhao from the Zhao family was furious back then. Rumor has it that if the old master hadn't intervened, she would have been the one marrying President Zhou. Zhou Beishan suddenly got married, and she was so upset that she went abroad immediately, only returning recently. Jiang Wan listened, lost in thought. Tian Xiao Xiao continued, to be honest, Zhou Beishan never liked that woman from the Zhao family. It was all one-sided affection on her part. Oh? Didn't you say she almost married Zhou Beishan back then? Jiang Wan sipped her champagne and asked with a smile. That's what they say, but who really knows the truth? Tian Xiao Xiao pouted and continued, I just think Zhou Beishan doesn't have any feelings for her. The way he looks at that Miss Zhao isn't half as tender as when he looks at you, Sister Jiang. Jiang Wan. Of course, I'm just giving an example. Mainly I wanted to show that Zhou Beishan definitely doesn't like that Zhao girl. As for why they almost got married years ago, I bet it was just a business marriage arrangement, she said. Chapter 108, just a few coins to his name. However, Jiang Wan didn't see it that way. In her view, Zhou Beishan wasn't the type to sacrifice his emotions for a marriage alliance. He must have had some genuine feelings for Zhao Yuanyuan, though whether those feelings constituted actual affection was something only Zhou Beishan himself could know. Of course, there was no need to voice these thoughts to Tian Xiao Xiao. After all, they were merely speculation. The conversation between the two didn't continue. As the banquet officially began, the old master had arrived in the hall and was now basking in everyone's well wishes. Jiang Wan wasn't in a hurry to approach, and neither was Tian Xiao Xiao. No wonder the Zhou family is the top dog in Jincheng. Look at this grandeur, who could possibly compare? What? Envious? Jiang Wan chuckled lightly and said, tell your parents to work harder. Maybe one day you'll get to enjoy this treatment too. Yeah, right. Not happening. Tian Xiao Xiao still had some sense of self-awareness. Sister Jiang, when are we going to deliver the gift? She noticed everyone nearby had already taken their gifts over, using the opportunity to offer blessings while also gaining some face with the old master. Her family had the same plan in mind. When the crowd around the old master thinned out, she finally spoke, let's go, it's time now. Okay. Tian Xiao Xiao nodded and followed closely beside Jiang Wan. For some reason, Jiang Wan gave her a sense of reassurance, which was why she was willing to stay by her side. When the two women arrived, they still drew some attention, especially Jiang Wan. Everyone knew she was brought by Zhang Yi, which naturally piqued some curiosity. Grandpa Zhou, may your happiness be as vast as the eastern sea, and your longevity rival the southern mountains. It was Zhao Yuanyuan who spoke, standing beside Zhou Beishan as she presented her carefully selected gift. The old man beamed as he accepted it, looking at her kindly. Having you here already makes me very happy, silly girl. Why bring a gift? Don't tell me you don't consider me family. Of course not. In Yuanyuan's heart, you are my grandfather, Zhao Yuanyuan replied warmly before continuing. Isn't it only right to bring gifts for one's own grandfather? Ha ha ha. The old man was amused by her and casually opened the gift box. A strikingly beautiful jade Buddha emerged within the crowd's view, prompting someone to exclaim, an imperial green jade Buddha. Miss Zhao's lavishness truly knows no bounds. Yes, it looks quite valuable indeed, someone chimed in. Zhao Yuanyuan curled her lips into a faint smile and instinctively glanced at Jiang Wan, a hint of smugness in her expression. Jiang Wan ignored her. Outsiders couldn't tell, but she knew the old man actually had no interest whatsoever in jade objects. However, the elder showed no sign of this as he put away the gift, smiling while saying, this girl is thoughtful. This old man likes it very much. As long as you like it, Zhao Yuanyuan replied. Seeing no one else was coming forward with gifts, Tian Xiao Xiao glanced at Jiang Wan beside her. After receiving a slight nod in response, she stepped forward. Old sir, I'm Tian Xiao Xiao, daughter of Tian Guodong. Wishing you boundless happiness and longevity, she said, presenting her gift. The old gentleman had little recollection of the Tian family. Having long withdrawn from business affairs, he knew the Tians didn't rank among Jin City's prominent families. Motioning for Uncle Wu to receive the gift, he replied politely, the Tian family is most thoughtful. His demeanor presented a stark contrast to his earlier reception of Zhao Yuanyuan, though Tian Xiao Xiao took no offense. After all, her family truly counted for little at such gatherings. Someone whispered in a low voice, the Tian family? Those nouveau riches in the catering business? Exactly, that's them. Nothing but money, no class or heritage whatsoever, someone scoffed, their tone dripping with disdain. Tian Xiaoxiao's expression darkened as she bit her lip, standing frozen in place without a word. Chapter 109, What's going on? Jiang Wan's face darkened as she shot a cold glare at the two who had just spoken. Just as she was about to retort, the elderly master seated at the front let out a disdainful snort before declaring, "All guests are welcome here. Everyone attending my birthday banquet today honors me, surnamed Zhou. Whether noble or humble, all shall be treated equally. If anyone still can't keep their mouth shut, don't blame me for not being polite." Instantly, the surroundings fell silent, and no one dared utter another word. Seeing this, Zhao Yuanyuan stepped forward to ease the tension. "Grandpa Zhou, why don't we see what gift Miss Tian has brought? I'm sure she put a lot of thought into it." The old man turned to look at her, and Zhao Yuanyuan quickly explained, "The day I was picking out a gift for you, I happened to run into Miss Tian who was also choosing a gift. At the time, Miss Tian's friend said she knew what you liked, so I was quite curious." As she finished speaking, Zhao Yuanyuan glanced at Jiang Wan. "Right, Miss Jiang? You did say at the time that you knew what the old man liked, didn't you?" In an instant, the spotlight was on Jiang Wan, forcing her to step forward. "Whether the old man likes it or not, why not just take a look and see?" Jiang Wan replied with a smile, brushing off Zhao Yuanyuan's provocation with indifference. The old man was also surprised, looking at Jiang Wan with exceptionally gentle eyes. "Did you select the Tian family's gift on their behalf?" "Yes," Jiang Wan nodded. At this moment, not just Tian Xiaoxiao, but even her parents standing nearby were trembling with nervousness. If the old man didn't like it, not only would they fail to gain favor, but they might even offend him. "Then I must really take a look," the old man said, reaching out to Uncle Wu to receive the gift. As the gift box was opened, everyone turned their eyes towards it. When they saw it was just an ordinary brush, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Oh, it's just a calligraphy brush after all. How unique," Zhao Yuanyuan said with suppressed laughter, her praise thinly veiling mockery. The old man took the calligraphy brush out of the gift box, examining it carefully in his hand for a moment before turning to Jiang Wan. "Did you buy this from Oldly?" "Yes," Jiang Wan nodded. "Not bad." The old man nodded, smiling warmly as he looked at Tian Xiaoxiao. "You're Tian Xiaoxiao, right?" "Yes." Tian Xiaoxiao nodded, though her heart was uneasy with nerves. "I really like this gift. It's my favorite so far," the old man said to her. With that, before Tian Xiaoxiao could react, the old man turned to Zhou Beishan beside him. "Make sure to keep in touch with the Tian family. Can't accept such a fine gift for nothing." "Understood," Zhou Beishan nodded. For a moment, everyone was stunned. What's going on here? The old man's favorite was actually a calligraphy brush? Didn't Zhao Yuanyuan's jade Buddha charm please the old man? Even more surprising was that the old man, who hadn't interfered in affairs for so long, actually told Zhou Beishan to engage more with the Tian family. Who among those present wouldn't understand the implications behind those words? The way everyone looked at Tian Xiaoxiao and her parents changed immediately. They all knew that after today, the Tian family would likely rise to new heights. Zhao Yuanyuan was also stunned and took a long time to regain her composure. From her perspective, that calligraphy brush was hundreds of times worse than her own jade Buddha statue. How could it possibly have pleased the old gentleman? After putting away Tian Xiaoxiao's gift, the old man smiled warmly and looked at Jiang Wan. "Xiao Wan, I'm really looking forward to the gift you've prepared." If she had helped the Tian family choose such a fine gift, what she personally presented would surely be even more extraordinary. The anticipation was genuinely building. What's going on? Everyone was utterly baffled. Is old Master Zhou so familiar with Jiang Wan? Zhao Yuanyuan also looked at Zhou Beishan beside her in surprise, feeling there must be something she didn't know. Where exactly does the problem lie? Chapter 110, No wonder Xiao Wan looks down on you. I hope you won't find it unworthy. Jiang Wan took out the gift she had prepared from her bag, a small, unassuming box. Grandfather didn't let Uncle Wu fetch it, nor did he reach out to take it himself. Instead, he glanced at Zhou Beishan. Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and take it. Don't make Xiao Wan hold it any longer. Everyone? Jiang Wan. Zhou Beishan felt helpless. Although they wanted to set him up with Jiang Wan, did it have to be so obvious? He walked over, took the gift box from Jiang Wan's hands, and murmured, "Thank you." "No need to thank me. It's for the old gentleman, not for you," she said. She really didn't give Zhou Beishan an ounce of face. Not that he cared, he was used to it by now. The gift box was presented before the old gentleman, who without hesitation opened it directly, revealing a somewhat worn inkstone to everyone's view. An inkstone? And such an old one at that? Some couldn't help but murmur quietly. Could it be that Jiang Wan doesn't have the money to buy a decent gift, hence the shabby offering? Surely not. I heard she was even old Master Su's last disciple. After all, she's just a disciple. It's perfectly normal not to have money. The crowd was all watching Jiang Wan become a laughingstock. Giving the Zhou family patriarch old items, she was bound to irritate him this time. Zhao Yuanyuan thought the same. Tian Xiaoxiao's calligraphy brush may have been poor, but at least it was new. This Jiangwan went even further by presenting a gift that was actually old, who knows which flea market she picked it up from. She couldn't hold back any longer and spoke up, "Miss Jiang, today is Grandpa Zhou's birthday banquet. Isn't it inappropriate to gift something that's been used by others?" "Exactly. This completely shows no respect for the old master," someone chimed in, Zhao Yuanyuan's close friend, who had long held a grudge against Jiangwan. Jiangwan's gaze swept over the two women. Sometimes she couldn't help but marvel at how birds of a feather flocked together. Zhao Yuanyuan and her friend were truly cut from the same cloth. Not only were they ignorant, but they were also equally obsessed with stealing the spotlight. Jiangwan remained silent, which the two of them took as tacit agreement, sending them into absolute delight. Tian Xiaoxiao, standing nearby, wore a worried expression, fearing she might provoke the Zhou family. But then she recalled what the shop assistant had said in the store that day. The ink brush she received was complimentary. The assistant mentioned it came with purchases worth tens or even hundreds of millions. This proved Jiangwan's items weren't of low value. The only uncertainty was whether the item Jiangwan had purchased that day was actually this inkstone before her. "Beishan, Miss Jiang is acting this way." "Shut up." Zhou Beishan cut her off. He had never found Zhao Yuanyuan so grating before. Why did she return from abroad lacking even basic manners this time? Zhao Yuanyuan's expression changed, her lips pressed tight. No matter how unwilling she felt, she didn't dare speak again. Seeing this, her little friend immediately stepped forward to back her up. "President Zhou, did Yuanyuan say anything wrong? This Jiangwan deliberately chose to send this kind of gift to the old master, didn't she? To me, she's clearly cursing the old man, both openly and secretly, no good intentions at all." The tension reached its peak, and if Zhou Beishan didn't do something now, outsiders would surely call him unfilial. Zhou Beishan's face darkened. Though he didn't recognize the inkstone, he knew Jiangwan wouldn't bring out anything too shabby. Everyone was waiting for the old man to explode in anger, but the man himself seemed utterly captivated by the inkstone, completely deaf to the surrounding clamor. Zhou Beishan was also at a loss, thinking to himself, "Old man, even if you're obsessed, could you at least pick the right occasion? Shouldn't you be saying a few words to Jiangwan right now?" As if sensing his gaze, the old man looked back disapprovingly. "If you can't even protect your own woman, no wonder Xiaowan doesn't take you seriously." Zhao Yuanyuan and the others? Jiangwan. Chapter 111 worth over 100 million. Zhou Beishan felt he'd been unjustly caught in the crossfire, while Jiangwan was utterly exasperated. The old master must be getting senile in his advanced age. Had he forgotten she and Zhou Beishan were already divorced? After a long pause, the old master carefully put away the inkstone. With a sidelong glance at Zhao Yuanyuan and her little friend beside her, he snorted, "Turning up your nose at a longevity inkstone worth over 100 million? One might mistake you for the richest person in Jincheng." Though the old master's words were directed at Zhao Yuanyuan's companion, Zhao Yuanyuan's face burned crimson with humiliation, wishing she could vanish into thin air. Worth hundreds of millions? Who would have thought this worthless thing could be worth billions? Moreover, where did this Jiangwan get so much money from, casually spending billions on a whim? What's her relationship with old Master Zhou? For a moment, everyone was consumed by curiosity. Some even began to suspect if Jiangwan was the old man's illegitimate child from an outside affair, given that the value of the gifts others brought tonight couldn't even compare to hers in the slightest. Without an extraordinarily special relationship, why would someone give such an extravagant gift? The old man's gaze swept across the crowd, as if he knew exactly what they were thinking, and he said coldly, "Xiaowan is Beishan's wife, my granddaughter-in-law. Isn't it normal for her to give me an expensive gift?" Zhou Beishan's wife. Their mouths fell open in unison, each face painted with disbelief. Is she the wife that rumors say Zhou Beishan was forced to marry? She doesn't seem to match the rumors, the crowd thought to themselves. The old master must be confused. Xiaowan and Zhou Beishan divorced long ago. Zhang Yi appeared holding a wine glass. He had been watching quietly from the corner and hadn't intended to intervene, but the old master's words displeased him. Zhang Yi walked to Jiangwan's side and declared to the old master and Zhou Beishan, "Xiaowan is my companion today." The old man instantly frowned and said unhappily, "Young man from the Zhang family, what's your relationship with Xiaowan?" "Friend." "All right," Zhang Yi replied, then added with a grin, "but just for now. I'm confident I'll make Xiaowan my girlfriend eventually." Jiangwan was speechless and glanced at him, but chose not to offer an explanation. It was just as well. Letting the old man abandon his matchmaking intentions between her and Zhou Beishan would be for the best. Hearing this, the old man was indeed furious, both angered by Zhang Ye's attempt to snatch Jiangwan away and exasperated by Zhou Beishan's lack of initiative. Though Xiaowan and Beishan are divorced, she still calls me grandpa. Since that's the case, as her grandpa, it's my duty to vet her suitors. The old man sized up Zhang Yi for a moment before declaring, "You're not worthy of my Xiaowan. Give it up." "Zhang Yi, aren't you just trying to matchmake Jiangwan and Zhou Beishan? Do you really think I can't tell?" She sneered inwardly but didn't back down. too bad you don't get to decide this. Seeing the old man was about to speak again, Jiangwan quickly intervened. Grandfather, today is your birthday celebration. Don't let insignificant matters spoil your mood. You're right, the old man nodded, then announced to everyone, let's all disperse now, the birthday festivities shall continue. With that said, everyone left reluctantly, even Zhao Yuanyuan, who was dragged away by her close friend in a daze, still too shocked to snap out of it. Jiangwan also had to leave with Zhangyi, as today she was merely a guest. 1. Stay and chat with your grandpa for a while? The old man stopped her. Jiangwan didn't refuse and said to Zhangyi, you go ahead first. Got it. Zhangyi nodded with a roguish smile. Don't forget you're my date tonight. Try not to get too close to certain people. Relax, I won't forget. Jiangwan sighed helplessly. Chapter 112, Waiting for the Show. As the crowd dispersed, only Jiangwan and Zhou Beishan remained before the old master. The two exchanged silent glances, neither speaking first. Witnessing this scene, the old man couldn't help feeling exasperated at his grandson's failure to meet expectations. Wasn't the opportunity laid right before him? Yet he wouldn't even utter a word. Did they really need to teach him everything? Glowering impatiently at Zhou Beishan, the elder then turned with a beaming smile to Jiangwan. Little one, has this rascal been bullying you lately? If he dares, just tell Grandpa, I'll straighten him out for you. Jiangwan gave an awkward chuckle before shaking her head. Thank you, Grandpa, but I imagine President Zhou wouldn't bully me. After all, we're not particularly close. What kind of talk is that? Regardless, there's still destined connection between you two, the old man insisted, glancing toward Zhou Beishan. It's just that Beishan was too immature before, didn't appreciate what he had, but see how remorseful he is now. Truth be told, he wouldn't have swallowed his pride to say these things if not for fearing Jiangwan might truly be snatched away by someone else. Regret? Jiangwan looked at Zhou Beishan with some surprise. What had he been telling the old man? Noticing her gaze, Zhou Beishan lifted his eyes to meet hers. I truly wronged you back then. Now, it's all in the past. I don't take you for the type who can't move on. Jiangwan cut him off, uninterested in whatever he was about to say. Jiangwan, Grandpa, I know you don't want me to divorce him, but it's already decided. Just give up. Jiangwan ignored Zhou Beishan completely, turning to the old man. Besides, even after the divorce I'll still consider you my grandfather. Isn't that the same? Yes, exactly the same. The old gentleman nodded with a smile, though his heart told a completely different story. If they're no longer husband and wife, how could they possibly share life's joys and hardships together in the future? The old man sighed inwardly. Seeing Jiangwan like this, it was clear her mind was made up, at least for now, with no intention of changing it. So he could only say, Grandpa just wants you to be happy, and hopes you can give Beishan another chance. People are bound to make mistakes, don't you think? The old man looked at Jiangwan with hopeful eyes. Jiangwan had no choice but to nod. Yes, you're right. So, are you willing to give Beishan another chance? The old man asked. Jiangwan glanced at Zhou Beishan and said lightly, Grandfather, what you're saying is a bit confusing to me. Mr. Zhou is no different to me than anyone else. He has the same opportunities as others. Her response was clever. It neither rejected the old man nor actually gave Zhou Beishan any advantage, conveying just one message. Zhou Beishan is just an ordinary person to me. The old man understood her implication but didn't mind. Chuckling, he said to Zhou Beishan, did you hear that? Everyone's on the same starting line. If you can't outcompete others, then it's your own incompetence. Got it. Zhou Beishan nodded, feeling a dull heaviness in his chest. In the corner of the banquet hall, Zhao Yuanyuan's gaze was fixed fiercely on Jiangwan, her grip on the glass so tight it seemed about to shatter. Yuanyuan, her friend called softly, trying to comfort her. Don't take it to heart. That woman and Zhou Beishan are already divorced. They don't have any connection anymore. If only it were that simple. Zhao Yuanyuan averted her eyes. She knew better than anyone that Zhou Beishan was starting to notice Jiangwan again. If this continued, where would that leave her? Seeing her like this, the younger sister gritted her teeth and immediately said, Don't worry, I'll get revenge for you. She's just an ex-wife. What's there to be proud about? This doesn't seem right. She appears to be on good terms with the Zhou family's elder. Zhao Yuanyuan worriedly voiced her concerns. Don't worry, just sit back and enjoy the show. Chapter 113, I'm not one to rekindle old flames. Jiangwan had barely managed to escape the old man's attention and was just thinking about finding some quiet corner to rest when Zhou Beishan appeared unnoticed by her side. I'm sorry about Grandpa. Mr. Zhou, you didn't actually think I was joking when I said I regarded your grandfather as my own, did you? Jiangwan stopped walking and turned to look at him. Zhou Beishan froze as she continued, since I truly consider him my grandfather, naturally I wouldn't fuss over small matters. It was petty of me, Zhou Beishan thought helplessly, feeling as if he would always be at a disadvantage when dealing with Jiangwan. As if reading his mind, Jiangwan curled her lips slightly and said indifferently, though I just told the old man that Mr. Zhou is no different from others in my eyes, there's one thing I'd like to make clear. What? I never like to go back to what I've left behind, she said. With that, she turned and walked away, indifferent to whether Zhou Beishan felt anger or any other emotion. She simply didn't care. In fact, Zhou Beishan wasn't angry, just somewhat saddened. He had known all along that Jiang Wan's words in front of the old master couldn't be taken seriously. In the end, it was all his own doing. Who else could he blame? Just as Jiang Wan sat down, Zhang Yi sneakily leaned over and asked in a whisper, "Does the old master want you and Zhou Beishan to remarry?" Jiang Wan didn't deny it. It was obvious enough, so it wasn't strange that Zhang Yi could tell. "What do you think? You're not really planning to remarry him, are you? If that were true, things wouldn't be as fun." Jiang Wan glanced at him, seeing straight through his little schemes. "Whether I remarry him or not has nothing to do with you using it as leverage against him. I understand." Zhang Yi smiled. "I'm just worried about you, that's all." "Oh?" Now that was something truly unexpected. Zhou Beishan didn't cherish you before. Who can guarantee he will in the future? Look how many women are eyeing him at this banquet. If you remarry him, you'll be too busy dealing with mistresses to breathe, he said with earnest concern. Admittedly, Zhang Ye's words echoed her own thoughts. Why trouble herself when she could enjoy freedom alone? Besides, she didn't even like Zhou Beishan. "Alright, there's no need for you to worry about matters between him and me." With that, she stood up and headed towards the restroom. Not far away, as Jiang Wan walked towards the restroom, Zhao Yuanyuan's best friend's eyes gleamed with excitement. "The opportunity has arrived. What are you planning to do?" Zhao Yuanyuan asked. "Don't worry about it, just wait and watch her make a fool of herself," the other replied before also walking toward the restroom. Zhao Yuanyuan appeared concerned on the surface, but deep down she couldn't care less. Imbecile. If a few words were enough to make her charge ahead like cannon fodder, what else could she be but an imbecile? She sipped her red wine leisurely, waiting for the so-called spectacle to begin, her gloomy mood lifting slightly. When Miss Zhao Yuanyuan entered the restroom, she didn't see Jiang Wan immediately, but she guessed her target must be hiding inside one of the toilet stalls. She picked up a basin from the floor, scooped up another portion of dirty water, and quietly approached the row of stalls. All the stall doors yielded when pushed except one. This stubborn resistance confirmed Jiang Wan's presence inside. A triumphant smirk spread across her face as she imagined the moment she'd doused Jiang Wan with filth, picturing how everyone would recoil from the drenched girl in disgust. Just thinking about it feels satisfying. As she lifted the basin of water and was about to pour it down from the ledge, voices sounded at the door. "What are you doing?" Bang! When Miss Zhao Yuanyuan and her friends saw the person at the door, they appeared as though they'd seen a ghost. In their panic, one of them accidentally fell off the stool and onto the floor. And right then, the dirty water she'd been holding poured all over herself. The scene was utterly ridiculous. Chapter 114, If you hadn't snatched him away. She never expected that just stepping outside to take a phone call would allow her to witness such an amusing spectacle upon returning. However, she remembered that the woman now sprawled on the floor was supposedly Zhao Yuanyuan's friend. So what was she doing here suddenly, holding a basin of dirty water earlier? Who had she intended to harm? Seeing the frightened look in the other person's eyes, Jiang Wan already had her answer. Smiling, she walked over and stood before them, looking down from above. "Need me to call someone for you?" "And no need." The other person shook their head, not daring to meet Jiang Wan's gaze. "Suit yourself." Jiang Wan shrugged and walked into the bathroom stall. The moment she disappeared, Miss Zhao Yuanyuan gritted her teeth in fury. Setting her jaw, she rose from the filth covering her and scooped another basin of dirty water. She refused to be the only one humiliated. With this thought, she raised the basin to drench Jiang Wan with the filthy water. Yet at that very instant, Jiang Wan opened the door. Amidst a piercing scream, the filthy water once again landed squarely on its intended target. At this moment, Jiang Wan was cold-faced. She let out a disdainful snort and said, "How old are you to still be playing such childish tricks? Do you really think I'm a fool?" I don't know what you're talking about." Anyway, she hadn't actually splashed anything on Jiang Wan, so no one could do anything to her if she refused to admit it. Jiang Wan didn't care whether she admitted it or not. Giving her a sideways glance, she reached out and handed her a nearby towel, smiling faintly. "Don't worry, I won't expose your childish tricks or hold it against you. Such a fool being used as Zhao Yuanyuan's pawn. Dealing with her would just be a waste of time." Jiang Wan left the restroom, leaving only the woman covered in filthy water slumped on the floor, her face blank with confusion. Why had she wanted to harm Jiang Wan in the first place? There didn't seem to be any grudge between them. In the banquet hall, as soon as Jiang Wan entered, she sensed Zhao Yuanyuan's gaze upon her, tinged with faint surprise. Jiang Wan lifted her head to meet her eyes, but Zhao Yuanyuan, stricken with guilt, pretended to look away. However, Jiang Wan didn't let it go and walked straight towards her. For a moment, Zhao Yuanyuan felt a pang of panic. Had that idiot given her away? Miss Zhao, Jiangwan stopped before her and asked with a faint smile, what are you looking at? Waiting to see me make a fool of myself? Miss Jiang, I don't understand what you're talking about. Though feeling guilty, Zhao Yuanyuan wasn't stupid and naturally wouldn't show it. Jiangwan didn't mind, pointing towards the restroom as she said, your friend is still inside. She doesn't seem to be doing too well. Aren't you going to help her? What friend? Zhao Yuanyuan continued playing dumb. I just returned to the country not long ago. I don't have many friends. What a ruthless person, Jiangwan thought to herself. Alright, if Miss Zhao says so, then I have no choice but to notify Zhou Beishan to handle it. Jiangwan sighed, resignation plain on her face. No, even though she's not exactly a friend, there's no need to trouble Beishan over such a trivial matter. I can handle it for him. She didn't dare let Zhou Beishan find out, though she'd never instructed anyone to act on her behalf. Beishan wasn't a fool who'd buy such flimsy excuses. Jiangwan smirked lightly, her gaze making Zhao Yuanyuan feel uncomfortable. So Miss Jiang turns out to be Beishan's ex-wife. You never mentioned that before, she said. That's quite normal. After all, Miss Zhao and I aren't close, but I'm surprised Zhou Beishan didn't tell you either. I thought he would have mentioned it to you. She had no intention of saving face for Zhao Yuanyuan. After all, she had already held a grudge against the Zhao family. They were bound to fall out sooner or later. At the mention of Zhou Beishan, Zhao Yuanyuan's expression instantly darkened. With resentment, she retorted, Miss Jiang, you probably don't know this, but had you not snatched him away 2 years ago, I would have been Beishan's wife long ago. Chapter 115, The Other Woman? Zhao Yuanyuan tried to detect a trace of anger or sorrow on Jiangwan's face, but there was nothing. Jiangwan stood before her, her expression completely unreadable. You stole Beishan away from me, you homewrecker. She gritted her teeth, refusing to accept defeat. The other woman? Jiangwan raised a brow. Zhao Yuanyuan's words didn't sit well with her at all. Stop being so self-indulgent. If Zhou Beishan truly liked you that much, why would he have been forced to marry me just because of the old man back then? You're making him out to be far too incompetent. There's no need to make excuses for him. The truth is simply that he doesn't like you enough, so he didn't want to fall out with old Master Zhou over this. Do you understand? Jiangwan interrupted her words with a mocking laugh. Zhao Yuanyuan opened her mouth to say something but remained silent for a long time because, deep down, she knew Jiangwan was telling the truth. The world believed she had left in a fit of anger after Zhou Beishan married Jiangwan, but the truth was, she had known all along that Zhou Beishan never truly loved her. During the years Jiangwan was absent, that man appeared quite close to her, but Zhao Yuanyuan knew the truth in her heart. It was merely because Zhou Beishan regarded her as a suitable marriage candidate, a tool to strengthen the Zhou family. Despite understanding this, she remained unwilling to accept it. Now back in Jincheng, she was no longer as obsessed with Zhou Beishan's affection as before. What she coveted was the position of Mrs. Zhou. Thus, Jiangwan was her enemy. After composing herself, she told Jiangwan, perhaps everything you say is true, but so what? I grew up with him, no one understands him better than I do. Moreover, you're already divorced. Since Zhou Beishan never liked you before, he probably won't like you in the future either. Shouldn't you be smart enough to stay away from him? Jiangwan almost wanted to laugh. She thought to herself, if you knew how Zhou Beishan humbly begged me for another chance, would it make you furious enough to spit blood? She didn't bother telling Zhao Yuanyuan any of this. There was no point. It wasn't like she actually wanted to get back together with Zhou Beishan anyway. Crossing her arms, Jiangwan replied coolly, rest assured, when I say I have no interest in Zhou Beishan, I truly mean it. If you can get him to stop bothering me, I'd even thank you. You, Zhao Yuanyuan fumed. How dare Jiangwan act so arrogantly? By the way, she suddenly leaned in close to Zhao Yuanyuan and whispered in her ear, remember that time at the restaurant when Zhao Yuanfang got beaten up? Zhao Yuanyuan was confused. What was Jiangwan implying by bringing this up now? He wasn't wrong, it was indeed me. With that, Jiangwan straightened up, a faint smirk playing at the corners of her lips. Zhao Yuanyuan's expression darkened instantly. She glared at Jiangwan as if staring at a mortal enemy. Do you really think my Zhao family can't touch you? Oh? What's the Zhao family worth? Trash. Jiangwan scoffed, deliberately provoking Zhao Yuanyuan. She had been unable to find any cracks in the Zhao family's defenses. Waiting any longer wouldn't do. By pushing Zhao Yuanyuan, maybe she could wring out something unexpected. Zhao Yuanyuan trembled with rage. If not for the crowd around them, she would have lunged forward to tear Jiangwan's mouth to shreds. Just you wait, I won't let you get away with this. Having spat out this threat, Zhao Yuanyuan turned on her heel and stalked off. Jiangwan remained where she stood, watching her leave, the smirk on her lips growing wider. Zhao Yuanyuan, you'd better stir up some real drama for me. Don't you dare disappoint. Not far away, Zhou Beishan observed every move between the two. Rather than stepping forward, he merely exhaled a helpless sigh. It seems Zhang Ye's ill-omened words really came true. Jiang Wan won't let go easily after Zhao Yuanfeng drugged her last time. All well, when all's said and done, the Zhao family is courting death on their own. They've no one to blame but themselves. Immediately, he texted Wu Xiao, anonymously mail all the documents we have on the Zhao family to her. Though Zhou Beishan didn't specify who her referred to, Wu Xiao as his assistant would naturally understand. Chapter 116, You think you're worthy of cooperating with me? On the balcony, Zhang Yi sipped red wine, not mingling like the others. He disdained such socializing. When it came to expanding the Zhang family's influence, he had countless methods at his disposal. A figure stepped onto the balcony. Zhang Yi looked up, but frowned upon seeing the newcomer, displeasure evident on his face. Zhang Yi, would you be interested in discussing a partnership? Zhao Yuanyuan smiled, her red lips parting to reveal pearly white teeth. Though she couldn't compare to Jiang Wan's lofty mountain beauty, she possessed her own distinct charm. In this city of Jin, Jiang Wan wasn't the only one surrounded by admirers. Were it not for everyone knowing Zhao Yuanyuan's affection for Zhou Beishan, her suitors would be too numerous to count on both hands. Zhang Yi downed his drink in one gulp before asking with a sardonic smile, cooperate? What possible cooperation could there be between you and me? Of course there is, Zhao Yuanyuan said. She stepped closer to Zhang Yi, her perfume's intrusive fragrance assaulting his nostrils, making him distinctly uncomfortable. He took a few steps to the side, making no effort to hide his disdain. After all, you're the eldest daughter of the Zhao family. Resorting to seduction, such a cheap tactic, really isn't quite fitting. Zhang Yi, stop batting your eyes at me. I have no interest in you. Anyone connected to Zhou Beishan disgusted him at first sight. Zhao Yuanyuan's face turned pale. In all her years, she had never known such humiliation as she endured today. She withdrew the stiff smile from her face, no longer wasting time. I heard you're chasing Jiang Wan? So? Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, intrigued. I can help you, she said. Zhang Yi laughed, leaning against the railing as he looked at her with hidden meaning. Your reason? You want her, I want Beishan. I suppose you wouldn't like to see them remarry either? She spoke bluntly, knowing full well that before someone like Zhang Yi, no lie could ever slip past him. Zhang Yi nodded, seemingly in agreement. That makes some sense. If that's the case, then But what makes you think I'd even consider working with you? Zhang Yi cut her off mid-sentence. Though the faint smile lingered on his lips, the icy gleam in his eyes sent a chill straight to her heart. You. Zhao Yuanyuan froze, not understanding what was happening. Zhang Yi chuckled and said, What kind of person do you think you are to deserve collaborating with me? Zhang Yi, Zhao Yuanyuan snarled in a hushed voice, Don't go too far. Too far? I think it's just fine. Zhang Yi spread his hands with an innocent expression. Aren't you just relying on being the eldest daughter of the Zhao family? But do you really have a say in the Zhao family? Zhao Yuanyuan fell silent, her face tightening with displeasure. Don't think managing a lot in the Zhao family means anything. When it comes down to it, you're just cleaning up Zhao Yuanfeng's messes. The Zhao family will belong to him in the future. What does any of it have to do with you? His words were harsh. Zhao Yuanyuan couldn't help but want to turn and flee. She had worked desperately hard in the Zhao family just to earn her father's recognition, to stop him from handing the family over to that good-for-nothing Zhao Yuanfeng. But what's the use? In her father's eyes, no matter how capable she was, she would never measure up to Zhao Yuanfeng, simply because that good-for-nothing was a man. Watching her expression shift unpredictably, Zhang Yi suddenly spoke in a coaxing tone. Why not consider begging for my help? Perhaps I could assist you in taking over the Zhao family. Yet Zhao Yuanyuan ignored him, turning away to leave the balcony. She'd never let Zhang Yi meddle in the Zhao family's affairs. Taking over the Zhao family isn't that difficult, is it? As long as that good-for-nothing Zhao Yuanfeng disappears, the Zhao family will naturally fall into her hands. Disappear. She murmured the word, then thought of Jiang Wan, a sly grin spreading across her face. Perhaps I can kill two birds with one stone, take care of Zhao Yuanfeng and seize the chance to deal with Jiang Wan too. Chapter 117, Trouble, Give me an explanation. As the banquet neared its end, Jiang Wan couldn't help but sigh in relief. Such occasions really weren't her cup of tea, better to avoid them in the future if possible. But hadn't eldest brother said he would attend too? Why hadn't she seen him? She scanned the room for Yu Xiao and Yan Jincheng but came up empty. Just as she was about to give up, a familiar face caught her eye. His eyes darkened as he stood and walked over. When Jiang Tian was caught by Jiang Wan, she was cautiously avoiding the crowd, trying to stay inconspicuous, so the moment she was apprehended, she could hardly believe it. She had been so careful, how did she still get caught? Unaware of her thoughts, Jiang Wan patted her shoulder and said sternly, Jiang Xiaotian, care to give me an explanation? Oh no, Jiang Wan is angry. Only when she's angry does she call her Jiang Xiaotian. Jiang Tian stiffly turned around, facing Jiang Wan's unimpressed expression, and forced a laugh. I just finished up at the office and rushed right over. Oh, really? Jiang Wan arched an eyebrow, her tone turning airy, making it clear she wasn't buying it. Yes, Jiang Tian nodded with a serious demeanor. Jiang Wan rolled her eyes and pulled her to a less crowded spot, demanding sharply, what exactly have you been up to lately? Spill it. She had sensed something off about Jiang Tian before but dismissed it as her own overthinking. But now she was certain, this girl was definitely hiding something from her. Jiang Tian pressed her lips together, unusually silent. Jiang Tian had indeed been facing a lot of distressing matters lately, but she couldn't bring herself to confide in Jiang Wan. She knew Jiang Wan's temperament all too well. She couldn't bear to see those close to her wronged. If she learned what had happened, she would undoubtedly confront that person. But that individual's status was extraordinary. No one in Jinqing dared offend them. Rumor had it they were even friends with Zhou Beishan. Under such circumstances, how could Jiang Tian dare let Jiang Wan find out? Speak up. Jiang Wan looked serious. Jiang Tian's silence worried her. She was certain something must have gone wrong. Startled, Jiang Tian replied irritably, it's nothing. Just that my dad's company has been dealing with a lot lately, so I've been busy. Jiang Tian, do I look like an idiot to you? Jiang Wan's voice was icy, clearly genuinely angry. Jiang Tian sighed helplessly, I've recently met a man. A man? Jiang Wan's voice suddenly rose, disbelief thick in her tone. It had been a full 3 years since Jiang Tian's last breakup, and not a single man had appeared in her life since then. Shoo. Jiang Tian gestured for her to lower her voice, then said, no need to make such a fuss. You got married and divorced. What's wrong with me having a man around? I wonder who it was that once swore to remain chaste for that scumbag, Jiang Wan said exasperatedly. Had it not been for that, she wouldn't have been so shocked. Jiang Tian laughed awkwardly, visibly embarrassed. Can't you take a joke? Jiang Wan stared at her without responding. Alright. Mostly I just didn't expect to run into him again. Speaking of Morong Fei stirred complex emotions in Jiang Tian. Knowing it was because of a man, Jiang Wan felt less worried and asked, what's his name? Where does he live? How old is he? Are you interrogating me? Jiang Tian rolled her eyes. I'm just looking out for you. After all, she's your best friend. If you got scammed, wouldn't that be absolutely ridiculous? Jiang Tian shook her head and said, don't ask too much now. When the time is right, I'll bring him to meet you. The timing is right? Jiang Wan expressed confusion at these words. Chapter 118, Emergency Situation. Jiang Tian scratched her head in frustration before finally saying, it's just that the relationship between him and me is a bit complicated. I can't explain it clearly right now, so don't worry about it for the time being. Are you sure he's not a scammer? Jiang Wan asked suspiciously. I'm sure. Jiang Tian nodded. She was absolutely certain about this. Seeing her so resolute, Jiang Wan couldn't press further. After all, this was a private matter that required time. Alright, just make sure to protect yourself. Okay, Jiang Tian nodded, but a trace of bitterness lingered in her heart. Before that presence, what resistance could she possibly have? She'd done everything expected, yet to this day she still didn't know, what exactly was she to him? Old Manly. Suddenly, someone ahead exclaimed in alarm, immediately drawing Jiang Wan's attention. There, lying on the ground, was an elderly man with graying hair. What happened? Zhou Beishan was already stepping forward at the first sign of trouble. Old Manly has fainted. A man in a suit, visibly panicked, was his security detail. If anything happened to the old man, his life would be over, he was sure of it. At that moment, Elder Zhou also walked over. Seeing the fainted man, he couldn't help but feel anxious. Oldly, why didn't he tell me he was coming? He's a big shot from the capital. How could I not know that being invited to his birthday banquet is an honor? Mr. Li came here mainly for sightseeing. When he heard about your birthday celebration, he decided to drop by. He specifically asked me not to inform you in advance, the man in the suit replied. Call an ambulance right now. The old man's expression was grave. This wasn't the time for questions. If something happened to the person at his birthday banquet, even the Zhou family might be implicated. Zhou Beishan put away his phone and said, already called. Take the person to the rest area first. The old man, seeing the guests all gathering to watch, grew somewhat concerned. Just as the man in the suit was about to strike, Jiang Wan rushed over and shouted, don't touch him. Who are you? Let go of elderly. The man in the suit roared as he saw Jiang Wan reaching out to touch the old man. Jiang Wan ignored him and, while examining the elderly man, said, keep the surroundings well ventilated and ask the guests to step back. Understood. Zhou Beidu wasted no time questioning and promptly arranged for the crowd of onlookers to disperse. Soon, Jiang Wan had space around her. After a thorough examination, she announced, it's a cerebral hemorrhage. The condition is critical. Surgery is required immediately. The suited man was stunned. Come help me lift the upper half of the elderly gentleman. Jiang Wan glanced at the man in the suit and instructed. The man hesitated briefly before stepping forward to assist her in lifting the old man's upper body. Only afterward did it dawn on him, why should he be taking orders from her? And who exactly was this woman anyway? I'm Dr. Jiang, Deputy Director of Neurosurgery at Jinan Hospital. If you don't want this elderly gentleman to come to harm, Follow my instructions without question right now. Jiangwan spoke calmly while examining the old man's pupils, her voice composed yet firm. The man in the suit was about to retort when Zhou Beishan stopped him. Do as she says. All right. He didn't recognize Jiangwan, but he certainly knew Zhou Beishan. After all, elderly often spoke of this young man and held great expectations for his future, which was why he had come to the birthday banquet today. The situation isn't good. Hurry the ambulance, Jiangwan said with a grave expression, then turned to Zhou Beishan. Are there any basic medical supplies on site? Yes, I've sent someone to get them. For safety precautions, such banquets naturally had all kinds of emergency preparations. Oxygen tank, blood pressure monitor, Jiangwan instructed. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Beishan handed both items to Jiangwan. Chapter 119, Only I Can Save Him. After placing the oxygen mask on the elderly man, his condition noticeably improved. Jiangwan let out a relieved sigh. He should be able to hold on until the ambulance arrived. At this moment, she was completely focused on the elderly patient, utterly unaware of the changed gazes directed at her from all around. 10 minutes later, when the ambulance arrived, Jiangwan prepared to board with the medical team. But at that moment, Zhou Beishan asked her, Are you going too? Only I can perform this surgery at Jinan Hospital, she replied coolly, her tone devoid of any extra emotion. Without another word, Jiangwan boarded the ambulance and disappeared from everyone's sight. After everyone left, someone whispered in hushed tones, Who exactly is this Jiangwan? Not only was she Zhou Beishan's ex-wife, but also the last disciple of old Master Su, and now she's even the most renowned neurosurgery expert at Jinan Hospital. This is just unbelievable. Ordinary people would consider any one of these identities extraordinary, yet she possesses multiple roles, and excels in every single one. This is far beyond what common folks could achieve. Yeah, I used to look down on her, but now, the speaker fell silent. Who was he to look down on someone like her? No wonder she could marry Zhou Beishan. She's truly no ordinary person, someone concluded. Some noticed Jiangwan, while others were paying attention to the unconscious elderly man. They whispered among themselves, Who exactly is elderly? Even old man Zhou seems so anxious about him. I don't recall any prominently family in Jincheng, someone mused after a moment's thought before adding. Could they be from another city? Ignorant fools, have you never heard of the Li family from the capital? There were those familiar with Li's background, yet their knowledge was limited to hearsay. The Li family from the capital? For a moment, everyone's faces showed astonishment. It was actually the Li family. As the crowd's gossip continued, Zhao Yuan, hiding in the corner, gritted her teeth in resentment. If not for Jiangwan, she should have been the most sought-after socialite at this banquet. But now, who would even remember her, the eldest daughter of the Zhao family? Jiangwan, I won't let you gloat for long. In the ambulance, Jiangwan examined the elderly patient's condition while explaining the necessary surgery to the suited man for when they arrived at the hospital. Yet how could the suited man understand such medical matters? The moment he heard it involved surgery, a craniotomy no less, his face turned pale. Dr. Jiang, right? I don't really understand all this. I'm just a bodyguard. He had no authority to decide whether to proceed with the surgery. Jiangwan's expression darkened upon hearing this, but she didn't lose her temper. Contact his family immediately. I'll explain everything to them. Got it. The man in a suit nodded, pulling out his phone to call the young master. Only he could make the decision. The call connected quickly. After briefly explaining the situation to the person on the other end, the suited man handed the phone to Jiangwan. Jiangwan took the phone without any unnecessary pleasantries. She went straight to the point, clearly explaining the medical condition, possible complications, and the consequences of not proceeding with surgery before concluding bluntly, the old man must undergo surgery, otherwise he won't last much longer. Alright. Surprisingly, after hearing Jiangwan out, the person on the other end asked no further questions and agreed directly. Jiangwan was pleased and added, If you personally can't come, you'll need to authorize your bodyguard to sign. Though of course, it would be best if you could come as soon as possible. Alright. Another simple okay came in response, leaving Jiangwan somewhat exasperated. She said nothing more, handing the phone back to the suited man and leaving them to their conversation. After all, she had already said what needed to be said. Chapter 120, Enough. Zhou Beishan was currently the largest shareholder of Jinan Hospital. Since he had already given prior notice, many doctors and nurses were already waiting by the entrance when Jiangwan arrived. Even the hospital director came in person, enough to prove just how extraordinary this unconscious old man was. However, Jiangwan had no time to dwell on these thoughts. She stepped off the ambulance and asked directly, Is the operating room ready? Everything is ready, someone replied. Jiangwan nodded with satisfaction before turning to the medical staff in the vehicle. Take the patient to the operating room immediately and prepare for surgery. With those words, she followed the team toward the operating room. As she passed by the hospital director, he grasped her arm. "How's the situation? Are you confident?" Although he was well aware of Jiang-Wan's exceptional skills, the elderly patient's status was far too extraordinary. He couldn't help but worry. "Don't worry, I'll do my best." With that, she didn't say anything more to the hospital director and walked straight into the operating room to prepare for the upcoming surgery. At the same time, at the capital city's airport, on a private jet, a young man held a glass of red wine in his left hand while leisurely tapping his notebook keyboard with his right. Soon, a detailed personal profile appeared on the screen before him. "Young master, the plane will take off in 5 minutes, the butler approached and said softly. The young man nodded and closed his laptop. Young master, I truly don't understand how you could agree to let those doctors from Jincheng operate on the master, especially something as major as craniotomy." The butler couldn't help but speak up, clearly concerned. Leaning back on the leather sofa, the young man gazed out the plane window and said impassively, "What else? Watch the old man die. We could contact the best doctors in the capital. Didn't you hear the doctor say time is of the essence?" The young man glanced at the butler, his dark eyes flashing with cold intensity. A chill ran down the butler's spine, but he still mustered the courage to say, "Who knows if she's just bluffing." "Enough," the young man snapped sharply, then narrowed his eyes. "I trust her." The butler was astonished, the young master actually trusting someone? This was truly a first. At Jinan Hospital, there weren't many people waiting outside the operating room. Aside from Zhou Beishan, there were only a few others who had come specifically to show concern after learning the elderly patient was a member of the Li family. When Jiang-Wan emerged from the surgery, she was momentarily stunned by the dense crowd before her. What were all these people doing here? "Everything all right?" Zhou Beishan asked, his eyes filled with worry. Jiang-Wan nodded. "We stabilized them, no immediate life-threatening danger. You can rest easy." "I was asking about you," Zhou Beishan spoke, his gaze resting on Jiang-Wan. Jiang-Wan froze for a moment before quickly responding, "I'm fine." "Good, that's good," Zhou Beishan nodded, withdrawing the concern from his eyes. A crowd gathered around Jiang-Wan, eagerly inquiring about old man Li's condition, leaving her momentarily overwhelmed. "Young master." The man in the suit immediately noticed his young master's arrival and rushed over excitedly. "You came so quickly. The surgery just finished, and the master is temporarily out of danger." The young man nodded without much reaction. He walked up to Jiang-Wan and smiled. "Dr. Jiang, thank you for saving him. You're too kind. Saving lives is simply what I ought to do." Jiang-Wan observed the man before her, whose looks were no less striking than Zhou Beishan's, and couldn't help but marvel at how many handsome men she'd been encountering lately. Chapter 121. Do you have a problem with that? Even so, I'm truly grateful you saved him. The young man thanked her again and added, "My name is Li Yanqiu. The old man inside is my father." Jiang-Wan. She found him quite agreeable, and with the surgery being a success, she was in a particularly relaxed state of mind. "Ms. Jiang, I was wondering if you could kindly explain my father's condition to me in detail." Li Yanqiu spoke somewhat apologetically. Jiang-Wan nodded and signaled for him to follow her. "Of course, let's go to the office." As a doctor, it was her duty to explain the patient's current condition to their family. The two walked one after the other toward the office, completely oblivious to Zhou Beishan left standing there unnoticed. Ahead, Jiang-Wan had walked quite a distance before she realized something was amiss. Where was Zhou Beishan? Turning back to look at where they'd been, his figure had long vanished from the spot. When had he left? How had she not noticed? "Miss Jiang?" Li Yanqiu noticed her stopping and was somewhat puzzled, unsure what she was looking at. Jiang-Wan snapped out of her daze and shook her head. "It's nothing, let's go." Outside the hospital, Zhou Beishan opened the car door and got in. Back to the old mansion. "Mr. Zhou, how is elderly? Was the rescue successful?" Wu Xiao started the car and instinctively asked. Zhou Beishan gave a vague acknowledgement, his mood clearly not in the best state. As an assistant, Wu Xiao was naturally the first to notice. Connecting the dots that the surgeon operating on old man Li was Jiang-Wan, he had every reason to suspect that his boss's foul mood was inextricably linked to her. A struggle flickered in his eyes before he finally decided to speak up. "President Zhou, have you truly developed feelings for Miss Jiang?" It wasn't that he was deliberately asking the obvious, he simply found the whole situation so absurd that it felt almost surreal. Zhou Beishan didn't answer the question, but instead raised his eyes to look at Wu Xiao who was driving. "What? Do you have an opinion about this too?" No. Wu Xiao hurriedly shook his head, trembling with fear. "It's just that you were married to Miss Jiang for 2 years and never developed feelings for her, and now that you've only been divorced for a short while." He didn't continue with the rest of his words, not because he didn't want to, but because he didn't dare. He had already sensed the chilling aura emanating from his boss. "I haven't seen her in these 2 years, so it's normal that I don't recognize her. But as for you, my assistant, how do you do your job? You actually don't recognize her either, he said coldly. If Wu Xiao had recognized Jiang Wan from the beginning, perhaps there would have been fewer misunderstandings between him and Jiang Wan. Wu Xiao felt mentally exhausted. He had clearly mentioned before that he wanted to see what Jiang Wan lacked at the Zhou residence, but Zhou Beishan refused, saying it was unnecessary. That's why he hadn't had the chance to meet Jiang Wan. Of course, these were just thoughts he could only complain about in his heart. He wouldn't dare to actually say them out loud. It's my fault for not handling things well. Wu Xiao sighed helplessly, aware that his boss was upset but didn't take it personally. Zhou Beishan wasn't truly blaming Wu Xiao either. After all, it was he who had instructed Wu Xiao not to interfere in Jiang Wan's affairs back then. At that time, he genuinely hadn't cared about Jiang Wan as his wife. Who could have predicted things would turn out like this? After a long silence, it was actually Wu Xiao, who was driving, who couldn't hold back any longer. Mr. Zhou, if you truly like Miss Jiang, you need to understand why she's treating you this way now. What do you mean? Zhou Beishan frowned. Any woman who's been ignored by you for 2 years would react this way when suddenly told she's liked. So I think Miss Jiang's current attitude toward you is quite understandable, he said, trying to console Zhou Beishan. Zhou Beishan frowned as Wu Xiao continued, to put it bluntly, in her heart, you're not just a stranger, but one who wasted 2 years of her youth. Chapter 122, My apologies, that was presumptuous of me. Wu Xiao spoke eloquently, and even Zhou Beishan found some sense in his words. The anger that had risen from Jiang Wan's neglect seemed to dissipate a little. He chuckled lightly. Oh, so according to you, what should I do then? There's nothing to be done. Just leave it all to time, said Wu Xiao. Speak plainly. What I mean is, as long as you persevere, you'll eventually win Miss Jiang's heart, he said with a dry laugh. Is that really so? How does he feel like Jiang Wan's heart is made of steel, utterly unshakable? Moreover, there are so many men surrounding her. First there were Yu Xiao and Zhang Yi, and now Li Yanchu has popped up out of nowhere. Although the other party hasn't done anything yet, Zhou Beishan just senses that he has feelings for Jiang Wan. Perhaps it's a man's intuition? At the hospital, Li Yanchu listened as Jiang Wan explained his father's condition and realized just how critical the situation had been, instantly feeling even more grateful toward her. I'm truly grateful to you. If not for your timely intervention, my old man might not have survived, he said sincerely. Jiang Wan waved her hand dismissively, not making a big deal out of it. You've already thanked me. There's really no need to be so polite. I just don't know how I can ever repay you, he said. You don't have to do anything. Just go see your father, Jiang Wan said. Li Yanchu nodded, then stood up and walked to the door, only to suddenly stop in his tracks. Miss Jiang, are you free this evening? How about having dinner together? Consider it my way of expressing gratitude. Jiang Wan frowned and immediately refused. No need. As I've said before, it's what I should do. Sorry, that was abrupt of me. Sensing her displeasure, Li Yanchu apologized before promptly rising from his seat and leaving the office. After everyone had left, Jiang Wan's expression turned grave as she recalled a list her grandfather had given her on his deathbed. It named both trustworthy and untrustworthy families. Xiao Wan, if you ever encounter people from the trustworthy families on this list in the future, try your best to befriend them. They might be able to help you someday. After her grandfather's passing, she had been too grief-stricken to pay attention to the list. Only now upon revisiting it did she realize how significant it was. She was just an ordinary person. Why would she need assistance from these renowned, prominent families on the list? What exactly had her grandfather meant? She rubbed her temples, utterly unable to make sense of it. Might as well stop thinking about it and let things take their natural course. The Li family was also one of those on the list worth befriending, which was one reason Jiang Wan treated Li Yanchu with courtesy. However, when he unexpectedly asked her out to dinner, she suddenly felt he might not be so great after all, possibly no different from Zhao Yuanfeng, and her enthusiasm for building goodwill with him instantly waned. Never mind whether she'd actually need these people's help, even if she did need assistance in the future, Jiang Wan realized she'd have to have some strength of her own first. Otherwise, who would bother helping her? The thought made her impatient. It seemed she'd have to discuss with her eldest brother the plan to cooperate with Shani and take down the Zhao family. Her brother's company needed to keep expanding, and she wanted to start something of her own too. She'd had her eye on the Zhao family's clothing brand for ages. She had to move quickly. At this moment, Li Yanchu was unaware of Jiang Wan's inner thoughts. After leaving the office, he realized how abrupt his invitation had been. It was improper and made him appear rather frivolous. Lost in regret, he found himself standing outside the intensive care unit. Glancing at the still unconscious old man, he let out a helpless sigh. I told you to take care of your health, but you wouldn't listen. Now look at you. You're lucky, though. At least in Jincheng, there happens to be someone who can save your life. His words might have sounded harsh, but the genuine worry in his eyes couldn't be mistaken. Guard the door and don't let anyone approach, he ordered the man in a suit beside him. The old man suddenly fell unconscious, and the Li household was in turmoil. There was still so much he had to attend to. Chapter 123, I mean you no harm. A few days later, Old Li was transferred from the intensive care unit to a general ward, which came as a relief to many. Good morning. Li Yanxu knocked on the door while holding breakfast and walked into Jiang Wan's office. Their relationship had improved in recent days. Although they couldn't be considered close friends, at least they had become ordinary friends, which was a good progress for him. Good morning. Jiang Wan looked up at him and, seeing him bringing breakfast again, said helplessly, you really don't have to do this. Saving people was what I ought to do. It's not just because you saved my father, Li Yanxu said as he placed the breakfast in front of Jiang Wan and met her gaze. In an instant, Jiang Wan felt as if she had been struck by something, nearly losing her footing. What do you mean? If she hadn't misread it just now, did Li Yanxu's gaze hold a touch of tenderness when he looked at her? Tenderness? What a joke, could there be? They weren't even that close. He forced a laugh and said, you're making it very easy to be misunderstood. What misunderstanding? Li Yanxu teased, then immediately put on a serious expression. I thought I made myself quite clear. Jiang Wan? Her exquisite eyebrows furrowed slightly. Apparently this wasn't just her imagination. After staring at the man in front of her for a long time, she finally said, so, are you trying to say that after a few days together, you've fallen in love with me? Falling in love might be a stretch, but I do have some affection for you, Li Yanxu admitted without denial. Jiang Wan couldn't help but laugh, feeling that ever since her divorce from Zhou Beishan, her romantic prospects seemed to have become overwhelmingly abundant. Unfortunately, she wasn't one of those women who would swoon over every charming man. When Li Yanxu expressed his fondness for her, her first reaction wasn't joy, it was wariness. The Li family of the capital, how many people longed to curry favor with such influential figures? And Li Yanxu was now the head of the Li family. For a man of his standing to suddenly declare he had feelings for her, wasn't that downright terrifying? As if he knew what she was thinking, Li Yanxu explained, don't say you don't believe it, I don't even believe it myself. Before coming to Jincheng, I looked up your information online. The moment I saw your photo, I felt as if we should have met sooner, and I couldn't wait to get closer to you. That's why he unconditionally trusted Jiang Wan, entrusting his father's life to her hands, all because of the first glance he took at her photograph. Hearing him say that, Jiang Wan fell silent. What kind of logic was this? After a long pause, she took a deep breath and said to Li Yanxu, no matter what feelings you have for me, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. I don't currently have. I know, Li Yanxu interrupted with a light smile. I'll just get in line first. You'll want to date someone someday, right? Jiang Wan sighed helplessly and said to him, since you've looked into my background, you should know I've been divorced. Li Yanxu nodded. And you can accept that? Jiang Wan couldn't believe it. Who can control matters of the heart? Li Yanxu replied. If Jiang Wan had still held any shred of belief in Li Yanxu's words before, now she didn't trust a single syllable of them. As if the prestigious head of the Li family would suddenly take a fancy to a divorced woman, who would believe such a rumor if it got out? She studied Li Yanxu suspiciously, yet couldn't fathom his true motives. There didn't seem to be anything worth scheming for on her person anyway. I bear you no ill will. Li Yanxu knew she was suspicious and spoke helplessly. This girl was really hard to fool. Jiang Wan shrugged with an indifferent expression and said, it doesn't matter. Even if you did mean harm, I wouldn't care. After all, no one knows who the ultimate winner will be until the very end. Li Yanxu wanted something from her, but she was equally curious about what exactly that was. She simply decided to play along with his schemes. Chapter 124, Help me investigate someone. In that case, how about having dinner together tonight? Li Yanxu invited again. Jiang Wan had refused him last time, but she probably wouldn't now. Sure enough, Jiang Wan nodded with a smile. Of course. Let me see what you're really up to. They agreed on a time and place for the meal, after which Li Yanxu left the office to tend to his father in the ward. When he disappeared completely, the smile on Jiang Wan's face finally faded away. She picked up her phone and dialed a number. Second brother, help me investigate someone. Li Yanxu from the Li family in the capital. Inside the VIP ward, Li Yanxu walked in without a trace of a smile on his face. Here I am. Old Li leaned against the headboard, closed the documents in his hand, and lifted his gaze to look at him. Seeing his solemn expression, she asked, what's wrong? Has something happened to the Li family? No, Li Yanxu shook his head and walked up to his father. I just asked Jiang Wan out to dinner, he said. Old Li was surprised and immediately asked, did she agree? Li Yanxu gave an indifferent hum, which in turn surprised Old Li. You don't seem particularly happy about it. She's smarter than I expected, saw right through all my faux admiration, Li Yanxu confessed with a touch of frustration. It was the first time he'd encountered a woman this sharp. Old Li, however, remained unruffled. What's wrong with smart? He remarked. In this day and age, if you're not sharp, you'll be swallowed whole before you know it. Li Yanxu looked at his old man and couldn't resist asking, so, Why exactly do you want me to build a good relationship with her? Although he had a favorable impression of Jiang Wan, it was solely based on her saving his old man's life, without any ulterior thoughts. Yet after his old man woke up, he insisted that Li Yanxu get closer to Jiang Wan, even supporting him in pursuing her, which left him utterly confused. I just think she resembles an old acquaintance of mine, Oldly murmured, seemingly lost in memories. Li Yanxu was speechless. Just because of that? I think that girl is quite excellent. She's highly skilled in medicine, and being the last disciple of Old Master Su makes her a rare talent. You wouldn't be at a disadvantage, would you? Old Man Li gave him a sidelong glance. Li Yanxu genuinely couldn't fathom what was going through his father's mind. He simply couldn't see through it at all. Don't get your hopes up. I don't think she has any interest in me. Even if she agreed to have dinner together, it was more out of curiosity about my intentions. Good, that only makes her even more exceptional. Old Man Li affirmed his approval of Jiang Wan once more. After all, the position of the Li family's matriarch wasn't something just anyone could resist. Li Yanxu remained silent. Old Mr. Li continued, I'm not insisting that you pursue her. Just maintain a good relationship. Don't become enemies. Understood, Li Yanxu nodded. When Jiang Wan came by for her rounds, their conversation had already concluded. Old Mr. Li looked at her with a kindly expression. Xiao Wan, your medical skills are exceptional. Staying in Jincheng is such a waste. Have you ever considered moving to the capital? Old Mr. Li, I appreciate your kindness, but I find Jincheng quite nice. I haven't thought about leaving for now, she replied. Old Mr. Li showed a regretful expression upon hearing this, but didn't insist. No problem. Just contact Yanxu whenever you want to go to the capital. He'll arrange everything for you, ensuring it's no worse than staying here. Jiang Wan glanced at Li Yanxu, who nodded in response. She smiled and said, all right, I'll contact Mr. Li if needed. Old Mr. Li said nothing more, narrowing his eyes as if lost in memories. Every time he saw Jiang Wan, he couldn't help but think of old friends. But the old acquaintance had already passed away, and he had checked Jiang Wan's background. She had only grown up in a small village under Jincheng, with no connection whatsoever to that person. Perhaps he was overthinking it. Chapter 125, The Old Generation's Promise. 6 o'clock, quitting time. Jiang Wan was packing her things to leave the hospital when she unexpectedly received Zhou Beishan's call. Anything important, President Zhou? She asked casually while continuing to tidy up. How is Elder Li's condition? Zhou Beishan inquired, his tone detached, sounding more like a boss asking about work progress. Hearing this, Jiang Wan reported truthfully, everything's normal. He should be discharged in a few more days. No matter what, Zhou Beishan is indeed the major shareholder of Jinan Hospital now, so calling him Jiang Wan's boss isn't wrong. When the boss inquires about work, of course she has to give a proper report. Zhou Beishan gave a silent before falling quiet, leaving Jiang Wan somewhat perplexed. Seeing that her dinner appointment with Li Yanxu was approaching, she had no choice but to ask, President Zhou, is there anything else? Are you free tonight? I'd like to treat you to dinner. Zhou Beishan spoke up, then quickly added, it's mainly because grandfather wants to see you. There was no other way. He knew if he asked Jiang Wan out to dinner alone, she would definitely refuse. That's why he had no choice but to use the old man as his excuse. Jiang Wan frowned, then said, probably not tonight. I'll visit the old house another day to have dinner with the old man. You have something on tonight? Zhou Beishan asked, somewhat disappointed. Wu Xiao had told him that in this situation, he had to take the initiative to treat Jiang Wan well to dispel her resentment toward him. That's why he mustered up the courage to make this call, only to. Yeah, I have plans. For some reason, she felt a bit guilty. Having made dinner plans in advance should count as having plans, right? She comforted herself. All right. Zhou Beishan hung up shortly after. There was definitely some disappointment, but it wasn't too bad. He had plenty of time. Over on her end, just as Jiang Wan's call with Zhou Beishan ended, Li Yanxu appeared at the office doorway. Finished with work? It's about time, let's go. Jiang Wan took her bag and left the hospital with Li Yanxu. The two made no effort to hide their relationship, drawing envious glances from everyone in the hospital. Dr. Jiang is so lucky. I heard this Li Yanxu is from the prestigious Li family in the capital. Really extraordinary. How extraordinary. Can he compare to President Zhou? The speaker was Zhou Beishan's devoted admirer. In her eyes, no one could surpass Zhou Beishan. The man gave her a sidelong glance and scoffed, though the Zhou family may dominate our Jincheng, the Li family from the capital is on a completely different level. There's no comparison. Fa, I don't buy that for a second. Their heated discussion continued, unbeknownst to Jiang Wan who had already left the hospital. Sitting in Li Yanxu's car, she didn't bother asking about their destination. After all, it wasn't like he could sell her off in broad daylight. Why did you marry Zhou Beishan back then? From what I know, the two of you had no connections whatsoever before the wedding. The stifling atmosphere in the car grew unbearable, forcing Li Yanxu to break the silence first. Jiang Wan withdrew her gaze from the window and looked at him, an agreement between the elders. Truth be told, Jiang Wan herself didn't understand why her grandfather had made such a decision. He always insisted it would ensure someone protected her, but in her 20-some years, Jiang Wan had barely encountered any real danger. What need did she have for protection? Recalling back when she first approached the Zhou family, the old patriarch didn't refuse upon learning of her grandfather's arrangement and genuinely had Zhou Beishan marry her. She knew this wasn't normal, but with her grandfather's passing and old master Zhou unwilling to say anything, she had no way of discovering the reason. An arrangement from the older generation? Li Yanxu was astonished. I never expected you to be the type who would agree to a marriage arranged by elders. In his view, Jiang Wan was an intelligent and independent woman, exactly the kind who should have strong opinions about her own marriage. How could she? Jiang Wan glanced at him and chuckled lightly. Mr. Li, you say that as if we're very familiar with each other. In truth, apart from knowing each other's names, they knew nothing else about one another. Chapter 126. Just like that? If we're not familiar now, won't we gradually become so? Li Yanxua didn't seem bothered by her words as he continued driving. Jiang Wan didn't say anything more. As for Li Yanxua's remarks, she hadn't taken them seriously at all and didn't believe she would ever grow particularly close with him. Before long, the car pulled up in front of the restaurant, and the two of them walked in together. Outside the restaurant, Wu Xiao got out of the car and watched the two figures entering the restaurant not far away, somewhat surprised. Didn't their CEO say he was taking Jiang Wan out to dinner tonight? Why couldn't he be seen, but instead Jiang Wan was with another man? After a moment's hesitation, he decided to give Zhou Beishan a call. Inside the private room, Li Yanxu poured wine for Jiang Wan and asked with a smile, "Care for a drink?" Jiang Wan shook her head. "I don't drink." Although Jiang Wan was quite confident in her martial skills, after what happened last time, she'd come to understand that exceptional fighting abilities weren't omnipotent either. Therefore, she needed to remain cautious when outside. Li Yanxu didn't push further, replacing her drink instead. Jiang Wan nodded as she accepted it, only to set it down on the table without any intention of drinking. "Xiao Wan, you're totally treating me like some villain here," Li Yanxu said with a mix of amusement and exasperation. "Do I really look that sinister to you?" Jiang Wan smiled faintly. "Don't overthink it, Mr. Li. It's just a habit of mine. I hope you can understand." I understand, Li Yanxu nodded. In truth, what could he do even if he didn't understand? Jiang Wan agreed to have dinner with Li Yanxu tonight, not just for the meal. She asked, "Mr. Li, what is it that you want from me?" Li Yanxu was momentarily taken aback, then smiled helplessly. "Can't we even be friends?" "All right." Jiang Wan nodded, but her gaze instantly turned sharp. "But I don't think Mr. Li is someone who lacks friends." "Little Wan, Mr. Li, if you want to be friends, you might as well be sincere. Don't take me for a fool." Jiang Wan interrupted him, casting a cold glance at Li Yanxu opposite her. Growing up in the Li household, where flattery was commonplace, Li Yanxu had never experienced such a situation before. Being stared at like this by Jiang Wan, he inexplicably felt a pang of guilt. After a long pause, he cleared his throat twice to ease the awkwardness before speaking slowly. "Actually, it's my dad who wants me to get along with you. He thinks very highly of you." "Just like that?" Jiang Wan raised an eyebrow, visibly skeptical. "That's it." Li Yanxu nodded and added, "Perhaps it's because you saved his life. That's why he likes you so much. He even hopes I'll pursue you. So, you get the idea." Things took an unexpected turn. Jiang Wan had always suspected the Li family harbored ulterior motives, keeping her guard up around them. But now, it seemed she might have overthought the situation all along. Helpless within, she realized her grandfather's parting words had deeply affected her, leaving her perpetually fearing that someone meant her harm. She took a deep breath and said with a smile, "I see now. Mr. Li should have mentioned it earlier to avoid misunderstandings. It's hard to say, but I also think the old man is being a bit too ridiculous. If this gets out, people might think he's in a hurry to find him a wife." Jiang Wan smiled lightly as she picked up her wine glass. "This one's for you, an apology for my earlier offense." She believed Li Yanxu's words, not only because her grandfather had said the Li family could be trusted, but also because after these days of interaction, Li Yanxu's character truly had no major flaws. "It's fine, I understand." Li Yanxu also raised his glass in good spirits, appearing to have gained Jiang Wan's trust. Indeed, when dealing with intelligent people, honesty truly is the best policy. Chapter 127. Say that again. In the restroom, Jiang Wan stood in front of the mirror touching up her makeup. Footsteps sounded at the door, but she ignored them, assuming it was just another girl coming to use the restroom. But as the other person drew closer, his tall figure came into Jiang Wan's line of sight. Her hand, which had been applying makeup, froze mid-motion. "Zhou Beishan, you." Jiang Wan looked at him, momentarily at a loss for words. However, Zhou Beishan didn't give her a chance to speak. With a dark expression, he stepped closer to Jiang Wan, the important matter you mentioned was having dinner with Li Yanqiu? His voice was cold, even carrying a chill that sent shivers down one's spine. Jiang Wan couldn't help but shiver, but quickly regained her composure. Zhou Beishan, who I choose to dine with is my business, it has nothing to do with you. She thought this man had gone mad. Isn't this the women's restroom? How could he just barge in here without fearing being seen? Nothing to do with me? Zhou Beishan's face darkened as he ground his teeth. Say that again if you dare. He looked terrifying, and anyone else might have been genuinely frightened by him, but Jiang Wan wasn't afraid. She raised her head and met his gaze. I said, it's none of your business. Zhou Beishan, was I. Before Jiang Wan could finish her words, her lips were sealed by his kiss. Zhou Beishan kissed her desperately, as if he wanted to melt her into himself. Have you seen that recent TV drama? What drama? Voices came from outside the door. Jiang Wan panicked and tried to push the man in front of her away, but she didn't succeed. Instead, Zhou Beishan pulled her into a nearby storage room. The moment the door closed, someone walked in. Jiang Wan was furious. With a forceful bite, the taste of blood quickly spread through Zhou Beishan's mouth. The man winced in pain and ended the kiss, muttering, Jiang Wan, are you a dog or something? Zhou Beishan, I'll fight you. Jiang Wan gritted her teeth in anger. Last time this man had forced a kiss on her, she'd written it off as being bitten by a dog, but now he dared to do it again? Did he really think she was that easy to push around? She raised her hand, ready to slap Zhou Beishan across the face, but he caught her wrist. If you want people to find out, I don't mind, he said. Jiang Wan fell silent, but her murderous glare remained fixed on Zhou Beishan. Soon, the people in the restroom left, and Jiang Wan wasted no time striking again. Unfortunately, after another struggle, she still wasn't Zhou Beishan's match and was once again trapped in his embrace. Zhou Beishan, let me go, she growled in a low voice, deeply regretting her lack of dedication during martial arts training. Had she been more serious, she might not have lost to him today. Zhou Beishan didn't release her but instead leaned in closer. Stay away from Li Yanqiu. Not just him, stay away from all men except me. God knows how furious he was when he got Wu Zhao's call and learned that Jiang Wan had rejected him but was having dinner with Li Yanqiu instead. Take your time, let time prove everything? Zhou Beishan thinks that's all bullshit. When it comes to Jiang Wan, you have to be firm, otherwise, who knows who might snatch this woman away. Zhou Beishan, if you've lost your mind, go see a doctor. Don't take it out on me here. Jiang Wan's face twisted in anger as she glared at him like a starving wolf ready to bite at any moment. Instead of getting angry, Zhou Beishan laughed. Aren't you a neurosurgeon? Perfect. You can examine me yourself. Zhou Beishan, she fumed, yet found herself helpless, unable to defeat him in a fight and far less shameless than he was. Unwilling to give in, she demanded, what exactly do you want? Isn't it obvious enough? I'm pursuing you, he said, gazing at Jiang Wan with utmost sincerity. Jiang Wan, however, remained unmoved and even sneered. So, this is how you pursue someone? Who told you to reject me but agreed to have dinner with him? Zhou Beishan said somewhat resentfully. Jiang Wan was both angry and amused. So it was her fault now? Chapter 128 I can't control myself. Zhou Beishan, can't you be rational for once? Jiang Wan pushed him away furiously, yet the lingering traces of Zhou Beishan's presence on her lips left her heart in utter turmoil. The man looked down at her in silence. After what seemed like an eternity, a low voice sounded beside Jiang Wan's ear. He said, I also want to be rational. I know I shouldn't keep bothering you. Someone like me, Zhou Beishan, shouldn't act like this. But, he gazed at Jiang Wan, his voice trembling with barely restrained emotion. I can't control myself. The moment I see you with another man, I feel furious. I just want to snatch you away. Zhou Beishan knew it himself. He wasn't normal. But what could he do about it? He couldn't control it. He spoke rapidly and at length, leaving Jiang Wan rooted to the spot in shock. The Zhou Beishan before her eyes was markedly different from the man she remembered. Irritation simmered within her as she pushed him away abruptly. I don't want to hear any of this. I've told you I'm not interested. Stop wasting your time on me. With that, she strode past Zhou Beishan without another word and headed straight for the private booth. Zhou Beishan watched her departing figure, his gaze deepening with shadow. Then he turned and walked out of the restroom. Inside the private room, Li Yanqiu waited for Jiang Wan for a long time without seeing her arrive. Just as he hesitated whether to get up and look for her, Jiang Wan pushed the door open and walked in. What's wrong? You don't look so good. Li Yanqiu frowned, noticing Jiang Wan's unusual state. Jiang Wan snapped out of her thoughts and tried to compose herself. It's nothing. Li Yanqiu looked doubtful but didn't press further. After all, theirs wasn't the kind of relationship where they had to share everything with each other. Are you done eating? Is there anything else you'd like? Li Yanqiu asked, noticing Jiang Wan hadn't eaten much. Jiang Wan shook her head. She'd never had a big appetite, and right now she had none at all. Just as Li Yanqiu was about to speak, the private room door was pushed open, and the person who entered was someone he never expected. President Zhou? Li Yanqiu asked in surprise. Zhou Beishan nodded with a smile and said, I've long heard that President Li has come to Jincheng. I've been wanting to treat you to a meal, but I didn't expect to run into you today. Still smiling, he strode on hurriedly to Jiang Wan's side and unceremoniously sat down. Jiang Wan frowned. What exactly was Zhou Beishan up to? Li Yanxu didn't notice anything peculiar between the two. Hearing Zhou Beishan's words, she simply replied, You're too kind, President Zhou. Today's meal is my treat, to welcome President Li to Jincheng, Zhou Beishan said. Just as Li Yanxu was about to decline, Zhou Beishan continued, and since Xiao Wan and I are old acquaintances, surely President Li wouldn't mind having me join, would you? This doesn't seem appropriate, President Zhou. Tonight's dinner invitation was meant for Xiao Wan alone. Li Yanxu frowned in refusal. How had he never noticed before how thick-skinned Zhou Beishan could be? Zhou Beishan acted as if he hadn't heard the rejection, smiling as he said, Though Xiao Wan and I are divorced, I've always felt our connection wasn't severed. Remarriage is just a matter of time. Li Yanxu began understanding why Zhou Beishan had appeared here. It was evidently because of Jiang Wan. Judging by his words, did he actually intend to win Jiang Wan back? If that's the case, why did you have to get divorced in the first place? He didn't understand the reason, but one thing was clear to him, Jiang Wan didn't seem to share the same sentiment. Really? I don't think so. Li Yanxu said with a chuckle before continuing, someone as outstanding as Xiao Wan deserves better options. A better choice? Zhou Beishan's face darkened. Chapter 129, I'm not interested in either of you. The two men exchanged sharp words back and forth while Jiang Wan kept her head down, eating the dishes before her and thoroughly ignoring them both. Just as the two men were about to come to blows, Jiang Wan finally glanced up at them. I'm not interested in either of you. Li Yanxu, Zhou Beishan. She set down her chopsticks and said to Li Yanxu, you two carry on. I'm full, I'll head back first. Xiao Wan. By the time she finished speaking, Jiang Wan had already left the private room. This left Li Yanxu feeling rather vexed. He shouldn't have argued with Zhou Beishan at this moment. It was utterly pointless, and worse, it had upset Jiang Wan. Zhou Beishan was in a rather good mood. He lifted his cup and sipped his tea unhurriedly. Seems you're not her type either. That put his mind at ease. Still better than you, her ex-husband. After Jiang Wan left, Li Yanxu no longer bothered maintaining any gentlemanly demeanor toward Zhou Beishan. Zhou Beishan didn't mind. In fact, he seemed rather pleased. At least I was her husband once, while you have no connection to her whatsoever. So Mr. Li, from now on, perhaps you should stop troubling Xiao Wan. Who exactly disturbed Xiao Wan? President Zhou, don't play dumb with me. Li Yanxu scoffed, rising from his seat with no intention of wasting further time on the man. Li Yanxu left, but Zhou Beishan remained seated in the private room, sipping his tea leisurely as if deep in thought. Returning home, Jiang Wan vigorously washed her face, scrubbing her lips so hard they nearly peeled. Damn that Zhou Beishan. She cursed while drying her face, her mood thoroughly foul. 10 minutes later, she emerged from the bathroom, sat on the sofa with her phone, and dialed her eldest brother Yu Xiao. When someone's in a bad mood, others are bound to suffer. After all this time, it was about right to deal with the Zhao family, lest they thought she'd forgotten that debt. Over the phone, she told Yu Xiao about Zhang Ye's proposal to collaborate, and as thoughts aligned with hers, they could work together. Devouring the Zhao family would bring significant benefits, whether for Zhang Yi or themselves, which is crucial now. Yu Xiao had no objections but remained cautious. Can we trust this Zhang Yi? Could this be a trap set up by him and the Zhao family to lure us in? It wasn't that he was overly suspicious, but Zhang Ye's reputation had never been great, and he had pulled similar shady schemes before. Jiang Wan pondered for a moment before replying, it shouldn't be. I think his desire to swallow up the Zhao family is even stronger. Since you put it that way, I'll trust you, Yu Xiao said. Jiang Wan felt grateful. She knew her eldest brother didn't have to take the risk of collaborating with the Zhang family. After all, with careful planning, they could eventually swallow up the Zhao family, even if it would take longer. Unfortunately, time was precisely what she lacked most right now. Hanging up the phone, Jiang Wan threw herself into work. The moment she paused, Zhou Beishan's face would involuntarily flood her mind, filling her with such hatred her teeth itched. When Zhou Beishan returned to the apartment, he didn't rush back to his own place. Instead, he stood outside Jiang Wan's door for a long time, wanting to knock but lacking the courage. After calming down, he began to feel that his previous actions might have been a bit excessive. Would this make Jiang Wan dislike him even more? Yet he didn't regret it. The taste of that kiss still lingered vividly in his memory. No regrets aside, he couldn't help feeling uneasy. What if Jiang Wan developed aversion? Wouldn't this plunge their recently thawed relationship back into a deep freeze? After hesitating at the doorstep for a long time, he finally took out his phone and sent a message to Jiang Wan. When no reply came after quite some time, he had no choice but to turn around and go back to his own place. Chapter 130, thanks to you. Jiang Wan actually saw Zhou Beishan's message, but she didn't reply. Partly because she didn't know what to say, and partly because she simply didn't want to acknowledge that man, let alone forgive him. The mere thought that Zhou Beishan lived right across from her, that she might run into him the moment she stepped out, made her skin crawl. With that in mind, she immediately got out of bed and began packing her clothes at the wardrobe. It seemed she couldn't stay in Mingchen Apartments any longer. The next day, as Jiang Wan dragged her luggage out of her room, she happened to bump into Zhou Beishan stepping out from the opposite door. She inwardly cursed her rotten luck, avoiding eye contact as she tried to leave without a word. But Zhou Beishan instantly noticed the suitcase in her hand. His expression darkened. "Going on a trip?" he asked sharply. Jiang Wan didn't answer, already walking toward the elevator. "Answer my question," Zhou Beishan said with a dark expression, blocking her path as if to say, "If you don't explain yourself clearly, you're not going anywhere." Jiang Wan sighed exasperatedly, raising her eyes to glare at him. "What's wrong with moving? Isn't that allowed? Why move? Don't you like it here?" Zhou Beishan asked. However, Jiang Wan merely glanced at him calmly and said, "Mingchen Apartments would be perfect, if only there weren't someone I dislike living across from me." Her words were blunt, and Zhou Beishan's expression turned utterly grim. "President Zhou, excuse me, please move aside." The elevator arrived, and Jiang Wan pushed the statue-like man in front of her, her tone less than polite. Zhou Beishan didn't yield. He stared at Jiang Wan for a long while before finally saying helplessly, "If it's just me you don't want to see, then don't move out. I'll be the one to leave." Jiang Wan was astonished and somewhat skeptical. "You're moving?" The man nodded and said to her, "I'm planning to move back to Zhou Mansion. I'm sorry for leaving you alone there for 2 years. Jiang Wan didn't mind at all. Hearing that he was moving out actually lifted her spirits considerably. "No need to apologize. Zhou Mansion is actually quite nice." Though Zhou Beishan hadn't visited during those 2 years, Jiang Wan had to admit that her time living there had been quite pleasant. "Really?" Zhou Beishan raised an eyebrow and looked at her. "If you'd like, you can go stay there anytime." Jiang Wan gave a hollow chuckle, feeling slightly awkward. Unless she lost her mind, there was no way she'd ever go back to live there. Zhou Beishan didn't actually think she would either. He just said it casually. "Let me help you carry it back," he offered. "No need." Before she could finish her refusal, Zhou Beishan had already taken the suitcase in hand. Jiang Wan had no choice but to watch helplessly as he carried it to the doorstep of the room. The door swung open as Zhou Beishan walked in with the luggage. "Have you had breakfast?" Jiang Wan shook her head. She'd been busy moving right after waking up. When would she have had time for breakfast? "I'll make it. What would you like to eat?" As he spoke, the man was already heading toward the kitchen, while Jiang Wan remained frozen in place, unable to process what was happening. "How about noodles?" Zhou Beishan popped his head out from the kitchen to ask, already wearing Jiang Wan's pink apron. The sight was nothing short of jarring. Jiang Wan murmured an absent-minded feeling like the scene before her was somewhat surreal. Zhou Beishan was actually going to make her breakfast? The main point is, this man actually knows how to cook breakfast? He's Zhou Beishan, after all, the illustrious eldest son of the Zhou family, someone whose hands have never touched kitchen work. How could he possibly know how to make breakfast? She could hardly believe it. Yet, noises were indeed coming from the kitchen. When Jiang Wan peeked in, she saw Zhou Beishan whisking eggs with one hand, looking every bit the domesticated husband. "You know how to cook?" She couldn't suppress her curiosity and finally asked outright. Chapter 131, The Feud Between the Zhou Family and Zhang Yi. Zhou Beishan nodded, raising and lowering his knife with swift precision. The tomato in his hand was soon sliced into paper-thin pieces, his knife skills rivaling those of a 5-star chef. Jiang Wan felt like she was seeing a completely different Zhou Beishan. Surprised? Seeing her silence, Zhou Beishan turned to glance at her. Jiang Wan was still in shock. "I grew up with my grandfather. When I was little, he was too busy managing the company to take care of me. Although there were housekeepers at home, they often withheld meals because they thought I was young and my grandfather was rarely around, so I gradually learned to cook for myself. From a very young age, he understood that he had to rely entirely on himself. That's why he studied fiercely and mastered every life skill, simply to survive better." This was the first time Jiang Wan had heard Zhou Beishan mention these things, and she couldn't help but grow curious. "What about your parents? Weren't they home either?" Zhou Beishan's back stiffened, his entire aura instantly turning somber. "They divorced very early. My father left for what he called love, and my mother couldn't bear the blow. She took her own life." Die right in front of Zhou Beishan. That day he went to bed early, and his mother rarely stayed with him, which made him very happy. But he never imagined that when he woke up in the middle of the night, trying to snuggle into his mother's embrace, what he touched was not her warmth, but a cold corpse. The surroundings were pitch black. Little Zhou Beishan didn't know what had happened. He just kept calling for his mother, but received no response from the person beside him. It wasn't until his crying alarmed his grandfather downstairs, and the room's light was switched on, that Zhou Beishan saw his mother's already lifeless face. From that day on, he began to fear the dark, always feeling that darkness would bring something terrible. Of course, he wouldn't tell anyone about these things, not even Jiang-Wan. He doesn't need anyone's sympathy. I'm sorry, I didn't know. Jiang-Wan felt somewhat guilty. Although she had been married into the Zhou family for 2 years, she actually knew nothing about the Zhou family's affairs. On one hand, the patriarch had never spoken to her about them, and on the other hand, it was also because she herself wasn't interested, always feeling she wouldn't stay with the Zhou family for long, so she never bothered to learn more. It's fine, it's all in the past. Zhou Beishan shrugged indifferently, utterly unbothered. He said, weren't you curious about the grudge between me and Zhang Yi? Actually, my father was the one who left with his mother back then. Both of them abandoned their families for so-called love. As a result, my mother took her own life, and although Zhang Yi's father survived, he turned into an alcoholic. Every time he got drunk, he would come home and beat Zhang Yi, and even remarried, giving him a stepmother who joined in tormenting him. Zhang Yi hated his father just as much as he hated his mother, and he blamed Zhou Beishan's father for his mother's departure, extending that hatred to the entire Zhou family. After listening to Zhou Beishan recount the origin and events, Jiang-Wan was momentarily stunned, never expecting there to be such intricate grievances between Zhou Beishan and Zhang Yi. So all these years, even though he's repeatedly provoked you, you never laid a hand on him because you feel guilty? Jiang-Wan asked. Yet Zhou Beishan actually laughed. What do I have to feel guilty about? After all, it was your father who took his mother away. Didn't his mother take my father away too? Zhou Beishan retorted. Jiang-Wan found it reasonable. Both of them had acted entirely of their own free will, with no one taking anyone away. So why did Zhang Yi hate the Zhou family so much? It didn't quite add up. As if reading her thoughts, Zhou Beishan said, I just think he's pitiful. His father blamed everything on my father, convinced it was my father who ruined their family. Growing up in that environment, Zhang Yi had long been brainwashed. You have no idea how badly he used to be beaten, often covered in blood. In a family like that, his mind was warped long ago. Chapter 132. He was also a victim. Zhou Beishan found Zhang Yi pitiable, as their circumstances were somewhat similar yet fundamentally different. Though he had lost both parents, he still had a grandfather, a stern but genuinely caring grandfather, which resulted in his upbringing being entirely dissimilar to Zhang Yi's. After hearing Zhou Beishan's account, Jiang-Wan finally understood the intricate ties between the Zhou and Zhan families. No wonder Zhang Yi always spoke of the Zhous with such seething resentment. But, can this really be blamed on the Zhou family? On Zhou Beishan? He was a victim too. Jiang-Wan fell silent, momentarily unsure who deserved her sympathy more. Alright, let's eat the noodles. Zhou Beishan interrupted his train of thought, his face showing not a trace of grief over losing his parents. Perhaps for him, those unpleasant past events were long gone. Jiang-Wan nodded and followed him back to the living room, where a bowl of noodles was placed in front of each of them, and they ate slowly. If you don't want to move, then forget it, Jiang-Wan finally spoke after a long silence. Zhou Beishan, however, was amused by her expression, his lips curling into a smile. He asked, that look on your face, could it be you're pitying me? I didn't. Jiang-Wan immediately shook her head, but deep down she knew she genuinely felt somewhat uneasy about Zhou Beishan's past. You don't have to pity me. To me, they're just strangers. I don't feel the slightest bit of sadness over their departure, Zhou Beishan said. To such irresponsible parents, Zhou Beishan cared nothing. In his past 20-some years, the only person who had ever mattered in his heart was the old master. But now, there would be one more, Jiang-Wan. Jiang-Wan saw his expression remained normal, indeed not looking like someone who was upset. She cheekily argued, I said there isn't any. Does Zhou Beishan even need sympathy? No need, Zhou Beishan replied. The atmosphere fell into silence again, neither speaking further. Jiang-Wan quietly finished her bowl of noodles, only realizing belatedly that Zhou Beishan's cooking was actually quite good. She felt a bit embarrassed. It's delicious, thank you. You're welcome, Zhou Beishan said, then added, so can you forgive me for yesterday's impulsiveness? No, Jiang-Wan glared at him, standing up to carry the dishes into the kitchen. Zhou Beishan sighed helplessly but didn't insist. After breakfast, he seemed to have no reason to stay any longer and had to leave. Grandfather misses you a lot. Would you have time to visit him at the old house sometime? Alright, I'll go. Jiang-Wan nodded. Zhou Beishan stood at the door, wanting to say something more, but Jiang-Wan gave him no chance. Without mercy, she shut the door, leaving him outside. The man smiled bitterly, pulling out his phone to call Wu Xiao. Send someone to the apartment to pack things up. Understood, Mr. Zhou. Are you planning to move? Wu Xiao asked. Yes, moving back to the Zhou residence. Got it, Wu Xiao replied without finding it strange. Their CEO really shouldn't be living in that tiny apartment to begin with. Asterisk. The restaurant. Tonight's gathering was organized by Jiang Wan, with only Yu Xiao and Zhang Yi in attendance. Xiao Wan, it seems you've reconsidered my proposal? Zhang Yi said cheerfully, evidently in good spirits. He understood Jiang Wan. If she hadn't been considering his proposal, she wouldn't have brought Yu Xiao to meet him. Jiang Wan smiled and nodded, her gaze shifting to Yu Xiao. The latter picked up on the cue and said, Xiao Wan told me about Chairman Zhang's proposal. I think it's feasible, and I believe Chairman Zhang would make an excellent partner for us. Of course, Zhang Yi responded. Today, we're mainly here to discuss the distribution of benefits regarding the Zhao family's interests. After all, it's better to address potential issues up front to avoid damaging our rapport later. Yu Xiao was a competent businessman, with profit being his eternal pursuit. Zhang Yi didn't take offense at this remark. Of course, he replied. The two then began discussing the operations under the Zhao family's umbrella. The specifics were beyond Jiang Wan's understanding, so she kept quiet. Today, her role was merely that of a liaison. Chapter 133, He felt threatened. After concluding the negotiations with Zhang Yi, Jiang Wan returned home to find Zhou Beishan's place across the hall moving things in. Ms. Jiang, Wu Xiao greeted her hastily upon seeing her. Jiang Wan nodded, pulling out her keys to unlock her own door when Wu Xiao added, Ms. Jiang, my apologies for not recognizing you immediately before. He felt partly responsible, believing that as Zhou Beishan's assistant, he should have been thoroughly familiar with everything concerning his employer's life. Otherwise, such an embarrassing misunderstanding wouldn't have occurred. What's there to apologize for? Zhou Beishan and I were married for 2 years, yet he doesn't recognize me either. You're just his assistant. Isn't it perfectly normal you wouldn't know me? Jiang Wan felt the apology was unnecessary. Wu Xiao hesitated for a moment before deciding to explain a few words on behalf of his boss. Miss Jiang, truth be told, President Zhou is actually a kind person. He was just holding on to resentment at the time, which is why he refused to visit you at the matter. Later, as that resentment gradually dissipated, it was because Jiang Wan's presence was so negligible that Zhou Beishan found it hard to even remember such a person existed. Ever since meeting you, President Zhou has completely changed, utterly captivated by you. I think if he had just glanced at you back then, he definitely wouldn't have gotten divorced. Sometimes fate is just so absurd, life loves to play cruel jokes on people. Perhaps Wu Xiao was right, but Jiang Wan didn't care. She said to him, that precisely shows there's no fate between us. Fate is such a strange thing. If it wasn't there before, it won't appear later either. Wu Xiao froze slightly, but still stubbornly insisted, just because it wasn't there before doesn't mean it can't appear in the future. He felt there must still be fate between them, otherwise, how could they have met again after the divorce? Jiang Wan couldn't be bothered to argue with him. This man was just as stubbornly single-minded as Zhou Beishan. No wonder he was his assistant. They really were cut from the same cloth. She pushed open the door and entered the room. Watching her leave, Wu Xiao felt a trace of helplessness. Just as he turned to remind the servants to be more efficient, he noticed Zhou Beishan standing silently behind him, having emerged unnoticed from the inner bedroom. President Zhou. Wu Xiao was startled. Had everything he just said to Jiang Wan been overheard? Zhou Beishan glanced darkly at the opposite door before turning to Wu Xiao, his voice icy as he said, Who asked you to speak out of turn? Sorry, Mr. Zhou, I just... Go inside and pack your things. Zhou Beishan waved his hand to cut him off, signaling him to enter the room and gather their belongings together. Wu Xiao nodded and said nothing more. When Zhou Beishan and his group finished packing and moved out, Jiang Wan knew about it, but she didn't step out to bid them farewell. She saw no point. After all, once they were gone, they would hardly cross paths again. There was nothing left to say. Being strangers suited them just fine. Zhou Beishan had actually considered knocking on the door several times to say something, but ultimately didn't. He knew Jiang Wan wasn't particularly eager to see him, so why sour her mood unnecessarily? Downstairs at the apartment complex, Zhang Yi, having somehow gotten wind of the situation, was already lying in wait, just eager to witness Zhou Beishan's humiliation. When Zhou Beishan emerged with luggage handlers in tow, he burst out laughing. Oh Zhou Beishan, who would have thought you'd come to this? The man glanced at him and ignored him. Zhang Yi wasn't about to let it go. He followed behind and continued, Looks like Xiao Wan really can't stand you. Poor thing. Zhou Beishan stopped in his tracks and turned to look at him. Weren't you trying to pursue Jiang Wan? Why haven't you made any moves lately? Instead, you've given Li Yanshu the opportunity. Compared to Li Yanshu, Zhou Beishan would much rather have Zhang Yi pestering Jiang Wan. At the very least, he was well aware that Zhang Yi held no genuine interest in her, and that Li Yanshu. He felt a sense of crisis. Chapter 134 Thankfully you're a man. Hearing Zhou Beishan's words, Zhang Yi shrugged nonchalantly, with a hint of pride as he said, That eldest young master of the Li family is someone I can't afford to provoke. Since when does Zhang Yi have someone he's afraid of? Zhou Beishan seemed to have encountered something unusual, looking somewhat surprised. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, crossed his arms, and said to him, Fine, I admit it's not because I'm afraid of him. I just think that no matter who chases Jiang Wan, it's bound to make you unhappy. In that case, why should I show up and stir trouble? He had already seen through Zhou Beishan, especially when it came to matters concerning Jiang Wan. Zhou Beishan gave him a cold glance before turning to leave. He feared that if he stayed any longer, he might not be able to resist the urge to punch someone. Zhang Yi, seeing him like this, smirked even more. What? Are you angry? Zhou Beishan said nothing and walked toward his car. Zhang Yi followed behind, chatting as he went. Jiang Wan probably hasn't told you yet, but she has agreed to cooperate with me against the Zhao family. It won't be long before the Zhao family disappears from Jincheng. I'm curious, will you step in to help your childhood sweetheart? Hearing this, Zhou Beishan furrowed his brow but remained silent. Hey, just leaving like that? At least say something. Zhang Yi refused to give up, desperately wanting to know what Zhou Beishan was thinking at that moment. Finally, Zhou Beishan stopped as he wished, turned around and looked at him. It's a good thing you're a guy, otherwise with how much you care about me, I'd wonder if you had feelings for me. Zhang Yi, he had eaten a lot that morning, and upon hearing Zhou Beishan's words, he nearly threw up. With a look of disdain, he said to the man, unlike you, I don't have such questionable tastes. This young master is straight. Good. Zhou Beishan scoffed coldly before getting into his car and driving away. Zhang Yi watched as the other's vehicle disappeared into the distance. The careless expression on his face vanished instantly, replaced by grim solemnity. Zhou Beishan hadn't answered whether he would help the Zhao family, which meant it was still a possibility. If Zhou Beishan decided to assist the Zhaos, then joining forces with Yu Xiao still might not guarantee their ability to crush the Zhao family. After some thought, I decided to call Yu Xiao as a heads-up to avoid being caught off guard later. In Zhou Beishan's car, the man's face was grim. His already foul mood could now be described as utterly terrible. President Zhou, should we give the Zhao family a warning? The Zhao and Zhou families had always been close. Not only were they old friends, but they also collaborated frequently. If the Zhao family were to collapse, Zhou Corporation would inevitably feel some repercussions. Zhou Beishan looked up and glanced at Wu Xiao, who was driving in front. What kind of warning? He asked. It's just President Zhang. I don't know anything, do you? Zhou Beishan looked at him with cold eyes. A chill ran down Wu Xiao's spine as he immediately understood the implication behind those words. I don't know anything either. Good. Zhou Beishan nodded, evidently pleased with his response. The car continued moving forward, and Wu Xiao's emotions were like a roller coaster. Fortunately, he had been by Zhou Beishan's side for many years, otherwise, he might not have reacted so quickly. No wonder they say serving a superior is like living with a tiger. At this moment, Wu Xiao profoundly understood the sentiment. As for the Zhao family, he could only silently light a candle for them in his heart. Before long, the car arrived at the Zhou mansion. Zhou Beishan got out but suddenly turned back to Wu Xiao before leaving and asked, the Li family has been in Jincheng for so long now. Has nothing at all happened back in the capital? Currently, the Li family is essentially under Li Yanchu's control. The other members of the Li family don't dare act recklessly, so the situation is relatively stable, Wu Xiao replied. Stability? That's hardly a good thing, Zhou Beishan remarked. What do you mean? Wu Xiao was no fool and faintly sensed something. Let them stir up chaos. What's the point of having people from the capital staying in Jincheng all this time? As he spoke, he had already entered the mansion and disappeared from Wu Xiao's sight. Chapter 135. Don't keep me waiting too long. Yu Xiao and Zhang Yi moved swiftly. As soon as their cooperation was confirmed, they couldn't wait to strike against the Zhao family, acting so fast that their enemies had no time to react. In the president's office of Zhao Corporation, Zhao Yuanyuan stood respectfully before the desk, watching the middle-aged man seated opposite her. Even as he berated her, she dared not offer the slightest rebuttal. Yuanyuan, you're my daughter. You should know how much pressure I'm under having you in your current position. Those people downstairs are all whispering behind my back about how I gave you special treatment. You need to work even harder. The middle-aged man speaking was Zhao Yuanyuan's father, Zhao Huayang. Zhao Yuanyuan nodded repeatedly upon hearing this, her voice tinged with apology. I'm sorry, father. I've let you down. I am indeed disappointed, Zhao Huayang said sternly, his expression cold as he stared at her for a long moment before continuing. But not because of the problems Zhao Corporation is facing now. It's about your marriage. Dad. Zhao Yuanyuan bit her lip, already knowing what he was about to say. That Li family boy seems decent to me. You should give him more of a chance, Zhao Huayang remarked. Zhao Yuanyuan lowered her head, not letting the man opposite see the hatred in her eyes. Dad, I have someone I like. Zhou Beishan, right? I know who you are. Zhao Huayang chuckled lightly before adding, not just me, who in all of Jincheng doesn't know of you. But is it worth it? Does Zhou Beishan even like you? You've wasted so much time on him all this while. Now that the Zhao family is in trouble, I think you should know what to do. Zhao Yuanyuan's face turned pale as she looked up at her father in disbelief. Dad, although the Zhao family is facing challenges, has it really come to the point of resorting to a political marriage? The Zhang family and that punk Yu Xiao are coming at us aggressively. Even though our Zhao family has substantial resources, we still need to exercise caution, he said solemnly, meeting his daughter's gaze. Yuanyuan remained silent as Zhao Huayang continued. The Li family has made it clear, if you marry into their family, they'll join forces with us against those two. With the Li family's support, our Zhao family might even seize this opportunity to swallow up both the Zhang family and Yu Zhao's forces. Yuanyuan understood all these arguments perfectly well, yet she stubbornly refused to accept them. She's his daughter, a living, breathing human being. How could she be treated like some commodity? She always believed that if she worked hard enough, there would come a day when she'd be recognized. Only now did she realize how naive she'd been. The plan she had hesitated to carry out moments ago now became crystal clear in her mind. Her decision was made. Since you care so much about that worthless son of yours, I'll just have him killed. Let's see how much you'll care then. Yuanyuan? Zhao Huayang's expression darkened instantly when she remained silent, clearly displeased. Dad, I understand. Zhao Yuanyuan nodded without protest. Zhao Huayang was satisfied. This was the daughter he wanted. Good that you've come around. Pay more attention to the Li family matter. What about the company then? You don't need to worry about the company. I've already asked Yuan Feng to help out here. Recently, just focus on handling your relationship with the Li family, he said. Could that useless Zhao Yuan Feng actually be of any help? Zhao Yuanyuan thought this was utterly ridiculous. Of course, she didn't laugh out loud but simply lowered her head and said yes. Go ahead with your work, don't keep me waiting too long, and the Zhao family can't wait too long either, Zhao Huayang instructed. Zhao Yuanyuan turned and left the office. The moment she stepped out, her expression instantly turned icy. She glanced back toward the office direction, her gaze now seemingly laced with venom. Yuanyang, are you free? Your sister has a good thing to discuss with you, she said cheerfully into the phone to Zhao Yuanyang on the other end. Chapter 136, I'll give him a lesson on your behalf and be done with it. At the same time, Jiang Wan didn't leave the hospital until 8 p.m., dragging her exhausted body until she stood before Jiang Tian. Coming to see me so late, is this good news or bad? She asked. What good or bad thing? I just felt like it's been a long time since we had a meal together, so I came specially to eat with you. Jiang Tian was speechless. She hadn't known Jiang Wan would get off work so late when she came. Unfortunately, Jiang Wan remained unmoved upon hearing these words, not the least bit touched. I thought you'd forgotten all about me as your friend once you got yourself a man, she said. Ever since learning there was a man frequenting Jiang Tian's side, Jiang Wan could understand her busy schedule, so she hadn't invited her out recently, avoiding unnecessary frustration for herself. Jiang Tian didn't respond, which made Jiang Wan sense something was off. What? Did you fight or break up? What breakup? We were never actually together, Jiang Tian replied with a bitter laugh, her words carrying a tinge of sadness. Jiang Wan was shocked. After all this time, you're still not together? What exactly are you two doing? If they don't want to be openly with me, what else can I do? She had said all there was to say and done all she could, yet the response she received was that maintaining the current relationship was just fine. What did he take her for? Jiang Wan furrowed her brows, vaguely understanding something. Does he want you to be his mistress? Just saying it out loud had already stirred up Jiang Wan's emotions. Jiang Tian quickly held her back. Well, he didn't exactly put it that way. What did he say then? Jiang Wan pressed on, refusing to let it go. Jiang Tian gave a hollow laugh. He didn't say anything. He didn't clarify their relationship, nor did he mention any future plans. It all felt so vague to Jiang Tian, which was precisely why she felt so insecure. Nothing at all? Jiang Wan raised her voice, shooting her a look of exasperation. Isn't that glaringly obvious? He just wants you as a mistress, not a girlfriend. Such affairs weren't uncommon in high society. Jiang Wan had always sneered at them, never imagining that one day her best friend would face such a situation. Jiang Tian fell silent. Given that person's status, there seemed no other plausible explanation. A mistress? Even at her lowest, Jiang Tian would never stoop to becoming someone's kept woman. With a slightly cold expression, she said to Jiang Wan, rest assured, I'm not someone who can't see reason. I'll make things clear. If that's really what he thinks, I won't waste any more time on him. Although she liked that man very much, Jiang Tian still had her principles. I think you'd better tell me his name, let me teach him a lesson and be done with it, Jiang Wan said angrily, feeling Jiang Tian just couldn't let go of him. Jiang Tian didn't mention Murong Fei's name. She pulled Jiang Wan along, saying, let's go eat first. If we don't go now, we'll only be able to grab midnight snacks. Jiang Wan still wanted to say something, but unfortunately Jiang Tian had already gotten into the car, clearly unwilling to continue discussing the matter. Though helpless, she wasn't planning to press further. She still intended to investigate. After all, her best friend's happiness was at stake. She couldn't just watch her get deceived. With this thought in mind, Jiang Wan sent a message to Yen Jincheng. Second brother, help me investigate which man Xiao Tian has been getting close to recently. Keep it confidential. Don't let her know. She didn't want Jiang Tian to worry or overthink it, planning to resolve this matter quietly herself. Ideally, she'd make that irresponsible bastard vanish completely from Jiang Tian's world. Jiang Tian was driving when she noticed Jiang Wan texting, teasing with a smile, texting Zhou Beishan. Things are moving pretty fast, huh? Chapter 137, maybe in the next life. Jiang Wan put away her phone and looked up at her. Who said I was texting him? What progress could there even be between us? No? I thought you might be swayed by his pursuit. Jiang Tian hadn't liked Zhou Beishan before, thinking he was too much. But now, he thought that man was alright. At least he knew how to admit his mistakes instead of stubbornly clinging to his pride and refusing to acknowledge them. That already put him above most men. Of course, Jiang Wan clearly didn't see it that way. Speechless at heart, I turned to Jiang Tian and said, does he think a few half-hearted apologies and spending some fake quality time chasing me will make me say yes? Who does he take Jiang Wan for? A toy? Indeed, you're not like other women, so you definitely wouldn't be moved by Zhou Beishan's little courtship gestures. Jiang Tian thought that if it were her, she might actually be swayed. After all, this was Zhou Beishan we're talking about. As they talked, it didn't take long before they arrived at the restaurant. Since Jiang Tian had offered to treat, Jiang Wan didn't hold back and ordered several dishes in one go before finally stopping. Meanwhile, at the Zhao family villa, Zhao Yuanyuan found Zhao Yuanfeng and said to him with affectionate kindness, Yuanfeng, how have you been lately? Your sister has been so busy that I haven't had time to play with you. It's fine. Zhao Yuanfeng's heart skipped a beat. Every time Zhao Yuanyuan spoke in such a pleasant tone, he instinctively sensed trouble. Little did he know that this time his intuition was right, and this so-called trouble would cost him his life. Still holding a grudge over that Jiangwan incident, aren't you? Zhao Yuanyuan knew her useless brother all too well, which was precisely why she dared to proceed with her plan. At the mention of Jiangwan, Zhao Yuanfeng's face instantly darkened. Fury gnawed at him like biting teeth, but facing Zhao Yuanyuan, he dared not voice it. He shook his head and said, I'm already relieved. After all, she's Zhou Beishan's person, I can't afford to cross him. Yet the uneasiness in his heart lingered. Even when lying in other women's beds, Jiangwan's face and figure would involuntarily surface in his mind, leaving him utterly consumed by desire. Who cares if she's Zhou Beishan's woman? If you like her, I'll get her for you anyway. Zhao Yuanyuan patted her brother Zhao Yuanfeng's shoulder with the air of someone who'd move heaven and earth for her sibling. Zhao Yuanfeng couldn't believe his ears. Sis, you mean it? Of course. Zhao Yuanyuan nodded and continued, before, my sister didn't want to clash with Zhou Beishan because she liked him, but now it's different. You know I'm soon to be married into the Li family. Zhao Yuanfeng nodded. He had heard about this from their father, though he didn't agree. He wasn't knowledgeable about company affairs and could do nothing about it. There's no need to care about Zhou Beishan anymore. Our Zhao family isn't really afraid of him, Zhao Yuanyuan said. Zhao Yuanfeng grew restless. He looked at Zhao Yuanyuan, licking his lips. So, you mean I can take action against her? Of course, it's just some woman. It's her luck that you fancy her. Zhao Yuanyuan looked at the lust-blinded fool before her and sneered inwardly. Is this all you've got to take over the Zhao family? Next lifetime. But, that woman is quite a handful, Zhao Yuanfeng fretted. Jiangwan was different from other women, money wouldn't solve this one. Zhao Yuanyuan leaned in and whispered in his ear, hand it over to me, I'll help you sort it out. Zhao Yuanfeng's eyes lit up as he exclaimed excitedly, really, sis? Don't worry, I'll get her delivered to your room, Zhao Yuanyuan said with a smile, then lowered her voice to add, but you mustn't tell anyone else, not even mom and dad. Deal. He'd do anything if it meant getting to sleep with Jiangwan. Chapter 138. Won't you feel reluctant to part with me? After dining together, Jiangwan and Jiang Tian took a taxi home. Unbeknownst to her at that moment, she had once again attracted the unwanted attention of the Zhao family. Not that she was particularly concerned. Given her combat skills, unless she encountered a freakishly strong opponent like Zhou Beishan, hardly anyone could pose a threat to her. The next day, when Jiangwan arrived at the hospital, Li Yanshu entered her office with an unhappy expression. Xiaowan, something's come up in Beijing. I have to go back. Alright, go ahead, Jiangwan said. Aren't you going to miss me at all? Li Yanshu was hurt by her indifferent attitude. He thought they had at least some connection. Jiangwan raised her gaze to meet his and calmly replied, it's fine. The capital isn't far from here. You can always come back after handling your business. You're right. Li Yanshu found her reasoning sound, and a smile immediately spread across his face. Jiangwan was speechless and couldn't be bothered to say more to him. Call me if you need anything. As long as I'm in charge of the Li family, I'll do everything in my power to help you, he said to Jiangwan. Hearing this, Jiangwan was somewhat surprised. Could this be considered forming ties with the Li family? I suppose that counts. She never expected her grandfather's request to be so simple. She'd always thought befriending these prominent families would be much harder. Seeing she overcomplicated things. After a moment's hesitation, Jiangwan couldn't help asking, "Do you know an old man named Dong Huaqiang?" Dong Huaqiang? Li Yanshu pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Never heard of him. Who is he to you? Trying to track him down? I can help. No need, it's my grandfather. He's already passed away, Jiangwan replied. She was simply curious about the connections between her grandfather and these prominent families, and why he had specifically instructed her to maintain good relations with them. Li Yanshu felt somewhat embarrassed. I'm sorry, I didn't know. It's fine, I didn't mind. She waved her hand. What she minded wasn't this anyway. Li Yanshu let out a sigh of relief before asking, your grandfather? Why is his surname Dong? Grandfather said I didn't take his surname. Truth be told, Jiangwan never found out whose surname she should have inherited. She only knew she had to be surnamed Jiang, the reason for which grandfather carried to his grave. Li Yanshu nodded with partial understanding before remarking, there are no influential Dong families in the capital. As for other Dongs, I wouldn't have connections to know them. No need. It was foolish of me. My grandfather was just an ordinary old man. There's no way you'd know him. It was easy to imagine. Someone like Li Yanshu would have grown up surrounded by peers from other prominent families like his own, yet her own grandfather, no matter how she tried to recall, he'd always seemed like just an ordinary old man, completely unrelated to any so-called noble lineage. But if that were truly the case, why had he urged her to guard herself so carefully? Why had he insisted she maintain good relations with powerful families like the Lis? For a moment, Jiangwan could only feel a throbbing headache coming on. Shawan, if I can't come to Jincheng for a while, will you visit me in the capital? Li Yanshu didn't know what she was thinking. He only felt reluctant as he was about to leave. Upon hearing this, Jiangwan nodded, yes, I'll come to the capital. Of course, it wouldn't be to see him, but to seek answers. Delighted by her response, Li Yanshu left the office with a smile lingering on his face. Jiangwan had no time to dwell on anything else. The first surgery of the day was about to begin. After Li Yanshu left, she also stood up and walked out of the office, heading toward the operating room. At Zhou Corporation, Zhao Yuanyuan came to see Zhou Beishan early in the morning. She hadn't truly given up on this man, and more importantly, her plan was set to unfold today. Naturally, she needed to secure her alibi. Beishan, shall we visit Grandpa Zhou at the old house today? She suggested, watching the busy man in front of her. Chapter 139, this place called Jincheng. Zhou Beishan didn't look up, saying to her, some other day, I'm quite busy today. Alright then. Zhao Yuanyuan had no choice but to acquiesce, adding, then surely we can have lunch together at least? It's been so long since we last shared a meal. Zhou Beishan finally lifted his head, frowning at her. Is the Zhao Corporation going under? Instead of dealing with the trouble Zhang Yi and Yu Shao are causing you, you're here wasting time. He thought Zhao Yuanyuan sought him out today for assistance. He already had his refusal prepared, yet she showed no intention of bringing it up whatsoever. My dad brought Yuan Feng into the company, so there's nothing left for me to do. She smiled, but there was still a hint of bitterness in her expression. Zhou Beishan was well aware of Zhao Yuanyuan's father's character, so he couldn't help but feel sympathy for her in that moment. After all, they had been friends for many years, and even though he disliked the Zhao family because of Zhao Yuan Feng, he could never bring himself to dislike her. He gathered the documents and said to her, come on, let's get dinner. Sure. Zhao Yuanyuan smiled, feeling quite pleased with herself. Jiangwan, oh Jiangwan, Beishan and I have known each other for so many years. Do you really think the bond between us is something you can compare to? Asterisk. At noon, Jiangwan finished her surgery and left the hospital, planning to grab a bite at a nearby restaurant. Soon after stepping out of the hospital, she found herself surrounded by several men. Come with us if you don't want innocent people to get hurt, they warned. Jiangwan quickly scanned her surroundings. The area was crowded with passers-by. Helplessness washed over her as she realized that if a fight broke out, these people could easily get caught in the crossfire. Alright. As long as they didn't drug her, she had the ability to handle things even if she temporarily left this place. The group seemed reluctant to act on the street. After leading Jiangwan to a more secluded spot, they stopped and threw a piece of rope in front of her. Will you tie yourself up, or shall we help you? The man asked. Jiangwan chuckled lightly. If you'd just pulled out the rope to bind me on the street earlier, you might have succeeded today. But now, she couldn't decide whether to call these people fools for missing such a golden opportunity. Now they want to restrain her? How naive. Yet, the men showed no panic. We know you're skilled in martial arts. Since we dared to come, naturally we have our confidence, they said. Jiangwan frowned, but her opponents gave her no time to think as they launched their attack straight at her. Jiangwan reacted instantly, responding swiftly. Though the assailants were quite skilled, they were clearly no match for Jiang Wan and soon found themselves at a disadvantage. If you'll come with me to the police station to identify whoever's behind this, I might consider letting you go without holding you accountable, Jiang Wan offered calmly while continuing to engage them, still having enough energy to attempt persuasion. She didn't even bother pressing them for the mastermind's identity. After all, in all of Jincheng, the Zhao family seemed to be the only probable culprit currently targeting him. The group remained silent but didn't stop their assault, continuing to charge at her. Jiang Wan raised an eyebrow, her gaze turning icy. In the next instant, her movements accelerated as she swiftly took down two of the attackers. Seeing this, someone roared, "Qian, what the hell are you doing? Waiting for her to knock us all out?" Jiang Wan was puzzled. What did this mean? Of course, she soon understood the meaning behind those words. Because in the next moment, one of the several people surrounding her suddenly changed his fighting technique. Whether in speed or attack power, both increased dramatically, instantly altering the situation. So someone was still hiding their strength. She had truly underestimated the Zhao family. She brushed it off with words, but handled it with earnestness. The man's skills were formidable, nearly on par with Zhou Beishan's, which unsettled her deeply. In Jin City, having a Zhou Beishan outshine her wasn't enough. Now there's another one? Chapter 140, Jiang Wan has disappeared. Charge together. Seeing Jiang Wan struggling to cope, that man named Qian spoke up. He didn't want to show off alone. If possible, he wouldn't have exposed himself at all. Immediately, several people ganged up on Jiang Wan. Realizing the situation was dire, Jiang Wan prepared to flee, but her opponents clearly had no intention of letting her go. They encircled her, leaving her no chance to escape. The outcome was obvious. She was knocked unconscious on the ground. At the moment before fainting, what she saw was the expressions of relief on several people's faces. Jiang Wan thought to herself how unlucky she was to have encountered people with such formidable skills one after another. Then, she lost consciousness. Jiang Wan had disappeared. When Zhou Beishan received the news, he immediately left the meeting he was presiding over, leaving behind a room full of bewildered executives. The surveillance footage quickly cut out, but Jiang Wan's figure appeared clearly in the frames before it did. It was evident she had left with several men. As for what was said or where they ultimately went, no one knew. Keep digging, Zhou Bei ordered with a darkened expression before turning to leave the surveillance room. He picked up his phone and dialed Zhao Yuanyuan's number. Where's Jiang Wan? He demanded. Miss Jiang? Zhao Yuanyuan on the other end sounded utterly confused. What about her? I've been with you all day. I haven't seen her. Zhou Beishan frowned but quickly collected himself. Today, Zhao Yuanyuan had been sticking by his side all along, leaving no opportunity to make a move against Jiang Wan. If not her, then who could it be? Zhou Beishan immediately thought of Zhao Yuanfeng and asked coldly, what about Zhao Yuanfeng? Where is he now? Yuanfeng? I'm not sure. Zhao Yuanyuan shook her head and added, probably at home. He hasn't been going out much lately. Zhou Beishan let out a cold snort before hanging up the phone. He then drove straight to the Zhao family villa, simmering with murderous rage. On the other end, Zhao Yuanyuan hung up the phone, her face twisted with utter malice. At this hour, Zhao Yuanfeng must have already gone below to meet the king of hell, right? Beishan, don't worry. You'll find Jiang Wan soon enough. I won't let anything happen to her. She laughed, laughing loudly. Zhou Beishan quickly tracked Jiang Wan's last known whereabouts to a hotel, where she disappeared without a trace near the premises, naturally leading to the assumption that she might be inside. He stormed in with his men, and since they didn't know exactly where she was, they had to search room by room. Top floor of the hotel, the presidential suite. Jiang Wan woke up in a daze, momentarily disoriented as she looked around at the unfamiliar surroundings. But she quickly regained her senses and immediately grew alert, scanning her surroundings with caution. Yet everything was eerily quiet, with no sign of anyone, only a bedroom door left ajar in the distance, seemingly waiting for her to enter. After a brief hesitation, Jiang Wan decided to get up and walk inside. Since someone had brought her here, escaping wouldn't be easy. Rather than struggle, she might as well find out what they wanted from her. After just 2 steps, Jiang Wan sensed something was wrong. The ground was damp, as if wet. Looking down, her face suddenly paled. It wasn't water, it was blood. Not just on the ground, but also on her body, even on her hands. It's just that the blood on her hands seemed to have been washed off, making it less conspicuous, which was why she hadn't noticed it immediately. Dizzy as she was, Jiang Wan's mind completely blanked out. What the hell was happening? Where did the blood come from? Whose blood was it? My gaze involuntarily followed the trail of blood, leading toward the bedroom inside. Gritting her teeth, she got up and headed toward the bedroom, but she had only just reached the doorway when a loud thud came from the front door. Jiang Wan was just about to call for a stop when the door burst open with a bang. Chapter 141 Is he dead? Zhou Beishan strode in abruptly, his anxious gaze locking with Jiang Wan's, freezing momentarily before he snapped back to reality. "Are you alright?" he asked, his voice laced with concern. Jiang Wan was equally startled, hesitating before asking, "You came looking for me?" Zhou Beishan's face darkened instantly. "What else? Do I look like I'm here for vacation?" Jiang Wan forced a laugh, her heart filled with indescribable emotions. She never imagined the first person to come looking for her when she was in trouble would be Zhou Beishan. The irony was almost too much to bear. "Are you okay? What happened?" He walked over to Jiang Wan and asked about the incident. Jiang Wan shook her head. To be honest, she was still a bit dazed herself. "Nothing happened at all." Zhou Beishan frowned. "Nothing happened at all?" Jiang Wan nodded. She knew Zhou Beishan harbored the same doubt in his heart. Why would the kidnappers abduct her yet do nothing, simply dumping her in a hotel to let Zhou Beishan find her? What was the point of such an act? Just then, Zhou Beishan also noticed the blood on the floor and immediately looked at Jiang Wan in alarm. "Are you hurt?" "That's not my blood." Jiang Wan shook her head, her gaze drifting toward the bedroom. Zhou Beishan also looked over, and after exchanging a glance, the two wordlessly walked into the bedroom together. The bedroom curtains were drawn, casting the room into complete darkness. The moment they stepped inside, neither could see a thing. Zhou Beishan walked to the window and pulled open the curtains. When he turned back, he saw Jiang Wan standing frozen in place, her eyes flashing with a trace of panic he'd never seen before. "What's wrong?" As he spoke, Zhou Beishan moved toward her. Jiang Wan didn't answer him. Zhou Beishan had already seen everything on the bed by this point. On the Simmons mattress lay a familiar figure. The person was bare-chested, lying there motionless like a dead fish. No, Zhou Beishan thought he wasn't merely like a dead fish, but literally was one. A dagger was embedded in the man's chest, soaking the entire bed with blood. Under such circumstances, there was no way he could still be alive. "Is he dead?" After a long pause, Jiang Wan snapped back to reality, struggling to maintain her composure. Zhou Beishan walked over to check for breath, then casually shook his head at Jiang Wan. No pulse. Even the prepared Jiang Wan couldn't help but take 2 steps back. The person lying on the bed was Zhao Yuanfeng, someone she deeply despised. She'd once wished for him to spend his remaining days in prison. Yet when he truly lay dead before her, she suddenly found herself unable to accept it. It wasn't that she was being saintly, but rather that she believed such villains should be judged by the law. No one else had that right. Jiang Wan sank into deep thought, while Zhou Beishan keenly sensed that things weren't so simple. He turned to Jiang Wan and said, "You and Zhao Yuanfeng were in the same room, and now he's suddenly dead here. That's highly suspicious. Leave first, don't let anyone notice you." Jiang Wan came to her senses and understood the meaning behind Zhou Beishan's words. With just a little thought, she could see the scheme hidden within. Someone was trying to frame her. Having figured this out, Jiang Wan actually felt relieved. What she had feared was not knowing the other party's motives. Now that she knew, it was easier to handle. "It's fine. I'd like to see who would go so far as to use a human life just to frame me," she said, her gaze turning cold. No matter how despicable Zhao Yuanfeng was, he was still a human life. "Don't be willful, you stay here." "Zhou Beishan, I'm not a 3-year-old child. I don't need your protection," she interrupted the man, looking at him with determined eyes. Zhou Beishan froze, seeming to somewhat understand now. Jiang Wan was different from other women. They needed his protection, even desired it. But Jiang Wan didn't. She had always been capable of handling everything herself. Chapter 142, Jiang Wan gets arrested. Before their conversation could conclude, footsteps approached the suite entrance once more. Only this time, it wasn't a single person but an entire group. A uniformed officer stepped forward. "We received a report about a homicide at this location." Jiang Wan shifted aside and pointed at Zhao Yuanfeng's body on the bed. "He was already dead when we arrived." The officer ignored her. Seeing the corpse on the bed, he instantly turned serious, immediately calling for backup as if he had already deemed the 2 people in the room as suspects. Jiang Wan and Zhou Beishan were both taken to the police station to await further interrogation. At the same time, news of Zhao Yuanfeng's death at the hotel spread throughout Jincheng. After all, he was the eldest son of the Zhao family, so naturally, many people paid attention to the case. Soon, photos of Jiang Wan being taken to the police station surfaced, along with insider information claiming that Zhao Yuanfeng had tried to assault Jiang Wan, and during the struggle, she stabbed him to death. While everyone angrily denounced Zhao Yuanfeng as a beast, they didn't forget to condemn Jiang Wan as a murderer. After all, no matter how despicable Zhao Yuanfeng was, he was still human. His crimes should have been left to the police and the courts, not resolved with murder. Soon, the internet split into 2 factions, one side believing Zhao Yuanfeng was evil and deserved death, while the other argued his crimes didn't warrant execution and demanded Jiang Wan pay the price. Jiang Wan knew nothing of this. At that moment, she was undergoing interrogation, the atmosphere unbearably tense. Jiang Wan had already begun to sense that things were far more complicated than they seemed. "You said Zhao Yuanfeng was already dead when you entered. but according to the autopsy results, he had been dead for over an hour by the time officers arrived. That would mean you stayed in the room for an hour? Jiang Wan frowned but answered truthfully, I was knocked unconscious and taken there. When I woke up, I found him already dead. You can check the surveillance. It should show I didn't enter voluntarily. Her explanation didn't convince the officer, who responded, the hotel surveillance system was malfunctioning, so no one can verify your statement. It was the expected outcome, yet Jiang Wan felt no surprise. If someone wanted to frame her, they'd naturally cover all bases. Something like surveillance footage would never be left to exist. Even so, you can't seriously suspect that I killed him, can you? Jiang Wan asked, feeling the police must have other evidence up their sleeves. In response, the officers presented an evidence bag containing the knife used to kill Zhao Yuanfeng. We've recovered your fingerprints from this. Combined with the substantial bloodstains on your person, you're currently our prime suspect. Fingerprints. Jiang Wan gave a quiet laugh. Her accuser had truly been meticulous. They'd considered everything to frame her properly. I didn't kill that person. You can check the surveillance footage of my whereabouts throughout the day. You'll see several men surrounded me. They're the ones who knocked me unconscious. We'll investigate that. Also, I need you to confirm whether the surveillance was malfunctioning from the beginning or if the footage was deliberately destroyed after being recorded. If it's the latter, you should try to recover the damaged footage. There might be crucial evidence there. As she spoke, the officer sitting opposite her diligently took notes. Only after finishing did he realize he was supposed to be the investigator here. How had he ended up following her lead? His face darkened immediately, and he said coldly, you're currently a criminal suspect. Know your place. How we investigate this case is our business. There's no need for your input. Please don't misunderstand. I just want the case solved as soon as possible. It's everyone's duty to assist the police, she replied with a cheerful laugh. The officer across from her couldn't believe how carefree she seemed. All the evidence so far pointed to her guilt, yet she could still smile? Didn't she worry that if no other leads turned up, she might truly end up convicted as a murderer? Chapter 143. That's just how unique she is. The thought didn't occur to just the officer. Captain Zhang, who was standing outside the interrogation room witnessing everything, had the same idea. With a smile, he remarked, that girl has some guts. No wonder you're so concerned about her. Zhou Beishan looked at Jiang Wan in the interrogation room, unable to suppress the upward curve of his lips. She's just that special, he thought. She is Jiang Wan, his ex-wife, and yet the woman he knows the least. But you should be mentally prepared. Even if she's your person, this matter won't be easy to handle. After all, the evidence is solid. If you can't find anything to prove her innocence, she might really end up in court, Captain Zhang kindly reminded. Although Zhou Beishan holds an unusual status in Jincheng, before the law everyone is equal. If Jiang Wan truly committed murder, even Zhou Beishan couldn't protect her. Zhou Beishan nodded, understanding this principle. I believe in her. Fine, then hurry and find evidence. This case has drawn attention from above, and the Zhao family is applying significant pressure. You won't have much time. Understood. As Zhou Beishan turned to leave, he paused after a few steps and called back to Captain Zhang. Take good care of her for me. Don't worry, nothing will happen to the person in my care. Zhou Beishan left the police station, while Jiang Wan was still undergoing interrogation. Upon learning of the incident, Yu Xiao and Yan Jincheng immediately hired a lawyer for Jiang Wan and came to see her. After confirming she was fine, they left to gather evidence. Jiang Wan herself wasn't particularly worried since she was innocent and had full confidence in Yu Xiao and Yan Jincheng's abilities to find the evidence. Before they could find any evidence, the police had uncovered yet another piece of evidence against Jiang Wan. This is Zhao Yuanfeng's phone. There are messages from you inviting him to meet at the hotel. We have reason to suspect that you had premeditated his murder. The difference between excessive self-defense and intentional homicide could mean a world of difference in sentencing. Jiang Wan glanced at Zhao Yuanfeng's phone and sneered inwardly. The person trying to frame her had really done their homework. She didn't even know Zhao Yuanfeng's phone number, yet somehow she could have texted him? It wasn't me who sent the text. Someone must have taken my phone and sent it after knocking me out. All to frame me, she said calmly, without panic or worry. Outside the interrogation room, Zhao Huayang and Zhao Yuanyuan heard his response. Their expressions varied, but it was clear neither was in a good mood. Lies. Zhao Huayang roared angrily. If it wasn't her, then who? I think she failed to seduce my son and, in a fit of rage, killed him. Captain Zhang, you must give me an explanation for this matter as soon as possible. Don't think just because Zhou Beishan is backing her up, she can act lawlessly. Our Zhao family isn't without influence either. Captain Zhang felt a bitter taste in his mouth. He couldn't afford to offend any of these powerful families. Rest assured, Mr. Zhao, we will enforce the law impartially. No one will interfere with our investigation, no matter who they are. The implied meaning was clear. Not only would Zhou Beishan's influence be ignored, but the Zhao family's as well. Zhao Huayang caught the underlying tone and snorted coldly. it better be that way. If I find out you're deliberately shielding her, don't blame me for being merciless. Please rest assured, we will definitely give the victims an account. As the two were still negotiating, Zhao Yuanyuan, standing by, gazed at Jiang Wan in the interrogation room. After a moment of contemplation, she said to Captain Zhang, "Captain Zhang, may I go in and have a few words with her?" Chapter 144, Then You'd Better Live Well. Inside the interrogation room, Zhao Yuanyuan looked at Jiang Wan sitting across from her, the corners of her lips quirking slightly upward before quickly reverting to a look of sorrow. "Miss Jiang, last time it was indeed my younger brother's fault, so I had him come personally to apologize to you. At the time, you said you forgave him. I thought you genuinely meant it. I never expected." She covered her face, sobbing uncontrollably. Jiang Wan remained silent, watching Zhao Yuanyuan's performance with icy detachment. "Even if he was guilty, you could have left it to the police to handle. Why did you have to kill him? He was still so young. How could you bring yourself to do it?" In Zhao Yuanyuan's words, Jiang Wan was already portrayed as a murderer, completely disregarding the lack of evidence and the fact that Jiang Wan was merely a suspect at this stage. Jiang Wan leaned back in her chair and finally spoke after a long silence. "Even the police haven't called me a murderer. What makes you so sure I killed Zhao Yuanfeng? If it wasn't you, then who else? Your fingerprints were all over the murder weapon," Zhao Yuanyuan retorted, her eyes reddening. Jiang Wan smirked, leaning forward with keen interest as she looked at Zhao Yuanyuan across from her. "Someone's deliberately framing me. Aren't you curious who that might be, Miss Zhao? Perhaps it's an enemy of your Zhao family?" Zhao Yuanyuan frowned. She couldn't quite understand why Jiang Wan appeared so nonchalant. After all the evidence pointed directly at her. Just where did she get such confidence from? "Miss Zhao isn't saying anything. May I reasonably suspect that Miss Zhao also had a motive for murder?" She smiled, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. "Nonsense." Zhao Yuanyuan lashed out, though inexplicably, panic crept into her heart. "Yuanfeng is my younger brother. How could I possibly kill him? Stop twisting things with your nonsense. I heard your father favors sons over daughters and never valued you. He'd rather hand the company to that good-for-nothing Zhao Yuanfeng than to you. Do you dare say you don't resent him? Now that Zhao Yuanfeng is dead, whether your father likes it or not, he has no choice but to give the company to you. Isn't that right? Come to think of it, you're actually the biggest winner here." If Zhao Yuanyuan's scheme had succeeded, she could have taken down both Zhao Yuanyuan and Zhao Yuanfeng in one move. What a cunning plan. Jiang Wan's words could be heard not only by Zhao Yuanyuan but also by Zhao Huayang and Captain Zhang outside the interrogation room, both of whom now wore grave expressions. There was no other reason, simply because what Jiang Wan said made perfect sense. At this moment, Zhao Yuanyuan's heart was also in turmoil. She even began to suspect Jiang Wan knew everything, otherwise, how could she say such things? Yet she hadn't completely lost her senses. As long as Jiang Wan had no concrete evidence, everything was merely speculation. With a cold sneer, she looked at Jiang Wan and said, "Humph, do you think spouting this nonsense will help you evade the crimes you've committed? No one can escape the judgment of the law, not me, and not Miss Zhao either." A faint smile played at the corner of Jiang Wan's lips, as if she were the one presiding over the trial in that moment. But Zhao Yuanyuan grew uneasy. She had no intention of continuing the conversation with Jiang Wan, afraid she might say even more damaging things. Angrily rising to her feet, she scoffed, "Your denial is useless. I'll be waiting for the day you're sentenced. You'd better live carefully. Perhaps one day you'll face judgment before I do," Jiang Wan said with a laugh, her expression making Zhao Yuanyuan gnash her teeth in frustration. As Zhao Yuanyuan left the interrogation room, Jiang Wan watched coldly. Once the other woman had gone, she suddenly looked up at the surveillance camera. On the other end of the feed, Captain Zhang had been watching attentively and nearly jumped at her abrupt gaze meeting his. She knew we were watching?" Captain Zhang murmured to himself, growing increasingly convinced of Jiang Wan's unusual perceptiveness. Chapter 145, You'd better not be the one who did it. As soon as Zhao Yuanyuan stepped out of the interrogation room, she felt her father Zhao Huayang's gaze upon her, and her heart instantly sank. Jiang Wan's words must have planted doubts in his mind. "Dad, you don't actually believe that woman's nonsense, do you? She's just trying to drive a wedge between us." Zhao Yuanyuan spoke first. Whether her father believed her or not, she had to say something. Zhao Huayang remained silent, his experienced eyes fixed intently on Zhao Yuanyuan as if deep in thought. Seeing this, Zhao Yuanyuan pressed on, "Dad, with only the two of us left in the Zhao family, we must stand united. Only then can the Zhao family continue to thrive." After a long silence, Zhao Huayang seemed to be persuaded by her and said in a deep voice, "This distant matter had better have nothing to do with you. If I find out it was your doing, even if I donate the Zhao family fortune, I won't let it fall into your hands." With that, Zhao Huayang left, and Zhao Yuanyuan breathed a sigh of relief. Watching her father's retreating figure, she sneered, "With the person dead, who could prove it was me?" When I take over the Zhao family, I will certainly repay you well for all these years of parental care. Online discussions about Zhao Yuanfeng's death are swirling, with everyone demanding the police quickly identify the real culprit. The pressure on the police has intensified dramatically, and Captain Zhang called Zhou Beishan multiple times, insisting he produce some evidence favorable to Jiang Wan no matter what, otherwise, Jiang Wan would likely be handed over to the prosecutor's office. Zhou Beishan, for his part, was far from idle. Not only that, he proactively sought out Yu Xiaoyan and Yan Jincheng to share what he knew, all to expedite the search for evidence. Unfortunately, Zhao Yuanyuan had indeed come prepared this time. After Jiang Wan left the hospital that day, she followed those individuals to an area without surveillance, then completely vanished from the cameras. There was no trace of how she even ended up at the hotel. Of course, the only hope now rests on Yan Jincheng. The hotel surveillance was deliberately damaged afterward, so if the footage could be restored, the truth about that day would naturally come to light. How much longer? Yu Xiao looked at Yan Jincheng, who was continuously tapping away at the keyboard, unable to hide his worry. Yan Jincheng kept typing while replying, hard to say. You know my skills aren't as good as Xiaowan's. If she were here, it'd be done much faster. At this moment, Yan Jincheng hated himself for his poor skills more than ever. If he had known it would come to this day, he should have been more diligent back then. Do it as quickly as possible. Yu Xiao understood Yan Jincheng's urgency and didn't say much else. Elsewhere, Zhou Beishan certainly wasn't idle either. He stood at the hospital entrance, the very spot where Jiang Wan had stood that day. He didn't go searching for clues near the hotel because the police had already combed through that area countless times but found nothing. As for Jiang Wan's disappearance, the police didn't pay much attention to it since this wasn't the incident location. They couldn't verify whether Jiang Wan's statements were true or false, so naturally they didn't take it seriously. But Zhou Beishan believed Jiang Wan, which was why he chose to look for clues here. He tried retracing the route Jiang Wan had taken that day, convinced that any event leaves traces behind. Beyond the hospital lay several alleyways where surveillance cameras didn't reach. Nobody knew exactly which alleyway Jiang Wan had followed those people into that day, Zhou Beishan included. He chose the dumbest method, walking through every alley. Perhaps heaven was on his side. When Zhou Beishan reached the third alley, he discovered clear signs of a struggle. Instantly, he knew this was the very spot where Jiang Wan had been knocked unconscious and taken away. Chapter 146, You don't owe me anything. But what does knowing change? He had no evidence. As for surveillance footage, he glanced around. This didn't seem like the kind of place that would have any. Just as despair was about to overtake him again, his peripheral vision caught a two-story building near the alley. Most importantly, it had an exterior surveillance camera pointing directly toward this very alley. Without thinking further, Zhou Beishan quickly headed toward the two-story house. Jiang Wan was escorted out of the police station by Captain Zhang that evening. He said to her, although there's evidence showing you were knocked unconscious at the time, it still doesn't prove you didn't kill Zhao Yuanfeng. So for now, you can't leave Jincheng and must remain available for police summons at any time. Okay, Jiang Wan nodded obediently. Captain Zhang wore a kindly expression, thinking to himself that such a well-behaved young girl couldn't possibly be a murderer. Let's go. Captain Zhang glanced at the car parked nearby and gestured for her to move towards it. Jiang Wan didn't hesitate. The police station wasn't exactly a pleasant place anyway, and she certainly wasn't reluctant to leave. By the roadside, the person waiting there was Zhou Beishan. Jiang Wan looked at him, her emotions in turmoil. She heard from Captain Zhang that the evidence was found by Zhou Beishan, who even emphasized that he personally found it, which was both amusing and exasperating. However, Jiang Wan was still surprised inside. She had thought it would be her eldest or second brother who would figure out a way to save her, but she never expected Zhou Beishan to be the first to come. Thank you. Walking up to the man, Jiang Wan expressed her gratitude. Those words of thanks were something she could still manage to say. The man curved his lips into a smile, seeming to relish the moment. No need to thank me. This is what I should do. No one should do anything, she said. You don't owe me. Zhou Beishan had a gut feeling that continuing the conversation would only lead to an unpleasant ending, so he promptly stopped himself. Get in the car first. I'll take you out for a good meal. Jiang Wan didn't move, her gaze profound yet inscrutable. After a long silence, he finally sighed and nodded in agreement. Fine. Having just received his help, Jiang Wan couldn't bring herself to refuse him outright. Truth be told, that kind of thing simply wasn't in her nature. Once seated in Zhou Beishan's car, Jiang Wan shook off these thoughts and asked instead, how's the progress on restoring the hotel surveillance footage? When I came to pick you up, Yan Jincheng was still working on it. Looks like it won't take much longer, Zhou Beishan replied. Jiang Wan nodded and still called Yu Xiao to inform him of her safety. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Beishan couldn't help but ask, are you very close with Yu Xiao and the others? They're my brothers, of course we're close, Jiang Wan replied, finding Zhou Beishan's question odd. Zhou Beishan could only sigh helplessly. How could he admit that he'd noticed Yu Xiao had other intentions toward her? If he really dared to say it out loud, Jiang Wan would undoubtedly step out of the car immediately and never speak to him again. Who do you think is behind this incident? The other party was very thorough. We still haven't found any leads. Zhou Beishan changed the subject, determined to win Jiang Wan over as soon as possible so that no matter what schemes Yu Xiao had, they would be pointless. Hearing this, Jiang Wan didn't rush to answer. Instead, she gave Zhou Beishan a meaningful look and posed a counter-question. What do you think? Zhou Beishan sighed. Actually, your suspicion isn't unreasonable. It's just hard for me to believe someone I've known for so many years could become this ruthless. He was well aware that Zhao Yuanyuan was highly suspect in this matter. Yet, having grown up together since childhood and having once felt warmth from her, Zhou Beishan truly hoped she wasn't the one behind it. People are fickle, after all. You think you know her, but is that really the case? Perhaps what you know is only what she wanted you to know, Jiang Wan said. Zhou Beishan nodded in agreement. You're right. Maybe I'm still stuck in the past. Chapter 147, Who would stay friends with an ex-husband? In the restaurant, Jiang Wan didn't stand on ceremony with Zhou Beishan. During her days at the police station, she hadn't eaten well at all. It wasn't because she was worried about getting out. It was purely because the food there tasted awful. Eat more if you like it, Zhou Beishan said with a smile as he served her more dishes. While Jiang Wan was eating, her phone rang. She quickly answered. Mr. Li? It's me. Li Yanshu replied. I've heard about what happened in Jincheng. Are you okay? Doing fine, just got out of the police station, Jiang Wan responded between bites of food. That's good to hear. I'm not very familiar with the police in Jincheng, so there's not much I can do to help directly. But don't worry, I'll keep those online comments under control, Li Yanshu said. Jiang Wan felt her character must be decent after all, having so many people willing to help her in times of trouble. Okay, thanks. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Jiang Wan hung up the phone. When she looked up again, she found Zhou Beishan's face darker than thunder. She couldn't be bothered to deal with him. As far as she was concerned, Li Yanshu was still considered a friend, whereas Zhou Beishan, even now, she still hadn't figured out exactly what their relationship was. She remained silent, but Zhou Beishan couldn't hold back. Since when have you and Li Yanshu gotten so close? Aren't you suspicious that he might have ulterior motives for getting close to you? Oh? Then tell me what he's after. Jiang Wan chuckled in response, prompting, he's wealthier than me, and doesn't lack female attention. Zhou Beishan was speechless. And you conclude he has no ulterior motives based on that? I'm also richer than you and don't lack women, then why are you treating me so poorly? Jiang Wan looked at him without speaking, though her expression conveyed everything. Zhou Beishan pressed his lips together and understood. Apparently it was still because he was her ex-husband. Zhou Beishan, we're destined to never have a normal relationship. Who stays friends with their ex-husband anyway? Jiang Wan reasoned with him patiently. Zhou Beishan, however, remained unfazed as he replied, I never said I wanted to be friends with you. Jiang Wan, from the very beginning, my intentions were clear. I don't want to be just your friend, but your boyfriend. He felt he needed to make this explicit, lest Jiang Wan thought he was just fooling around. Jiang Wan didn't want to speak. She didn't even want to be ordinary friends with him, let alone boyfriend and girlfriend. What on earth was this man thinking? After finishing the meal, Zhou Beishan took Jiang Wan back to the Mingchen apartments. Get some rest. Leave the rest to me, Zhou Beishan said to her. Jiang Wan shook her head. No need. I'll handle the remaining matters myself. Why do you always refuse my kindness? Zhou Beishan felt helpless and frustrated. I'm just not used to troubling others. I can handle many things myself. Dependency is a terrifying habit. Once formed, it's hard to break. Zhou Beishan took a deep breath, struggling to suppress his anger. I understand. You're accustomed to independence, he said. As long as you understand, it's nothing personal. It's just how I've always been. Since childhood, her grandfather had taught her to be independent and never rely on anyone. It had become ingrained in her nature. In an instant, the inexplicable fury in Zhou Beishan's heart dissipated, replaced instead by a pang of heartache. Her ability to be so independent must have come from enduring much hardship. Zhou Beishan felt remorseful. Why hadn't he appeared by her side sooner? Jiang Wan walked into the residential complex, but Zhou Beishan remained rooted to the spot. I can forever be your shelter, Zhou Beishan suddenly called out, his words trailing after Jiang Wan's retreating figure. Jiang Wan halted her steps briefly but didn't turn back, merely waving at Zhou Beishan before her figure vanished from sight. Chapter 148, A Life for a Life. That night, Jiang Wan slept soundly. Yet unbeknownst to her, while she lay sleeping, a storm was brewing across the internet, all because of her. Marketing accounts have revealed that Jiang Wan, the alleged murderer, has been released from the police station. Initially, public attention on Jiang Wan was lukewarm, but when the exposé mentioned she was Zhou Beishan's ex-wife, the topic instantly went viral. After all, Zhou Beishan is practically a perennial fixture on trending lists, the dream crush of countless women. Nothing gets netizens more excited than juicy gossip, especially when it involves Zhou Beishan. The informant blogger claimed Jiang Wan is the prime suspect in a murder case, but thanks to her connection with Zhou Beishan, she walked out of the police station unscathed. You must understand that this time the deceased was the young master of the Zhao family. In Jincheng, the Zhaos are considered a prestigious and influential clan. If such a family cannot seek justice, imagine what would happen to an ordinary person. Suddenly, the crowd found themselves deeply empathizing, realizing that if it were them in this situation, they probably wouldn't even have a chance to demand justice. People began furiously denouncing Jiang Wan and questioning the police department. Even Zhou Beishan got dragged into the criticisms. Online emotions ran high, with some radicals digging up Jiang Wan's home address, claiming they wanted to execute heaven's justice. That morning, the oblivious Jiang Wan rolled out of bed. After breakfast, she prepared to head out to find Yu Xiao. Though she trusted their abilities, this was ultimately her own matter. She felt compelled to do something about it. As Jiang Wan reached the entrance of the residential compound, she noticed there seemed to be an unusually large crowd around. Before she could process the situation, someone charged forward and roared in her face. "You murderer! A life for a life! Yeah, a life for a life! Do connections make you above the law?" A group of people surrounded her, their faces contorted with malice, as if Jiang Wan were some heinous criminal beyond redemption. Her gaze swept over them. Jiang Wan understood the situation but wasn't particularly angered. "Even the police don't dare accuse me of murder," she said calmly. "What gives you the right? If it weren't for your connection with Zhou Beishan, do you really think the police would have let you off so easily?" Someone sneered, a burly man practically trembling with the urge to charge at her. Jiang Wan regarded him, amusement tugging at her lips. "Who told you I was released because of Zhou Beishan? Couldn't it simply be because I'm innocent?" She hadn't had time to read the news online yet, so naturally she couldn't know someone had leaked information. "Innocent?" The man sneered. "The evidence is irrefutable, and you still dare call yourself innocent?" Jiang Wan shook her head, unwilling to waste words on these people, just foolish souls who blindly followed whatever others said, completely devoid of independent thought. She rose to leave, but the crowd showed no intention of stepping aside. Jiang Wan's expression darkened slightly as she cast them a cold stare. "Step aside." "We won't," someone shouted. "In that case, I'll have to call the police." With that, she pulled out her phone, preparing to make the call. Though confident she could take down several of them if needed, she had no reason to resort to violence. Doing so would only play into their hands and give them an excuse to have her hauled back to the police station. The crowd grew uneasy. While they resented Jiang Wan's privileges, none of them wanted to be dragged to the station either. Almost immediately, someone began to step back. At this critical moment, a bottle of water suddenly came flying toward Jiang Wan. "Die, murderer!" Jiang Wan moved to shield herself, but a tall figure suddenly loomed over, deflecting the bottle away. The water splattered in all directions, and someone who got splashed instantly screamed in pain. "Ah, it's so hot." It was boiling water. Chapter 149, Leave it to me, he won't get away. Everyone's expressions changed as they instinctively stepped back. They were merely venting their anger, never truly intending to harm Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan's face turned ashen. She never expected someone would throw boiling water at her. Was this a deliberate attempt to disfigure her? She fixed her glare on that person, her instinct screaming that this assailant was no ordinary individual. But now she had no time to think about these things, turning her gaze to the man standing in front of her. "Are you okay? Why did you rush out?" Zhou Beishan turned back and smiled at her. "I told you, from now on, I will be your support." "Your arm." "It's fine, let's go first." He wasn't sure if there were other dangers nearby. Jiang Wan didn't want to leave. She stared at that person, and Zhou Beishan understood her intention. He said to her, "Leave it to me, he can't escape." Jiang Wan exchanged a glance with him, then nodded and followed Zhou Beishan as they left together. This time, no one dared to stop them. In the car, Zhou Beishan was driving and didn't mention where they were going. "Stop the car," Jiang Wan suddenly spoke up. The man frowned and said patiently, "Don't be stubborn. Let's leave this place first." "Pull over now," Jiang Wan insisted, because she saw the swollen redness on Zhou Beishan's exposed arm. How could he claim to be fine with such an injury? Did he really think he was invincible? Zhou Beishan had no choice but to stop the car. Jiang Wan walked to the driver's seat and opened the door. "I'll drive," she said. "No need." Jiang Wan didn't speak, just looked at him with unwavering determination in her eyes. Zhou Beishan had no choice but to get off the car and take the passenger seat. He truly couldn't fathom what Jiang Wan intended to do, but soon he would understand. The car headed towards Jinan Hospital. When it stopped at the hospital entrance, Zhou Beishan couldn't quite describe the emotion stirring within him. It felt like the joy one experiences when persistent efforts finally bear fruit after long hardship. "Wan, actually Enough talk, get out of the car." Before the words fully left Jiang Wan's mouth, she had already stepped out of the vehicle. Though her tone was harsh, Zhou Beishan felt no anger. She hadn't rejected him calling her Wan. For Zhou Beishan, that was tremendous progress. Walking ahead, Jiang Wan had no idea what Zhou Beishan was thinking. She led him straight to the emergency room where she knew the doctor on duty. Without preamble, she said, "Dr. Zhang, he's just been scalded. Please give him emergency treatment right away." "Okay." Dr. Zhang nodded, only to realize in astonishment that the person walking in was none other than Zhou Beishan. Suddenly tense despite his initial calm, he stammered, "Zizhou, Mr. Zhou? Don't overthink it, just a regular patient," Jiang Wan reassured him, seeing his reaction. Zhou Beishan also nodded in agreement. "Listen to Wan. Don't overthink anything. Dr. Zhang? What's the relationship between Dr. Jiang and President Zhou? He actually calls her Wan? That sounds quite intimate." It's no wonder Dr. Zhang doesn't know. At his age, he doesn't spend much time online and naturally wouldn't be aware that Jiang Wan is Zhou Beishan's ex-wife. Dr. Zhang nervously treated Zhou Beishan's wounds and cautioned, "Avoid getting it wet recently and keep your diet light. There shouldn't be any scarring." "All right, thank you," Zhou Beishan said. Dr. Zhang's legs went weak, nearly losing his balance. After treating the burns, Jiang Wan didn't linger and left with Zhou Beishan in tow. Staying any longer would only attract more onlookers. When had her hospital colleagues become such gossips? She'd never noticed before. In the car, Jiang Wan asked, "Where to?" "I'll take you there." Considering he was injured, and hurt because of her, Jiang Wan felt she ought to show some gratitude. "Where are you headed?" Chapter 150, Stop Pretending. When he arrived, Jiang Wan was in the neighborhood, clearly about to leave, which was why he asked, "I'm going to find my second brother and the others. I don't want a crowd stationed at the neighborhood entrance all the time." The recent incident had made her realize this issue must be resolved as soon as possible. "I'll go with you," Zhou Beishan said. Jiang Wan frowned and glanced at his injuries, about to refuse when Zhou Beishan interrupted, "I'm fine, it's nothing serious." Jiang Wan was speechless. Fine, if he insisted he was fine despite that large patch of swelling and redness, why should she bother feeling sorry for him? The car started and headed toward Yu Zhao's villa. Just as they arrived at the villa's entrance, they ran into Yu Xiao and Yan Jincheng preparing to go out. Jiang Wan asked in surprise, "Eldest brother, second brother, where are you going?" "Little Wan?" Yu Xiao exclaimed in surprise, "Are you alright? We just heard about the attack on you and we're about to head over." "I'm fine." Jiang Wan shook her head, turning to Yan Jincheng, "Second brother, is the video fixed yet?" Yan Jincheng immediately avoided her gaze, overwhelmed with guilt. "Not yet, soon." He rarely did this kind of restoration work before and hadn't realized it would be so difficult. "I'll take it from here." Jiang Wan didn't blame him. She knew her second brother had done his best, and besides, this wasn't exactly his strong suit. As the group stepped into the villa, Yu Xiao finally noticed Zhou Beishan following behind them and immediately furrowed his brows. "President Zhou?" "President Yu." Zhou Beishan nodded in acknowledgement. "You and Xiaowan. Someone just attacked Xiaowan, and I happened to arrive in time to save her. Just got a minor injury, so no need to worry about it, President Yu," he said, raising his wounded arm and waving it in front of Yu Zhao's eyes. Yu Xiao felt Zhou Beishan was straight up showing off to him. Was he seriously this childish? Yu Xiao couldn't be bothered to deal with him and quickly caught up to Jiang Wan and the others walking ahead. Only Yu Xiao and Zhou Beishan remained in the living room, as Jiang Wan had followed Yan Jincheng to the study, and they didn't want to disturb them. "President Zhou seems to have particular designs on my little sister," Yu Xiao couldn't help but remark. Zhou Beishan chuckled and corrected, "President Yu, that's not quite right. I'm sincerely pursuing Wan. There are no particular designs here. My intentions are entirely genuine." Yu Xiao rolled his eyes and retorted sharply, "With words like that coming from President Zhou, I almost thought it wasn't you who went to divorce my sister before." Zhou Beishan was choked by these words, but still replied, "Anyone would struggle to accept suddenly gaining a wife. I believe President you can understand that. As for why I'm pursuing Wan now, it's because I truly like her, genuinely and wholeheartedly. It has nothing to do with whether she was my ex-wife or not." Hearing his words, Yu Xiao felt a suffocating anger and snapped, "What kind of person does President Zhou think Xiaowan is? Someone you can marry or chase as you please? Not only would she never agree, but as her family, I absolutely wouldn't let her take you back." Zhou Beishan's expression abruptly changed, and his gaze toward Yu Xiao instantly turned less friendly. "Family? I'm afraid, Director, you wouldn't want to be Wan's family." Yu Zhao's face paled dramatically as he abruptly rose from his seat. "Zhou Beishan, what do you mean by that?" "What do I mean? Doesn't Director you already know?" Zhou Beishan sneered. They were both men, why bother pretending? Yu Xiao clenched his fists, glaring at him viciously. "I'd advise President Zhou not to speak carelessly. Whatever's between Xiaowan and me is none of your concern. Are you afraid Wan will find out about your feelings for her?" Zhou Beishan hit the nail on the head. Yu Xiao didn't answer, his expression unusually grim. Chapter 151, I'm warning you. Zhou Beishan leaned back in his chair, smiling brightly. I'm really curious, if Wanwan found out about your feelings for her, would she still acknowledge you as her brother? Zhou Beishan was threatening Yu Xiao, but the latter didn't get angry. Instead, he countered, Mr. Zhou, do you think your relationship with Xiaowan is so solid now? Do you honestly believe she'd trust you over me if you told her? Zhou Beishan remained silent, but in his heart, he knew perfectly well that Jiangwan must have trusted Yu Xiao. If President Yu is willing to maintain a sibling relationship with Wanwan, it's not something I absolutely have to bring up, he said. Yu Xiao snorted coldly, no matter what my relationship with Xiaowan is, I won't let the two of you be together. Just as the two men were locked in confrontation, the study door upstairs opened, and Jiangwan stepped out alongside Yan Jincheng. Big bro? Jiangwan immediately sensed something was off about the atmosphere in the living room, her puzzled gaze shifting between the two of them. Hearing her voice, Yu Zhao's eyes instantly softened as he turned to look at Jiangwan. Xiaowan, is it fixed? Yes, I've already sent the video to Captain Zhang. Jiangwan nodded as she walked into the living room. That's good. Yu Xiao sighed in relief and said to her, stay for lunch. Big brother will cook for you personally. Great. Jiangwan immediately smiled. It's been ages since I last tasted Big Brother's cooking. I'll go buy groceries. Want to come along? Yu Xiao extended the invitation right in front of Zhou Beishan, precisely to prove a point to him. What does it matter if you know? Xiaowan will always trust me. Zhou Beishan fell silent, staring at Jiangwan's smiling face, then at Yu Xiao. He couldn't shake the feeling that this man was deeply cunning and definitely not someone to be trifled with. Jiangwan was just about to head out with Yu Xiao when she spotted Zhou Beishan standing to the side. Hesitating, she said, President Zhou, I'd also like to try President Yu's cooking, if I may, he said, deliberately showing his scalded arm while his face paled noticeably. Yu Xiao gritted his teeth in frustration, but Jiangwan looked apologetic. Big brother, President Zhou saved my little sister, so it's only proper that I treat him to this meal. Yu Xiao forced a smile through his burning anger. President Zhou can wait at home. Wan'er and I will go buy groceries. Why not go together? There was no way he would let Jiangwan and Yu Xiao be alone together. That would simply gift wrap an opportunity for them. Yu Xiao pressed his lips together, clearly on the verge of losing his temper. But with Jiangwan by his side, he couldn't afford to lose control. He forced himself to say, fine, as long as President Zhou doesn't find it tiring. Of course not. It'd be my pleasure to accompany Wanwan, Zhou Beishan replied with a smile as he moved closer to Jiangwan. Jiangwan immediately broke out in goosebumps and shot him an exasperated glare. Don't think I'll tolerate your nonsense endlessly just because you're injured. I'm warning you. If you dare say another cheesy line like that, I swear I'll. She raised her fist, the meaning was crystal clear. Zhou Beishan laughed and deliberately dodged to the side. I believe you. I'd never dare again. The two chatted and laughed together, though Zhou Beishan did most of the laughing, yet the sight struck Yu Xiao, walking behind them, as particularly jarring. He was practically dying of jealousy toward Zhou Beishan. He could freely express his fondness for Jiangwan without restraint, while Yu Xiao couldn't. He couldn't show even the slightest hint, afraid she'd notice. At this moment, Yu Xiao wished desperately that he wasn't Jiangwan's elder brother. Then he too could declare his affections like Zhou Beishan. Perhaps they'd have been together long ago, instead of this unbearable distance between them. Chapter 152, Trouble Brewing. The supermarket trio drew every eye, golden youths radiating celebrity aura, each striking in beauty and fame. Fortunately, the hotel's restored surveillance footage has already been circulated online, clearly showing Jiangwan being knocked unconscious and taken into the room, successfully clearing her of any suspicion. Currently, the police have deployed all their resources to track down the burly men who took her to the hotel, and it's believed that results will emerge soon. What would Xiaowan like to eat? Yu Xiao ignored everyone's gazes and instead turned to Jiangwan beside him, as if only she existed in his eyes. Jiangwan, however, felt uncomfortable under such scrutiny. She took out a mask from her bag and put it on. Anything's fine, whatever you make, big brother. Alright, I'll improvise on my own then, Yu Xiao said. Yes, Jiangwan nodded. Zhou Beishan stood by without offering any input. Yu Xiao didn't ask what he wanted to eat, nor did he mind, aware that Yu Xiao had no intention of treating him to a meal in the first place. But what did it matter that he knew? It wouldn't make him leave. Does your arm still hurt? Jiangwan suddenly turned to look at him, her lips pressed together, as if lost in thought. Zhou Beishan shook his head. It's nothing, you don't need to worry. Who's worried? I just don't want to owe you a favor. She detested being indebted to others, especially favors of this nature that were particularly difficult to repay. She'd rather have been the one injured herself. Zhou Beishan smiled faintly, unfazed by her words. Don't worry, I'm not asking you to pledge yourself in return. I did it willingly. Just think nothing of it. Jiang Wanqing said, that kind of talk really puts pressure on me. Forget it, she couldn't repay Zhou Beishan now anyway. Maybe she should visit the old man another day. After all, they're family, so being good to the old man would count as repaying Zhou Beishan's kindness, right? Zhou Beishan had no idea what she was thinking. He suddenly frowned, his sharp gaze sweeping the surroundings as he sensed something amiss. What's wrong? Jiang Wan naturally noticed Zhou Beishan's strange behavior and scanned the area too, but found nothing unusual. Zhou Beishan shook his head, uncertain. It feels like someone's watching us, with ill intentions. Jiang Wan's expression immediately turned grave. After what had happened that morning, she knew all too well that there were plenty of muddle-headed people in this world. For such individuals, she suspected even releasing the hotel surveillance footage would prove pointless. Those people would probably argue that even if she had been knocked unconscious and dragged into the room, it wouldn't prove she hadn't killed Zhao Yuanfang. Where? I don't see them, Jiang Wan whispered. The man frowned and responded, the one in red up ahead to the right, the two in black behind them, and those two in blue on the left, they all seem suspicious. Actually, besides these few, Zhou Beishan also felt that several others seemed suspicious. But since he wasn't certain and didn't want to frighten Jiang Wan, he decided not to mention them. He took out his phone and sent a message to Wu Xiao, instructing him to bring reinforcements. Whether these people posed a threat or not, he decided to take them all in for questioning. He absolutely didn't want a repeat of this morning's incident. If they dared throw boiling water this morning, they might pour sulfuric acid next time. The consequences would be unthinkable if that really happened. Jiang Wan was still studying the people Zhou Beishan had pointed out. Her intuition wasn't as sharp as his, she only noticed them occasionally glancing at her, but not conspicuously more often than others. But she didn't let her guard down because of this. She knew very well that if Zhou Beishan sensed something wrong, there was probably truly something amiss. Chapter 153, Don't even think about it. To their surprise, however, those people made no move even as they exited the supermarket. Even after the trio returned to the villa, still nothing happened. At this point, not just Jiang Wan, even Zhou Beishan began to wonder if they had been overly cautious. In the kitchen, Yu Xiao was busy, while Zhou Beishan received a call from Wu Xiao. As he listened to the report on the other end of the line, the uneasiness in his heart didn't fade away. After hanging up, he walked back to the living room and shook his head at Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan breathed a sigh of relief. With so much happening lately, she truly didn't want anything else to go wrong. Big brother, let me help you, she said as she stepped into the kitchen to assist Yu Xiao with preparing dinner. Only Zhou Beishan and Yan Jincheng remained in the living room. The two were not familiar with each other. Although Yan Jincheng's hostility towards Zhou Beishan wasn't as strong as Yu Xiao's, it was still considerable. He glared at him and said, acting overly attentive won't get you anywhere. Xiaowan isn't someone so superficial. Yes, you're right, Zhou Beishan replied, not wanting to argue with him. After all, he had no issues with Yan Jincheng. At the very least, Yan Jincheng was Jiang Wan's relative. It wouldn't be wise to offend every one of them. Yan Jincheng felt like his punch had landed on cotton, utterly unsatisfying. There's no way we'd agree to let Xiaowan be with you, he said. I'll prove myself, Zhou Beishan replied calmly, looking unperturbed. Yan Jincheng, how infuriating. Had this guy even understood what he'd just said? I heard you're setting up your own company recently. How's the preparation going? Need any help? Zhou Beishan suddenly spoke up, smiling warmly at him. Yan Jincheng immediately refused, saying irritably, no need. My big brother will help me sort it out. He was indeed facing challenges, but there was no way he'd seek Zhou Beishan's assistance. This was the bastard who'd wasted 2 years of Xiaowan's youth. He was already being civil by not punching him. You should understand that this isn't Yu Zhao's forte. He only has expertise in smart technology. For the cybersecurity company you're trying to establish, he's completely out of his depth. Zhou Beishan spoke eloquently, appearing remarkably well informed about Yan Jincheng's endeavors. Yan Jincheng was well aware of what he meant and couldn't help but feel troubled. Coming back to his senses, he found Zhou Beishan somewhat inexplicable. What do you mean? Are you offering to help me? The Zhou Corporation has numerous subsidiaries, none of which lack information security. I can assist you further, he said. Yan Jincheng certainly understood just how influential the Zhou Corporation was, but that didn't make him agree right away. Instead, he looked at Zhou Beishan with suspicion. What's your angle? Trying to win me over? You're free to think that way if you like, Zhou Beishan chuckled without refuting. Yan Jincheng frowned as he continued, after all, you're Wanwan's second brother. After she and I remarry, I'll have to call you brother too. We'll be family, so helping each other is only natural. Yan Jincheng nodded smugly in satisfaction. That's only right. Halfway through his sentence, realization dawned on him. Remarry? Xiaowan is remarrying you. It's just a matter of time, Zhou Beishan spoke up, though his voice was soft, as if afraid Jiang Wan might hear. He didn't want to upset Jiangwan at this moment, especially since their relationship had finally shown some progress. Yan Jincheng frowned at his words, clearly displeased. Don't even think about it. Not only would Xiaowan refuse, but neither my elder brother nor I would agree. Your company. Zhou Beishan curled his lips without elaborating further. Confident Yan Jincheng understood the implication behind his words. Yan Jincheng glared at him, seething with anger. Even if I have to shut down my company, I'd never ally with you. Oh? Very well then. Zhou Beishan spread his hands with an indifferent expression. Chapter 154, Tormented by Indecision. When Jiangwan came out carrying dishes, the scene of Yan Jincheng and Zhou Beishan huddled together deep in conversation made her question her very existence. She still remembered how during the divorce, her second brother had relentlessly cursed Zhou Beishan as a scoundrel. How had it turned around so quickly that now they seemed to have become friends? Second brother, Jiangwan called out. What are you two talking about? Yan Jincheng, as if caught doing something wrong, quickly straightened up and said with forced earnestness, and nothing, just chatting casually. He didn't dare meet Jiangwan's eyes, feeling guilty. Who could blame him when Zhou Beishan had offered such an outrageously generous deal? It required nothing from him in return, like manna from heaven, making it impossible to refuse. Jiangwan's face betrayed her skepticism. She clearly didn't buy it. Just as she opened her mouth to press further, Zhou Beishan stood and approached. Finished with your work? Need any help? No need. You're the guest. Just sit back and wait for dinner, Jiangwan replied. Zhou Beishan didn't refuse. In truth, he hadn't really intended to help Yu Xiao either. Are you tired? Take a rest for a while, he said. No need. Jiangwan glanced at him, then turned and walked back into the kitchen. Zhou Beishan found himself helpless. Although his injury had earned him slightly better treatment from Jiangwan, it was still a far cry from true warmth. Her demeanor remained as aloof as ever. Just as I was sighing inwardly, Yan Jincheng spoke up. I told you long ago, even if I didn't object, Xiaowan wouldn't be with you. Yan Jincheng still had some understanding of his younger sister. Zhou Beishan remained silent, just staring at the kitchen, lost in thought. Before long, the dishes were served. Though Zhou Beishan disliked Yu Xiao, he had to admit the bastard's cooking surpassed his own. Here's to you, President Zhou. This drink is in your honor. Yu Xiao suddenly raised his glass to Zhou Beishan. Though you weren't particularly good to Xiaowan during those 2 years of marriage, you weren't terrible either. I'm grateful you didn't hurt her. Zhou Beishan was speechless. Why must you always touch a sore spot? You're too kind, President Yu. I was foolish in the past, unaware of how wonderful Wanwan truly was, which is why I lost her. As he spoke, his gaze had already settled on Jiangwan. But that won't happen again, he said. Yu Zhao's expression shifted slightly as he forced a smile. As Xiaowan's elder brother, I still hope she can find happiness. But I don't think Mr. Zhou is the one who can give her that happiness. So after this meal, I hope Mr. Zhou will keep some distance from Xiaowan to avoid causing her trouble. Zhou Beishan's face darkened, never expecting Yu Xiao to speak so bluntly. What makes you think I'm not the right man to make Wanwan happy? Besides, what possible trouble could Wanwan face by being with me? His tone wasn't particularly pleasant, even somewhat icy. Don't tell me President Zhou is going to claim he doesn't know this whole mess was orchestrated by that Zhao Yuanyuan woman? Yu Xiao looked at him with a mocking laugh. As for why Zhao Yuanyuan is targeting Xiaowan, I don't think I need to explain, do I? Zhou Beishan froze. This really left him without any words to refute. After a long pause, he reluctantly said, this wasn't my intention, I never meant to. Director Zhou's thoughts don't matter. What matters is how things unfold. Yu Xiao interrupted him, clearly unwilling to hear any explanations. The tension at the dining table thickened visibly. Yan Jincheng had already put down his chopsticks, sensing that if this continued, fists might soon start flying. When that moment came, should he simply watch from the sidelines? Or should he lend his big brother a hand? But he had just struck a deal with Zhou Beishan. If he were to beat him up now, wouldn't the whole collaboration go down the drain? How frustrating. Chapter 155, He's my ex-husband, that's all. Among the group, only Jiangwan remained perfectly composed. Sipping her soup, she appeared completely oblivious to their conversation. After swallowing a bowl of piping hot soup, she reached over and took Yu Zhao's soup bowl, filling it for him. Big brother, this soup tastes really good. Alright. Yu Xiao took the bowl Jiangwan handed to him, understanding her meaning. Zhou Beishan looked at Jiangwan, waiting for her to ladle him a bowl as well. Yet, Jiangwan did not. Zhou Beishan felt a bit disappointed, but the feeling vanished swiftly. After all, Yu Xiao and Jiangwan had known each other for so many years and always addressed each other as siblings. It was only natural for Jiangwan to side with him. After that, the two didn't continue their bickering, but the atmosphere at the dinner table remained tense. Once dinner was over, Zhou Beishan couldn't justify lingering any longer. Heading back to Mingchen Apartments? I can give you a ride. Jiangwan shook her head. No need, you go ahead. Okay. Zhou Beishan nodded, then turned and left Yu Zhao's villa. Only after he had left did Jiangwan look back at Yu Xiao, frowning. Big brother, you didn't really need to say so much to him. Xiaowan, I'm just worried about you and him. He's my ex-husband, nothing more than that, Jiangwan stated firmly. Yu Xiao understood, yet concern still rose in his heart. Is that really all there is to it? You're not falling for him, are you? Jiangwan's brows furrowed even tighter. For some reason, she always felt her eldest brother had been acting strangely ever since the divorce. I don't mean anything else by it, I'm just worrying about you, he hurried to explain. I'm afraid if you keep getting tangled up with Zhou Beishan, more dangers will follow. Jiangwan pulled back from her thoughts and looked at Yu Xiao. Don't worry, big brother, I'll figure things out myself. Besides, I never even considered being with Zhou Beishan. Although Zhou Beishan had helped her several times, that wasn't enough to make her fall for him, let alone talk about remarriage. That was simply absurd. Alright, as long as you've thought it through, Yu Xiao didn't press further, fearing that saying more might annoy Jiangwan. Jiangwan nodded, softening her tone as she said, then I'll head back first. Let me walk you, Yu Xiao offered. No need, it's quite convenient to grab a taxi at the entrance. Big brother, you've been drinking, you shouldn't drive, Jiangwan said as she headed toward the door. Soon, Jiangwan vanished from the villa, and a subtle shift crept into Yu Xiao's expression. Yan Jincheng had been silently observing the scene all along. Only after Jiangwan left did he ask curiously, Big brother, although Zhou Beishan was in the wrong before, wasn't it just because he hadn't met Wanwan? Isn't it possible he genuinely likes her? He couldn't understand why his elder brother was so opposed to the idea, not only clashing with Zhou Beishan but even suspecting that Wanwan might develop feelings for him. Liking her now just proves he's a superficial man who's swayed by looks, nothing more than regretting because he saw how beautiful Xiaowan is, Yu Xiao said, his eyes full of disdain. Yan Jincheng didn't think Zhou Beishan was that kind of person. After all, when it came to beauty, Zhou Beishan had no shortage of pretty women around him. But he didn't argue with Yu Xiao. There was no need to cause conflict between his elder brother and Zhou Beishan over this. It wasn't like he was close with the man anyway. When Jiangwan arrived downstairs at the Mingchen apartments, she was surprised to find Zhou Beishan's car parked there. She walked over and indeed saw the man. How come you're here? She had thought Zhou Beishan had returned to the Zhou mansion. I'm waiting for Wu Xiao to bring the keys. I plan to stay here tonight, so don't worry. I'll definitely leave tomorrow. Earlier, when I moved to the Zhou mansion, I gave the keys to Wu Xiao. Since I decided to come here on the spur of the moment, I don't even have them with me. Jiangwan frowned and asked, why aren't you staying at the Zhou mansion? Chapter 156. You want me to spare her? Zhou Beishan lifted his injured arm and said to her, the old mansion has grandfather's people. If he finds out, he'll worry again. He's getting older, and I don't want him to be concerned. Hearing this, Jiangwan felt even more guilty. Actually, you don't necessarily have to move out. It's fine. Staying at the old mansion is okay, just a bit farther from work. Zhou Beishan smiled, not wanting Jiangwan to feel too burdened. Actually, the reason he wasn't returning to the Zhou residence tonight wasn't just to avoid worrying the old man. There was another reason. Earlier at the supermarket, he kept feeling like someone was watching them. Though nothing actually happened in the end, he still couldn't shake off his unease. That's why he decided to stay at the Mingchen apartments. If anything did happen, he could get there immediately. Of course, there was no need to let Jiangwan know about these concerns. Jiangwan glanced at her watch and realized it was already almost 10 p.m. Seeing that Wu Xiao still hadn't arrived, she said, waiting here isn't getting us anywhere. Why don't you come up to my place for a while? Won't it be too much trouble? Zhou Beishan hesitated, feeling both happy and uneasy about it. It won't. You got hurt saving me after all, though I don't want to have too much to do with you. I'm not that heartless either. As she spoke, she was already walking into the residential complex. Zhou Beishan gave a bitter smile and followed her. You're really straightforward, leaving me no illusions at all. I'm just telling the truth, Jiangwan replied. The atmosphere in the elevator was somewhat silent, until Zhou Beishan broke the ice first. Did Captain Zhang find any leads on those people? Yeah, they've already caught 3 of them. The rest should be apprehended soon, Jiangwan replied, impressed by Captain Zhang's efficiency. The elevator arrived, and the two stepped out together, walking toward Jiangwan's door. If it's confirmed that Zhao Yuanyuan was behind this, what do you plan to do? Zhou Beishan suddenly asked. Jiangwan, who was opening the door, froze and turned to look at the man behind her. Are you hoping I'll let her off? No, Zhou Beishan hastily shook his head, afraid of being misunderstood. I was just asking. As for how you deal with her, I won't interfere. Surprised, Jiangwan opened the door and walked in. The living room looked much the same as the last time he visited, just as cozy, making it hard to leave. Jiangwan poured him a glass of water before saying, since she broke the law, it's only right to hand her over to the police. I'm just an ordinary person, I don't have the authority to casually deal with others. Zhou Beishan had no objections to how Zhao Yuanyuan was handled. though he didn't quite agree with Jiang Wan referring to herself as an ordinary person. With a smile, he said, "You're anything but ordinary. The illustrious Dr. Jiang, not to mention the last disciple of Elder Su, master of computer science. Honestly, I have no idea what else you're capable of." Jiang Wan sat across from him, showing little reaction to Zhou Beishan's enumeration of those identities. "They're merely means of survival, nothing worth mentioning." "Means of livelihood?" Zhou Beishan was torn between laughter and tears. If this got out, someone might just want to punch her. "I heard from Grandpa that you used to live in the countryside with your grandfather. When did you learn all this?" he asked curiously. Jiang Wan glanced at him, seemingly hesitant to answer. Noticing her hesitation, Zhou Beishan quickly added, "You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. I was just asking casually, not trying to pry into your privacy." He simply wanted to know more about Jiang Wan, no matter how trivial the details might be. "There's nothing I can't say, I just don't know where to begin." Jiang Wan leaned back on the sofa, her thoughts drifting back to the past. Chapter 157, Whose side are you on? Taohua Village, the village where she grew up. As far back as her memory went, she had grown up there, and everything about it was deeply familiar to her. She began learning various skills from a young age, not in school, but from the teachers in her village. She always thought they were incredibly talented, capable of doing anything. When she was little, she didn't find it strange at all, thinking every village was like this, every child was like this. It wasn't until she reached adulthood, went to Jincheng for college, followed by her master's and doctoral studies, got a job, and later married Zhou Beishan, that the more she learned, the more she realized Taohua Village wasn't quite right. Every teacher who instructed her in the village was truly remarkable. Take old Master Su for example, a renowned traditional Chinese painting master widely celebrated in the outside world, yet he chose to remain in that very village just to teach her. There was surely a reason behind this, but whatever it might be, Jiang Wan simply couldn't fathom it. She had asked her grandfather before, but he never gave her an answer, only telling her not to overthink and that she would know when the time was right. "Wan." Zhou Beishan waited for Jiang Wan to speak, but seeing her lost in thought, he couldn't help calling out to her. Snapping back to reality, Jiang Wan turned to look at him. "My grandfather hired many tutors for me since childhood, so even though I grew up in the countryside, I've learned quite a lot." She didn't explain very clearly about the peculiarities of Peach Blossom Village. She didn't want too many people to know. "So that's how it is. It seems your grandfather treated you very well." To have raised Jiang Wan to such impressive heights, the teachers he hired must have been extraordinary individuals. Jiang Wan chuckled lightly, her tone playful. "It wasn't until I grew up that I realized how good he was to me. As a child, I only thought he was too strict." Looking back on her childhood, Jiang Wan felt there had been almost no joy to speak of. Every day was spent shuttling between the homes of different teachers, without a moment's rest. She used to complain and throw tantrums, refusing to study, but Grandpa was insistent, so she ultimately failed. Looking back now, Grandpa probably genuinely meant well for her. "That sounds about right." Zhou Beishan nodded in agreement. "When I was little, my grandpa also forced me to learn all kinds of things. I even ran away from home once." "Really?" Jiang Wan was surprised. "I never did that." The two chatted and laughed, as if this was the first peaceful conversation they'd had since knowing each other. Knock, knock. The sound of rapping interrupted their talk. Jiang Wan walked over to open the door. Seeing Wu Xiao there didn't surprise her. "Assistant Wu." "Ms. Jiang." Wu Xiao nodded, though the flames of gossip were blazing fiercely inside him. "Is President Zhou here?" He had received Zhou Beishan's message and learned that the other man was at Jiang Wan's home. For this reason, he deliberately waited downstairs for a full half an hour before coming up, ensuring he had given his boss ample time. Jiang Wan moved aside, and Wu Xiao immediately spotted Zhou Beishan in the living room. Zhou Beishan stood up and walked to the door, saying to Jiang Wan, "Sorry for disturbing you tonight." "It's fine." Jiang Wan shook her head, feeling it wasn't a big deal. The more she got to know Zhou Beishan, the less she found him annoying. Of course, that was all there was to it. "I'll take my leave now." Zhou Beishan walked out of Jiang Wan's room, paused after 2 steps, then turned back to tell her, "If anything happens, come find me immediately." Jiang Wan was momentarily stunned, seeming to understand something. "All right." Zhou Beishan took the keys from Wu Xiao and entered his own home, while Jiang Wan's expression turned solemn the moment she closed the door behind her. She wasn't foolish. She had already realized that the reason Zhou Beishan wasn't returning to Zhou Manor wasn't just to avoid worrying the old master. He also wanted to stay here to protect her. Those people, whose men were they exactly? Chapter 158, You'd better think it through clearly. Nothing happened that night. Zhou Beishan's worries were clearly unnecessary. Early the next morning, Jiang Wan received a call from Captain Zhang, informing her that all the men who had knocked her unconscious had been caught, and questioning had already begun. He asked if she wanted to come see. Jiang Wan immediately agreed. After a quick tidy-up, she headed out the door, ready to go to the police station. Across the hallway, Zhou Beishan seemed to sense she was leaving. He opened his door at the exact same time. "Good morning," he greeted Jiang Wan. "Good morning," she replied. As the door closed, the two walked side by side toward the elevator when Jiang Wan spoke first. "Captain Zhang said they've caught everyone. I'm planning to head to the police station." "Alright, be careful on the way." Zhou Beishan's lips curved slightly, feeling pleased with how things were progressing between him and Jiang Wan. He didn't go with them because he received an unexpected call last night and had to meet the person in question today. If it went well, there would be one less obstacle in his pursuit of Jiang Wan. At the police station, Jiang Wan arrived to find Captain Zhang already in the interrogation room. She stood by the door without entering. "Name? Wang Yu. Why did you knock Jiang Wan unconscious?" Captain Zhang demanded sharply, his stern face radiating a chilling intensity. The man sitting across from them looked familiar to Jiang Wan. He was the most skilled fighter from that day. If it weren't for him, Jiang Wan believed she wouldn't have been knocked out. She judged that his combat skills were probably on par with Zhou Beishan's. Even in a one-on-one fight, she might not be his match. How could someone of such caliber become Zhao Yuanyuan's hired thug? Jiang Wan couldn't figure it out. After a long silence, Wang Yu finally said, "I simply didn't like her, so I struck her down." Not just Jiang Wan standing at the doorway, even Captain Zhang found this utterly unconvincing. Knocking someone unconscious just because you don't like them? That excuse was far too flimsy. "Wang Yu, you'd better think carefully before answering." Captain Zhang maintained a stern expression as he continued, "Leniency for those who confess, severity for those who resist. If you stubbornly refuse to talk, you'll probably spend the rest of your life in prison." Wang Yu remained silent, offering no reply. Infuriated, Captain Zhang slammed his palm on the table with a loud bang. "Who's behind you? What did they give you that makes you willing to spend the rest of your days in prison just to keep their secrets?" "There's no one behind me. I was the one calling all the shots, and the others were just deceived by me. They're innocent," Wang Yu said calmly, appearing unafraid of spending the rest of his life in prison. Captain Zhang was absolutely infuriated by him. He'd never encountered someone so stubborn. He stood up and walked out of the interrogation room. Seeing Jiang Wan standing outside, he said to her, "You heard everything, didn't you? This guy refuses to talk. I'm afraid this case can't go any further." With pressure from higher-ups and significant public attention, Captain Zhang wanted to continue the investigation, but with Wang Yu refusing to cooperate and admitting to being the mastermind, he had no way to convince his superiors to push forward. "Can I go in and talk with him for a few minutes?" Jiang Wan asked. Captain Zhang frowned but then said, "Alright, you're involved in this too. A brief chat shouldn't be an issue." With that, he led Jiang Wan into the interrogation room. Upon seeing Captain Zhang enter, Wang Yu showed no reaction, but when he spotted Jiang Wan, his eyes flickered briefly before quickly regaining their calm. Jiang Wan sat across from him, in no hurry to speak, instead studying him carefully as if trying to see through him. Wang Yu felt uncomfortable under her gaze, like needles pricking his back. "Don't waste your time on me," he said. "I won't tell you anything." "Who is your master?" Jiang Wan suddenly asked. Chapter 159, No Chance Left. Wang Yu froze. He thought Jiang Wan, like Captain Zhang, would press him about the person behind her, but she didn't. Instead, she asked about his master, which caught him off guard. "Given how skilled you are, your master must be quite formidable too. I might even know them," Jiang Wan said with a smile, not as if speaking to someone who had knocked her out, but more like an old friend catching up. Wang Yu lowered his head, guilt swelling in his heart at the mention of his master. "Does your master know about all the things you've done?" Jiang Wan asked. As the words fell, Wang Yu's expression changed abruptly, glaring fiercely at Jiang Wan. "This is my own doing and has nothing to do with my master." "Unrelated?" Jiang Wan seemed to find it amusing. "Master and disciple are one entity. Your master's glory shines upon you, and when you commit wrongdoings, it naturally brings shame to the school." Wang Yu gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Of course he knew this principle. His bloodshot eyes fixed on Jiang Wan, burning with overwhelming hatred. "If I weren't forced into a corner, why would I ever choose to do this? No reason can justify harming others." Jiang Wan showed him no sympathy, but then shifted her tone. "However, if you're willing to reveal who's behind this, I might let it go. After all, if the victim chooses to forgive you, the sentence probably won't be too severe. At worst, you'll be out in a few years, and then you'll have plenty of chances to turn over a new leaf." Behind the scenes was Zhao Yuanyuan. Jiang Wan was certain of it, but she had no proof. Jiang Wan felt the terms she offered were quite reasonable. There was no reason for Wang Yu to refuse. After all, no one truly wanted to spend the rest of their life in prison. But she still miscalculated. Wang Yu didn't reply. He lowered his head with a faint smile. "There isn't any." "What?" Jiang Wan didn't understand. "I said, there's no chance for redemption anymore." He smiled bitterly. Had he not killed Zhao Yuanfeng, perhaps Jiang Wan's words might have truly moved him. What a pity, there are no ifs. He had killed someone, so whether he talked or not, it was a dead end for him. Rather than this, why say it out loud? At least by staying silent, his sister might still be saved. Jiang Wan frowned, seemingly realizing something, and asked in disbelief, Zhao Yuanfeng was killed by you? That's right, Wang Yu admitted. He had already resigned himself to fate. It was a dead end either way. Since he was the one who killed Zhao Yuanfeng anyway, what difference did admitting it make? This took Jiang Wan completely by surprise. Wang Yu didn't seem like the scheming type to her, so she had always believed him incapable of murder. Never would she have expected. Just what did Zhao Yuanyuan give him? At this moment, Jiang Wan felt both angry and frustrated, mixed with some disappointment at his lack of resolve. She stared at Wang Yu, her expression tinged with disappointment. I suppose when your master taught you martial arts, he must have told you it was meant for protecting yourself and your family, not for killing people. Wang Yu remained silent, though his heart ached fiercely. Jiang Wan stood up without saying another word to him and strode out of the interrogation room. Was Zhao Yuanfeng really murdered by him? Captain Zhang frowned, unable to fully believe it. He had always thought Wang Yu was just a small-time figure, hardly the type to commit murder. Who would have thought? Jiang Wan pondered for a moment before nodding. There shouldn't be any mistake. A man like him wouldn't confess to something he didn't do. Besides, judging by his utterly despondent demeanor, it probably wasn't a mistake. Have someone interrogate him on the details to ensure there's no oversight. Even though Wang Yu's guilt seemed certain, Jiang Wan couldn't help but add this reminder. Don't worry, even without Jiang Wan saying it, Captain Zhang would naturally handle these matters. The mastermind behind this. No need to check, you won't find anything. With that, Jiang Wan walked out of the police station. Zhao Yuanyuan, I still underestimated you. Chapter 160. Will he marry you? Emerging from the police station, Jiang Wan made a call to Yan Jincheng, second brother. Help me investigate someone. She immediately forwarded Wang Yu's information to Yan Jincheng. Though aware this might yield no concrete evidence, Jiang Wan desperately wanted to understand why Wang Yu would work for Zhao Yuanyuan. Tucking away her phone, she hailed a taxi and headed straight for the hospital. There's been too much going on lately, so she took several days off from the hospital. Now that things are mostly settled, it's time for her to return to work. As for Zhao Yuanyuan's situation, she believes Yu Xiao and Zhang Yi will handle it properly. The Zhao family's bankruptcy is just a matter of time. Things unfolded exactly as Jiang Wan anticipated. After the Zhao Yuanfeng incident, Yu Xiao and Zhang Yi became even more ruthless in their dealings with the Zhao family, practically leaving them no way out. Almost immediately, people in Jincheng began noticing the Zhao family's crisis. Some started distancing themselves and canceling collaborations. Once started, the trend quickly escalated as more and more companies terminated their partnerships with the Zhao family. Already besieged by Yu Xiao and Zhang Yi, the Zhao family now faced the withdrawal of numerous clients, leaving them truly stretched too thin. They lost several major projects in succession, suffering losses exceeding 1 billion yuan. In the Zhao household, Zhao Huayang stared at the plunging stock prices, overwhelmed by a splitting headache. Dad, is the situation really that dire? Zhao Yuanyuan wasn't foolish. Though deeply resentful of her father's favoritism toward Zhao Yuanfeng, she had no wish to see the Zhao family go bankrupt. After all, her ultimate goal was to take control of a thriving Zhao family empire, not inherit a company teetering on the brink of collapse. Do I really need to tell you how bad things are? Zhao Huayang looked up at her, his gaze cold. The police had already called him, the murderer had been caught. But Zhao Huayang knew full well that the person was merely a hired gun, not the mastermind behind it all. Of course, he suspected Jiang Wan, even Zhou Beishan fell under his suspicion. But wasn't his own daughter standing before him the least bit questionable? Feeling the chill in her father's stare, Zhao Yuanyuan winced but mustered her courage. Don't worry, she said, I'll think of something right away. I won't let the company fall into trouble. No need, Zhao Huayang cut her off. I've already discussed it with the Li family. We'll officially take you there the day after tomorrow. As for the wedding ceremony, we can make it up later if there's a chance. Zhao Yuanyuan instantly turned pale, her body swaying uncontrollably. Dad, has it come to this? You still insist on marrying me off? She thought Zhao Yuanfeng was dead, and she was the only one left in the Zhao family to inherit, so the matter of marrying into the Li family should simply fade away. But who would have thought? You know exactly how things stand with the company right now. We need the Li family's support. Zhao Huayang remained unmoved by her reddened eyes, and even felt a twinge of hatred towards her, suspecting she might very well be the mastermind behind his son's death. Zhao Yuanyuan bit her lip and protested reluctantly. Dad, we can find another way. I want to stay and help you get through this crisis. Her words sounded noble, but in truth, she simply didn't want to marry into the Li family. If she did, her situation would hardly improve from what it was now. No need. Business is a man's affair. Young ladies like you should marry early and focus on raising children and tending to the household. Zhao Huayang dismissed her. The very sight of Zhao Yuanyuan irritated him now. Realizing she couldn't persuade him, Zhao Yuanyuan shifted tactics. Dad, if I must marry someone who can help our family, wouldn't Zhou Beishan be a better choice? Zhou Beishan? Zhao Huayong sneered, looking at her mockingly. He would marry you? That's not your concern. If I can make him marry me, wouldn't it be the same for you? She asked, her tone noticeably cooler now. Of course, marrying Zhou Beishan would be even better. He nodded, indifferent to whatever schemes Zhao Yuanyuan might have in mind. Chapter 161. Sorry, I can't help you. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Zhou Beishan returned from the company and immediately spotted Zhao Yuanyuan standing outside the mansion. What are you doing here? The man stepped out of his car and approached, his expression complicated. Truth be told, he could more or less guess the reason. The Zhao family's current situation was common knowledge throughout Jin City. Given that Zhao Yuanyuan was seeking him out now, there was likely only one explanation. At this moment, Zhao Yuanyuan looked somewhat disheveled, her eyes red as she stared at the man before her. Beishan, could you help the Zhao family just this once? Let's talk inside. Zhou Beishan neither agreed nor refused. But Zhao Yuanyuan didn't move, remaining rooted to the spot. I won't go in. I came today only to ask for an answer. Hearing this, Zhou Beishan didn't insist. He looked at her for a long moment before finally saying, I'm sorry, Yuan. I can't help you. Beishan, if you don't help the Zhao family this time, my father is going to marry me off to the Li family, trading my lifelong happiness for cooperation between the Zhao and Li families. Even so, can't you help me just once? She pleaded with him desperately, wishing Zhou Beishan could help her just once, even if only this once. Zhou Beishan frowned and said solemnly, don't worry, I won't let your father marry you off to the Li family. He couldn't help the Zhao family, but he certainly had the ability to prevent Zhao Yuanyuan from marrying into the Li family. Yet this was not what Zhao Yuanyuan wanted. Really? Is this truly all there is? She gazed at Zhou Beishan before her, finding him utterly unfamiliar. Perhaps it wasn't that he had changed, but that she had never truly understood him in the first place. Yuan, although the police haven't traced this back to you, we both know exactly why Zhao Yuanfang died. That I haven't taken action against you already shows the utmost leniency. Torn between Jiangwan whom he loved and the childhood friend standing before him, Zhou Beishan found himself in an impossible position. I already felt terribly guilty for not helping Jiangwan. If I were to assist the Zhao family now, wouldn't I be pushing Jiangwan away with my own hands? Zhao Yuanyuan didn't defend herself. She knew she couldn't hide this from Zhou Beishan and was confident he wouldn't retaliate against her. That's why she dared to boldly frame Jiangwan. She lowered her head, quietly sobbing. Zhou Beishan listened, unmoved. I don't know how much time had passed before Zhao Yuanyuan finally looked up and asked him, Beishan, all these years I've actually wanted to ask you, have you ever liked me? The question came so abruptly that Zhou Beishan didn't know how to respond immediately. Before Jiangwan appeared, everyone said we were the most compatible couple. You never denied it then, so I thought you liked me too. But then you got married almost without putting up any resistance. That's when I started asking myself, did you ever really like me at all? I went abroad in a fit of pique, waiting for you to come after me, but you never did. As she spoke, she laughed at herself. When I was overseas and heard that your marriage with Jiangwan wasn't going well, that you didn't even go to see her, I started thinking maybe you actually did have feelings for me. So I kept going back and forth between doubt and certainty, until this trip back home finally made me realize the truth. You never really cared for me at all, did you? In your heart, I was always just a friend, or maybe a suitable marriage candidate. Zhou Beishan listened to her pour out all these words in one breath, his expression unusually solemn. Perhaps, truth is, before Jiangwan came along, I didn't even understand what love really meant. Zhao Yuanyuan took a deep breath, refusing to let her tears fall. Fine. I came today just to get closure anyway. Otherwise, I'd always feel unresolved. I won't complain that you refused to help the Zhao family, but for old time's sake, have a drink with me? Consider it a toast to my soon-to-be-lost lifelong happiness, she said. The Li family can. No need. If I can't marry you, then it makes no difference who I marry. At least the Li family can help my father preserve the Zhao legacy. That's good enough. She smiled, as if she'd already come to peace with it. Zhou Beishan had no choice but to nod. You should think it through. Just tell me if you'll accompany me or not. After so many years of friendship, surely you can't refuse a couple of drinks, she asked. Chapter 162, Beishan, don't blame me. On the second floor of the hotel, in the Western restaurant, Zhao Yuanyuan poured wine for Zhou Beishan. Come on, have a drink with me. Who knows if we'll ever get to sit together like this again for food and drinks. Her words carried unusual melancholy, tears nearly welling up in her eyes. Seeing this, Zhou Beishan couldn't bear to refuse the glass she handed him. Beishan, if I make a terrible mistake someday, will you forgive me? Zhao Yuanyuan watched nervously as Zhou Beishan drained his glass. She knew Zhou Beishan well, which was precisely why she understood how terrifying this man's wrath could be. But she had no other choice. At this point, she could only take the risk. What if she succeeded? Zhou Bei's face darkened as he looked at her. Yuan, you've already made too many mistakes. I hope there won't be any more what-ifs from you. So, if there's a next time, you won't forgive me, is that right? Zhao Yuan felt both despair and a flicker of resentment in her heart. If it weren't for Jiang Wan's sudden appearance, how could she have fallen to such a state? That woman had ruined everything for her, and now even Zhou Beishan was no longer protecting her. Zhao Yuan felt there was only one path left for her to take. Zhou Beishan had no idea what was going through her mind. Hearing her words, he instinctively frowned. No more. No one will tolerate you forever, not even me. Though they had grown up together, though Zhao Yuan had once offered him a bit of warmth in their childhood, none of it was enough for him to keep tolerating her indefinitely. I understand. Zhao Yuan nodded, her heart suddenly clear. She raised her hand and poured Zhou Beishan another glass of wine. Have one more drink with me. You've had too much. Zhou Beishan frowned. Just one last cup. Zhao Yuan looked at him with teary, blurred eyes. Okay? Zhou Beishan sighed and picked up the glass. After this one, I'll take you home. After downing a glass of wine, Zhou Beishan stood up to send Zhao Yuan home, but she remained seated without getting up. Gazing out the window, she murmured softly, Beishan, don't blame me. I had no other choice. What did you say? Zhou Beishan frowned, not quite catching Zhao Yuan's words. Zhao Yuan turned her head and met his gaze. Yuan. Zhou Beishan was about to tell her to get up and leave when a sudden wave of dizziness hit him, nearly making him lose his balance. The figure of Zhao Yuan before him began to blur. Leaning against the table, Zhou Beishan's anger surged. What did you put in the wine? He demanded. Don't worry, Beishan, no matter what, I would never harm you. It's just something to help you sleep, she said with a smile, slowly standing up and reaching out to steady his arm. A wave of revulsion washed over him. The man tried to shake her off but failed, instead finding himself gripped tightly by Zhao Yuan. Don't waste your strength. You're exhausted right now. Even a child could handle you, let alone me. She gave a faint smile as she supported Zhou Beishan toward the elevator. While waiting for the elevator, she glanced back toward the entrance, where a silhouette stood with a raised camera, continuously pressing the shutter button. The corners of Zhao Yuan's lips curled into a triumphant smile. As she led Zhou Beishan into the elevator, her mind wandered to what might unfold when they woke the next morning, until her peripheral vision caught Zhou Beishan actually making a phone call. She swiftly snatched it away and hung up abruptly. Beishan, I don't want to hurt you, so you'd better not do anything. With that, she placed Zhou Beishan's phone into her own bag. She chose not to turn it off, because if people thought Zhou Beishan had gone missing, his assistant Wu Xiao would come looking quickly. The real show was just beginning, and she certainly couldn't let anyone interrupt it now. Chapter 163, A Heavy Heart. At the Mingchen apartments, Jiang Wan stepped out of the shower and casually picked up her phone, noticing a missed call on the screen. When she checked, she was surprised to find it was from Zhou Beishan. After a moment's thought, she decided to call him back. But the line rang endlessly without an answer until it disconnected. Frowning slightly, Jiang Wan murmured to herself, what's going on? She tossed her phone aside and lay down in bed, ready to sleep. 5 minutes later, she rolled over and grabbed her phone again to dial Zhou Beishan's number once more. Zhou Beishan rarely called her, and it was even more unusual for calls to go unanswered like this. For some reason, Jiang Wan thought of those few people who had been staring at them in the supermarket that day. Perhaps they weren't targeting her, but Zhou Beishan instead? At this thought, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry in her heart. The phone rang again, yet still no one answered. Jiang Wan didn't give up and dialed once more. Just as she thought this call would also go unanswered, the line connected. She hurriedly asked, Zhou Beishan, are you alright? Why wasn't anyone answering earlier? Miss Jiang? The voice on the other end of the phone wasn't Zhou Beishan's, but that of Zhao Yuan, the woman she detested. Beishan is showering. Is it urgent? Should I call him for you? Zhao Yuan deliberately switched to speakerphone, letting Jiang Wan hear the running water from the shower. Jiang Wan gripped her phone, momentarily at a loss for words. She found herself pitifully ridiculous at this moment. Who is Zhou Beishan? Would something happen to him? She was really overthinking things. If he was with Zhao Yuan, why bother calling her? Did he just want to upset her? Miss Jiang? Unable to get Jiang Wan's response, Zhao Yuan asked again. No need. Jiang Wan refused coldly. I dialed the wrong number. Oh. Jiang Wan had already hung up the phone before Zhao Yuan finished speaking. Zhao Yuan smirked coldly while holding her phone, turned off the shower, and walked out of the bathroom. She glanced at the man lying on the bed, curled her lips into a smile, and within moments stripped off her clothes before lying down beside him. That night, Jiang Wan slept terribly, tossing and turning with dreams all night, yet upon waking couldn't recall anything she had dreamed about. She dragged her exhausted body out of bed and cooked herself some breakfast. Today was Sunday, her rare day off when she didn't have to go to the hospital for work. but she had no intention of resting. After eating breakfast, she planned to find her eldest brother Yu Xiao to understand the current situation of the Zhao family, while also asking him to help finalize matters regarding the clothing brand. Thinking about all this, Zhou Beishan involuntarily surfaced in her thoughts again. I suddenly feel inexplicably suffocated. I patted my cheeks to stop myself from dwelling on it. That man had nothing to do with her, so why waste thoughts on him? What rotten luck. At this moment, Jiang Wan had no idea that explosive news had already gone viral online, with Zhou Beishan as the central figure. Waking up, he found himself naked, with Zhao Yuanyuan lying beside him, equally unclothed. But this wasn't the worst part. Before he could even voice his questions, a horde of reporters burst in, cameras flashing relentlessly. By the time Wu Xiao arrived, the reporters had already uploaded the photos online. It was too late to stop them. In the room now cleared of reporters, Zhou Beishan stared down at Zhao Yuanyuan slumped on the floor, his eyes devoid of any warmth. I considered you a friend, which is why I drank with you to drown your sorrows. Is this how you treat me? He asked, his voice cold but devoid of strong emotion. Chapter 164. Don't take me for a fool. Wu Xiao, his assistant, couldn't help but shiver. He knew his CEO was truly furious. Zhao Yuanyuan lifted her head, her expression equally composed, and calmly stated, I had no other choice. If I didn't marry you, my only alternative was to marry that fatso from the Li family. Do you really think this is enough to marry me? Zhou Beishan sneered, completely baffled by Zhao Yuanyuan's misplaced confidence. What could two photos of them lying together possibly prove? He knew perfectly well nothing had ever happened between them. At least there's a sliver of possibility this way. If I do nothing, then there's truly no chance at all, she told him, already embracing a scorched earth approach. Zhou Beishan's face darkened as he desperately restrained his urge to strike someone. Zhao Yuanyuan didn't seem to care. She smiled and said to him, even if you don't marry me, I believe Jianwan won't just refuse to be with you upon seeing the news. She'll actually grow to despise you even more. In that instant, Zhou Beishan erupted with fury, grabbing Zhao Yuanyuan's jaw tightly. So this was your real plan all along? Zhao Yuanyuan remained silent, tacitly admitting it. Zhou Beishan shoved her to the ground without another glance. Keep an eye on her. I'll deal with her when I get back. He wouldn't let her off easily, but at this moment, Zhou Beishan had more important matters to attend to. At Mingchen Apartments, Jiang Wan had just finished breakfast and changed her clothes when the doorbell rang as she was about to leave. Who could be visiting her this early? Puzzled, she opened the door and froze momentarily upon seeing Zhou Beishan standing there. After a long moment, once she confirmed this wasn't a hallucination, she composed herself and spoke coldly. President Zhou, is there something urgent that brings you here so early in the morning? Wan, President Zhou, please address me as Miss Jiang or Dr. Jiang. After all, we're not particularly close. He claimed to be pursuing her, yet behind her back he'd shared a room with Zhao Yuanyuan. Just the thought of it turned her stomach. Listening to Jiang Wan's words, Zhou Beishan didn't react with anger. He didn't even dare to raise his head to meet her gaze. Seeing him like this, Jiang Wan grew even more convinced that her hunch was correct. Zhou Beishan was absolutely involved with Zhao Yuanyuan. What a scumbag. Bastard. Wan, I swear nothing happened between me and Zhao Yuanyuan. All those online rumors are nonsense. Zhou Beishan explained. Jiang Wan didn't believe a word he said. Just as she was about to retort, something suddenly clicked. Online rumors? What happened online? She instantly reached for her phone to check the news. Zhou Beishan wanted to stop her, but he knew it would be pointless. What puzzled him was that Jiang Wan seemed unaware of the online uproar, which meant her earlier attitude. As he stood there bewildered, Jiang Wan finished scrolling through the reports, her face visibly darker than before. She turned to Zhou Beishan with an indescribable tightness in her chest, a suffocating discomfort that made her want to avoid this man at all costs. It seems President Zhou has good news coming. Congratulations in advance. All the online rumors said Zhou Beishan was about to marry Zhao Yuanyuan, and she thought so too. After all, they were already sleeping together. What else could they do if not get married? Zhou Beishan felt terrible inside and tried to explain. I didn't know she would drug me. Wan, I really don't like her. Drugged? She let out a soft laugh, pointing at the photo on her phone. So when you had dinner with Zhao Yuanyuan, did she drug you for that too? Let's not dwell on whether the drugging is real or not. Even if it were true, wouldn't Zhou Beishan be fine as long as he didn't have this meal with Zhao Yuanyuan? It's a Western restaurant again. How does this not look like a date? Not to mention last night when her call to Zhou Beishan was answered by Zhao Yuanyuan, who revealed that the man was showering at the time. How could he possibly take a shower after supposedly being drugged? Zhou Beishan, don't take me for a fool. Everyone will have 1 month's bonus deducted. If this happens again, immediate dismissal. He coldly swept his gaze over the group, then turned and walked toward his office, with Wu Xiao hurriedly following behind. Only after the two had disappeared did the employees in the break room finally relax. Some even had beads of cold sweat on their foreheads, clear proof of the immense pressure they had just endured. Losing a month's bonus was no small matter, but compared to keeping their jobs at Joe Corporation, it was a minor setback. Everyone collectively sighed in relief. Inside the office, Wu Xiao nervously watched the man seated in the executive chair. His palms were clammy as he ventured, "Chairman Zhou, it seems the Zhao family is intentionally leading netizens to believe you and Miss Zhao are about to announce an engagement. Should we?" "Don't bother with it," Zhou Beishan spoke up. "But Miss Zhao," he hesitated for a moment before finally bringing it up. After all, the person was still locked up. This situation couldn't continue indefinitely. The man buried in documents finally showed a slight reaction at the mention of Zhao Yuanyuan's name. A flash of killing intent flickered through his eyes but vanished just as quickly. "Release her," he said. Release her?" Wu Xiao thought he must have misheard. "Everyone's saying I'm going to marry her. What would it look like if I kept her locked up? Of course she has to be released. Zhao Yuanyuan is the female lead after all. Who would believe it if she didn't show up?" Wu Xiao felt increasingly unable to understand his CEO. Judging by his words, did he actually intend to marry Zhao Yuanyuan? Surely not. Didn't President Zhou like Miss Jiang? He felt utterly bewildered yet didn't dare ask more. "The old residents just called, asking you to go over. It's probably about Miss Zhao." Given how serious the situation was, the old master showed remarkable restraint by not coming personally to seek out Zhou Beishan. "I understand." While the three were still talking, Zhao Yuanyuan standing nearby couldn't get a word in edgewise. She wasn't sure if it was her imagination, but their conversation somehow felt like a casual family chat, especially the seemingly confrontational yet oddly flirtatious bickering between Zhou Beishan and Jiang Wan. At this moment, she felt heavy-hearted. Zhao Yuanyuan had no idea whether Zhou Beishan would actually marry her, especially when she saw his attitude toward Jiang Wan, which only deepened her worries. "Alright, this old man is getting a bit tired. I'm going upstairs to rest," the elderly man said, rising to his feet and preparing to leave. After taking just a few steps, he turned back to instruct Zhou Beishan, "Take Xiaowan around the old residence." With that, he went upstairs to his bedroom. As for Zhao Yuanyuan, he never spared her a single glance from beginning to end.